Hello everyone, I know this two-part is very late but enjoy this part, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part and also help me to buy a good PC. Chapter 85, Unspoken. Naval Headquarters, check-in task, about to be completed. In the guest area at the back of Marineford, in the small house, Renault was still lying on the reclining chair as always, next to Junten obediently pinching his shoulders. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye Renault has been at Naval Headquarters for about a month. After 12 o'clock in the evening, his check-in task can be completed, and then he will leave this gentle village hero mound. After Renault's training for a month, Jun is as obedient as possible, but I don't know if they will be able to live together peacefully after tonight. Jun has lived and ate with Renault for a period of time, and stayed with Renault almost all day long. What they knew was the relationship between a female sailor and a marine guest, but if they didn't, they thought they were a couple. So Jun hasn't had much contact with Sengoku and the others this month. If she thinks about the fact that she was deceived by someone, maybe she doesn't know yet? The question mark is the key point. Of course, Renault has not only trained Jun during this time, but it is very necessary to sleepwalk every now and then. But Renault could feel it, and Jun probably found out that his sleepwalking was fake, but she didn't expose Renault, and sometimes she seemed to be waiting for Renault to pass. When Renault first found out about this, he was completely stunned, but seeing that Jun didn't mean to expose her, he didn't break it either. It is worth mentioning that when Warring States knew why Renault was able to come to the first half of the Grand Line safely from the New World, he was considering whether to directly invite Renault to join Marine. Although there is still a doubt about Roger and Renault, they searched for nearly a month and found nothing. In the end, they could only give up the investigation. After the Warring States gave up investigating Roger, it didn't take long for him to invite Renault to join Marine. After all, he didn't want to let go of this genius, and he didn't want Marine to have a perverted enemy like Renault in the future. Therefore, after discussing with other high-level executives, Warring States came to Renault's small house 2 days ago, and wanted to invite Renault to join Marine, but Renault said that he would consider taking a few days to send him away. The reason Renault said to think about a few days was just delaying time. After all, he only had a few days left on the clock-in task. He didn't want to make extra troubles, lest his clock-in task be interrupted. Then he would start all over again without crying. Where to cry? Renault squinted and enjoyed the service from Jun, raised his head and glanced at Jun, thinking that he might be leaving tomorrow, so he asked cautiously, "If Jun?" I said if one day you find yourself being alone, if you lied, how would you treat that person? When Jun heard Renault's question, the hand that was pinching his shoulder froze, and after a while, he resumed the movement of his hand, and replied blankly, "It depends on whether that person is important to me. If it is just an unfamiliar person, I should ignore or beat him." When Jun said this, he looked into Renault's eyes intentionally or unintentionally, and then continued, "If someone who is very important to me deceives me, then I will kill him and commit suicide." Renault heard Jun's answer, saw her eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, and thought of the two people's mutual understanding during this time. It's the rhythm of the pill. The more Renault thought about it, the more panic he felt in his heart, and he cursed inwardly, "This little girl won't really want to slap him, and then slap herself away? What the hell? Isn't this BCH too ruthless?" Originally, Renault was still thinking about whether to take this girl away, but now it seems that taking this girl is the best policy, and sneaking away is the best policy. Thinking of Renault here, he persuaded with evasive eyes, "Don't be so extreme in your thoughts. What if that person lied to you just for your own good?" 99. The world is so beautiful, to give each other one more chance, that kind of thought you just didn't like. 35. When Jun heard Renault's persuasion, he still replied with a blank face, "If it's really for my own good, then you shouldn't lie to me, so it's better to slap it away, and it's 100 times with one knife." Jun not only imitated Renault's speech, but while speaking, she gestured with her hand around Renault's neck, as if the target she was about to snap away was Renault. When Renault heard Jun's answer, he immediately shut his mouth obediently, and secretly spit out in his heart, "FKU. Click it off." In fact, After Jun found out that Renault's sleepwalking was fake, she immediately thought of what Renault had said before, and it was estimated that most of them lied to her. But after getting along for this period of time, she knows that the relationship between the two has surpassed that of friends. She doesn't blame Renault for lying to her. As long as the relationship is true, the rest is not important to her. Love is so unreasonable. She also didn't want to think deeply about Renault's lie to her, because she knew that Renault would leave here sooner or later, and this kind of life was one day less, and she didn't want that day to come so early. The reason why Jun guessed that Renault would leave here sooner or later was because Renault told her that he could use his space ability to go from one island to another while sleepwalking. Since sleepwalking was dressed by Renault, then Renault can control space ability. The reason why he was placed under house arrest is probably Renault's own, by Zhao's, will, otherwise he has the space ability, and he has no constraints. If he wants to leave here, he may leave at any time. Yoon. After Renault mentioned the deceit just now, she knew that Renault might be leaving, so she just said that on purpose, in order to make Renault leave here without worrying about it. Renault didn't know what Jun was thinking. If he knew, he would probably stay here and eat the tofu she produced for a few days. The two of them stayed in the small yard with so much thought. Renault was lying on the chair, enjoying what might be the last shoulder squeeze. And Jun also knew that this might be the last time she served Renault, so she squeezed very hard. Although the two of them didn't say a word, they seemed to have said everything, and the atmosphere in the small courtyard seemed very strange. Chapter 86. All afternoon and evening, Renault and Jun didn't communicate much. One was in charge of enjoying and the other was in charge of holding his shoulders. The two of them are now like a quarreling couple, with a clear division of labor. Each is busy and does not interfere with each other. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was already half an hour before midnight, and it was only half an hour before midnight. Renault, who was squinting and enjoying, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Jun and said, "It's getting late, I want to stay here for a while, you go in and rest first." After Jun heard Renault's words, she didn't ask any further questions, she just nodded and replied, "Then I'll go first, you should rest early too." After Jun said something to Renault, she walked into the small house without looking back. She was afraid that she would be reluctant to let Renault leave as soon as she turned around, so she didn't even dare to look back. Renault looked at Jun's back, and sighed secretly in his heart, looking at her abnormal appearance today. She probably already knew that she had lied to her, and she probably realized her abnormal performance today. "Let's go now." At this time, Renault finally wanted to understand that when this girl said she wanted to slap her words today, she was just talking in anger. Jun obviously sensed that he was about to leave, so he said that on purpose in order not to drag him down. Alas! What a sin! 33. Renault knew that although this girl sometimes looks like a silly white sweet, but she just hasn't experienced much, so she looks like a silly white sweet. But this girl's IQ is not low, on the contrary, her IQ is still very high, and it is normal to be able to detect his abnormality. Renault secretly decided in his heart to leave something for her when he left, just as a token of his love, and he will come and take her away when he grows up in the future. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the girl away, but staying in the marine at her age was good for her growth. If he is with him, it will limit her growth, because he is too young and there are so many daughters-in-law to support, and he will definitely not have too many opportunities for experience. So taking it with me does more harm than good, so let her grow up in marine first, and it won't be too late to pick the fruit when it's ripe, and then she can still be angry with that old yen coin in the Warring States period. Renault shook his head vigorously, tossed all these bad things out, and stopped thinking about these bad things. As Renault waited quietly, at midnight, after completing the check-in task, he went to empty the vaults, and then he was ready to leave. 1-2 midnight. Time passed quickly, and it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Renault, who was squinting and waiting, also slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Host time is up, do you want to start clocking now? When Renault heard the system's reminder, he replied without thinking, the system will start punching me right away. Renault has been lying down since the afternoon, just waiting for this moment. Now that the time is up, If he hasn't clocked in, when will he wait? Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully clocking in Naval Headquarters. Rewards are being distributed. When Renault heard the notification sound from the system, he immediately showed a look of anticipation. He was not so excited when the lottery was drawn. Because he knew that the chances of getting good things in the lottery are not high, but the punch-in tasks will definitely produce good things, and whether it is an item or an ability, it is all perverted, so he is so excited. Moreover, the previous punch-in forces have released space coordinates, awakening the heaven-defying good things like Haki cards. Now this time is longer than the time for the check-in force, and there is still half of the address check-in task. What kind of reward will he be given? Of course he is excited. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for getting 1, a devil fruit. Congratulations to the host, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This time the Naval Headquarters address check-in task takes half as long as the force check-in task, and the rewards are doubled directly, with 300 attribute points, a devil fruit, and a pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing these 3 rewards, Renault almost jumped up with excitement, and secretly sighed in his heart. It's not unreasonable that the address check-in task takes a long time, this reward is really awesome. Renault was excited for a few minutes, then gradually calmed down, and then he couldn't wait to instruct the system. The system pulled out the annotation of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for me. I want to see what these eyes are. Which 2 heaven-defying abilities? Fur flowers. Renault has also watched this anime in his previous life, and of course he knows that Mangekyo Sharingan has 2 abilities, one for each of his left and right eyes, and these abilities are very heaven-defying. So he didn't see the other 2 abilities the same, and now he only sees this pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan comment, this is a pair of eyes from a certain world, each with an ability, the left eye, Kamui, right, Tsukuyomi. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's commentary is very long. Renault took a few minutes to read it, because this ability is really too fancy. 0. The left and right eyes are separated into Kamui and Tsukuyomi, and the combination is the strongest state of these eyes, Susanna. After Renault read Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's commentary, the whole person was so excited that he couldn't help himself. He secretly sighed in his heart, the life-saving ability is already full. In the future, I can wave as much as I want. With these eyes, even if I want to die, it will be difficult for me to die. Although this eye can't make up for his lack of physical strength, the ability of Kamui's left eye gives him the ability to be invincible. If he can't beat him, he hides in the Kamui space, and then he keeps using his mind power. Throw the big move out. If he really uses this style of play, it is estimated that no one in the entire pirate world is his opponent. Renault has always been worried about the lack of physical strength before, because the top powerhouses are very strong, and even if they are hit, they can still bear it. Therefore, these top powerhouses would only fight for several days, and the 2 marine admirals in the future would fight for 10 days and 10 nights before deciding the winner. His psychic power is really strong, but he is like a mage, and his output burst is as crisp as a piece of paper. As long as he is touched by such a top powerhouse, there is almost no chance of him surviving, so he has been developing and not going out to do things. But now that he has these eyes, he finally no longer needs to live. Renault just wants to say, I am invincible, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 87. After Renault looked at the annotation for a while, he directly instructed the system will integrate Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for me. 35. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is not like Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he uses too much pupil power, he will not become blind, so Renault chooses fusion without hesitation. If it is just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he may also need to consider whether to merge the pair of eyes. But if Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is the case, he almost doesn't need to think about it, he just chooses fusion. The ability without side effects is a fool if he doesn't fuse. After all, there are so many skills that don't overwhelm you. Okay, please wait for host. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, in the process of fusion. After Renault heard the sound of the system, he felt a cool feeling in his eyes, and he said to himself, it's not painful, it's not itchy, and it's a little more comfortable, unlike the protagonists of the novels who are in so much pain. This is the system. The correct way to open it. Ding! Congratulations to host, the fusion of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is successful. Renault heard that the system had successfully merged him, and immediately began to try to use the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. When Renault began to inject pupil power into his eyes immediately began to change, the pupils turned blood red, and there was a black windmill inside, which was turning, looking very sinister. Renault tried using the Kamui ability, and he was immediately sucked into the Kamui space. He could choose to be seen by people in the real world, or he could choose not to be seen by people in the real world. But even if he was seen by others, no one could attack him, because it was just a shadow from the Kamui space. But although it is just a shadow, it is no different from a real person, except that others can't touch his shadow. If others attack his shadow, the attack will pass through the shadow, just like the shadow does not exist in the world. Renault can instantly appear in the shadow's position, or he can instantly return to the Kamui space. After playing with the Kamui ability for a while, Renault couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With this ability to defend himself, it is estimated that in the future, his enemies will not even be able to touch the corners of his clothes. After Renault put away Sharinon, he remembered that he still had a devil fruit, and immediately instructed the system. The system pulled out the annotation of that devil fruit. What ability do I want Kong to be? Okay, please wait for host. Devil fruit annotation. This is a natural devil fruit from the world of One Piece. Ability, lightning, defect, fear of sea water, fear of sea stone. After Renault read the annotations, he asked the system with a confused expression, FK. System, are you cutting off Enel's fruit of thunder in the future? 35. Although the ability column of the system annotation only has the word thunder and lightning, but the natural lightning ability of the pirate world has only one thunder fruit, so isn't this the future Enel's thunder fruit? Host, your thinking has fallen into a misunderstanding. As long as the pirate world is currently unowned, it belongs to this system. This system robs him of future opportunities. What can he do to this system? What kind of onion is his Enel? When Renault heard the system's answer, he straightened his face in confusion. When he came back to his senses, he secretly spit out, FK. I thought he was shameless enough, but he didn't expect his system to be better than him. Shameless, he can be so righteous and assertive when he grabs other people's opportunities. It really deserves to be his system. Really, it's not that one family does not enter the house. Thinking of Renault here, he prepared to add attribute points to himself, and directly instructed the system will add attribute points to me, 100 points of telepathy, 100 points of body, 50 points of swordsmanship, and 50 points of speed. Each strength increases by 25. Renault consistency directly added all the attribute points obtained just now. This time the improvement is bigger than any previous one. Sure enough, the address check-in task rewards are richer. In the process of adding attribute points. Congratulations to host, adding attribute points successfully. When Renault heard the sound of the system prompt, he could immediately feel his physical weakness and a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. However, he can clearly feel that the biggest changes are the power of mind and physical strength. After all, adding 100 attributes directly is no joke. After Renault got used to the changes in his body, he instructed the system again, the system will open the attribute panel for me. Renault wants to see his own attributes, this time adding so many attribute points at one time, the growth should be great. Host Personal Properties Panel. Name, Alpha Library Renault. Age, 7. Body, 325-1000. Strength, 115-1000. Speed, 120-1000. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, Observation Haki, full level, Swordsmanship, 225-1000. Weapon, a good and quick knife. Ability, Psychodynamic, 491,000, Space Coordinates. Bailey, 4.68 billion. System Wall, activated. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open task, 0. Evaluation, Do not use ability, Marine Vice Admiral level police officer, full shot, invincible in the world. Renault saw the comment in the back column, and although he was already prepared, he was still shocked by the words invincible in the world, and thought to himself, that is to say, if he is going all out now, is there no one in the world who is his opponent? Although Renault doesn't have the ability, his physical strength and some skills are only at the Vice Admiral level, but his heaven-defying ability is too much, which directly sends him to an invincible height. After seeing the evaluation of Renault, I am so excited that I just want to sing a song. Invincible is so lonely. After Renault had a good time in the small yard, he walked into the small house and found a piece of paper and a pen to write 2 sentences, eat this token of love, and I will pick you up when I grow up. After Renault wrote the small note, he came to the door of Jun's room, knocked on her door, and after putting down a devil fruit and a small note, he walked out of the small house and disappeared into the darkness. Jun obviously hadn't fallen asleep, and within a few seconds of the knock on the door, footsteps could be heard from inside the room. Greg. Jun opened the door excitedly, only to find that there was no one outside the door, and then lowered her head with a disappointed look. Just when she saw something on the ground, she immediately bent down to pick it up. After reading the small note, Jun showed a happy and excited expression, and then took a bite of the devil fruit. Devil fruit is very unpalatable, she only needs to take 1 bite, but she has a happy smile on her face, 1 bite after another, and she eats it with relish, as if it is some kind of delicacy from the mountains and seas. Renault, who had not left here at this time, was hiding in the dark to observe, originally wanted to remind her aloud that the devil fruit only needs to be eaten. But when Renault saw the happy smile on her face, he immediately dismissed the idea, sighed inwardly and said, "This girl is from the elite training camp, it is impossible not to know about demons. As for the fruit, the reason why she continues to eat it may be because this is what she gave her." Thinking of Renault here, he took a deep look at Jun again, and then turned to leave here, secretly making a decision in his heart that he must come to pick up this eldest daughter-in-law in the future, but he can't live up to her sincerity. Jun ate the devil fruits 1 bite after another. After standing at the door of the room and waiting for a while, she turned around and went back to the room after she was sure that Renault had not appeared. She said to herself, "I'll wait here. You must come to pick me up in the future, my little man." After Renault left the small house, he didn't go far, just came to a small corner of the small yard, and then waved his hand, and a ball of golden power flew out of his hand. After the golden energy flew out, it landed on the ground, and then slowly turned into a golden energy gate. After Renault returned to his senses and glanced at the small house, he walked directly into the golden energy gate. After Renault disappeared into the golden energy gate, the golden energy gate slowly disappeared in place after a while. Inside the small house next door, Qin, who was sleeping on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the small house on Renault's side, then he said to himself, "Strange. How did that kid's breath suddenly disappear without a trace? Did that kid use his abilities again in a sleepwalking state?" Although Renault's doubts have been resolved, the Warring States period did not let Qin evacuate here. Because he didn't want to let go of the genius Renault, who was so young and so powerful, if he became an enemy in the future, he might be another troublesome enemy, so he wanted to take Renault to Marine before he grew up. From the camp. Therefore, the Warring States period left Qin as Marine's lobbyist. If he said it nicely, he was a lobbyist, but if he said it badly, he was brainwashing Renault. But as far as Renault's head is concerned, how could he be brainwashed by Qin successfully? It would be good that Qin was not brainwashed by Renault in turn. Qin swept the surroundings several times with his knowledge, and after confirming that there was no smell of Renault, he immediately picked up the phone that contacted Warring States and dialed it directly. Blur bloom, blum blum. Renault disappeared here for no reason, he had to report to Admiral. Chapter 88. Ka sauce. Qin's phone worm just dialed the phone for a while, and was answered by the other side, and then a lively youth sounded and asked, "Qin is so late, what's the matter with the phone worm?" 39. Hearing Warring States' question, Qin said nonsense, straight to the point, Xianxi Admiral, that kid from Renault suddenly disappeared in the small house, what should I do now? When the warring states heard Qin's words, they immediately asked, is it possible that he just went out? Have you searched nearby? Hearing warring states' inquiry, Qin replied helplessly, I can be quite sure about Xianxi Admiral, just before the boy disappeared, he was still in the small house, but suddenly disappeared without a trace. Although Qin was sleeping just now, he didn't slept too deadly. He had been covering his surroundings with the color of seeing and hearing, so he would know the first time when Renault disappeared. And just when the two were talking on the phone, Renault had already appeared in a vault. No matter what the 3, 7, or 21, when he rushed up, he was just groping. As his hand touched the gold and silver jewelry, all these things were gone, disappeared 170 in situ. When warring states heard Qin's answer, he spread observation haki to the limit with a little disbelief, trying to find Renault's trace. After a while, he found that Renault was in the vault. Warring states, who found Renault's trace, said directly to the phone bug with a black face, the little BD is now in the number 3 vault. I'll go ahead first, come and join me right away. Crack. After warring states finished speaking, he hurriedly hung up the phone bug before Qin could respond, and immediately rushed out of the office. Hey! 99. Going straight to the number 3 vault, the speed is as fast as lightning, and passers-by can only see a shadow rushing past. Did a shadow rush past just now? 35. I didn't see it, it should be your hallucination. Forget it, it might really be my hallucination. 99. One of the 2 marine soldiers who were patrolling saw the shadow and asked his companion beside him, but his companion lost his mind and didn't see the shadow. So the soldiers who saw the shadow thought it was just a hallucination, so they didn't pay much attention to it, and the matter was left to nothing. On the other hand, Qin heard the words of the warring states period and saw the phone bug that hung up. After being stunned for a while, he finally recovered, walked out of the small house without a word, and went straight to the number 3 vault. Go! Call out! Qin was as fast as lightning, running on the road just like the warring states period, only a white shadow could be seen, and by coincidence, it just happened to fly past the 2 soldiers just now. You, did you see that? I also saw a white shadow. You said there might be ghosts? Ghost, you big-headed ghost, that's because the powerhouse is too fast, so you can only see a shadow. And the shadow is white, it may be Marine's strong man, he has something to do, so they all went in the direction just now. Who? That's good. That's good. Of the 2 marine soldiers, one was obviously a recruit, who didn't know anything and was timid, and the other was calm and knowledgeable. He was obviously a veteran. After the veteran explained the recruit gradually eased up. Then shall we report it to the superior? What if those 2 were enemies just now? If those 2 guys were enemies just now, we wouldn't be alive, we should all go to see Hades together now. But even if I know it's my own, I still have to report it. After all, this is our job. Immediately after, the 2 marine soldiers reported the situation to their superiors. After their superiors received the news, they just asked them to continue patrolling Marineford and report to him as soon as possible. They didn't need to take care of it. After receiving the order, the 2 marine soldiers ignored the previous affairs and resumed patrolling in Marineford. Following the reports of the 2 soldiers just now, their superiors also reported up layer by layer. The senior marines who had already fallen asleep were alarmed one after another, and they all got up from their beds and rushed to Naval Headquarters building, to attend the meeting of the just-empty Fleet Admiral Provisional Decision. Originally, it should be the Warring States Management, because Air Fleet Admiral has already handed over all matters of Marine to Warring States, to prepare for Warring States to take office as Marine Fleet Admiral in the near future. But Marine executives couldn't get in touch with Sengoku, so they could only contact Air Fleet Admiral to deal with the matter. The reason why Marine's senior management was almost alarmed was not entirely because of the situation reported by the 2 soldiers just now. The main reason was that they couldn't get in touch with the Warring States period, so they got up from the bed in shock. Just now, the Warring States hurried out of the office, and they didn't bring the phone bug on them, and their knowledge was not as strong as that of the Warring States, so there was no way to find the Warring States in a short time. So after they found out that they couldn't get in touch with the Warring States, they thought that something big had happened, and even the Warring States could not come out to answer their calls. So they all got up from the bed in shock, and then they all went to find Fleet Admiral to preside over the overall situation. What this group of Marine executives didn't know was that the current Warring States just wanted to smoke a disobedient child. In the eyes of the Warring States period, Renault was just a disobedient child. Because of his criminal record, he thought that this time Renault was just acting as a demon like last time. So he just wanted to slap this arrogant boy for a meal, but he didn't expect that by accident, the entire Marine executives were directly alerted. What the Warring States didn't expect was that this time Renault wasn't acting as a demon, but wanted to empty out their Marines' treasury. Warring States ran as fast as lightning, and he arrived at the number 3 vault in no time, but when he walked into the vault was already empty, and countless treasures were gone, and the initiator of this matter, Renault, but not in the vault. When Warring States saw the situation in the vault, he almost fainted before his eyes. At this time, he also noticed something was wrong, and cursed in his heart, the little BD must have done the disappearance of all the treasures. Did the little BD come this time the treasury, not just to humiliate Marine like last time, but really to steal the treasure? Chapter 89. Warring States looked at the empty vault in front of him, and stood there in a daze, without regaining his senses for a long time. He couldn't figure out why Renault would do this, even if he could empty the vault, but this is Naval Headquarters, not a place to come and go. When Warring States was thinking about this, he suddenly remembered Renault's space ability, his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and secretly guessed in his heart, that little BD's space ability can't be controlled, right? Da-da-da. Just when the Warring States period was still stunned, footsteps sounded at the door of the vault, and they slowly walked into the vault. Qin had just arrived here from the guest area, when he saw the stunned Warring States and asked, "Admiral, Renault, isn't that 170 kid here?" 35. After the Warring States heard Qin's voice, he gradually recovered, but he did not answer Qin's question, but asked, "Qin, you said that boy, is it possible that he has been able to control the space ability freely, or that the kid has always been able to control the spatial ability freely?" 35. After hearing Sengoku's question, Qin thought for a while, then shook his head and analyzed, if he can control the space ability recently, it makes sense. If he has always been able to control the space ability, why is he under house arrest by us? Did not leave? To know his spatial ability, but he can cross the island, and we didn't bring him a sea stone, he would have no trouble getting out of here. They would never have guessed that not only was Renault able to leave here at any time, but he was also the result of his single-handed planning when he was slapped by the bear to Marineford. They can't even guess such a thing, let alone guess the purpose of Renault's coming to Marineford. They probably can't understand the existence of the punch card system. After Sengoku heard Qin's analysis, he nodded in agreement, and then he did not say a word, turned on observation Haki, and searched for Renault's trace in Marineford. Warring States swept his eyes for a while, his complexion just recovered a little, and instantly darkened again, looked at Qin and said, "That little BD is now in another vault a few hundred meters away from here." They were almost a few hundred meters away from here just now, but when they arrived here, Renault had already emptied the vault and appeared a few hundred meters away. This made the two of Warring States immediately realize that Renault had really been able to control the space ability, because just now they went all out to rush over. If Renault has not yet mastered the space ability, it is impossible to be faster than them. After evacuating the vault, he can still run hundreds of meters away, then the answer is already obvious, Renault has been able to control the space ability. Thinking of Qin here, looking at Warring States, he took the lead and asked, "Senshi Admiral, are we going to another vault now to catch that kid?" Warring States heard Qin's question, and after thinking for a while, he said with an ugly face, "That little BD has the ability to space, and the speed is many times faster than us. When we got there, it is estimated that the vault was already like it's been emptied here. When the warring states said this, he paused for a while, and then ordered to Qin, "You go to contact the strong people who are now in the headquarters, and let them go to each vault to guard. I will go to one of the vaults first. Just wait and see." "I see." Qin also knows the seriousness of the situation. If one of them is not handled well tonight, their marine treasury probably won't be able to keep a single one, so he doesn't talk nonsense, and after agreeing, he will contact the Naval Headquarters powerhouse. After the warring states saw that Qin had left here, he went directly to the vault not far from where Renault was now. The vault where Renault is now. After Renault entered the vault, he started to use it without saying a word. Every time he touched something, there would be one less thing in the vault. While touching the treasures in the vault, Renault muttered, It's all me." Renault was very excited to touch the treasure at first, but gradually he felt that it was too troublesome and a waste of time. Touching treasures is exciting, but if you keep doing one thing over and over again, no matter how exciting it is, you will probably feel numb if you do too much. Thinking of Renault here, he directly complained to the system, "The system you need to touch before you can put it into the system space is not humanized at all, so you can't just search it and put it all away?" Ding! Host, system space can be upgraded. The space will become larger after the upper level, and there will be more functions than now. There may be the function that host said to search and put everything away. When Renault heard that the system space could be upgraded, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up and asked, "Since the system space can be upgraded, is the system also wide enough to be upgraded?" The system can indeed be upgraded, but with the Bailey that host has now, it is simply not enough to upgrade the system, so wake up. Sao Nian. Hearing the system's ridicule, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then asked, "How much Bailey does it take to upgrade the system?" Although Renault also wants to know how much it takes to upgrade the system, since the system has already said that, the Bailey needed is estimated to be an astronomical figure, so he still doesn't know. After all, the system is enough for him now. It doesn't matter if you upgrade or not. Upgrading the system space only needs 10 billion Baileys. 10 billion Baileys can't be bought, and you can't be fooled by buying 100 million Baileys. Space is expanded 10 times, and the functions are more user-friendly. You deserve to have a host. When Renault heard the system's answer, he cursed with a black face, "Go system, go as far as you go." 99. He has been busy for so long tonight. After collecting nearly 2 vaults, it is only 10 billion Baileys. It takes 10 billion Baileys to upgrade the system space. It's not that the current system space is unusable, it's just not humane enough, so let's take it slow. Thinking of Renault here, he stopped paying attention to the Go system and continued his gold-fingering career. Originally, there were few treasures left in this vault, and he finished touching them in a short while. Chapter 90. After Renault put away all the treasures in the vault, he didn't stop there any longer. He waved his hand straight ahead, and a ball of golden energy flew out, and then slowly turned into a golden energy gate. Seeing that the golden energy gate had taken shape, Renault walked directly into the golden energy gate. There were still 3 vaults waiting for him to move. He couldn't waste too much time here. When Renault came to visit the site last time, he left spatial coordinates in the 5 vaults. He didn't know if there were any other vaults. Anyway, after a month of observation, he only found these 5 vaults. What Renault didn't know was that the space channel he opened just now happened to be the vault where the warring states were now, and now the warring states were waiting for him to be delivered to the door. But even if Renault knew that the warring states period was on the opposite side, he probably wouldn't take it to heart. After all, he was not worthy of these top powerhouses now. The treasury where the warring states period is located. Sengoku, who was closing his eyes and waiting quietly for Renault to come, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky above a pile of gold coins, and a cloud of golden energy suddenly appeared. The golden energy became more and more, and then began to change, and gradually formed a golden gate. Warring states saw the golden energy gate not far away, and secretly guessed in his heart, "Is this the space ability of that little BD?" Just when the warring states period was still guessing whether this gate was Renault's ability, a small head inside one of the gates came out first. As soon as Renault got out of a small head, he immediately stood there, cursing inwardly, how could this old yen coin appear here? Could it be that he has been discovered so soon? Renault is really a bit confused now. It's only been more than 10 minutes since he left the small house. As a result, looking at the current state of the Warring States period, it seems that he is waiting here for him to fall into the trap. Renault thought of Qin, who had been living next door, and secretly guessed in his heart, I guess that as soon as he left the small house, that BD had already discovered it, and then reported it directly to this old yen coin. Thinking of Renault here, he stretched out a paw from the space passage, shook his little paw, and said hello with a smile, hello. Good evening, Uncle Marine. When Warring States heard Renault's voice, he gradually regained his senses, and then he cursed with a dark face, you little BD came to empty the vault, what are you trying to do? The current mood of the Warring States period is as bad as it gets. Since the battle with the Whitebeard Pirates, the marine warships suffered heavy losses, and they have been miserable in the past 2 years. He worked diligently for 2 years to restore Marine's strength, and Renault moved 2/5 of the wealth he managed to save in the past 2 years. Could he be in a bad mood? Hearing the questioning from the Warring States period, Renault replied with an innocent look, I heard a big sister say that men will become bad if they have Baileys, and if you Marine have so many Baileys, then you Marines will still be bad. Shouldn't it be broken to the core? So in order not to make your Marines go bad, I came here to empty the vault, although I may become a bad guy after I get these Baileys. When Renault said this, he showed an appearance of seeing through the red dust, looked up at the sky ceiling, and asked faintly, but if I don't go to hell, who goes to hell? 35. Hearing Renault's answer, Warring States almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. With a dark face, he asked mockingly, then do I want to thank you, and would rather give up myself to save our Marine? It was the first time in the Warring States period that he saw a person who could steal and speak so fresh and refined. He had seen a shameless person, but a shameless person like Renault was really a little girl on a sedan chair. It was the first time. See you. Hearing the words of Warring States, Renault waved his hand as if he didn't understand what he said, and said, it's not necessary to thank me. If you really want to thank me, then let me empty the vault. Renault himself didn't know what was going on. As soon as he saw the Warring States period, he wanted to get angry with this old yen coin. Maybe this is the so-called natural enemy. Haha. When Warring States heard that Renault was still thinking about emptying the treasury, he immediately laughed angrily, then glared at Renault and said, if I'm here today, you won't even want to take away even a single Bailey. When Renault heard the confident words of Warring States, he thought viciously in his heart, today, I will not only empty the treasury, but also empty it under the eyes of you, an old yen coin, so mad at you, an old yen coin. Thinking of Renault here, with a foolish look on his face, he looked at the Warring States and said, since Uncle Marine wants to play with me, then I'll have a good time with you. Today, I will not only empty 5 vaults, but also empty it under your nose. If you have the ability, try to see if you can stop me. After Renault finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to the Warring States period, and walked directly to the mountains of treasures. If no one else started to touch the gold, as long as he touched Warren, what kind of treasures would instantly disappear without a trace? When Warring States heard Renault's words and saw his actions of collecting the treasure now, he trembled with anger, and then yelled at Renault, don't think that you have the space ability and I can't help you, let me today. Come and teach you a good lesson, so that you know what it means to be outside people, and there are heavens outside. After the Warring States period, he began to use his abilities, and a golden light began to emerge from his body, and then his body began to grow slowly, and he completed the transformation of the Buddha into Yun after a while. Taken from Zhao. After Renault noticed the movement behind him, he had no intention of turning his head, and continued to touch the Golden Mountain. Although Renault didn't turn around to talk about the Warring States period, he secretly activated the ability of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, and saw that his eyes and pupils instantly turned blood red, and there was a windmill inside. Boom! The moment Warring States completed his transformation, he rushed towards Renault with all his strength, and he stepped out of a big hole in the same place, but his people had disappeared in place. When Warring States reappeared, he had already come behind Renault. His speed was as fast as lightning, like a teleportation. He raised his palm with a large door. He slapped Renault with a slap in the air, and a golden shock wave flew out from the palm of the Warring States period and charged directly behind Renault. Chapter 91. Boom, Rumble. 35. The shock wave from the Warring States period passed directly through Renault's body and hit the wall in front of Renault. The shock wave from the Warring States period just blasted a large depression on the top, and the wall was not penetrated. It is estimated that the wall of the vault was made of special materials. Sengoku saw his attack, as if it went directly through Renault's body, and was secretly surprised. He had already hit his body, but strangely passed through the body and hit the wall in front of him. This little BD isn't force space? How can a superhuman space fruit person have abilities similar to those of a natural type? Although the Warring States period did not see Renault's ability to use, but this kind of incredible thing, only Devil Fruit ability can do, so he guessed that this should be Renault's ability. But this ability, which is like a natural system that can't be hit, made him start to doubt Renault's ability. It is possible that Renault is not a superhuman space fruit person, but a natural fruit person, right? But as soon as this idea appeared, he was immediately ruled out, because when Renault came over before, he did use the space ability. Couldn't this little guy have two fruit abilities? Now the Warring States period is one big and two big. How can one person have two completely different abilities? As soon as this idea appeared, Warring States felt that he was crazy, otherwise he would have such an idea. Just when the Warring States period was thinking about it, Renault saw the big pit in front of him and swallowed secretly. If the mud horse hit him, he would not go directly to the Lord of Hell for tea. Thinking of Renault here, although he had lingering fears, he did not panic at all on the surface, turned his head and made a face at the Warring States, then said with a smile, "Uncle Marine, if you try harder, maybe the next attack will hit me." 99. When Renault turned around, his red pupil eyes, as well as the big windmill that was spinning, were all exposed under the eyes of Warring States. When Warring States saw Renault's blood-red eyes, a sense of extreme danger came to his heart, and he was secretly surprised. Garp said that the danger that this little BD felt should be his evil eyes. Thinking of the Warring States period here, he ignored Renault's words, but slapped him in Renault's direction again. In an instant, it was a shock wave of ability, which charged towards Renault at a speed like lightning. Renault did not dodge just like before, as if he was waiting to die on the spot. He still looked at the Warring States with a smile on his face, and he didn't even look at the shock wave that was about to hit him. Boom, rumble. 99. The shock wave from the Warring States period passed through Renault as before, hitting the wall behind him, and Renault was still standing unscathed. Warring States, who watched this scene the whole time, widened his eyes like an angry King Kong. He didn't see it clearly for the first time just now. But this time he could see clearly that Renault wasn't dodging his attack, he was attacking directly through his body. Could it be that he is really not a superhuman space ability person, but a natural ability person, or is he really an ability person with two fruit abilities? Renault uses Sharingan's Kamui ability, which is also a space ability. When the Warring States attacked just now, he directly entered the Kamui space. After the attack passed through his body, he immediately reappeared in the shadows position. As a result, he seemed to use the elementalization of the natural system just now. The reason why Warring States guessed that Renault is not a space-capable person is because he knows nothing about space, but if he knows a little about space, it is estimated that this situation will not happen. Warring States, who couldn't figure out what was going on, looked at Renault with an ugly face and asked directly, one time it's the ability to travel through space, and another time it's the ability to transform into elements. What is your ability, little BD? As soon as Lei heard Warring States' question, he immediately guessed that he regarded Kamui as an elementalization, but he didn't explain it, and said with a dazed expression, "I won't tell you, you can guess by yourself." Bar. Flowers 0. When Renault said this, he started to be funny again, made a face and said, "A little bit, I'll ask you if you're angry." "Are you angry?" When Warring States heard Renault's very rude words, he almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. His face was as ugly as it was, and he said fiercely, "You little BD, don't think that you have the ability of space and elementalization. I thought I couldn't do anything about you, but today I'll show you what it means to be tall." When Renault heard the words of Warring States, he didn't mean to retort, but said with a lack of interest, "Uncle Marine, you attack slowly, I won't play with you anymore, I still have so much treasure to collect, no free to play with you." 0. After Renault finished speaking, he didn't wait for the Warring States to answer, he turned around and continued to touch the gold, as if he regarded the Warring States as air. If there is no other person's madness to move treasures, as he touches gold faster and faster, the treasures in the treasury become less and less. When Warring States saw Renault's actions, and when he didn't have the usual way of moving treasures, he was immediately trembling with anger, and yelled out in anger, "Little BD! You're courting death." 5. Surge. After the Warring States period finished scolding, he rushed directly to Renault, fast as lightning, and appeared behind Renault in an instant. His palm immediately covered the armed color Haki, and then he slapped Renault's back with a slap. When the Warring States slapped the past, he also said cursingly, "The elementalization of the natural system is not invincible, the armed color Haki can encounter the elementalization, and today I will show you, what is the real top, powerful." The words of the Warring States have not been finished yet, as if his hands were not covered with the armed color Haki, his palms did not touch Renault's body, but passed directly through Renault's body. Due to inertia, Warring States passed through Renault's body directly and slammed into the treasure mountain in front of Renault. Boom rumble. The treasure mountain was hit by the Warring States and flew all over the sky, and then flew out to the surrounding area, and then scattered on the ground. Chapter 92. Renault saw the Warring States that crashed into the mountain of treasure, and immediately laughed and laughed, "Uncle Marine, you crashed into the mountain of treasure by yourself, shouldn't you be trying to blackmail yourself?" Renault knew that the Warring States period was not for this purpose. After all, this old yen coin was also a marine admiral, so he wouldn't use this shameless method to deceive people. Renault just saw the current appearance of the Warring States period, very similar to the old man who liked to deceive people in his previous life, so he deliberately said the old yen coin of anger. The current appearance of the Warring States is indeed easy to make people think a lot. What they know is that because he can't hit the target with his attacks, the cause of the instability of the center of gravity is the reason. Those who don't know it think that he wants to deceive people. Renault sneered at the Warring States period, and the movements of his hands did not stop, and he kept loading treasures into the system space. Boom! Wow la la! The Warring States period buried in the treasure mountain, as if he was angry when he heard Renault's words, waved his hand directly inside, only to hear a bang. 23 All the treasures that were on him were turned upside down, and the treasures in the treasury were scattered in every corner. After the Warring States lifted up the treasure that was on his body, he saw that he was relatively safe and unlucky, and that he was still receiving the treasure if there was no one else, so he was furious and shouted loudly, "You little BD, if you dare to take these treasures, we Marine will never let you go." 35. The Warring States period really had nothing to do with Renault. When he passed through Renault just now, he had realized that in a short period of time, there was nothing he could do about Renault. Because he couldn't touch Renault with Haki just now, he could use Haki to deal with elementalization before, but now Haki can't touch Renault either. It will definitely take a lot of time to figure out a way to deal with Renault, but Renault is now just focusing on collecting the treasure, ignoring him. Obviously he doesn't want to entangle with him too much, and leaves after taking the treasure. Here, Renault wouldn't give them the time to let Marine figure out a way to deal with him, and even if they were given time, they wouldn't necessarily be able to figure out a way to deal with Renault. Warring States just thought of these interests, so he could only threaten Renault, and wanted Renault to give up taking these treasures. After all, this is all their Marine's property. If Renault really takes it away, the consequences are really unimaginable. Hearing the threat from the Warring States period, Renault finally stopped what he was doing, turned his head and said with a sarcastic expression, "If I didn't have any ability, I would still be under house arrest in the small house by you, even though you didn't later. You're limiting my freedom, but you put Qin next to me. Do you really think I don't know your purpose? And even if I don't take these treasures today, if I don't agree to join your marine, will your marine let me go? Although you have released my house arrest on the spot, but I can only stay in Marineford. Isn't this another kind of house arrest? Warring States has always kept a stunned expression since Renault opened his mouth. He didn't expect his thoughts. Renault has always known about it, he just pretended not to know. At this time, Warring States suddenly remembered what Garp said when he left, and he was secretly surprised and said, "This little BD is just like what Garp said, and he is not as smart as a child." It seems that he underestimated this little boy before. A hole. Halfway through Renault's speech, after a pause, he asked with a smile, "So, Uncle Marine, your threat is useless in my eyes, and why do you think that I would be afraid of you, Marine?" When Warring States heard Renault say that he was not afraid of Marine, he instantly recovered from his shock, and then retorted with the words of justice, "Because evil can never defeat justice, justice has always been the object of fear of evil people." Ha ha! When Renault heard Sengoku's answer, he laughed out loud, and then asked with a smile on his face, "Uncle Marine, do you dare to touch your slightly sagging conscience and say what you Marine can say to represent justice?" 55. Warring States was directly asked by Renault and was speechless. If he faced other people, he might have said it, but when facing Renault, it was impossible for him to say such a thing. Because Renault knew about O'Hara, he said this, not only could not refute Renault, but he was just humiliating himself. Although Warring States didn't want to admit what Renault said, he couldn't think of any reason to refute it, so he could only choose silence. Seeing that Warring States didn't say a word, Renault's face became even more sarcastic, and he said mercilessly, "Since you know that Marine can't represent justice, don't talk about justice, it will only make others laugh." Lost teeth. 55. After Renault finished speaking, he no longer cared about the old yen coin, but turned around and continued to touch the gold. He might as well move out and finish work earlier. Hearing Renault's merciless ridicule, Warring States finally stopped being silent. The anger in his heart erupted at this moment, and he roared at Renault and asked, "Don't think that you understand something when you see something. After all, if O'Hara doesn't use Buster Call, more people will die by then. Marine is just maintaining world peace." 173. Is this also wrong? Now Renault and the Warring States period belong to different worldviews. Renault heard the roaring questioning behind him, his hands stopped for a while, but he resumed collecting the treasure immediately, and then answered without looking back, "When a kingdom needs to sacrifice the lives of its own people to rule the people, when it comes to exchange for peace, then this kingdom is not far from its fall." When Warring States heard Renault's answer, he froze in place, as if he had grabbed something important, but he couldn't understand, what exactly was he grabbing. Although Marine was not a kingdom, the Warring States knew that what Renault was talking about was Marine, or more accurately, the world government, because Marine was the armed force of the world government. Just when the Warring States period was still cranky, Renault had already emptied the vault, not even letting go of the one that fell in the corner. In the system space. After doing all of this, Renault saw that the Warring States had been stunned, and secretly complained, "This old yen coin has been standing there for several minutes, shouldn't he become a fool?" Chapter 93. Just when Renault was complaining about the Warring States period, the Warring States period gradually came to his senses, and then he looked at Renault and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by what you said just now?" Warring States could feel that the words just now were clearly in the words, but he couldn't figure out what Renault meant anyway. If Renault knew what he was thinking, he would probably have complained, "If you can understand the thoughts and worldview of the pirate world, then you will be a ghost." The rulers of this world government, simply do not understand the importance of the common people to the rulers. The common people may be vulnerable individually, but the strength of unity can easily turn the world government upside down. Renault was about to leave here, but when he heard the question from the Warring States period, he said without looking back, "Those who lose the people's hearts lose the world, and those who win the people's hearts gain the world. The people are water, and the king's power is a boat. capsize. When Warring States heard Renault's explanation, this time he finally understood what Renault meant just now, and after understanding the Warring States, his eyes were full of shock. He was shocked by these words for a long time and did not recover. The whole person was stunned in place. After Renault finished speaking, he no longer cared about the Warring States behind him, and waved his hand directly to the front. A ball of golden energy flew out quickly, and then the golden energy slowly formed a golden energy gate. Renault saw that the golden energy gate had taken shape, and did not continue to delay here. He walked directly into the space passage, and disappeared into the space passage after a while, and the original golden energy gate also slowly disappeared in place. Warring States didn't recover until Renault walked into the golden gate, but he didn't make a move to stop it, because he didn't think of a way to deal with Renault for the time being, so his move was just in vain. Warring States stood on the spot and looked at the slowly disappearing energy gate, remembering what Renault said just now, and secretly sighed in his heart. In the future, this little BD may be the biggest enemy of the world government, and even the dragon is less than 1/10,000th of him. Let me see how far you can get. When Warring States thought of this, he sat directly on the ground, and did not go out to chase Renault, nor did he intend to leave the vault. Instead, he stayed quietly in the vault. Renault's words had a big impact on him just now. There are 3 reasons why the Warring States period did not chase Renault. First, he knew he couldn't catch up. Second, he couldn't stop him even if he did. Third, he didn't want to chase Renault. Because of Renault's remarks just now, his mentality has changed a bit, and the Warring States period feels that it may not be a good thing for the world to remain the same. Because Marine has always maintained world peace, but there has never been real peace. The seemingly peaceful world has many places like purgatory on Earth. But for these places, Marine has nothing to do. Some places dare not manage, and some places have no ability to manage, so the Warring States will give birth to the idea of wanting to change the world. Therefore, the Warring States did not have any intention of chasing after Renault's departure. It was too difficult for him to change the world, because Marine still had a world government on his head. But he believes that Renault, who can say those words, definitely has the ability and talent to change the world, so this is the fundamental reason why he is unwilling to stop Renault. Renault probably wouldn't have thought that just now he just pretended to be beeping when he wanted to leave, but he didn't expect it to change the mentality of Marine Fleet Admiral in the future. If Renault knew the thoughts of the Warring States period, he would probably have laughed and said, "Damn it! I just want to pretend to be a beep, and I can still make such a shit." The brain circuits of these people in the pirate world are really nothing but his transmigration. Can understand. Let's get down to business. At this time, Marineford still had 2 vaults, and now these 2 vaults were surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounded by Marine's strong men, and it was estimated that not a fly could fly in. At this time, in one of the vaults, all the 3 future admirals were sitting here, and there were several vice-admirals beside them, and there were hundreds of Marine soldiers around the vault with long spears surrounding the entire vault. Just as several vice-admiral were discussing how to catch Renault, a cloud of golden energy suddenly appeared on a pile of gold coins not far away from them, and then the golden energy rapidly changed into a golden energy gate. Coming! Everyone get ready! As soon as we see Renault appear, we attack. The vice-admirals in the vault right now, seeing the golden energy gate, immediately began to be on guard. Just when Vice-Admiral in the vault was facing a formidable enemy, Renault's little head came out of the space passage, saw a few people in the vault, shook his little hand and said hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. 55. The moment Renault saw these people, he turned on the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, red pupils appeared instantly, and the big windmill inside the pupils was turning, looking very evil and charming. After Renault greeted everyone, seeing that they ignored him, he walked out of the space passage slowly. Attack! Take him! As soon as Sakazuki saw Renault walk out of the space passage, he was the first to rush up, and the others were not far behind and followed in Sakazuki's footsteps. Several vice-admirals showed their magical powers, and all the attacks were thrown at Renault. Those who knew they wanted to capture Renault alive, and those who didn't know they thought they wanted to kill Renault. Renault watched the several vice admirals rushing over, and the accompanying attacks, and Cherinon began to spin. Boom, rumble. 35. Booming, fierce. 35. All the colorful attacks passed through Renault's body and bombarded the wall behind him, directly blasting the wall behind him into big holes of different sizes. How is this going? Is he also a natural ability person? He just used the space ability, he can't be the ability person of the nature department. The vice admirals in the vault all widened their eyes when they saw Renault, who was unscathed, looking at Renault in shock and talking about it. Chapter 94. Kizaru heard the discussion, and said bluntly, if you want to know whether he is a natural ability person, you can use the armed color haki to attack it and try it, don't you know? Call out. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, his whole body turned into a golden beam and rushed towards Renault. His speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he appeared behind Renault, his 2-meter-long legs immediately covered haki, and then he swept towards Renault's head. Boom, rumble. 99. Kizaru covered Haki's long legs and went straight through Renault's head. A golden beam shot out from his legs and hit the wall not far away, blasting the wall into a big hole. Before Kizaru was shocked, 173 met a pair of blood-red pupils, and there was still a big windmill spinning. The moment Kizaru met these eyes, he made his hair stand upside down, seeing, hearing and seeing crazy warning. Danger! Danger! Renault is not a person who can't fight back, even without the armed haki, he can still teach this guy an unforgettable lesson, which will make him detour when he sees him. Tsukuyomi. 39. Renault Eternal Mangekyo Cherinon, dribbling and turning, uses Tsukuyomi abilities directly, instantly pulling Kizaru into the Tsukuyomi world. Poor Asalino was stunned for a while when he saw Renault's eyes. When he came back to his senses, he was already tied to a cross, and the surrounding scene was no longer a vault, but a blood-red world. Even the sky is blood-red. Here is there. Let me go. Let me out. Seeing the scene around him and finding himself tied to the cross, Kizaru tried to break free with his ability, and he also tried to break free with brute force. But he found that he couldn't break free no matter what, and he couldn't even feel his ability, so he immediately shouted with fear on his face. Just as Kizaru was yelling, Renault slowly appeared at his present and said, "Welcome to my world, where time and space are all under my control." When poor Asalino saw Renault appear, he immediately guessed that Renault did it, so he asked directly, "Is it your fault that I appear here?" When Renault heard Kizaru's question, he replied with a smile, "Congratulations, you got it right, but unfortunately there is no reward." When Renault finished speaking, a knife appeared in his hand at some point, and he gestured on Kizaru's body and said, "I recently learned a swordsmanship, stabbing people 9, 9, and 80 times. With a single knife, it can avoid the key point with a knife and a knife. And after stabbing people, you can also guarantee that the person who was stabbed will not die. It's very fun. Would you like to try it?" When poor Asalino was halfway through Renault's speech, his eyes were full of fear, and he cursed wildly in his heart, "This little BD is definitely a devil, stabbing Kenpeka 9 times and 11 times on people, this is what a person can do." Something coming out. Puff. While Kizaru was still scolding Renault in his heart, he suddenly heard the sound of a sword piercing his body. Poor Asalino lowered his head in confusion, and saw a knife stuck in his chest. Blood was pouring out as if he didn't want money, and he scolded inwardly, "Ask me, okay. I don't even agree, what the hell is stabbed directly?" Renault looked at his masterpiece and said with a look of surprise, "Oh. There's a lot of blood. Next time, you have to poke a little shallower, or if this guy dies too quickly, I won't have to play." When poor Asalino heard Renault's words to himself, his eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Renault with fear and cursed, "You are a devil in human skin." Ah! When Kizaru came back to his senses from the confusion, he immediately felt a piercing pain, and he couldn't help screaming in pain, just like the screams of killing pigs. Kizaru was not afraid of the physical pain, but the fear in his mind made him step on the line on the edge of collapse almost all the time, and the slightest pain would be infinitely magnified. Renault looked at Porisalino's appearance, shook his head and said, "This guy is too bad, he has not even tried his best, he has repeatedly jumped on the edge of collapse, and his psychological quality is too bad." Although Renault saw that Kizaru had collapsed, he still hadn't avenged him. Of course, he couldn't let him go so easily. After all, he was very vindictive. How could he not let this guy pay the price? Thinking of Renault here, he immediately moved his hands and stabbed Porisalino's body one by one, but he didn't let him pass out. Puff puff dash. Ah. The devil, you're a devil. For a while, in the entire Tsukuyomi space, only the screams of Kizaru and the sound of Renault stabbed him one by one were left. Although a long time has passed in the Tsukuyomi world, the real world is only a moment in the past. Ah. The moment Kizaru returned to the real world, he knelt on the ground and screamed in pain, his face and eyes full of fear. Surge. 99. Kuzan saw Porisalino kneeling on the ground without warning and screaming in pain. He was stunned for a while, and when he recovered, he immediately rushed out and pulled him back, away from Renault's position. After Kuzan pulled Kizaru back to 0.4, he grabbed his shoulder and asked loudly, "What are you doing, Kizaru, are you alright?" And Kizaru didn't pay attention to him at all, and kept screaming, and even rolled on the ground, screaming while rolling, as if he was suffering from a very terrifying pondering. Seeing that Kizaru was so miserable, Kuzan looked at Renault with anger and asked loudly, "UBD, what did you do to Kizaru?" The Vice Admirals present were now shocked and angry, and they were shocked that they didn't even see Renault make a move, and Kizaru was already so miserable. They are angry that their companions have become like this, but they can't do anything about it, and they don't even know why he has become like this. Chapter 95. After Kuzan asked a sentence, he stared at Renault. He wanted to know whether Renault could turn a strong man into such a horrible appearance in an instant. If they don't understand Renault's attack methods, they will have no chance of winning against Renault. Kizaru is a good example. If they don't understand, they will be brought down directly, and they will be so miserable. The Vice Admirals in the vault all glared at Renault angrily, but none of them dared to attack rashly. After all, they don't want to become the ghost of Kizaru now, which will be weak if they can become strong. But it is this kind of person who is not weak in willpower, but now he has been broken down. You don't need to think about it to know that Kizaru should have experienced a very terrifying thing, but they don't know what it is. When Renault heard Kuzan's question, he pretended to be innocent and replied, "Uncle Marine, I don't know what happened, but everyone who attacked me seems to be like this Uncle Monkey," and suddenly fell to the ground miserably. She's yelling. 995. When Renault said this, he looked at Vice Admiral who was present, and suggested with an innocent look, "Actually, I also want to know what's going on, or Uncle Marine, come and try to attack me, maybe after the attack, you will be able to discover the secret." 35. When several Vice Admiral in the vault heard Renault's words, they rolled their eyes and cursed in their hearts. If Teddy knew the price of the secret and turned into a horrible appearance like Kizaru, then they would rather not know. They don't want to become such a ghost. Sakazuki saw that everyone didn't dare to step forward, and glanced at a few people with a disdainful expression on his face, and then said, "We are Marine who represent justice, how can we be afraid of people who are just evil? You don't deserve to wear this dress and be with you. It's just a shame." Sakazuki scolded the other Vice Admirals with an ugly face, and walked slowly in the direction of Renault. The few Vice Admirals present looked at their noses, as if they didn't hear Sakazuki's words. Because the Vice Admiral present, except the future 3 Admiral, the other Vice Admiral are not young, they have already passed their youthful age. So they can't do this kind of early bird thing. Since Sakazuki wants to be this early bird, why not let him scold him? Sakazuki walked towards Renault step by step, and halfway there, lava started to come out of his right arm. Immediately after that, he suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of Renault in an instant, his fist full of lava, slamming Renault with a savage punch. Dark Hound. The moment Sakazuki's lava fist was swung out, it turned into a dog's head and rushed towards Renault's head. However, the situation was still the same as before. His attack went straight through Renault's head, turning into a dog-headed lava fist, still maintaining a punching posture, but Renault didn't seem to exist. His fist was directly inserted into his head, but he couldn't touch him at all. Renault didn't even look at the lava fist that was attacking, but raised his head and glared at Sakazuki, instantly pulling him into the Tsukuyomi world, another period of pondering for dozens of hours. The moment Sakazuki returned to reality, like Kizaru, he knelt directly on the ground, holding his hair in pain and screaming like a pig. It looked as miserable as it was. The other Vice Admiral who had been staring intently at Renault just now were still stunned when they saw this scene. They are now full of thoughts. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? They didn't realize what was going on at all. They only saw that Sakazuki had attacked and then knelt down and screamed, and didn't even realize that Renault was attacking at all. It's normal that a few Marine Vice Admiral can't find it. After all, Renault's attack is an eye, and he can launch an attack just by looking at it. Not only have they never seen this kind of attack, they probably haven't even heard of it. Renault's face was full of innocence. He squatted down and leaned in front of Sakazuki, looked at the crowd and said, "He seems to be just like the old monkey uncle before, he looks miserable." When Renault was talking, a small knife suddenly appeared in his hand. This knife was very special because it was a stone knife, and then he stabbed Sakazuki in the chest without saying a word. Puff! Ah hole! Sakazuki didn't know if it was luck, or for other reasons. When Renault was about to stab him in the heart, he suddenly twisted his body, and the knife didn't stab him in the heart, but in his waist. "BD, what are you doing? Stop me! Hey, hee hee. Just when Renault didn't stab in the heart and wanted to make a shot, the other Vice Admirals all reacted and rushed towards Renault, carrying Sakazuki away from Renault's position. Seeing that Sakazuki was rescued, Renault had no intention of chasing after him, because he just wanted to get rid of this future threat for Ace on a whim. Moreover, he doesn't have Haki now. If he wants to kill these natural ability people with just a sea stone knife, it is not only difficult but also very troublesome. Guys! Thinking of Renault here, he no longer cares about these Marine Vice Admiral, but turned around and walked towards the treasure mountain in the vault, and immediately began to touch the gold without anyone else. Good luck with Zhao. Several Marine Vice Admiral were not far away, looking at Renault who was collecting the treasure in shock. They were deeply shocked by Renault's strangeness, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Kyuzan was the first to come back to his senses and saw Sakazuki, who was bleeding from a hole in his waist, suggested to the other Vice Admiral, "Sakazuki and Kizaru are not happy now. Quan, we can't do anything about that BD now. Why don't we go out and give them 2 treatments? 35. Let's go. Get out of here. What the hell? This kid is too evil, let's get out first and find Fleet Admiral for an idea." One of the Marine Vice Admiral, looking at the bleeding Sakazuki, said with fear, "This kid is not only evil, but also a thief." 35. Chapter 96. When everyone heard this Vice Admiral's words, they couldn't help shuddering when they thought of the grin on Renault's face, but suddenly took out his pocket knife. After some discussion, the Marine Vice Admiral all unanimously decided to leave the vault to find the empty Fleet Admiral to deal with. They don't want to be slapped with a waste, so it's better to go first. Immediately after, a few people picked up the miserable Sakazuki and Kizaru, and quickly exited the vault, smearing oil on the soles of their feet and running fast, as if there were some kind of beast in the vault. Renault didn't take the departure of these Marine Vice Admiral seriously, and now he only has the treasure mountain in front of him, and everything else has to stand aside and wait for him. Let's talk about gold. Time is in Renault's collection of treasures. 1 minute and 1 second passed, and I don't know how long it took. The treasures piled up in the treasury were finally collected by Renault. After Renault put away all the treasures, he didn't stop there for too long. He waved his hand directly in front of him, and a ball of golden energy quickly went out, and then slowly formed a golden energy gate. Seeing that the golden energy gate had been formed, Renault immediately walked in, and at the same time secretly guessed, "This is Marineford's last vault, who knows who will block it this time." Renault knew that since the previous vault was guarded by the Warring States period, and this vault was guarded by so many vice-admirals, there must be someone guarding the last vault. I just don't know if it could be the one he guessed in his heart, but no matter who guards the vault, they can't keep it today, who let them meet him next door. The last vault. This is just as Renault guessed. Not only are there hundreds of people around the vault holding guns and guns at the vault, they will attack if something goes wrong. There were several vice-admiral in the vault, along with Marine Fleet Admiral Kong, sitting in the vault as if they were waiting for Renault to come. The few vice-admirals who were in another vault with Renault just now, except for the two unlucky ones who fell, are all here at this time, reporting Renault's situation to Fleet Admiral Kong. Just as they were discussing Renault, a cloud of golden energy suddenly appeared over the mountain of treasure not far away, and then the golden energy slowly turned into a golden energy gate. Here comes the boy Fleet Admiral. In another vault just now, he also passed by like this, a passage suddenly appeared, and then he walked out. When Kong heard everyone's words, he nodded thoughtfully, but did not speak, but gradually looked at the golden energy gate. After the golden energy gate was formed, Renault also slowly walked out of the space passage. Seeing the senior Marine who was sitting, he greeted with a smile, "Hello. Uncle Marine, good evening." In the vault, except for the empty Fleet Admiral, all the Marine Vice-Admiral, who saw Renault, looked like they were facing a great enemy, especially the few people who had just met Renault just now, they all stared at him with fear. By Renault. Sora Fleet Admiral saw Renault come out, looked at Renault with a dark face and asked, "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Hearing Fleet Admiral's questioning, Renault tilted his head and replied, "I didn't actually think about the consequences, but what else can you Marines do to me besides being wanted?" Renault paused when he said this, and then said with a serious face, "But the wanted doesn't seem to be of any use to me. After all, as long as I don't want to be caught, you Marines can't catch me at all." When Gang Kong heard Renault's answer, he thought of the words from a few vice-admiral who said that he couldn't touch Renault, and asked with an ugly face, "I really want to know, what kind of ability is it that gives you such confidence?" When Renault heard Sora Fleet Admiral's question, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, looked at Sora Fleet Admiral with a foolish expression, and asked, "Only a fool would report his ability, and let the enemy study his own ability, an ability is used by him. Studying through is almost equal to death, do you think I'm a fool?" 99. When Renault read the original book in his previous life, he wanted to complain about it. Before the fight, he always introduced his abilities. Was he afraid that the enemy would not find your weakness, or that he would not die fast enough? Although Renault's ability has almost no weaknesses, he doesn't want to do such a brainless thing, otherwise he will become like these people in the future, then he will have nowhere to cry. Flowers 0. Cherish life and stay away from idiots, otherwise the idiots will be contagious, so Renault refuses to be an idiot, he wants to be a normal person, a normal and smart person. Sora Fleet Admiral heard Renault's answer, almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood, and said with a dark face, "Since you won't say it, let the old man come to find the answer in person." After Sora Fleet Admiral finished speaking, he stood up slowly and walked towards Renault step by step. The Vice-Admiral in the vault all consciously stepped aside. The Vice-Admirals in the vault know that they won't help even if they go together, because they won't be able to touch Renault at all, and they'll probably drag Fleet Admiral out of the way, so stay tuned. Sora Fleet Admiral covered his arms with armed haki, and walked towards Renault step by step. Suddenly, he accelerated and appeared behind Renault in an instant. He punched the back of Renault's head and slammed it down. Renault's eternal Mangekyo Sharinon twitched, didn't even bother to move, as if waiting to die in place. Boom rumble. No surprise, Fleet Admiral's fist passed directly over the back of Renault's head and hammered on the smooth ground of the vault. Cobwebs appeared on the ground in an instant, setting off pieces of gravel and pieces of dust. Bang 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 bang. Boom boom boom, boom. The place where Renault was located was covered in patches of dust, and it was impossible to see what was inside with the naked eye. You can only hear the sound of collision and explosion from time to time in the dust, which proves that the two people in the dust are still fighting. The Marine Vice Admirals, who were watching the battle, looked increasingly ugly, because they had observation haki, and it was not difficult for them to stop them from watching the battle. Now the battle situation in the dust is not ideal, so their faces are so ugly. The few Vice Admirals that Renault handed over to him just now had expressions of fear on their faces. They wanted to leave here immediately. They really didn't want to face Renault, this evil child. Chapter 97. Bang 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 bang, 9. Boom 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 boom. The sound of various collisions rang out in the vault, and the marine soldiers surrounding the vault were all focused, staring at the vault in earnest, not even daring to take a breath, as if they were afraid that their breath would affect the battle inside. At this time, the inside of the vault was not as prepared as it was outside. Instead, there was a scene that made people want to laugh. Even the few Marine Vice Admirals who were watching the battle were all flushed with laughter. I saw Renault took out a handful of melon seeds from nowhere, and while nibbling on melon seeds with gusto, watched Kong Fleet Admiral play monkeys, and occasionally gave Kong Fleet Admiral a like. On the other hand, Sora Fleet Admiral tried every possible way, jumping up and down around Renault, attacking from front to back, left and right, no matter which position he tried, but until now he has never touched a single hair on Renault. Seeing that he couldn't touch Renault, Fleet Admiral could only stop his attack with a black face, standing not far away, staring angrily at Renault, as if he wanted to devour Renault alive. Crack, crack, crack. Renault, who was nibbling on melon seeds, saw Sora Fleet Admiral suddenly stop his hand, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Hey! Uncle Marine, why did you stop? Your monkey play is quite good, I haven't seen enough, how can you stop? Let me continue playing." Puff cough cough. The Marine Vice Admirals who were watching the battle, although they knew that it was their immediate boss who was being laughed at, couldn't help laughing. Several Marine Vice Admiral now, all secretly said in their hearts, "We have been trained, and we generally don't laugh, unless we can't help it, haha." Sora Fleet Admiral heard Renault's words, heard the laughter behind him, turned his head and gave several Vice Admiral a vicious glance. A few Marine Vice Admirals saw Kong Fleet Admiral's murderous gaze, and for the sake of their lives, they suppressed their laughter abruptly. If they continued to laugh, they would probably be directly killed by Kong Fleet Admiral. When Sora Fleet Admiral saw that they had finally subsided, he ignored them, turned his head and asked Renault, "I don't feel any malice in you, and your background is innocent. You could have joined Marine, but why do such a thing?" Sora Fleet Admiral didn't ask Renault's ability again, because he knew that Renault wouldn't say it even if he asked, so he didn't bother to waste his time asking a question that he knew would be fruitless. Instead, he began to ask about Renault's purpose, because he did not feel any malice in Renault, which means that Renault was not hostile to Marine, but he did something to evacuate Marine's treasury, which made him reluctant to ride. "Sister." Several Marine Vice Admiral behind Sora Fleet Admiral, when they heard him say that Renault was not malicious, all rolled their eyes and couldn't help but secretly spit out in their hearts, "What the hell? Sakazuki is still lying in the infirmary, not yet knowing if the waste lost by this little devil can be saved, is this also so-called without malice? My empty Fleet Admiral, we can't open our eyes and talk nonsense, if it's not malicious, then does it have to wait for this little devil to give us all our kidneys to be malicious?" Several Marine Vice Admiral in the vault shouted wildly in their hearts, expressing their protest, but they did not dare to say it. They are not afraid of Fleet Admiral, but they are afraid that Renault will come over and give them all their wastes. When Renault heard Fleet Admiral's question, he tilted his head and thought for a while, then answered half-truths. "The reason why I don't want to join Marine is that I have police work to do, and joining Marine will be restricted, it affects what I'm going to do, so I don't want to join Marine. As for the emptying of Marine's vaults, it's just a whim, I really like these golden things. And you Marines put me under house arrest, so I didn't earn Bailey this time, so I came to empty your treasury. This will not only avenge your house arrest me, but also let me return with all the money I earned. It's like killing two birds with one stone, so I'm here." 99. After Renault finished speaking half-truths, he walked towards the treasure mountain and warned several high-level Marines, "My purpose has already been said, since you have been busy for so long and can't stop me, then don't stop me. Come on and bother me to empty the vault again, or I'll fight back. 99. When several senior Marines heard Renault's answer, they all looked at each other at a loss. They didn't expect Renault to steal Marine's treasury, just to get revenge on Marine and like Bailey. They thought Renault had something bigger. The purpose. It turned out that it was all their own fault, Marine, and they came to seek revenge for their Marine. Marine executives present, including Kong Fleet Admiral, did not think that Renault would lie to them, because now the treasures in the 5 vaults have almost all fallen into Renault's hands, and Renault has no need to lie to them, so this is the reason they'd believe it when Renault said it. After being silent for a long time, Fleet Admiral looked at Renault, who was collecting treasure 173, and asked with a gloomy face, "All the properties of Naval Headquarters are here, if you take them all, Marine will directly paralyzed. Have you ever thought about the consequences of taking all of Marine's Baileys to the whole world?" 5. When Renault heard what Fleet Admiral said, he didn't believe his nonsense at all. He didn't stop his movements, and said without looking back, "Don't use the world to bluff me at every turn, you can even give me your understanding of the world. Shoes don't fit. If your Marines really only have these tens of billions of Baileys, then your Marines would have been paralyzed already. It's my turn to carry the crime." When Renault said this, he secretly guessed in his heart, Marine has branches all over the world. It's not that they don't have Baileys, but there are not many Baileys in the headquarters. Most of their Marine Baileys should be scattered in branches all over the world. Empty Fleet Admiral didn't expect Renault to know these things. He thought that Renault was so young and had no chance to touch these things. So he wanted to fool Renault and asked him to return the treasure himself, but it was dismantled on the spot, and he was as embarrassed as he was now. Chapter 98. Several Marine Vice Admirals watched their eyes and noses and watched their hearts, and said nothing, but judging from their constantly shaking shoulders, they knew how hard they had to hold back their smiles. Empty Fleet Admiral is a lot of old people, but he is pushed by Renault everywhere, and he is led by the nose from beginning to end. Although Renault is their Marine's enemy, and their Vice Admiral should not laugh at the enemy, but the conversation between the two, FK is really funny. After the awkward silence of Kong Fleet Admiral was Jin Yuhui, he said to Renault in a negotiating tone, "Boy, although we can't catch you in Marine, we can issue a wanted notice. Even if we can't catch you, your future life will definitely be ruined. It will be affected, or if you return these treasures, why don't we Marine not issue a wanted notice for you?" Sora Fleet Admiral is full of anger, but he has to suppress his anger and discuss with Renault, because he knows that anger will not solve the problem. Now they don't know anything about Renault's ability, let alone catch Renault. They can't even touch it, how can they catch Renault? So Kong Fleet Admiral wanted to suppress the anger that was about to explode, and tried to discuss with Renault in a calm tone. Empty Fleet Admiral was so humble because of these tens of billions of Baileys, though not all of Marine's property. But losing so many Baileys is enough to hurt Marine, and it's a match for the loss 2 years ago. Renault, who had been receiving the treasure, suddenly stopped what he was doing when he heard Sora Fleet Admiral's words. He turned his head to look at the Marine executives, tilted his head for a while, and nodded in agreement. "Uncle Marine, what you said seems to make sense. If you are really wanted, it will indeed affect my life." Halfway through Renault's speech, he stopped and looked like a little adult, touched his chin and thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said, "Since your Marine's wanted order has an impact on me, then I will prevent you from issuing the wanted order." "Does it have no effect on me?" When Sora Fleet Admiral heard Renault's words, he reminded with a black line, "Boy, Marine's order to issue a wanted order is not something you can control, so unless you return the treasure, or your wanted order, will appear in every corner of the world tomorrow." When Renault heard Fleet Admiral's words, he didn't take it seriously at all, and still said to himself, "If I kill everyone who has seen me tonight, or sink Marineford to the bottom of the sea, can I let Marine can't release the wanted order?" A drop of cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the Marine executive in the vault when he heard Renault muttering to himself. Especially the few Vice Admirals who fought against Renault before, are now panicking in their hearts, scolding inwardly, "My Fleet Admiral, you don't want to stimulate this demon, otherwise this demon is really possible, gave our waste to karma. Only the few vice admirals who have seen Renault's shot can know how terrifying Renault is. The 3 vice admirals known as the new generation of monsters. 2 of them couldn't hold a single move in front of Renault, and even if they faced Admiral, they wouldn't lose so quickly. In the eyes of these vice admiral, Renault is more scary and weirder than Admiral, so they are all afraid of empty fleet. Admiral stimulates Renault, and then clicks them all off. They don't know if Renault can kill Fleet Admiral, but it's not easy to kill them, that's why they are so afraid of Renault. Seeing the serious expression on Renault's face, Sora Fleet Admiral asked with a black line, although we Marine can't catch you kid, we're not so weak that we can't keep Marineford, and we're not weak enough to be killed by you. You are too arrogant, right? 35. Hearing Fleet Admiral's question, Renault showed an innocent look, tilted his head and asked suspiciously, I remember 2 years ago, your Marine was almost wiped out by a stone I threw out. If I didn't show mercy that day, if I threw a few more stones, you Marines should all be dead by now. 35. When Renault said this, he asked with a puzzled expression, aren't you Marines weak? The top Marines in the vault, when they heard Renault's words, were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what Renault meant by throwing stones. When did their Marines almost get stoned, to the point where they almost annihilated the entire army? What? Everyone didn't know what Renault's words meant, only Qin seemed to think of something, and suddenly his eyes were round, looking at Renault in shock and asked, the people who rescued the Whitebeard Pirates in the waters of New World's Blue Star Island are still alive? Are you the one who hit the fleet with a meteorite? What? When he said throwing stones just now, is he throwing meteorites? Whose meteorite is that big, is it called a stone? It seems that meteorites are also a kind of stone. I don't want to talk, I want to be quiet. When Qin mentioned Blue Star Island and meteorite, everyone present immediately remembered, because most of them had participated in which naval battle, so the impact was very momentary, just couldn't remember it for a while. Everyone in the vault was no longer calm, including Sora Fleet Admiral, who all stared at Renault in shock. Everyone thought of what Renault said just now, and the meteorite that day, and the expressions on everyone's faces slowly changed from shock to fear. The 3 meteorites that covered the sky that day turned out to be the result of the demon's mercy. If the demon threw a few more meteorites at Marineford, would they still have a way to survive? The reason Renault said this was to force Marine to give up the idea of issuing a wanted notice against him, now that he no longer needed to hide. In addition to the trouble in the vault tonight, he will no longer be white, but will be treated as an evil person by Marine. Therefore, 1 charge of stealing Marine's treasury is no different from 2 charges, and he can still force Marine to not issue a warrant against him, so why not do it? In short, Renault has stood up now, no longer need to hide in the future, and no longer need to fear anyone. From then on, the sky is high and the birds fly, and he can go wherever he wants. Now, even if he visits the holy place of Mariejois, he has full confidence that he can get out. Chapter 99. Seeing that the group of Marine executives were stunned by his words, Renault thought to himself, just like you guys, you still want to threaten the young master. Look at the young man, this is a real threat. Renault knew that after what he said just now, as long as he didn't want to be wanted, Marine would never dare to issue a warrant, because they wouldn't dare to take the entire Marineford to bet on the truth of what Renault said just now. If Renault can really pull the meteorite down, they don't know if they will die, but Marineford definitely can't keep it, where countless Marines' family lives. Therefore, the matter of Renault's wanted order began when Renault said the matter in the waters of Blue Star Island, and the ending was doomed from the very beginning. Although Renault already knew what was in his heart, he had an expression of determination on his face. 177 said to himself, I have decided, when I leave later, I will throw 180 stones down, smash Marineford down so no one knows what I've done. The Marines in the vault, when they heard what Renault said to himself, were so frightened that they recovered from their shock, and they all cursed in their hearts, what a DK! Can you not show an innocent look, you devil? Looks like, but said such horrible words? Do you know how many people would have been killed by sinking Marineford? Can you, you devil, stop talking so easily. They had great opinions on Renault's innocent face, but he was about to kill the people present at every turn, and smashed Marineford. Can this kind of words that can scare people to death be said casually? And he said that it was so easy and enjoyable. Where is this child? He is a ruthless devil who eats people and does not spit out bones. The Marine Vice Admiral present didn't dare to let out the air, and they all stared at the empty Fleet Admiral. Their meaning is very obvious: you have to solve the problem quickly, or we will all be finished. If it is that kind of ordinary enemy, even the top powerhouse will not be afraid, but Renault is a group of high output, but can't touch the enemy, and can only be beaten passively. This is also playing FK Goba Beep? Everyone present was not stupid. Not only could Renault not be able to touch him, but he could also pull down a meteorite to hit people. They had already guessed the ending before the fight started, so it was impossible to fight, and only a wave of persuasion could survive like this. Sora Fleet Admiral saw everyone's eyes, but he could only bite the bullet and look at Renault and said, "We Marine cannot issue your wanted notice. You can also take the treasure in the vault, but you have to promise that you can't in the future. Throw meteorites at Marineford." 39. When Renault heard Sora Fleet Admiral's request, he tilted his head for a while and asked with a puzzled expression, "You Marines' life and death are just in my mind, why should I agree to your request?" Sure enough, negotiating is troublesome, and you have to agree to such an unreasonable request, so let's just smash Marineford directly. After Renault finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to the group of Marine executives. A golden energy emerged from his body, and his whole body floated up. He slowly floated to the treasure mountain, and began to touch the gold again. Renault felt the long-lost feeling of floating, and thought to himself, "I really like this feeling of feet not touching the ground." Renault, who has become accustomed to floating in the air, has not used the ability for a month, but he can be suffocated. Now that he has revealed his identity, he no longer needs to hide himself, and floats directly in front of Marine's people. Make them more convinced that they are the person who threw the meteorite that day, so that they are even more afraid to issue his wanted notice. Renault wasn't afraid of being offered a bounty. If Marine offered him a bounty, the bounty would definitely be high, and since he was so young, there would definitely be many bounty hunters who would target him. Refer to Robin. Although he is not afraid of these people, it will be endless trouble. It doesn't matter whether he will offer a reward or not when he grows up, but it must not be offered a reward now, so he will try his best to threaten Marine. Seeing the green energy emerging from Renault, Qin immediately thought of the green energy palm that blocked Kizaru's attack that day, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said towards Sora Fleet Admiral, "Cora Fleet Admiral, just now, I wasn't sure, he was the one who saved the Roger Pirates someday. But now I'm almost 100% sure that he was the one who saved the Roger Pirates that day, because I saw this green energy attack on the battlefield that day." Everyone had a little bit of luck just now, and now hearing Qin's words, all the luck has been ruthlessly shattered. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom immediately, and their faces became more and more difficult to look. Everyone looked at Fleet Admiral, and wanted him to quickly make up an idea. Sora Fleet Admiral sighed when he saw everyone's eyes, walked towards Renault step by step, came to Renault's side and asked directly, "How can you let Marineford and Marine who are present?" After Renault put away the last bit of treasure, he turned around and replied directly, "I don't want to be offered a reward now. You can offer me a reward if you want, but you have to wait until I grow up, or I will. It's not easy, you Marines, don't think about it." When Fleet Admiral heard Renault's answer, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then promised, "We Marine can guarantee that before you are 18 years old, you will never be issued a wanted notice, and I hope you can also keep your promise, don't throw meteorites at Marineford." When Renault heard Kong Fleet Admiral's words, he immediately corrected with a smile, "I just don't throw stones at Marineford this time, I can't guarantee it in the future, I'll go first if it's all right, bye-bye." After Renault finished speaking, he secretly complained in his heart, "You guys with big eyebrows and big eyes still want to play word games with me, you should go home and practice for hundreds of years." 0.4. Thinking of Renault here, he no longer pays attention to these bad-hearted guys. He waved his hand straight ahead, and a ball of golden energy flew out, quickly forming a golden energy gate. Renault walked directly into the golden energy gate and slowly disappeared inside the golden energy gate. Sora Fleet Admiral looked at the golden door that was slowly disappearing, turned around and walked out of the vault, and said to everyone without looking back, "Don't reveal a word of what happened in the vault today, otherwise, military law will deal with it." Crowd, yes, empty Fleet Admiral. Several Marine Vice Admiral in the vault, seeing the empty Fleet Admiral had already gone out, and also walked out of the vault together. Chapter 100. 4 years later, East Blue Windmill Town. Near the seaside, there is a small house. At this time, in the open space in front of the small house, a young woman and 2 young girls are sitting, chatting enthusiastically. And not far from them, there is a teenager in his early 10 years, and a child only 4 or 5 years old, sitting there facing the sea, watching the rough sea. They are Renault and Rouge who live in Windmill Town. The 2 girls are Robin and Makino, and the 4 or 5-year-old child is Ace. After Renault returned from Naval Headquarters 4 years ago, he moved straight to this sparsely populated area. It is still within the scope of Windmill Town, but there are no people living nearby. They only need to walk for about half an hour to go to the place where people live. It is also convenient to go shopping at ordinary times. And being able to hide their identities well is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, so Renault moved here as soon as he came back. In the past few years, except for a few visits to Wanakuni, Renault has hardly gone out to sea. He basically lives in Windmill Town. In his spare time, he trains with Robin and Ace. 4 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Renault also wanted to teach Makino to practice, but this girl didn't like to practice. Renault didn't force Makino to practice, but just bought a little potion for her to take. Now Makino has a little self-protection power, and Renault will no longer have to worry about her being bullied when she goes to sea. It is worth mentioning that the relationship between Renault and Robin was discovered by Makino, but Makino was only sulking for a few days, and it didn't take long for him to get along with Robin. Radish. It's just that their confrontation is meaningless. They were taught by Renault to be obedient. Now they are as obedient as they want. They are just like 2 little daughters-in-law. Ace, who was looking at the sea quietly, suddenly turned his head to look at Renault who was accompanying him and asked, "Brother Renault, can you tell me more about my father's affairs at the sea?" The reason why Ace was called Brother Renault was because someone forced it. At first, Ace was unwilling, but after playing JJ a few times, he was now calling him a brother, and he didn't mention his uncle at all. Renault is usually called Mrs. Rouge, and Ace wants to be called Uncle Renault, but Renault doesn't agree with him. In fact, if it is really based on seniority, Renault and Ace are the same generation. After all, Renault calls Roger an uncle, not a big brother Roger. And the reason why Renault called Rouge's sister-in-law was that when they first met, Renault wanted to make her happy, so he called her sister-in-law on purpose. It's just that Ace didn't know these things, so he always thought that Renault was his uncle, otherwise he wouldn't be so resistant to calling him brother. When Renault heard Ace ask about his father again, he rolled his eyes speechlessly and said angrily, "You ask me to talk a few times a month, you can't get tired of listening. I'm tired of talking, let's talk about it." What is there to say about that BD, he is as stupid as a 205. The current Ace does not hate his father like the original, but admires his father very much. Of course, Renault and Lou are indispensable in this. Ace is now accompanied by her mother, plus Renault's teaching. It is difficult for this baby to grow crooked. Apparently, Ace often heard Renault slander his father, and he was accustomed to it, so he was not angry, but asked helplessly again, "Brother Renault, you say my father is a big hero at one time, and then say my father is a big fool, then what kind of person is my father?" Renault looked at the sea and thought for a while before explaining, "Your father is indeed a hero to the world, but no one understands or knows what he does, so he is now synonymous with notoriety. Obviously he has done good deeds but bears a lifetime of infamy, that's why I say he is a big hero and a big fool at the same time." After listening to Renault's explanation, Ace nodded thoughtfully, not knowing if he really understood or if he was pretending to understand, but probably only he knew about this kind of thing. Ace, who was silent for a while, seemed to suddenly remember something, looked at Renault and asked, "Brother, Renault said a few years ago that you are going to go to sea this year. When are you going to go to sea?" When Renault heard Ace's question about going to sea, he glanced at the little guy a little surprised. He didn't expect what he said a few years ago, but the little guy even thought, and after thinking about it, he replied, "It's still time to go to sea now. Not sure, but it shouldn't be too long, just recently." Renault knew that Boa Hancock was arrested this year, but he didn't know the exact time of his arrest. He only knew that he was arrested this year, and was rescued by the fishman Tiger 3 years later. Renault didn't want to wait until 3 years later to save people. After all, who knows what it would be like to be there in 3 years, so he planned to go to Sabayatti archipelago in advance, and go directly to save people as soon as he found the situation. It is best to find her before she is taken away by the Tianlong people, and definitely not let your future daughter-in-law be pondered. When Ace heard Renault say that he was going to go to sea, he immediately asked excitedly, "Brother Renault, can you take me with you when you go to sea this time?" 35. Pop. Year. Whoops. 35. When Renault heard Ace's request, he gave him a head-scratching without hesitation, and refused with a black line, "You are only 5 years old and want to go to sea, are you thinking of shit?" 35. Get Zhao Zhao. Ace put his hands on his forehead, and said with a face full of dissatisfaction, "Brother Renault, didn't you say that you went to sea when you were 5 years old and fought with my father? Why can't I go to sea when I was 5 years old?" "What?" When Renault heard Ace's words, he rolled his eyes speechlessly and asked angrily, "I can rescue your stupid father from the encirclement of tens of thousands of Marines at the age of 5, just throw a few rocks, almost wiped out tens of thousands of Marine elites. Can you be compared to someone like me who can kill tens of thousands of Marine elites at your fingertips?" Ace was speechless when asked by Renault. At first, when Renault said these things, Ace didn't believe it, because Renault was about the same age as him at that time, and he was so weak at 5 years old, how could Renault be so powerful? Chapter 101. So he didn't believe that Renault was really such a powerful little ace, so he ran to ask his mother, and after the answer was true, the child was depressed for several days. At first, Ace thought that all the children were like Renault, and he almost became suspicious of life. It was not until he beat a child in Windmill town to the ground that he realized that Renault was just a special case, and not everyone was a pervert like him. Little Ace, who finally regained his self-confidence, pestered Renault every day to teach him how to practice, and shouted every day that he would surpass Renault one day, and then stomped Renault under his feet, only to be hanged by Renault and pumped. It stopped after a while. When Ace heard Renault's mention of his strength, he immediately lowered his head and thought to himself, "How can this perverted uncle be so strong, and how can an ordinary person like me live?" Thinking of the little Ace here, he raised his head again, and said with a face of dissatisfaction, "Brother Renault, don't be complacent, after I eat a powerful devil fruit in the future, I will definitely succeed in surpassing you, and you will be beaten by me. Seriously, step on your feet." When Renault heard Xiao Ace mention this again, a dangerous look flashed on his face, and then he asked without a smile, "Little Ace, I have taught you for a long time before. Otherwise, it is easy to be killed by people before they grow up, but you are breaking ground on Tai Sui every day, why do you have such a long memory? Not good." Seeing Renault's expression, little Ace immediately changed her face was full of fear, she stood up and turned around and wanted to run in the direction of the 3 girls. When Renault saw little Ace wanting to run away, a mass of green energy immediately appeared from his body, and then he waved his hand, and the mass of green energy turned into a big hand, grabbed his feet and lifted him up. "Help!" Ace, who was slipped in midair by Renault's powerful energy hand, shouted for help in the direction of the 3 women without a backbone. This kind of flexible and stretched spirit was obviously the true inheritance of Renault. The 3 girls who were sitting not far away and chatting heard Ace's cry for help, just glanced at Ace, then withdrew their eyes and continued chatting, without any intention of caring about him at all. They grew up watching Ace, and they knew his character very well. He was simply a bare child Ben Xiong. And the reason why they ignored Ace's call for help was because this kind of thing happened every day. At the beginning, they would come to ask a question, and then it would be staged several times every day. They were already numb and didn't even bother to ask. In fact, this is not the main reason. The main reason is that Rouge wants Renault to teach Ace, because after a few years of getting along, she knows that Renault is very knowledgeable. So this has led to the current situation of Ace, which is called Tian Tian should not be called, and Earth is not working. After Renault hoisted Ace up, he walked over step by step, looked at Ace who was standing upside down and asked, "Little Ace, do you think it's useful to ask for help?" When Ace heard Renault's words, his face was full of fear, but he quibbled, "I only do this to brother Renault. I will definitely tolerate enemies who are stronger than me, so brother Renault, you let me down." When Renault heard Ace's answer, he glanced at him a little surprised. If he could say this, it meant that he already knew the meaning of the sentence just now, otherwise he wouldn't have said it. The meaning of what Ace said just now is that his forbearance can only be used against the enemy, and Renault is not his enemy, so he will not forbear in front of Renault, just say whatever he wants. Thinking of Renault here, he didn't let the little guy down, and didn't intend to smoke him, but walked back to the position just ahead and sat down, and continued to look at the rough sea. Although this bear boy understands what it means, his character will probably suffer in the future, so let him have a long memory. Ace looked at Renault who didn't beat himself or scolded himself, but left directly. Renault looked at the turbulent sea, but in his heart ordered the system will pull out my attribute board. Okay, please wait a moment, host. Host personal properties panel. Ask for flowers. Name, Alpha Library Renault. Age, 11. Body, 621,000. Strength, 301,000. 350-1000. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, observation Haki, full level, swordsmanship, 501,000. Weapon, a good and quick knife. Ability, psychodynamic, 651,000, space coordinates, eternal Mangekyo Sherinon, 501,000. Bailey, 14.68 billion. System wall, activated. Owned items, 1 armed Haki awakening card, 3 devil fruits. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open task, 0. The Bailey that Renault got in the Marineford vault last time was about 30 billion. He has drawn countless prizes in recent years, and bought some strengthening potions for Robin and others. Bailey only has more than 100 left. 100 million. The lottery draws are all attribute points, but the ability has not been drawn, only 2 devil fruits have been drawn. Renault's current strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now, even if he doesn't need those perverted abilities, he can still fight against Admiral's doubled powerhouse, but if he doesn't use his abilities, he loses almost 100%. Because of the strong Admiral-level police, although the 4-dimensional attributes are not full, each of them has reached about 7 or 800. Therefore, his attributes of 3 to 500 are similar to those of the Deputy Emperor rank. If he wants to reach the Admiral 4 Emperor's rank, he must continue to work hard. Renault took a look at his slanted attributes. His physical strength was already over 600, almost catching up with an Admiral-level powerhouse. He was considering whether to use the armed Haki card to awaken the armed Haki. Because this time he is going to sea, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the Longtan Tiger Den. Without the armed Haki, he always feels uneasy in his heart. If he encounters a person with natural ability, others may not kill him. But the people he saves may not be the same. Chapter 102. After thinking about it for a while, Renault decided that it would not be too late to draw a wave of rewards. Anyway, he still has 10 billion Baileys. Even if he can't increase to the full level, he can still be added to the Admiral level, right? Thinking of Renault here, he directly instructed the system will give me a lottery, let's have a 50th draw. Good. Host. After deducting 5 billion Bailey, 50 lucky draws. The lottery is in progress, please wait a moment for host. When Renault heard that the system had started the lottery, he immediately began to ask God to worship Buddha in his heart, praying for more attributes to be drawn. He now lacks things like ability items, so he has only lacked attribute points to improve his four-dimensional attributes, so that he no longer has any shortcomings. Then he no longer needs to avoid his edge, no matter what level of police enemy he is, he will dare to fight with him. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding ding! Seeing this series of thanks for patronage, Renault is no longer as irritable as he was at the beginning, because he has drawn many prizes in recent years. He has already figured out the urination of this system, and when it is less than 23, there will be basically nothing at the end, or it will be some useless things, and the good things will be arranged at the end. Renault was a little suspicious that this was a deliberate trick by the system, but he didn't have any proof, plus the lottery only had good things later, and it wasn't that there were no good things, so he didn't bother to care about these things. Congratulations to host for winning the draw, 100 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for winning the draw, 200 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for winning the draw, a devil fruit. Congratulations to the host for drawing, a high-level strengthening potion. When Renault saw the prizes, he secretly thought that the good things were always in the back, and the urination of this system has not changed. Renault knows the effects of other things. High-level strengthening potions can increase a person's four-dimensional attributes by 100 attribute points each, but Renault has used low-level strengthening potions, so he can't use them. When Renault heard the news, he almost pulled the Go system out and strangled it to death. If he knew that high-level and low-level can only use one, how could he use low-level potions? This kind of strengthening potion is not expensive, which is why Renault is so angry. If he knew at the time, he could buy it directly in the system mall. A high-level potion is only 1 billion Baileys. Renault didn't know that only the devil fruit had an effect, so he instructed the system directly. The system pulls out the annotation of the devil fruit. Okay. Host, please wait. Devil fruit, this is a superhuman devil fruit from the world of One Piece. Ability, speed, eat this devil fruit, you will get unparalleled speed. Renault didn't care about this devil fruit after reading the comments. He didn't lack speed, and now he doesn't have a suitable daughter-in-law to eat, so let's put it in the system mall to eat ashes. Thinking of Renault here, he directly instructed the system will add attribute points to me, add 200 attribute points to my body, and add 50 attribute points to my strength and speed. In the process of adding attribute points, congratulations to host, adding attribute points successfully. After Renault heard the system reminding him that he had successfully added attribute points, he immediately felt the change in his body. This time, he directly added 200 attributes to his body, and he immediately reached the Admiral level. It seemed that he had broken some physical limit. It can float up at any time. After Renault got used to his body, he clenched his fists, felt the endless power in his body, and thought to himself, this endless power, no wonder those top powerhouses are fighting, and everything is calculated by heaven. This kind of physical strength and endurance, if you don't use your full strength for a few days and nights, your physical strength will not bottom out. After Renault tried the strength of his body, he directly instructed the system will give me the Haki awakening card of armed color, awaken armed color Haki. Okay. Host, please wait. As soon as Renault finished speaking to the system, a golden card appeared out of thin air in front of him. As soon as the card appeared, it turned into a golden light that shot straight to his forehead and disappeared in front of his eyes instantly. All of this happened between lightning and flint, and no one noticed at all, not even Ace behind him. The moment Renault rushed into his mind with the golden card, he had more skills in using the armed Haki, as well as an instinct-like ability. He knows that this is the armed color Haki. As long as he has a thought, his armed color Haki will be mobilized by him to fight. Renault clenched his fists and tried to mobilize the armed Haki, and immediately his arm was covered with a dark black armed Haki, and then the Haki began to flow on his arm. If a strong person sees Renault's armed color Haki, he will be able to recognize it. This is the armed color Haki's highest police officer, the emission armed color haki, and the mobile armed color haki. Renault looked at his flowing armed color haki, showing a happy smile, and thought to himself, when he wakes up, he is the armed color haki of the highest ranking police officer, so he didn't waste his preparation for so long. After Renault played haki for a while, he stood up and walked towards Ace, reaching out and grabbing one of his feet like a little monkey. While carrying Ace towards the small house, Renault said loudly to Robin, who was not far away, "Little Robin, daughter-in-law, go get ready, we will go to sea tomorrow." 35. Hearing Renault's words, Robin went into the small house to pack his things without saying a word, looking like he couldn't wait. Rouge and Makino were not surprised when they heard that Renault was going to sea, because they knew that Renault would go to sea this year. After being silent for a while, Rouge saw that Renault had come to 177, and he asked directly, "Little Renault, you are going to sea this time, shouldn't you be back in a short time?" After seeing Renault nod, Rouge directly suggested, "Since I won't be back in a short time, then I'll prepare a sumptuous dinner tonight, and I'll see you off." When Renault heard Rouge's kindness, he did not refuse, but nodded and said, "Then trouble, Sister Rouge." As Rouge walked over to the small house, he generally waved his hand and said, "What's the trouble with this? Let's talk for a while, I'll go and prepare dinner first, and I'll call you when I'm done." 99. After Rouge left to prepare dinner, all that was left was Renault and Makino, and a small light bulb. Renault put Ace directly on the ground, and then said, "Get out of here, kid, don't make trouble for me here." "A little bit." Ace was put down by Renault, grimaced at Renault, and then chased after Rouge in the direction Rouge left. Renault didn't pay any attention to the bear boy, but looked at Makino and said, "Let's go over there and sit for a while." Makino, good. Renault took Makino there and chatted for a few hours. In addition to saying goodbye, the two also made an agreement to meet next time. "Renault, if you have long hair and waist, will you marry me?" Makino, good. Chapter 103. The next day, Alabasta. Not far from the port of Alabasta, on a huge stone, in a very secret location, there is a very complicated pattern, which is carved on the stone. This pattern engraved on the stone suddenly appeared a mass of golden energy without warning, and then the golden energy slowly turned into a golden energy gate. Fortunately, there is no one around here, otherwise, when I see the sudden appearance of the golden energy gate, I have to be scared out of my head. Not long after the golden energy turned into a gate, two young girls walked out of the golden energy gate. The boy was 1.67 meters tall, with handsome eyebrows and eyes, and the girl was also 1.67 meters tall, with a gentle and beautiful appearance. They went out to sea early in the morning, directly from East Blue to Renault and Robin of Grand Line using spatial coordinates. Renault is here in the first half of the Grand Line. He only has the coordinates of the first few islands. He has never been to the islands further ahead, so he can only come to Alabasta first, and then he is trying to find a way to go to Sabayatti archipelago. After Robin walked out of the space passage, he looked at the desolate surroundings and asked Renault, "Husband, there is no one here, how do we get to Sabayatti archipelago?" Hearing Robin's question, Renault pointed to the direction of the port and replied, "Not far from us is the port of this island, we go there to find a way to get a small boat, and then fly directly to Sabayatti archipelago just fine." When Renault came to Alabasta last time, he chose the place where the spatial coordinates were left, which was sparsely populated. Just because he didn't want people to discover the space coordinates he left behind, or if the space coordinates were erased, he wouldn't be able to open the space channel to come here. Hearing Renault's answer, Robin nodded thoughtfully, then walked towards the port first, and said to Renault without looking back, "Then let's go over there quickly." Seeing her anxious appearance, Renault shook his head helplessly, followed in her footsteps, and secretly complained in his heart, "Since this little daughter-in-law has followed him, her character is the same as that of the quiet and dark-bellied royal in the original book. Sister is not at all like her, her reaction has become a lively and cheerful personality, probably because she has never experienced those things in the original book." Renault and Robin arrived at the port shortly after, and it is still very prosperous. There are countless ships parked in the port, including not only merchant ships, but also a large number of pirate ships. After Robin came to the port, he slowed his pace, came to Renault's side, and suggested in a low voice with a dark belly, "Husband, there are so many ships here, let's not waste Bailey buying a ship, and just find a boat. Is a pirate ship leaving?" When Renault heard Robin's proposal, thinking that she was lively and cheerful just now, he couldn't help but complain, "It seems that this little daughter-in-law's black-bellied attribute is not due to those things she has experienced, but that she is born with a belly. Black girl." Although Renault thought so, he nodded in agreement and said, "Little daughter-in-law, your proposal is good, then you can find a boat you like, and then let's go straight away." In terms of black belly, Renault is not weaker than her at all, and even worse than her. Every day, she looks innocent, but she always says things that kill people. It can be seen from this. How black-bellied he is. When Robin heard Renault's agreement, he went to choose the pirate ship with great enthusiasm. He knew that she wanted to grab the pirate ship, but if he didn't know, he thought she was shopping. Minutes and seconds passed, and I don't know how long it took. Robin finally picked a pirate ship, pointed to a small single-sailing ship in the port, and asked Renault, "Husband, what do you think about that ship?" Hearing this, Renault looked in the direction Robin pointed, and found that it was a ship the size of Luffy's Golden Mary. Renault also thinks this is a very suitable time, after all, he wants to fly with a boat, not sailing on the sea, so if it is too big, it will be troublesome to react, and the boat of this size is just right. Thinking of Renault here, he nodded and replied, "I think it's good, then we need this ship. Wait for me here, I'll clean up the pirates on the boat, and I'll come and pick you up later." After Renault finished speaking, before Robin could answer, a mass of green energy appeared from his body, and then he floated up and slowly drifted towards the boat not far away. Wolf Smoke Pirates. The Wolf Smoke Pirates are a group of pirates that are active in the vicinity. They did not go forward to find any big secret treasures, but were burning, killing and looting in the vicinity. Many of the villages on the small islands nearby were plundered by them. In short, they committed no evil. The members of the Wolf Smoke Pirates have just come here and are ready to land in Alabasta to replenish their supplies. At this time, a little pirate standing on the observation deck saw a person flying towards them. He thought he had seen it wrong, rubbed his eyes and glanced again. Seeing the person getting closer and closer, he only then did they realize that this was not an illusion, but that someone really flew towards them. The little pirate suppressed the shock in his heart, lowered his head and shouted at a tall and strong man on the plywood, "Captain Rick, there is a person flying towards us, he should be a powerful person." When Captain Leck on the plywood heard this, he immediately went to the railing, the one who got the money, to check, and sure enough, he saw a person flying towards them. Seeing this scene, Captain Rick immediately shouted at his subordinates not far away, "Go and pull out Lao Tzu's cannon and shoot him down for Lao Tzu." "Yes, Captain Rick." 35. Since the Wolf Smoke pirate ship is the original gate of a small ship, there is no cannon on the ship. I saw a few small pirates pushed out a cannon from the inside of the ship, and the operation was as fierce as a tiger, and finally the position and angle were adjusted. Fire! Pfthhhh. Following Captain Leck's order, the shells were fired one by one, but they only had one cannon, so the number of shells fired was really pitiful. Compared to the rain of shells from the marine warship, it's almost 108,000 miles away. Chapter 104. As soon as Renault arrived not far from the pirate ship, he saw cannons flying towards him, and a knife appeared in his hand immediately. Renault's knife is a good and fast knife, a famous knife called Bai Shuet. This knife is as white as the name, and looks like a knife used by a woman. Sword net. Renault slashed in front of him with an ordinary slash, which seemed to be just a slash, but in fact he had already slashed countless knives. One after another of knives swiftly flew out, splitting all the shells that were shot in two. Bang, 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 bang. All the cannons fired at Renault split in two, and then exploded in mid-air. Renault floated in the air with white snow in his hand, suddenly accelerated his speed, and rushed towards the 180 pirate ship, but he didn't attack. This is the ship that his little daughter-in-law liked. What if it was damaged? At this time, the pirates on the pirate ship saw that Renault had cut all the cannons in half with one knife, and their faces showed fearful expressions. Captain Rick, cannonballs are useless against that guy. 9. A single knife cuts all the shells in two. Are we really going to fight this monster? This guy is not only a capable person, but also a powerful swordsman. We can't be his opponent at all. 5. The pirates on the boat just saw that Renault could fly, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, although there are not many Grand Line capable people, there are quite a few. Their captain is also a capable person, so they haven't appeared yet. Fear of hitting. But when Renault shot, all the pirates who saw Renault's shot were stunned, and they were not afraid of those who were capable, because it might be an incompetent ability. But Jianhao is different from a capable person, because Jianhao is cultivated with one footprint and one pit, and almost every Jianhao is a strong person, so they are so scared when they see Renault slashing all the shells with one knife. Captain Lek saw the mess up and everyone was frightened, and shouted viciously, "Shut up all of you, or else I won't need anyone else to do anything, and I will kill you all first." When all the pirates facing up heard this, they immediately shut their mouths obediently and stopped discussing Renault's affairs. They had no doubts about what Rick said, because there were countless crew members killed by him, so for the sake of their lives just keep your mouth shut. While they were quarreling, Renault had already flown above their pirate ship and was slowly descending, landing on the bow of the pirate ship in no time. After Renault landed on the bow, he looked at the group of pirates on the plywood, and said with a smile, "I'm interested in your ship, so I'll give you two choices, either disembark now, or I'll throw you all away. Feed the fish in the sea, choose one for yourself." When the pirates facing up heard Renault's words, the fear on their faces became more and more intense. Most of them wanted to get off the boat, but they thought of the cruelty of Rick, and they didn't dare to open their mouths. Look at each other. Seeing that Renault was so young, Rick was not as frightened as the others on the boat, but scolded fiercely, "When I'm on the sea, you don't know where to play in the mud." 35. I'm a pirate with a bounty of 15 million yuan. Even you kid dares to attack me. What kind of onion are you, kid? Seeing his changing face, Renault didn't know what he was thinking, so he secretly complained, "I think I'm young and I can't be strong, so I don't take myself seriously." Clap. 35. Thinking of Renault here, he jumped off the bow of the boat and landed on the plywood. He walked over step by step, saying as he walked, "Old age does not mean that you are strong, and it is possible that an older person will live on Go's body. Where did you go? Renault, like trash like you. Rick, boy, you are courting death." Hearing Renault's words, Rick almost exploded with anger, and after scolding, he rushed towards Renault angrily. His body began to change, his head slowly turned into a wolf's head, and his hands also turned into a wolf's claws. Hey! 99. However, before he could make another move, Renault suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Lek. Clang! 35. When Bai Shui was slowly being put into the sheath, everyone looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Why did they stop the sword before they even started to fight? Pft! Whoa! Boom! Just when everyone was full of question marks, Lectra, who had been stunned on the spot after completing his transformation, suddenly exploded with a mass of blood from his chest, and then fell straight to the ground. At this time, everyone on the boat discovered that a huge wound had appeared on Li Kei's chest at some point, and it was bleeding profusely. With just one blow, Captain Rick is defeated. Not good. Hurry up and escape. You will be killed if you stay here. Plop plop dash. When the pirates on the plywood saw this scene, they were terrified. The boat hadn't even approached the port, so they jumped into the sea and fled. When Li Kei was still there just now, they were able to restrain these people. They did not dare to escape. Now that Li Kei has fallen, they have no worries about the future. Renault didn't care about these little shrimps, didn't even look at them, and started to check them on the boat. Compared with these little shrimps, this boat was more attractive to him. After all, it was not a short time in the future. He might have to live on this ship. Renault, who was checking the situation of pirate ship 0.4, suddenly flashed a red light in his eyes, and then he looked at the sea opposite the port and found it, thinking to himself, how could this guy appear here? There are still more than 10 years before the start of the plot. This guy should be Admiral now. Admiral will not go to New World to play with the big pirates, but will go to the first half of the Grand Line to FK Birds? To know the current New World, it can be said to be very lively. The heat of fighting for the turf will not stop until the New World is divided up. And now that the title of the Four Emperors has not appeared yet, it means that the turf war in the New World is not over yet. At this time, Admiral should be watching from New World. Why did he come to the first half of the Grand Line? Chapter 105. Renault jumped to the top of the mast and looked towards the sea opposite the port, where a small black spot had already appeared. He secretly complained, a few years ago, he met Marine Old Admiral here, and a few years later, he came here again. It's a wonderful fate to meet Marine Admiral, who has not taken office for a long time. Clap. Renault jumped back on the plywood again, and then used telekinesis to control the boat. Approaching the port, he wanted to go back to pick up Robin, and see if he could get some good here. Renault looked at the countless pirate ships around, and an idea came to his mind. If he caught all these pirates near the port, he should be able to exchange a lot of bounties, right? There was no marine nearby just now. Renault didn't have this idea, because there are too many people and the bounty is not high. Only catching 1 or 2 is not much money. He can't take too many, and it's very troublesome, so he didn't think about this. Now that marine is here, he just needs to catch it. He doesn't need to exchange the bounty himself. It's almost like money picked up for nothing. Although the bounty of these pirates is not high, there should be a lot of bounties of millions and tens of millions, right? Just when Renault was thinking about how to catch all these pirates, the pirate ship he was controlling had unknowingly approached the port. And Robin had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Renault coming back with the boat, he immediately jumped up to watch the boat, looking east and west, as if he was looking at some big baby. Seeing her like this, Renault shook his head helplessly and said, "You watch the boat here first, I'll go do some errands first, and then I'll go back to Sabayatti archipelago." You go to work. When Robin heard Renault's words, he didn't ask what he was going to do, but watched the boat on his own. After seeing the outside, he went inside the boat to observe, as if he was patrolling his territory. Seeing Robin like this, Renault probably won't have time to talk to him for a while, so he didn't say anything, just turned around and walked towards the pirate ship parked in the port. He had to get these pirates out of the way before Marine came. Just take it. A huge warship is approaching the port. The warship is very huge and very conspicuous on the sea level. At this time, the civilians and pirates in the port also found the Marine warship approaching the port. That's Marine's warship. Not good. Marine is here. I don't know who shouted. The pirates who were resting in the port heard the shout. Everyone looked in the direction of the sea and saw a warship approaching the port. Isn't it the Admiral of Naval Headquarters for such a huge Marine warship? You, don't be kidding, that monster like Marine Admiral, how could he come to such a place? A pirate holding a telescope, just put down the telescope, he trembled and stammered, really? It's really Admiral of Headquarters. We are all finished when we encounter this kind of monster. Not good. Hurry up and escape. I don't want to fight this monster. 35. Let's go, turn around and get out of here. After the pirates in the port found out that it was the Admiral of Headquarters, they shouted to leave here, and almost all the pirate ships moved at this moment, bypassing the warships at full speed and fleeing in the direction of the sea. Renault floated above these pirate ships, watching the pirate ships scattered on the sea, and began to use his psychic power with all his strength. Bunch of green energy emerged from his body, followed by a wave of his hand, and the group of green energy began to rush towards the pirate ship below. After a while, the pirate ship on the sea was all covered with green energy, and it looked like a pirate ship. A layer of film is generally plated. Renault, who had done all this, controlled these pirate ships to float, and did not stop until they floated to a height of tens of meters. The boat, how did the boat fly by itself? What the hell is going on here? Has Marine Admiral made a move? Look, there's a man flying there. Did he make our ship fly? What the hell does that BD want? Bastards, let us down. 35. The Admiral of Headquarters is on top of the warship, and if we go on like this, when the Marine gets close, we're done. Put us down, let us down. The pirates on dozens of pirate ships also found Renault floating in the air at this time, and kept yelling at Renault, asking him to put the pirate ship down. As if he couldn't hear their scolding, Renault controlled these pirate ships and flew towards the warship not far away. The reason Renault waited until now was because there were too many people and it was very troublesome to catch them, so he waited for them to leave the port, and then controlled their ship to fly high into the sky. In this way, these pirates have no way to go to the sky and no door to the ground. In short, there is no way to save them and wait to die. Marine's warship is here. There is a reclining chair on the splint of the warship, and on the reclining chair lies a young man, wearing a pair of blindfolds and resting lazily. Da-da-da. Suddenly a marine soldier trotted over here and reported, "Report. Aokiji Admiral, there are dozens of pirate ships, and they are flying in the direction of our warships, please instruct." When Aokiji heard the soldier's report, he took off his blindfold and looked at the sky not far away, and he saw that the sky was densely packed with pirates flying towards them. Aokiji saw the countless pirate ships, who got money, and a figure appeared in his heart, and he secretly guessed in his heart, the only one who can control so many ships to fly in the air at the same time is the old guy, but the old guy escaped from Impel Down. Hasn't it disappeared since then? How can it be here? Aokiji, who couldn't understand, swept towards the pirate ship with the color of his knowledge. When he found the figure flying in the air, his face instantly turned dark. How could it be this little BD? At this time, Aokiji finally remembered that Renault's ability seems to be able to control the ship to fly in the air. When he rescued the Roger pirates in New World a few years ago, it seemed that this method was used. After Aokiji knew it was Renault, without thinking about it, he looked at the soldier in front of him and asked, "Let's turn around now, can we still run away and get rid of these pirate ships in the sky?" Chapter 106. To say that the person Aokiji doesn't want to meet now is not the big pirates in New World, but the underage Renault. Because the big pirates in the New World are very troublesome to deal with, but at least they can be dealt with, and the kid Renault, he can't even touch it, how can he deal with it? So when he saw Renault's first thought, it wasn't to catch Renault or deal with Renault, but he wanted to get out of the way at the first time, so why can't I hide if I can't be provoked? But this time he doesn't seem to be able to hide, because the boat can't fly fast. I guess they haven't turned the bow yet, Renault has caught up? Soldier Marine also thought of this, so when he heard Aokiji's question, he could only helplessly answer, "Aokiji Admiral, although our warship is fast, it can't be faster than other people's flight." Aokiji knows that Renault can not only fly, but also has the ability to teleport in space, so of course he knows that he can't run away. He just asked subconsciously just now, and he didn't hold any hope in his heart at all. After hearing the soldier's answer, Aokiji thought about it and directly ordered the soldier, "Go ahead and stop the warship, put away all the guns, and no one is allowed to attack without my order." When the marine soldier heard this order, he had a big, confused face. If he put all these away, wouldn't he be sitting there waiting to be killed? Although he knew that Aokiji was here, it didn't matter if these guns were there, but Aokiji's attitude now was like giving up resistance. He had been with Aokiji for several years, and this was the first time he heard this kind of order. This made him unable to think about writing sister. Aokiji knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression, although he didn't need to explain to the soldiers, but for unnecessary trouble, he explained solemnly, "That guy's ability is very dangerous. What kind of attack? It's ineffective against him, but his attack can make us die without a place to die, so if we encounter this guy, if we can't handle it, we all have to die here today." Yes, Aokiji Admiral. I'll let you know right away." When the marine soldier heard Aokiji's explanation, he was instantly pale with fright, his legs and feet trembled weakly, and after stammering, he turned around to execute the order. The soldier knew very well in his heart that Aokiji couldn't joke with him about such a thing, so when he heard this, his legs went weak. His face was as pale as paper, and he was swaying when he walked, as if he would fall at any time. If he knew, he was frightened, but if he didn't know, he thought he was squeezed dry by some goblin. After Aokiji ordered everything, he went straight to the front of the warship and quietly waited for Renault to come over. He knew he couldn't escape, so he just stopped. And he has no grudges against Renault. He just wanted to escape just subconsciously. Now that he calms down, he suddenly remembers that he has no grudges against Renault, so there is no need to run away. The high-level powerhouses of Naval Headquarters have discussed and analyzed Renault more than once. After Kizaru and Akina woke up, they also knew why they were suddenly in such pain, and they also came up with a way to deal with it, that is, don't watch when fighting Renault's eyes. However, although the problem of eyes is easy to solve, they still have no clue about Renault's untouchable ability. Renault was also controlling dozens of ships at this time, slowly drifting over the warship, and then falling directly towards the plywood of the warship. Renault fell directly in front of Aokiji, floated half a meter above the splint without touching his feet, and greeted Aokiji with a smile. "Oh, this is not Kuzan." "Oh, no, I should call you Aokiji Admiral now. Aokiji Admiral has not been seen for a long time and I miss him. How are you?" Aokiji heard Renault's question, looked at the dozens of pirate ships behind Renault, didn't want to talk nonsense with Renault, and asked straight to the point, "The last time you did this, our marine life will be better. Where to go? Stop so much nonsense, tell me what you want to say." Renault Aokiji mentioned what happened last time, touched his nose a little embarrassedly, then pointed behind him and said, "I caught some pirates, please change the bounty for me. 4 flowers 0. Aokiji was relieved when he heard that Renault was only due to the bounty, but suddenly realized that something was wrong, and asked with a black line, "You guy doesn't lack Bailey at all, how can you be interested in such a bounty? If you don't tell me, you can leave, I don't have time to mess around with you." Aokiji didn't believe that Renault came to him, just to exchange the bounty, because he knew that this guy was not short of money at all. The treasure that Renault moved from Naval Headquarters last time was at least 30 billion Baileys. How could someone with tens of billions of Baileys see the bounty Baileys worth hundreds of millions? 0. Although there were many pirates brought by Renault, not many were offered bounties. Some captains had bounties, and the others were basically just ordinary pirates without bounties. So all the pirates added up to only a few 100 million bounty Bailey. When Renault heard Aokiji's words, he still had a smile on his face and said, "I just came here to exchange the bounty. If you dare not exchange it for me, then I can go to Naval Headquarters to get it. If I go to Naval Headquarters to collect the bounty myself, I can't guarantee the amount by then. If the treasury is emptied by accident, don't blame me for being impersonal, Marine." Renault stayed in Marineford for a month and left spatial coordinates in many places, so if he really wants to go to Naval Headquarters, it is really not difficult, and he can reach Marineford in minutes. When Renault went out this morning, he thought about going directly to Sabayatti Archipelago via Naval Headquarters, but he gave up the idea after thinking about it. After all, Marine is now a force to maintain world peace on the sea. They Marine save some face. Hearing Renault's threatening answer, Aokiji stared at Renault for a while, trying to see through Renault's purpose, but he couldn't see anything, so he could only ask helplessly, "Are you sure you're just here? Want me to exchange the bounty?" Chapter 107. Aokiji didn't dare to bet on whether what Renault said was true or false, so he could only follow his words and talk about it. Otherwise, if the devil were to go to Naval Headquarters, how would they live? The treasury was emptied by Renault 4 years ago. At the beginning, they were really miserable. After 4 years of conscientious management, they have not recovered a little until now. What the hell, if it comes again, they Marines can simply be disbanded, and if they can't even get enough food and clothing, they'll be a shitty Marine. Seeing Aokiji's cautious appearance, Renault was a little dumbfounded, and said speechlessly, "I'm not a heinous person, you say that you are an Admiral of Headquarters anyway, how dare you be so timid, if you let those from New World when the big pirate sees it, he can't laugh his big teeth out? Hearing Renault's complaints, Aokiji rolled his eyes speechlessly, and cursed in his heart, "You are indeed not a villain, but you are a great devil that is even more terrifying than a villain." Although Aokiji thought so in his heart, he said with a smile, "I know you are not a villain, and I am not frightened, I just didn't have a good rest today. If you really come to exchange the bounty, put down all the pirate ships in the sky, and we Marine will exchange the bounty for you after the inventory is completed." Renault didn't talk nonsense with him anymore, and directly put down dozens of pirate ships, and they still landed freely. "Hoo hoo hoo! Ah ah ah! A hole, going to die!" There were a lot of screams in the sky, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. After all the pirate ships lost Renault's control, they all fell directly, like dumplings, and the scene looked very spectacular. Boom boom thump! All the pirate ships were smashed to the sea level, and some pirate ships were directly smashed to pieces. Although some pirate ships barely fell apart, their hulls were also severely damaged, and there was no way to do anything at all. "Continue sailing, you can only stay where you are and wait for death." Aokiji saw pieces of debris floating on the sea and the pirates floating on the sea, and asked with a black line, "UBD, you smashed their boats, how can I bring them back?" "What?" Hearing Aokiji's questioning, Renault just glanced at him disdainfully, and then he had nothing to do with himself, and answered with a high hanging, "How to bring these pirates back, that is your Marine's own business, I came to exchange the bounty, not to deal with these things for you. So hurry up and count the bounty, then send it to the port and give it to me, I'll wait for your good news at the port." After Renault finished speaking, he ignored Aokiji, soared into the sky, and flew back slowly towards the port. All the Marines on the warship were relieved when they saw that Renault had finally left. They had just received news that a very powerful man would come later, so they should not act rashly. Although these Marine soldiers didn't know what was going on, even Admiral was so cautious that he knew that the people who came were very terrifying. Therefore, these Marine soldiers did not dare to let out the air during the whole process, for fear of causing irreversible consequences because they made a little movement. Seeing that Renault finally left, these soldiers seemed to be relieved, and all of them let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their backs were wet with sweat. Aokiji's adjutant was with him the whole time, so he heard all the conversations between the two, and when he saw that Renault had already flown away, he asked Aokiji blankly, "Aokiji Admiral, who is that kid just now?" Aokiji heard the adjutant's question, and after being silent for a while, he answered helplessly, "You don't need to know who he is, you just need to know that this little devil is very scary, so scary that the entire Marine can't do anything about him." "That's fine, so if I meet him in the future, I'll run a little far, or I don't know how he killed him." When the adjutant heard Aokiji's answer, his eyes instantly glared like an angry King Kong, and his face was full of shock. He has been with Aokiji for several years. Although his position is not high, he has a lot of knowledge. He knew exactly how many strong Marines there were, but even Marine, who had so many strong men, had nothing to do with this underage child. How could he not be shocked? Regardless of his shock, Aokiji didn't explain any more after he finished speaking, but directly ordered, "Take someone to count the pirates, and then send the bounty to him. Remember that the bounty can only be more or less, or be discovered by this little devil to act like a demon. Our naval headquarters will probably be turned upside down by him." 35. When the adjutant heard Aokiji's words, he immediately felt that the task was very stressful, and he stammered and assured, "Ching. Aokiji Admiral, don't worry, I will make sure that there will be no mistakes, let me. Headquarters is in danger." After the adjutant said that he didn't have any confidence, he turned around and left here to arrange for the pirate bounty to be counted as if he was going to die. Aokiji shook his head helplessly when he saw that he was going to die at 180, but he didn't say anything. He knew that Renault wasn't so stingy. If he made a mistake, he would be corrupted by Renault. It's just a stroke, it's not as serious as what he just said. The reason why Aokiji said this was just in case, for fear that these soldiers would not care to do it and cause unnecessary trouble. Just as Marine was counting the pirates, Renault had flown back to the port slowly and landed on the pirate ship he had just grabbed. Hey! 35. Seeing Renault's return, Robin rushed up and took a bite, then said happily, "Husband, although this boat is a bit dirty, it just needs to be cleaned up a bit. The rest of the place is fine, so let's use this boat. Ship out to sea?" Renault touched the place where he was attacked, and said with a bad smile on his face, "You can use this boat to go to sea, but this boat seems to have only one room, you can do it yourself." Hearing Renault's words, Robin turned his head to look at the 4 rooms inside the ship, then looked at Renault, rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Yes, yes, the boat has 1 room, then please ask your husband to do more." Advice. Chapter 108. Robin has been with Renault for so long, how can she not know Renault's thoughts? As soon as Renault said this, she knew what Renault wanted to do. But Robin didn't refuse. After all, the husband has been calling for so many years, it's a matter of time. When Renault heard that Robin had agreed, he immediately showed a happy expression, and while walking off the boat, he said to Robin without looking back, "Little daughter-in-law, let's go to Alabasta, buy some necessities on the boat, and buy a super big bed. Come back." 5. Renault finished speaking and did not wait for Robin to answer, and walked in front of him happily, looking complacent. When Robin heard that Renault was going to buy a big bed, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and his face turned red for some reason. When she came back to her senses and saw that Renault had gone far, she hurriedly followed in Renault's footsteps and stopped thinking about it. Renault took Robin for a walk around Alabasta, bought a lot of necessities, and also bought a super big bed, which can sleep 4 or 5 people without a problem, hehe. The food and fresh water prepared are not ordinary, enough for the 2 of them to eat for a year and a half, there is no way to have system space and it is so willful. When Renault and Robin returned to the port, it was already around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 2 of them spent most of the day wandering from the morning to the present before they came back contented. When Renault returned to the port, he saw that several 180 warships had appeared in the port. He secretly guessed in his heart, in order to bring these pirates back, Aokiji was taking the troops from the surrounding marine branch. Has the ship been transferred? Robin also found the warships in the port, and he was a little scared and leaned over to Renault and asked in a low voice, "My husband, why are there so many warships suddenly here? They are not here to arrest us, are they?" Snapped. Whoops. 35. When Renault heard this silly daughter-in-law's question, he gave her a brain break and said speechlessly, "Your husband, I have been to their warship in the morning, why do you have to wait until now if you want to arrest us, and you think your husband is me, does anyone dare to catch it? Even if I stood here, Marine wouldn't dare to come and catch me. You can worry about the enemies of other forces, but you don't need to worry about Marine, because they don't dare to attack us, understand?" "My husband, I know." Robin covered his forehead with tears in his eyes, and responded reluctantly after hearing Renault's 2 consecutive questions. Renault didn't care about this stupid daughter-in-law anymore, he went back to the boat, put out the things he bought today, and operated like a tiger. After putting things away and making up the big bed, another half-hour passed. Aokiji came to look for Renault just now, but he went back and waited when the direction was not there, and now he also received the news of Renault's return. Aokiji is bringing, the adjutant and a few marine soldiers, carrying a few boxes to find Renault, and the box contains the bounty Bailey. Originally, Aokiji didn't plan to come together. After all, he still had lingering fears about the last time in the vault, and he didn't even want to face the demon Renault. But just now, he saw that the adjutant was trembling and walking on thin ice, and he was afraid that he would mess things up, so he had to bite the bullet and come over in person. Renault, who was arranging things inside the ship, saw Aokiji and the others who were approaching, and told Robin, "You stay here and don't go out, I'll go out and deal with something." Robin heard that Renault had something to deal with, she didn't ask anything, just nodded and agreed, "Okay, you pay attention to safety." Renault just nodded and stopped talking, turned around and walked outside. When he came to the plywood, Aokiji was already 10 meters away from the boat. Renault immediately floated up, and slowly floated towards Aokiji. When he saw the box they were calling, he smiled and joked, "Yo! Aokiji, you are a dignified Admiral of Headquarters, and you actually came to give the bounty in person, could it be that? Are you afraid that I will kill your men?" The adjutant and several marine soldiers behind Aokiji immediately broke down in cold sweat when they heard this, their feet trembled, and they secretly groaned, "Aokiji Admiral was right, this guy is a complete demon." While they were afraid, they were also very curious about who Renault was, who dared to say something that would kill Marine in front of Marine Admiral. Is he really not afraid of Marine at all? Aokiji's face darkened immediately when he heard Renault's words that would kill people at every turn, but he didn't have a seizure, just said with a dark face, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you, this is your bounty Bailey, a total of 500 million 70 million Bailey, if you look at it, I will go back." 95. After Aokiji finished speaking, before Renault could answer, he looked at the soldiers behind him and said, "Put down all the boxes, and then go back first." Aokiji was afraid that Renault would really kill all these people. He didn't have the confidence to stop Renault's bizarre attack, so it was better to let them leave early to avoid any accident. "Yes, Aokiji Admiral." A few marine soldiers were already frightened, they wished they could leave early, and now Aokiji's words were just what they wanted, so they immediately put down the box, and then smeared oil on the soles of their feet and walked away. Renault looked at the marine soldiers who fled in a panic, then looked at Aokiji who was left alone, rolled his eyes speechlessly and said angrily, "Aokiji, you are a marine admiral anyway, you are as timid as a mouse, I'm just joking, are you scared like this?" 5. Aokiji didn't answer the question, but changed the subject and said, "The bounty you got for catching pirates today is all here, count them." Aokiji didn't say anything, but secretly said in his heart, at the age of 5, he almost killed tens of thousands of Marines elites, and he threw meteorites like ordinary stones at every turn, and he was so embarrassed to say that I shouldn't be afraid. How terrifying you are, don't you have a point in your heart? What Marine was really afraid of was not Renault's unreachable ability, nor Renault's strange eyes, but the ability to pull down meteorites. As long as there was a territorial power, there was no one who was not afraid of this ability. Meteorites may not kill the top powerhouses, because the top powerhouses are people who can run, but with the power of the territory, their islands will not run, one or two can be stopped, but what about dozens or hundreds? If dozens or hundreds of them fall at the same time, it is estimated that the entire island will be wiped from this world by these meteorites in an instant. Renault heard that Aokiji asked him to count the bounty Bailey, but he didn't actually count it. With an expression of "I trust you," he said, "I trust you Marine very much, so let's forget about counting." After Renault finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the box on the ground disappeared. He glanced at the system board and found that it was exactly 570 million. Renault has a system board, and after putting it in the system space, he knows exactly how much it is, and where does it need to be checked a little bit. After finishing all this, Renault showed a smile and a fake expression and invited, "Aokiji, it's not easy for you to come all the way, why don't you get on my boat and have a meal before going back?" Hearing Renault's invitation, Aokiji shook his head and refused, "I'm afraid I'll go up and down horizontally later, so it's better to avoid eating or something." 39. After Aokiji finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving faster and faster, as if some beast was chasing him behind him, and he disappeared in a flash. Renault looked at the back of Aokiji's departure, touched his handsome face, and said to himself a little puzzled, "Strange, why do these people seem to be afraid of themselves, do I really look scary?" 99. Renault just wondered for a while, then recovered, then went back to the boat, and after a while with Robin, he was ready to set off for the Sabayatti archipelago. Chapter 109. 5 days later, waters near Sabayatti archipelago. 10 meters above sea level, a small single sailboat was floating on it, heading towards the Sabayatti archipelago. There was a man and a woman on the plywood of the boat. They looked like they were only in their early 10 years. The girl was sitting on a chair. The young man, on the other hand, was like an uncle, lying on a reclining chair, enjoying the pinch of his shoulders from the girl. The two of them set off from Alabasta 5 days ago to Renault and Robin in Sabayatti archipelago. Renault and Robin have been flying in the sky for 5 days. This time, the two of them went to sea together. Renault teased his daughter-in-law when he had nothing to do. It was not like the 180 that went to West Blue last time he was bored, but he found it funny to Roger. The little daughter-in-law is very interesting. The price is that you will be kicked out of bed at night. Renault, who was squinting and enjoying, suddenly opened his eyes slowly, and then he looked at Robin who was reading a book and said, "Little daughter-in-law, let's go to Sabayatti archipelago, you can pack your things and prepare, and then we will log into Sabayatti archipelago now." When Robin heard Renault's words, he immediately closed the book in his hand, and then said happily, "I'll go get ready right away." After finishing speaking, Robin rushed into the interior of the ship to make preparations for landing in Sabayatti archipelago, looking like he couldn't wait. When Renault saw her fiery appearance, she didn't look like a calm royal sister in the future, and he secretly complained, "My calm and intimate sister. Why is it getting longer and more crooked?" Although Renault thinks that this little daughter-in-law is not bad now, he still prefers the wise old sister in the original book, Robin, who is like a big sister. Now Robin has been cultivated by him forcibly. The character of a lively and cheerful little loli, I don't know if it will change when I grow up. What a sin! Just when Renault was thinking about it, an island composed of countless big trees gradually appeared in front of his eyes. When Renault saw the bubbling island, he knew they were on the right track, which was his destination, the Sabayatti archipelago. Immediately after, Renault took control of the boat and circled around the Sabayatti archipelago, looking for the mangrove number 13. Renault thought that he had already come here, and if he didn't meet the old guy, it seemed a little unreasonable. So Renault was going to meet the old guy and ask something about the woman by the way, and then finish the purpose of the trip. Renault wandered around the Sabayatti archipelago for a while, and found the mangrove number 13, and then he found a random place to land. As soon as Renault landed the boat, Robin packed his things and came out of the boat with a backpack. As soon as Robin came out of the ship and saw the bubbling Sabayatti archipelago, his eyes widened and his mouth opened in shock, and he didn't recover for a long time. Seeing her cute appearance, Renault immediately stretched out his sinful palm, pinched her chin and fiddled with her. While playing happily, he opened his mouth and reminded, "Little daughter-in-law, hurry up and close your mouth, let's coming soon to Sabayatti archipelago." 95. When Robin heard Renault's words, he finally regained his senses, and as soon as he regained his senses, he noticed the evil hand on her chin. Snapped. Robin slapped Renault's hand with a slap, and then gave Renault an angry look, but she was not angry. Instead she asked curiously, "Why does this island have bubbles?" 35. When Renault heard Robin's question, he began to explain patiently, "Sabayatti archipelago is actually composed of countless mangrove trees, and this mangrove tree will secrete a liquid, and these bubbles are formed by this liquid, which is why it is here. Bubbles keep popping up." After listening to Renault's explanation, Robin's eyes were instantly filled with gold stars, and he looked at Renault's admiration and praised, "Wow! Husband, you know a lot." When Renault heard Robin's compliment, he immediately bragged, "Your husband, I am a man who has been on the sea since the age of 5, and I once left countless legends, so isn't it natural to understand this?" Robin was still full of admiration, but when she heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes speechlessly. She has never been to the sea and has little knowledge. But that doesn't mean she's an idiot. Renault's words are obviously bragging, how could she not hear it? Robin rolled his eyes frantically, and said perfunctorily, "Yes, yes, my husband is the most powerful, and my husband is the most powerful man in the world, so can we land on the island, my husband?" 99. Seeing the little daughter-in-law rolling her eyes, Renault guessed that she had found herself bragging, touched her nose in embarrassment, and then replied, "Then let's land on the island first." 99. After the two of them boarded the Sabayatti archipelago, Robin asked Renault with a puzzled expression, "Husband, you asked me to pack my things, don't we live on the island instead of on the boat?" Hearing Robin's question, Renault thought for a while before answering, I don't know how long I'm going to do this time, so I might need to stay in Sabayatti archipelago for a while. So it's better to live on the island, after all, I can't bear to let my sweet little daughter-in-law live on the boat for too long. 99. Renault is still unsure of Boa Hancock's location, and doesn't know if she has been captured at the Holy Land Mariejois or not yet, so he can only wait in the Sabayatti archipelago. By the way, check here to see if she is there. News. When Robin heard the words behind Renault, his face instantly turned red to the back of his ears, and then he retorted with a dissatisfied 0.4 face, I hate it. How can I be so squeamish as you say, I can live anywhere. Renault didn't take up the topic again, lest he be kicked out of bed again at night, and directly changed the subject, let's not talk about this first, I'll take you to a place to meet someone, and then let's find a place to live. 35. Hearing Renault's words, Robin asked curiously, Husband, who are we going to see? 99. Renault had already walked in front and replied without looking back, Go see an old pirate BD, you will know when you see him later, maybe you have heard of him too. Although Robin was still curious when she heard this, she didn't ask any more. Seeing that Renault had already walked away, she trotted to catch up. Chapter 110. Not long after Renault took Robin, they arrived at the destination of their trip, where Rayleigh and Shaki lived for the elderly, ripping off the bar. When Renault saw this blatantly ripped-off bar, and thought of the character of the bar owner, he secretly complained, Rayleigh, that BD's old friend, is really sturdy. Seeing the name of this bar, Robin asked Renault suspiciously, Does the person you're looking for really live in this rip-off bar? In fact, there is still one sentence in Robin's heart that he didn't ask, that is, can he walk out of this bar safely? In fact, I can't blame Robin for thinking too much. The name of this bar is too weird. How can anyone blatantly use the three words as the name of the bar? When you open a bar with such a name, is it because he is afraid that others will not know, and that his bar will be ripped off? When Renault heard Robin's question, he explained helplessly, This is a bar opened by a retired pirate. Her real purpose is not to make money, but just to have a place to retire. That's why she opened a bar for this kind of thing. Weird name. 55. Shaki's purpose of opening a bar and selling information is not to make money at all, but just to find something to do when he is old. Otherwise, with her strength, it is not too easy to make money. Where do you need to work hard to open a bar here to make money? Just like Rayleigh being a coding craftsman here, it's not too easy for them to make money, but what they need is not money, but to be able to do something to pass the time when they are old, so as not to have any problems with themselves. Come. After listening to Renault's explanation, Robin nodded thoughtfully, and said to himself, It turns out that the owner of this bar, the purpose of opening this bar is not for business, but as a place for retirement. No wonder it's a name that makes such a guest run away when he sees it. After Renault explained to Robin, he pushed open the door of the bar first, and then walked directly into the bar. Seeing that Renault had walked in, Robin stopped staying at the door too much, and hurriedly followed Renault's footsteps into the bar. It was still early at around 10 o'clock in the morning, so there was not a single customer in the bar, only the proprietress was at the bar by herself, with a cigarette in her mouth and a glass of wine in her hand. The proprietress, also known as Shaki, saw Renault and Robin walking in, her eyes only stayed on Robin for a moment, then she looked away, and then looked in Renault's direction. When Shaki's eyes fell on Renault, his pupils shrank instantly, and the shock in his eyes flashed past. Shaki just habitually swept over with the color of knowledge, this girl is just a little strong, but this boy is like an abyss, so she can't find the depth. The existence that can make her unable to detect the depths. She has met some top powerhouses who are over 500 years old, but it is the first time she has encountered a minor existence like Renault, so just now she will to be shocked. An underage boy has this kind of strength, who is not shocked when he encounters it. After being shocked for a while, Shaki immediately recovered her good mood. After all, she is also someone who has seen big winds and waves. This kind of thing can be eased after a while, and then said to Renault, I'm sorry, the two of you. Children, I haven't started business here yet, if you want to eat or drink, you should go somewhere else. Shaki is tired of the life of running around and just wants to retire in peace here, so she doesn't want to have anything to do with Renault, who is very troublesome at first sight, or else her hard-won stable life, I guess it's coming to an end. Renault heard that Shaki was going to chase people as soon as they met. He didn't have the slightest courtesy. He felt that it was necessary to help the old guy to take care of him, so he immediately put on a smile and said, "We are not here. Drink, I'm Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Renault, Pirate Shaki, please come with me." When Shaki heard Renault's words, his body tightened immediately, his eyes fixed on Renault, as if he was ready to take action at any time. Shaki, who was about to shoot, suddenly felt that something was wrong, and thought to himself, wait. Naval Headquarters doesn't seem to have a Vice Admiral named Renault, and why is this name so familiar? In addition to being a bar owner, Shaki is also an intelligence dealer, so Marine has several Vice Admiral, can she not know? Not to mention the dozen or 20 Vice Admirals, even Marines with higher positions such as General and Rear Admiral, she basically has information here, so when Renault first said that he was Vice Admiral, she immediately noticed not right. Thinking of Shaki here, she glanced at Renault carefully, her eyes suddenly lit up, she finally remembered why she had never seen Renault, but was so familiar with the name Renault, because he heard Rayleigh mention the name, so she will feel familiar. Shaki no longer tense his body, walked out of the bar, circled around Renault, and said to himself, "The age and name are the same as the old guy said, his strength is stronger than that. The old guy said a lot about being stronger, but it's been so long, so it's understandable to get stronger." 35. When Shaki observed this, he stopped observing, but looked at Renault and asked, "You're that old Rayleigh guy, the little Renault who is often mentioned?" Shaki didn't wait for Renault to answer the question, and then, "The one who got the money," continued, "Rayleigh told me about you. I didn't believe him at first, but now I have to believe it." Renault wasn't surprised that Shaki could recognize him. After all, when he was on the Whitebeard Pirates, his best relationship was with Rayleigh, so Rayleigh must have told Shaki about him. If Shaki didn't know him, he would. It feels weird. Although Renault was not surprised that Shaki recognized him, but when he heard what Shaki said, he asked angrily, "Did that old BD speak ill of me?" In fact, Renault didn't have to ask, he could guess it, and what Rayleigh said was definitely not a good thing. Because the old guy never said a good word about him, and of course Renault never said a good word about him, the two belonged to half a caddy. Chapter 111. When Shaki heard Renault's irritated question, he immediately showed a scheming expression, and then replied with a smile, "That old guy Rayleigh said, you always fight him, a little bit. You don't even know how to respect the old and love the young, and you still make trouble all day long, and say that you are a complete bear child." The reason why Shaki was half-talking just now was because he wanted to see Renault in such a frantic look. Who let this little BD scare her when he came? She was a big pirate no matter what, but just now she was frightened by a half-year-old little boy. If she didn't find a chance to take revenge, where would she put her old face? When Renault heard what Shaki said, he immediately retorted angrily, "That old BD still knows what it means to respect the old and love the young. At that time, he was upright and young, but at that time, I was only 5 years old, so who doesn't understand? Do you have to respect the old and love the young? The age and strength of the pirate world, 20 to 40 is the growth period, and 40 to 50 is the peak period. At that time, Rayleigh was just about 50 years old, at the peak of his life, and even his hair was blonde, and he was ashamed to say that he didn't know how to respect the old and love the young. When I thought of Renault here, I was full of anger, and I thought to myself, this matter must not be left alone, I must find an opportunity to take revenge and come back, otherwise it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart." Seeing Renault's frantic appearance, Shaki echoed with a smile, yes, that old guy is a complete a-hole, he doesn't know how to respect the old and love the young at all, even you are 5 years old. I am not ashamed at all." Shaki saw Renault's frantic appearance and found it very interesting. She also understood why Rayleigh likes to fight against Renault so much. This little guy is so fun. Fortunately, Renault's observation Haki's special ability is vast, not mind reading. I don't know what Shaki is thinking, otherwise he will probably rush over and fight this old woman desperately. Although Renault didn't know what Shaki was thinking, but seeing the expression on the old woman's face and hearing what she said, it was as fake as possible, as long as he wasn't an idiot. This old woman was just trying to perfunctory him, even though she said so, she still didn't know how to scold him in her heart. Thinking of Renault here, he glanced at Shaki, rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then stopped discussing this topic, but sat directly on a chair in front of the bar and asked, "I'll find out about that old guy later. He settles the bill. I'm here to ask you something. Stop by and see that old BD Rayleigh, since the old BD isn't there now. Then let me ask you about someone first." When Shaki heard Renault's words, he asked with a puzzled face, "You came all the way here, who are you trying to inquire about?" Shaki didn't know where Renault was recently, but he didn't have any information about Renault nearby. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Renault to live near here. He must have come from far away, otherwise she could not even have any information about Renault. To know that she has been doing information here for so many years, although it cannot be said that it is pervasive, there is absolutely no way to escape her eyes if there is any trouble in the vicinity, so he is sure that Renault does not live in this vicinity. When Renault heard Shaki's question, he thought about it and didn't ask immediately, but asked first, "Do you know the people in the Amazon and Lily Kingdom in the Calm Belt?" Shaki heard Renault ask about Amazon Lily, and after being silent for a while, he asked back, "Why are you asking about Amazon Lily?" 35. Renault didn't intend to tell the truth, because he said that the three Boya sisters would be arrested, and it was estimated that no one would believe him, so he laughed nonsense directly. "Actually, it's not a big deal, I just want to inquire about one person, you if you know it, let me know." 35. When Renault said this, he directly assured him, "You can rest assured that I have no ill will towards them, I just want to find someone." The reason Renault assured Shaki was because in his previous life, he saw someone in the comments section saying that the old woman was inextricably linked to Amazon Lily. Some people say that the old woman is from Amazon Lily. If this is true and he doesn't give any guarantee, the old woman probably won't say anything. 4 Flowers 0. Because Renault is not familiar with her, her knowledge of Renault is only from Rayleigh. How could she say it when she is not sure whether it is an enemy or a friend? Renault took this into consideration and assured Shaki that he really had no ill will towards Amazon Lily. When Shaki heard Renault's assurance, he stared at Renault for a while, as if he wanted to see through Renault. After a while, he asked, "Who are you looking for?" Renault didn't know if the old woman believed him, but he had no other choice now, so he could only ask truthfully, "I want to know the current situation of the three Boya sisters, do you have any news about them?" Shaki heard Renault inquire about the three Boya sisters, and glanced at Renault a little surprised. She did know the existence of these three sisters, but these three sisters hardly ever appeared in Amazon Lily. How did Renault know about these three sisters? Although Shaki knew the existence of the three sisters, she did not know that the three sisters had already gone out to sea with the 9 snake pirates. Because although she has contact with Amazon Lily, but not all the time, but once in a while. Shaki didn't know how Renault knew the three sisters, nor could he guess Renault's purpose, so he could only delay and say, "I do know the existence of these three sisters, but I don't know their recent situation, so I need to inquire first, I will tell you when there is news." 35. The real purpose of Shaki's delay is not to inquire about Amazon Lily, but to inquire about Renault's details from Rayleigh first. After she finds out Renault's details, it is not too late to decide whether to tell Renault or not. Although Renault didn't know what Shaki was thinking, he had already guessed it from the look on her guarded face, and secretly complained, this old woman should know something, and the reason why she didn't tell herself was probably because she wanted to delay time. Let's get to know your bottom line. Chapter 112. Although Renault had guessed Shaki's purpose, he didn't come out, because his real purpose had actually been achieved. He asked Shaki about the situation of the three Boya sisters, not to get information from her, but to know whether the three sisters had been caught. And when Renault asked about the three sisters just now, Shaki's expression didn't have any other emotions besides being alert. So Renault guessed that the three sisters hadn't been caught yet, or that they had just been caught, and that Shaki hadn't received any news yet. And what Renault really wants is this information. As long as he is sure whether Boa Hancock has been arrested, or how long he has been arrested, other information is not important to him. Because Renault has now come to the Sabayatti archipelago, as long as there is no accident, Boa Hancock is caught here, and he will never escape his observation Haki. After Renault got the answer he wanted, he did not continue to ask the three sisters for information, but directly agreed with Shaki's proposal 23, then I will find a place to live first, and then let me know when you have news. 5. After Renault finished speaking, he stood up and pulled Robin. While walking outside, he said to Robin, let's go and find a hotel to stay in first. Seeing that Renault and Robin were leaving, Shaki smiled and asked, it's hard to come here, let's have a drink before leaving. When Renault heard Shaki's invitation, he turned his head and rolled his eyes at her and said angrily, I'm only 11 years old now, and you want me to drink, what's in your mind? When Shaki heard Renault's words, he still had a smile on his face and said, of course not an ordinary 11-year-old child, but you are not an ordinary child, so it's okay to have a drink every now and then. When Renault heard this, he rolled his eyes madly and speechlessly, and then he stopped paying attention to the bad old woman and dragged Robin out of the bar directly. He and the old woman's thoughts were not on the same channel, so no matter how much he said, it was the same. Just piles of nonsense. From walking into the bar to leaving, Robin didn't say a word since then, and followed Renault obediently, just like a little daughter-in-law. Boom! Shaki looked at the door that was slammed shut, and after being silent for a while, determined that Renault had left here, put away the smile on his face, took out a phone bug from under the bar, and dialed it directly. Blood, blood. Ka sauce. 99. Shaki's phone worm just dialed the phone for a while, and the call was answered, and then a voice came from the phone worm and asked, what is Shaki looking for at this time? Shaki didn't answer right away, but instead asked, where are you now? Can you come back? The phone worm was silent for a while before answering, I'm in the number 1 auction room, what's the matter with letting me go back? 99. When Shaki heard the answer from the other side of the phone bug, he rolled his eyes and asked angrily, you have no money to drink and sold yourself. When Shaki said this, he scolded in exasperation, you immortal BD, you would rather sell yourself for a drink than come to my old lady to drink, is the old lady's wine good to drink? Opposite the phone bug is Shaki's old friend, the well-known Rayleigh. Looking at the content of the conversation between the two, it is estimated that Rayleigh has sold himself for wine once or twice. This is a habitual offender. When Rayleigh heard Shaki's complaint, he could only change the subject with a haha, these are trivial things that don't matter, or what's the matter when you came to me suddenly. When Shaki heard Rayleigh mention this, she no longer bothered with the old guy, but replied directly, Renault, who you mentioned to me before, came to my place today, and it hasn't been a while since I left. I need to know something from you, so come back quickly. When Rayleigh heard that it was about Renault, after being silent for a while, he directly agreed, then I will go back in the evening, and it will be my turn to auction, so let's do it first. Crack. Shaki looked at the phone bug that was hung up, and thought of Rayleigh's last sentence just now. Black lines appeared on his forehead immediately, and he cursed inwardly, let me see how I will deal with you this old BD tonight. Shaki originally wanted Rayleigh to come back right away, but Rayleigh didn't mean to come back right away at all, but continued to play his game of auctioning himself to make money. What Shaki didn't know was that if anyone else came looking for her, Rayleigh would probably be on her way back. But Renault came over. Rayleigh was not worried, because he knew that Renault would not pose a threat to Shaki, so he did not come back immediately, but chose to let it go and continue to make his own money. At this time, Renault, after pulling Robin away from the bar, has come to the bustling street. Robin jumped ahead, looking very curious about everything she saw, whether it was snacks or toys, she would lean up to take a look with a curious face. Robin now seems to be like a little girl entering the city for the first time. full of curiosity about all novelties, and wants to know about 183 no matter what. So a strange combination appeared in Sabayatti archipelago. A little girl was in charge of eating, drinking, and having fun in the front, while a little boy followed helplessly and was responsible for paying the bills. Renault looked at Robin, who was walking in front of him, looking east and west, and followed behind with a face full of helplessness. He secretly spit out in his heart, "This little daughter-in-law has a little bit of it now, what will she look like in the future? No matter how you look at it now, she still looks weird and quirky." This little daughter-in-law was completely raised by him. As time passed, the two walked around the Sabayatti archipelago, and basically went to all the places they could play. Even the playground, Renault, was pulled by Robin to play around. After the two had had enough fun, they started looking for a hotel. Robin was obviously tired after playing for so long. He hugged Renault's arms softly, and weakly pointed to a hotel not far away, and said to Renault, "Husband, what do you think of that hotel?" Renault looked in the direction Robin pointed, and found that it was a very luxurious hotel, and the hotel was not far from Shaki's bar, so he nodded and said, "I think this hotel is good, then we will be staying at this time." Here it is. Chapter 113. The next morning, Sabayatti archipelago. In the mangrove area of number 13 Sabayatti archipelago, there is a large hotel. In a very luxurious room in the hotel, a teenager in his early 10 years is lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. There was a girl beside the boy on the bed. The girl was lying on the boy's body, playing with her hair on the boy's face, as if trying to wake the boy up. These two people just arrived yesterday at Sabayatti archipelago, living in the mangrove area number 13, Renault and Robin in the hotel. Renault was sleeping soundly, noticed the abnormality on his face, slowly opened his eyes, and met Robin's big kawaii eyes, and then saw the hair in her hand, with a black line on her face. He asked, "It's still so early, little daughter-in-law, what are you making a fuss about?" Seeing that Renault had woken up, Robin immediately pouted and complained, "You promised me yesterday that you would take me to play for another day, husband, you can't break your promise." At this time, Renault finally remembered. Yesterday, he saw that Robin couldn't stop playing, so he promised her to take her to play for a day tomorrow. The little daughter-in-law finally agreed to stop playing, but followed him to the hotel. 183 Thinking of Renault here, he could only slowly get up and said helplessly, "Clean up, my husband will take you to play." Bah! Seeing that Renault finally got up, Robin heard Renault's promise to take her to play. He immediately took a bite of Renault's head, and then said excitedly, "Husband, you are the best, I'm ready, anytime. You can go." When Renault heard that Robin was ready, he could only show a lifeless expression, and then got up and packed himself. Renault originally wanted this little daughter-in-law to prepare, and then he squinted for a while, but unfortunately it didn't happen. This little daughter-in-law is simply not a human being. After Renault simply cleaned himself up, he took this little daughter-in-law who had been waiting for a long time on the road of no return. Time rushes evening. Renault took Robin to play from morning to night until Robin was satisfied. Renault followed this little daughter-in-law crazy all day, and the whole process was like a life without love. Renault sighed in his heart all day, no matter what world, these women are in, their age, the madness of shopping is just the same as those women in previous lives. Robin, who had been contented after playing all day, was holding Renault's arm, looking at the direction they were heading, and asked with a puzzled face, "Husband, isn't this the way to that bar yesterday? We just went to that bar yesterday, are we going to that bar now?" When Renault heard Robin's question, he didn't mean to hide it, so he answered truthfully, "Yesterday I was going to see an old guy, but he happened to be away yesterday, so I can only make a trip today." One of Renault's reasons for going to the bar yesterday was to meet the old guy Rayleigh, but the old guy just happened to be out of the bar yesterday. Although it was not difficult to find Rayleigh with his observation haki, he didn't go looking for it, but left to find the hotel. Since he wasn't here for more than a day or two, and since he didn't really have anything to do with seeing Rayleigh, he wasn't in a hurry to see Rayleigh himself, anytime he went to see the old guy. When Robin heard Renault's answer, she nodded thoughtfully, and then she stopped asking more questions, but hugged Renault's arm, and her whole body hung limply on Renault's body. She played all day today and was really tired. Not long after Renault took Robin away, the two soon came to a place not far from the rip-off bar. At this time, Rayleigh and Shaki had been waiting in the bar for a long time, as if they knew that Renault would definitely come over today. Renault played with Robin all day today, and they were both exhausted. The reason why they didn't go back to the hotel was because he knew that Rayleigh had already returned to the bar, so he brought Robin directly to the bar. Inside the ripping bar. The bar was not open for business today, so now there are no customers in the bar except Rayleigh and Shaki. Rayleigh, who was sitting quietly drinking at the bar, flashed a red light in his eyes, and then said to himself, "I made this old man wait here for so long, this little BD is finally willing to come here." Shaki, who was wiping glasses in the bar, looked thoughtful when she heard Rayleigh's words, but she didn't ask Rayleigh. Since she had already guessed who Rayleigh was talking about, there was no need to ask Rayleigh at all. Greg. Not long after Rayleigh finished speaking, the door of the bar was opened from the outside, and then two boys and girls walked in. They were Renault and Robin who had just arrived. As soon as Renault walked into the rip-off bar, he looked familiar and walked towards Rayleigh, while laughing and sneering. Pluton Rayleigh, once a famous pirate in the sea, has now been reduced to relying on selling himself for a living. You old guy is really going back as he lives. When Rayleigh heard the doorman behind him and Renault's sneer, he replied without looking back, "No matter how I sell myself, this is my own business, and I won't steal like you little BD." Renault touched his nose in embarrassment when he heard this, knowing that Rayleigh was talking about the fact that he emptied the Roger Pirates vault a few years ago. However, what he calls holding is not called stealing, what he calls for eliminating harm for the people, and what he steals is called a righteous one. Can stealing something from a pirate be called stealing? Thinking of Renault here, the whole person lazily came to the side of Rayleigh and sat down, and then said with a look of disdain, "You Roger Pirates' treasures are not stolen from others, I just took it from your hands. After all, those treasures don't belong to your Roger Pirates. I'm going to get those treasures to kill the people. I'm just taking it for granted, isn't it stealing? How ugly is it to say stealing?" Hearing Renault's sophistry, Rayleigh rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then said angrily, "Your ability to confuse black and white is really as good as before." Renault didn't seem to understand what Rayleigh said, and when he heard this, he immediately showed a look of confusion and said, "That's, you don't even look at who I am, Renault." Chapter 114. Sabayatti Archipelago, Rip-Off Bar. Renault and Rayleigh had a tit-for-tat confrontation, and after some reminiscence, the two finally stopped. Shaki and Robin watched the fun all the time, laughing and chirping from time to time, as if the conversation between Renault and Rayleigh was funny, and the two kept laughing and couldn't stop. In the eyes of others, Renault and Rayleigh's confrontation is really funny, but they themselves don't know it. Seeing that the passers-by finally stopped, Shaki looked at Renault and said straight to the topic, "Little Renault, I contacted the current Emperor of Amazon Lily yesterday and asked them about the three Boya sisters. They said that the three sisters have disappeared for half a month, and they are now looking for the three sisters. They heard me asking about the three sisters yesterday. They thought I had news here. Sister news. After I explained the situation to them later, they wanted me to ask you, do you have any news about these three sisters?" Shaki asked Rayleigh yesterday if Renault is trustworthy, and after getting confirmation from Rayleigh that Renault can be trusted, she no longer has any reservations today. "I told all the information I learned yesterday, and by the way, I helped the Emperor of Amazon Lily and asked Renault if he had any news about the three sisters. But without asking her, she can guess that Renault definitely has news about the three sisters, or else the three sisters just disappeared, and Renault just came to ask. This is too coincidental?" And after what she learned yesterday, it was the first time for the three Boya sisters to go to sea, unless they had seen Renault during the time they disappeared. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Renault to know these three sisters, so they all agreed that Renault had definitely met these three sisters, and there was news about these three sisters. But unfortunately, their guesses were all wrong. Although Renault knew about the three sisters, and also knew their news, Renault had never seen these three sisters. This may be the happiness of hanging on the wall. Renault heard Shaki say that the three sisters had disappeared for half a month, although he was a little surprised, but he replied calmly on the surface, I received news some time ago that the traffickers caught a few Amazon lily. I'm here because of this news. When Shaki heard Renault's answer, he asked with a puzzled face, according to what you said, you haven't seen these three sisters, since you haven't even seen their faces and have no friendship with them, why do you want to for these three sisters, come all the way to Sabayatti archipelago? Renault knew that this kind of thing couldn't be explained, so he didn't think about explaining it at first, so he went on to talk nonsense, although I don't know them, I can feel that they are very important to me, so I'm so big. Come all the way here to save people. When Shaki heard Renault's nonsense, he didn't believe Renault's nonsense at all, as if there were two words of disbelief written on his face. But she didn't continue to ask, who didn't have a secret or something, even Rayleigh believed in Renault, and she had no reason to doubt Renault. As long as Renault can be trusted, it doesn't really matter if what he says is true or not. Renault also knew that the old woman didn't believe it at all, but he didn't need the old woman to believe it. It was just a reason to talk so much nonsense. Do the old woman believe it or not? Although Shaki didn't believe the reason Rayleigh said, she believed that the information that Renault said should be true, so she asked again, then besides the news you received some time ago, do you have any other news recently? When Renault heard Shaki's question, he tilted his head and thought for a moment before answering, I haven't heard from them recently, otherwise I wouldn't have come to ask you, but I guess they are now in the Holy Land Mariejois, and it's very likely, you can check the transaction records of the recent Sabayatti archipelago auction, there may be unexpected gains. The three Boya sisters have disappeared for half a month, and it is estimated that they have been sold to the Holy Land Mariejois, but Renault did not act rashly. He wanted the old woman to investigate and make a decision. Although he can go to the Holy Land Mariejois at any time, he is not afraid of the world government, but he can't make a fool of himself. If the world government is prepared in advance, his troubles will not be small. He didn't want to fight an uncertain battle, or he wouldn't save his daughter-in-law if he wanted to. When Shaki heard Renault's answer, he gave Renault a deep look, then turned around and walked to the back room of the bar without saying a word. Shaki knew that Renault should know something, but since Renault didn't want to say more, she didn't continue to ask. Because she is a person who sells information, the reason why she didn't investigate yesterday is because she didn't have a direction to investigate yesterday. Now that she has the direction of the investigation, she doesn't need to ask Renault to investigate clearly, so why bother to ask others what she can do by herself? Renault didn't stop him when he saw Shaki leave, because he had already guessed what the old woman was going to do. Now that she left at this time, what else could she do other than investigate the auction house? When Rayleigh saw that Shaki had returned to the room, he looked at Renault and asked, you should know a lot more, why didn't you tell her? When Renault heard Rayleigh's question, he waved his hand, and said helplessly, you have known me for so long, you should be able to perceive that there are many things you can't understand about me, so it's not that I don't want to say more, but I can't explain it myself. Renault also wanted to make things clear, but how did he know about this issue? He would not be able to explain it for a while, and even if he was willing to explain, others would not necessarily believe it. So he can only guide her to investigate, but can't say it directly. Anyway, the effect is the same, so why should he ask for trouble? When Rayleigh heard Renault's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and then changed the subject, if you can't explain it clearly, don't talk about it, you'd better tell the old man what you've been doing all these years. 35. Rayleigh knew that Renault had a lot of secrets, and he knew it when he was on the Roger Pirates, but Renault had no ill will towards them. Therefore, when he was on the Roger Pirates, he only asked about Renault's purpose and origin, but did not ask about Renault's secrets. Because everyone on the Roger Pirates has their own secrets, and as long as it is not harmful to everyone on the ship, they don't bother to care about these secrets. This can be regarded as a kind of respect for everyone on the ship. Chapter 115. Renault and Rayleigh were sitting at the bar and chatting about their experiences in the past few years. Rayleigh has always been here at Sabayatti Archipelago, so he has nothing to say. Listen quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words. Robin sat alone on the other side, without saying a word the whole time, quietly listening to Renault's experience. It was the first time Robin heard Renault talk about his experience. Renault had never told her about these things before, so she listened very carefully, for fear of missing some important information. In this way, minutes and seconds passed, and Shaki finally walked out of the room. When Renault and Rayleigh were reminiscing about the old days, after seeing Shaki walking out, they both stopped tacitly and looked at Shaki. Because both of them knew that Shaki was going to investigate the records of the auction house just now, and walking out now means that there is already a result, so they both stopped, looked at Shaki and waited for her to tell the result of the investigation. Shaki didn't make them wait for a long time. After walking back to the bar, he directly said to the two, "There is already news about the three Boya sisters. There was an auction a few days ago, and they were one of the products. They were bought by the Draconians, and as little Renault guessed, they should now be on the Holy Land Mariejois." When Shaki said this, he stopped, turned to look at Renault and asked, "They have now been taken to the holy place Mariejois, where the top level of the world government and the place where the Tianlong people live. The guards don't need me to tell you. How strict are you supposed to know, so how are you going to save the three sisters?" After listening to Shaki's information, Renault heard her question again, tilted his head for a while, and replied mysteriously, "You don't need to know how to save people, you just need to give me their approximate location, and then just wait for me to rescue them, and you don't need to worry about other things." Although Renault didn't say anything, Shaki could also hear some useful news from these words, that is, Renault planned to save people by himself, because Renault never mentioned what they were going to do since then, and it means to make them wait patiently. Undecided, Shaki could only look to Rayleigh for help, asking him to come out and find out what Renault had to say. Because she knew that even if she asked, Renault probably wouldn't tell her, just like when she asked Renault before, either she didn't say anything or just found a reason to perfunctory. And the reason why Shaki wanted Rayleigh to come forward and ask is because Rayleigh is familiar with Renault. She can't ask, it doesn't mean that Rayleigh can't ask, maybe Rayleigh, an acquaintance, can ask? When Rayleigh saw Shaki's look for help, he immediately understood what she meant. After all, the two of them had a tacit understanding for so many years. After understanding what Shaki meant, Rayleigh immediately looked at Renault and asked, "Are you sure you're going alone?" Apparently Rayleigh also heard the meaning of Renault's words, so he asked straight to the point. And this is exactly the answer Shaki wants to know. She doesn't know how Renault is going to save people, and she doesn't know how much she is sure, so she wants Rayleigh to explore Renault's details. After all, the three Boya sisters belong to Amazon Lily, and her relationship with Amazon Lily is extraordinary. If she doesn't ask clearly, she can't explain to the Emperor of Amazon Lily. When Renault heard Rayleigh's question, he immediately replied with a dazed expression, "I can empty their Naval Headquarters treasury in front of the powerful Naval Headquarters and go to the Holy Land Mariejois to save someone. It's not too easy for me." When Shaki heard Renault's answer, he said with a face full of disbelief, "It's okay for you to deceive a little girl like this, but to deceive an intelligence dealer like me, you should save it. I know how many strong men there are in Naval Headquarters, how could they let you empty the vault in front of them?" Unlike Shaki, Rayleigh looked at Renault with shock when he heard this. Rayleigh knew how perverted Renault's ability was, so he thought it was probably true, that's why he was so shocked. Robin, on the other hand, looked at Renault with a look of admiration all the time. In her eyes, no matter what Renault said, it was true. After Rayleigh heard Shaki's words, he gradually recovered from the shock, and before Renault could speak, he took the lead and said to Shaki, "Shaki, don't believe it, this little BD's ability can indeed do it. On this point, I guess when this little BD moved the vault, the strong men in Naval Headquarters could only stare at the side and dare not move. If they dared to move, Marineford would have disappeared by now." The reason Rayleigh believed what Renault said was because he remembered the battle in the waters of Blue Star Island, the three meteorites that Renault pulled down. If Renault threatened Marine, if they dared to move, they would pull down the meteorite. Even if Marine's strong men were present, they probably wouldn't dare to move when they heard this. Although there were some discrepancies in Rayleigh's guesses, Renault didn't mean to explain. As long as they were relieved, it didn't matter how the process went. When Shaki heard Rayleigh's answer, he also showed a rare look of shock, which can make people who have experienced strong winds and waves look shocked. From this, you can see what Renault, good money, did. How shocking it is! However, being able to evacuate Marine's vault under Marine's nose is indeed a shocking thing. If this incident is reported by the media, it is estimated that it will cause a world-class uproar. I don't know how long it took, and Shaki, who gradually recovered, asked Renault with a puzzled face, "How come I haven't received any news about such a big incident in Naval Headquarters? And when did this happen?" "What? Naval Headquarters Marineford, not far from Sabayatti Archipelago, and she also has eyeliner in Marine. Logically, she should be able to receive some news when such a big thing happens." But if Renault didn't say it now, she probably didn't know about it, which made her think about writing sister. Chapter 116. When Renault heard Shaki's question, he didn't mean to hide it, but replied directly, "This incident happened 4 years ago. The reason why you don't know it is because those who know about it are the senior executives of Naval Headquarters. There's no way they're going to spread this humiliating thing around, so it's okay if you don't know about it." 4 years ago, Renault broke into the Marine vault, and no one else knew about it except the Naval Headquarters executive who knew it was Renault. Even the Marine soldiers surrounding the vault only knew that a thief had broken into the vault, but they didn't know who it was. And the Marines were gagged again, so the matter didn't get out there. The treasury was only spread among the top Marines, and even the bottom Marines didn't know about it. How could Shaki know about it? When Shaki heard Renault's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and then asked with a puzzled look, "Even if Marine doesn't want to let people know about it for fear of embarrassment, then there should be a reward for you." "Yes, but you are obviously not rewarded by Marine." 35. Haha. Renault immediately laughed when he heard this, and then he laughed and replied, "That's because I threatened Marine. If I dare to offer me a reward before I reach adulthood, I will go to Naval Headquarters to remove the island of Marineford from the world. Erase, so they don't dare to offer me a reward." 39. Shaki and Rayleigh heard Renault's answer, and they both began to sweat coldly on their foreheads. They didn't expect that Renault would dare to threaten Marine, and he was even successfully threatened by Renault. They don't want to admire them. Renault should be the only one in this world who dares to threaten Marine and also threatens success. Rayleigh and Shaki seemed to have thought of something, looked at each other, and then both of them secretly made up their minds. They must stay away from this little devil in the future, or else they will suddenly be surrounded by Marine in the future. Don't know what's going on. When Renault saw them flirting with each other, but he didn't say a word, he directly complained, "I don't object to you old couple flirting with each other, but could you please find a suitable time? Now let's talk about the positions of the three sisters, and tell me all the information you know." Although Renault's observation haki can cover the entire Holy Land Mariejois, he went to Holy Land Mariejois this time, not just to save people. Those heavenly dragon people are very rich, and if he does not go to the treasury of these heavenly dragon people, he will feel sorry for himself. So if you don't need observation haki, you don't need to use it, so as not to startle the snake and be discovered by the strong above the Holy Land Mariejois, so that he has no time to empty the treasury of the Tianlong people. If he knew the location of the three sisters, he didn't need to use observation haki to find someone. He could go directly to empty the vaults of the Tianlong people, and then go to rescue the three sisters. In this way, he will have enough room to operate. Otherwise, if he uses his knowledge to find someone, he will alert the strong people on the Holy Land Mariejois, and these people may come to prevent him from evacuating the vault. Although Renault is not afraid of these people, he is afraid of trouble, and he wants to save people without disturbing anyone. Because he doesn't want to be rewarded yet, he still wants to live a stable life for a few years, and plans to cultivate these little daughters-in-law first, and then bring them out to pretend to be beebs. When Rayleigh and Shaki heard Renault say that they were flirting with each other, they immediately looked away in embarrassment, and then both of them glared at Renault fiercely. "How dare this brat say anything? Seeing their cannibalistic gaze, Renault ignored them, but asked again, "It's not too early now, let's hurry up and talk about their locations and the information you know." Shaki also knew that now was not the time to care about this, so she immediately started talking about the information she had just collected. Bara bara. Bara bara. Minutes and seconds passed, and half an hour passed when I opened my eyes, and all the information Shaki had collected was finally told to everyone. After being silent for a while, Renault looked at the already dark sky outside, looked at Robin who said nothing, and said, "I'm going to the Holy Land Mariejois tonight, I'm not worried about you staying in a hotel alone, so before I come back, you should stay here in Shaki." When Robin heard Renault's words, he remained silent, and nodded in agreement with Renault's arrangement. 4 Flowers 06. Although Robin didn't say a word, her eyes were full of worry. Although she was going to sea for the first time, she also knew what the Holy Land Mariejois was. It was the site of the world government, and it was definitely in danger. Although Renault repeatedly assured that everything would be fine, she couldn't help but worry about Renault. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Renault stretched out his hand and touched her little head to comfort him. "You don't have to worry about me, little daughter-in-law. I was able to come back from Naval Headquarters 4 years ago without any luck, and 4 years later. How can the world government get me?" 5. When Renault said this, he paused for a while, and then comforted, "I promise to be back before dawn, you have 100 hearts." When Robin heard Renault's promise, he pouted and said, "Come back before dawn, that's what you said, if I can't see you before dawn, I'll kill you when you come back." 99. When Robin was talking, she also showed her teeth and claws, indicating that she was very cute, fierce when she was angry. Renault looked at this little daughter-in-law's kawaii appearance, and if it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would have wanted to grab a bite. Renault shook his head and threw out these evil thoughts, and then reassured, "Don't worry, wait here obediently, I promise to be back before dawn." 99. After Renault comforted his daughter-in-law, he took out a knife, then looked at Rayleigh and said, "Old man, take this knife and go to an uninhabited island nearby. If I am found, this knife may send use it." After Renault explained everything, he walked out of the rip-off bar, slowly disappeared into the darkness, and disappeared in front of everyone. Rayleigh stood at the door of the bar with a knife in his hand, watching Renault disappearing into the darkness ahead. Although he didn't know the function of this knife, since Renault stayed on purpose and asked him to find an uninhabited island, then Renault must have other arrangements. Thinking of Rayleigh here, after being silent for a while, he turned around and explained a few words to Shaki, and then followed out of the bar, slowly disappearing into the night. Chapter 117. Midnight, Holy Land Mariejois. At the top of the Red Earth continent Holy Land Mariejois lives here the descendants of the 20 kings, who are a group of people who call themselves gods. This is the residence of the Tianlong people, and it is also the place that represents the highest authority. The world government is located here. It is already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, but it is still brightly lit, showing the prosperity of the Holy Land of Mariejois. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a city that never sleeps. At this time, in the high sky of the Holy Land Mariejois, behind a white cloud, there is a person with a faint green light on his body, floating there quietly, as if waiting for something. At this time, it was Renault who was floating behind the clouds. After he left the rip-off bar, he flew directly to the sky above the holy place Mariejois, and has been observing the situation below. Where to put the vault? However, Renault observed these 23 years for several hours and found that every Tianlong family has more or less 2 vaults, and here in the Holy Land Mariejois, there are at least dozens of Tianlong people. If the householder goes to empty their treasury, then he will move to the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Thinking of Renault here, he can only ask the system for help. System, is there any way for you to speed up my collection? Renault also thought about moving it slowly, but there are at least dozens of vaults here. If he moved the vaults one by one, he probably would have been discovered by the heavenly dragons or the guards of the Holy Land Mariejois before he emptied them. Host, you only need to upgrade the system space, you can solve all the difficulties you are currently encountering. When Renault heard Go System's answer, of course he also knew about upgrading the system space. The problems he encountered now were not a problem, but it would cost 10 billion to upgrade a system space, so anyone would be reluctant to give up. After all, when he upgrades the system space, it is the same as upgrading the one-time system space with 10 billion, because he usually does not need these functions of the system space at all, so what is the difference between it and one-time use? Renault thought about it carefully, and decided to upgrade the system space. Although the upgrade system space is a bit wasteful, he is reluctant to let the child have a wolf. After all, it is only 10 billion. And after tonight, he will no longer worry about money. He has emptied the vault of the Tianlong people. Will he still be short of money? Not only will he not be short of money, he will not be short of money in the next 20 years. From now on, he can lie down as he wants, and go straight to the peak of his life. Is there any rhythm? Thinking of Renault here, he directly commanded the system with great pride. The system directly gives me the space to upgrade the system. Okay. Host, please wait. Deduct 10 billion Bailey, upgrade the system space. Upgrading the system space takes a while, please wait patiently for a while. When Renault heard the system's prompt tone, he asked with a confused look, it takes time to upgrade the system space, why didn't you tell me earlier? How long does it take to upgrade the system space? Will it affect my actions tonight? Renault was a little flustered and asked 3 questions in a row. There was no way he could not panic, but if there was no system space, there would be no way for his actions to proceed tonight. No need to worry about host, it only takes half an hour to upgrade the system space, and it does not affect host's actions tonight. Renault was relieved when he heard the system's answer. If the system space could not be upgraded tonight, he could only go back and wait for the system space to be upgraded. After all, he came here for 2 purposes, that is, to save the future daughter-in-law, and to evacuate the Tianlong people's treasury. If one of them cannot be completed, the operation tonight will not be able to continue. After Renault got an accurate answer, he quietly waited behind the clouds. He had already done what he had observed before, so he didn't need to observe again. Now he only needs to wait for the system space upgrade to be completed, and then he can go straight down and empty the vault of the Tianlong people, and from then on to the pinnacle of his life, he will no longer have to worry about money in the future, which is great. Minutes and seconds passed, half an hour passed after opening his eyes. Renault was still quietly waiting for the system space upgrade. Ding! Congratulations to host, the system space has been upgraded successfully. When Renault heard the system's prompt tone, he immediately instructed the system has upgraded the function of the system space, pull it out and let me be healthy. 35. Notes: after the system space is upgraded, the space is 100 times larger than the original. It used to be only 10 meters in size. Now it has a size of 100 meters. You don't need to touch the items to collect items. You can collect everything within 10 meters from the air. Items: the premise is that the system space can hold the next L. Renault took a minute to read the function introduction, except that the system space has become larger and the items can be collected from the air. There seems to be no other changes. However, considering that this is just a space, even if it changes, it is still a space, so Renault didn't care too much. Anyway, he only valued the function of collecting items from a distance. Whether other functions are the same, he basically uses them all. 187 have less than these features. Thinking of Renault here, I put away the system interface, and then directly opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Instantly, the pupils of the eyes turned blood red, and there was still a big windmill spinning. After turning on Sharinon, Renault slowly twisted up, was sucked into his left eye, and disappeared in place after a while. Holy Land Mariejois, ground. At this moment, in a dark corner of a splendid palace, a Uzumaki suddenly appeared here, and after a while of distortion, a figure gradually emerged. After Renault came out of the Kamui space, he used observation haki to scan in a small area, and immediately found the location of the vault, and then retreated into the Kamui space. Renault went directly to the vault through the Kamui space, and when he reappeared, he was already in a vault. Renault looked at the mountain of treasures in front of him. Even he, who had seen many vaults, was moved when he saw this golden mountain. He secretly sighed in his heart, there are only a few treasures in this vault alone. 10 billion Baileys, these Tianlong people are really rich. Chapter 118. Where Renault is now is the vault of one of the Draconians, but it is richer than the entire Naval Headquarters. Nobles have more money than Marine who maintains world peace. Almost all the money in the world is in the hands of these nobles. No wonder the world is so rotten. Almost all the wealth in the whole world is here in the Holy Land Mariejois. In this situation, the rich will only get fatter, and the poor will only get poorer. If this situation continues to develop, the world government, a ruler who can only enter and cannot enter, will only fall sooner or later. After Renault stood there for a while, he waved directly at the treasures in the vault, and the treasures in the vault disappeared in an instant, as if these treasures had never appeared before. Looking at the speed of collecting the treasure, Renault also had a smile on his face, and thought to himself, in the past, when I collected the treasure, I needed to touch it up. Only worthy of yourself. Of course, this kind of fast place has to be 187 fast, but some places that should be slow must be slow, otherwise 3 seconds or something is so ugly. Closer to home. After Renault put away all the treasures in the vault, he directly used the Kamui space ability to leave here and proceed to the next vault. For the next half an hour, Renault kept going through the vaults. Because of his very fast speed and the use of Kamui's spatial ability, Renault entered the vault silently, so until he put all the vaults I walked around and didn't disturb anyone. In the half hour Renault harvested not only treasures, but also a lot of devil fruits. He didn't even know how many devil fruits there were. There were also many other precious items, including several famous knives. Oh, it's like getting rich overnight. Woo 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 woo. An enemy has infiltrated the Holy Land Mariejois. Everyone is on alert and find out the intruder. Just when Renault had just emptied all the vaults and wanted to go to the place where the slaves were being held to save people, the siren of the entire Holy Land Mariejois suddenly sounded, "Kdi," and it was accompanied by a scream to catch the intruder. Renault, who was in a dark corner, heard the sirens and the shouts of the guards, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. He originally wanted to come quietly, and then leave quietly. Everyone can live in peace. Why force him to do something? In fact, even if Renault was not found, Marine and the world government could guess that he did it after the fact. After all, someone who could empty dozens of vaults at the same time, they didn't know anyone except Renault. So it is almost impossible for Renault not to be offered a bounty, because since he set foot on the Holy Land of Mariejois, the end has been doomed. With the arrogant arrogance of the world government and the Tianlong people, they wouldn't be as forbearing as Marine. As long as they know that Renault did it, they will offer a reward regardless of whether there is evidence, so Renault's reward has been doomed from the beginning. If Renault thought about it carefully, he would definitely understand the reason, but he didn't think about it. After thinking about it for a while, Renault directly used the Kamui space ability and sucked himself into the Kamui space ability. He planned to go straight to the place where the slaves were imprisoned. What an accident! The prison where slaves are held. There are countless cells of different sizes here, all of which are held by the slaves of the Tianlong people. The slaves here are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Only a small number of slaves will be taken by the Tianlong people, and they are the highest level slaves. Most of the other slaves are all imprisoned here, and the 3 boy sisters are also in one of the cells here. At this time, in a relatively small cell, there were more than a dozen little girls in their teens, all of them hugging their knees and huddled in the corner, as if they couldn't feel any safety here. And in this cell, a space Uzumaki suddenly appeared out of thin air, and gradually a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a little boy in his early 10 years. When everyone in the cell saw the little boy suddenly appearing, all of them just watched in fear, neither dared to make a sound nor stepped forward, and still shrank in the corner and shivered. After Renault came out of Kamui's space ability, he didn't care about others, but walked directly to the corner where the 3 boy sisters were. %Z%. When the 3 boy sisters saw Renault approaching, the 2 sisters were so frightened that they buried their heads and hugged Boa Hancock's arm. After Renault came to the three sisters, he said straight to the point, "You are the three boy sisters, right? You don't need to be afraid, I'm here to save you, stand up now and follow me." When the three boy sisters heard Renault's words, their eyes lit up instantly, but after a while, they became alert again, because this is a place that can eat people without spitting bones, and they can't believe anyone. After Boya Hancock was silent for a while, he asked Renault with a wary face, "I want to know why you came to save us, we don't seem to know each other?" When Renault heard Boya Hancock's question, he explained a little helplessly, "I don't have time to explain that much now. You leave here with me first. After you leave here, it's not too late to ask me what you want to know." Seeing that they were still hesitant, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly and said angrily, "I took a very big risk and ran to the Holy Land Mariejois to save you. Who do you think will have a long life? A place like this to deceive people?" When Boya Hancock heard this, he finally no longer hesitated, stood up directly, and immediately pulled up the two younger sisters. Boya Hancock suddenly changed her mind because she felt Renault was right. She also felt that unless she was a fool, no one would come here to deceive people, and she didn't think Renault looked like a fool, so she chose to believe Renault. If Renault knew what Boya Hancock was thinking, I wonder if it would give birth to the idea of returning the goods for a little daughter-in-law, maybe it should be possible, right? Chapter 119. After Boya Hancock helped his two sisters, he turned to look at Renault and asked, "The Holy Land Mariejois is heavily guarded, how can we escape?" Renault didn't answer her words, and directly turned on Sherinon Kamui's ability. With Renault's pupils rolling, a twisted Uzumaki appeared in front of the three Poya sisters. After Renault opened the Kamui space passage, he explained to the three Poya sisters, "This passage leads to an independent space, you go inside first, and I will take you directly to leave the Holy Land Mariejois later." The three Boya sisters did not go in directly, but looked at each other, and then Boya Hancock said to Renault, "We want to leave with you, can we not enter this space?" 187. They are not familiar with Renault, and being able to summon the courage to leave with Renault is already their greatest courage. Now that they are allowed to enter an unknown space, how can they dare to enter? It's not that they are too cautious, no matter how cautious they are in this kind of ghost place, after all, who knows if they go in, if they just came out of the tiger's den and entered the wolf's mouth again. When Renault heard Boya Hancock words, he rolled his eyes speechlessly and said angrily, "With your strength, acting with me will only hold me back. If you want to get out, don't grind and go in quickly." Bar. Seeing that they were still hesitating, Renault could only explain again patiently, "The Emperor of Amazon Lily knows about me coming to save you, but she didn't stop me from coming to save you, so you can rest assured now. Did you go in?" When Boya Hancock heard Renault's words, his eyes lit up immediately, and then he asked excitedly, "You know our Amazon Lily Emperor, did she ask you to save us?" When Renault heard Boya Hancock question, he rolled his eyes frantically again, and corrected him speechlessly, "I'm not familiar with your Amazon Lily Emperor, and it's my own idea that I come to save you this time, she just gave me some information." How could Renault let the credit slip away? He must hold the credit firmly in his hands, otherwise how would he go to attack this cold batch of empresses in the future? Although Boya Hancock fell in love with a person, it was like becoming another person, but when she was normal, she was a cold group. The difficulty of attacking this empress from scratch can be imagined. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a hell-level difficulty. When Boya Hancock heard Renault's answer, he thought about it seriously, and secretly guessed in his heart, although she was not sent by the Emperor of our country, since the Emperor of our country is willing to provide her with information, then she should it be trusted. The current Emperor of Amazon Lily doesn't know who she is, so let's call her the Emperor first. Thinking of Boya Hancock here, after hesitating for a while, he suggested to her two sisters, "Since the Emperor of our country is willing to believe him, then let's believe him once." 35. Boya Hancock two younger sisters, upon hearing her proposal, answered in unison, "Sister, we all listen to you. If you say you believe in him, then let's believe him." They finally agreed to the Renault channel. While secretly relieved, they secretly complained, "These three sisters are really difficult to deal with, they are so cautious in everything they do, how will he attack the Empress in the future?" Renault could only secretly pray in his heart that after they were all rescued, they would be able to let go of this vigilance. Otherwise, it would be difficult for this female emperor's daughter-in-law to attack, it would be impossible. Boa Hancock discussed with the two younger sisters, and both decided to enter this space, so just after the discussion, he looked at Renault and asked, "How are we going to enter?" When Renault heard Boa Hancock question, he replied directly, "Just stand there and don't resist, I'll just suck all three of you sisters in." Seeing that the three sisters nodded, Renault directly increased the attraction of Kamui's spatial ability, and then Uzumaki in front of the three Boya sisters became bigger and stronger, and the suction force became stronger and stronger. The three Boya sisters, who were fine originally, gradually twisted their whole bodies, and then they were sucked directly into the Kamui space as if they had turned into a ball of twist. "My lord, please save us too. My lord, please, take us away too. My lord, my lord, my lord." The three Boya sisters had just entered the Kamui space, and the other slaves who had not dared to step forward just now saw the scene in front of them, and immediately approached and begged Renault to take them away as well. Renault looked at the slaves who surrounded him, and stood there thinking for a while. Anyway, they had already discovered them. Why don't he just keep going and save all these slaves? The knife that Renault left to Rayleigh before was because of the current situation, so he asked Rayleigh to find an uninhabited island. Now the knife in Rayleigh's hand can just come in handy, it's not hard to save them anyway, so let's save all these people. Thinking of Renault here, he swept the surrounding prison cells with his knowledge color, and found that this place was like a half-moon-shaped place. All the cells were surrounded by a semicircle, and there was an open space in the middle. There was a small house in the middle. Not like a slave, but like a guard. Renault looked at the small house in the middle, and secretly guessed in his heart, this should be the place where the guards guarding the slaves usually live, so the keys of these slaves should be inside, right? Renault, who had finished observing with the sight and hearing, used Kamui's ability without saying a word, and the 0.4 person slowly disappeared in place. The group of little girls in the cell thought that Renault was unwilling to save them. Renault didn't leave here, he just looked for the key. When Renault reappeared, he had already appeared in the corner of the small house in the middle. Renault looked at the only 20 guards who were watching the night, walked straight out of the corner, picked up an item on the table, and then threw it on the ground to attract attention. Jingle! The moment Renault threw the item on the ground, he opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, a pair of blood-red eyes, and the big windmill in the pupils was turning, which looked very strange. Chapter 120. When the guards looked back to check, they directly met a pair of blood-red pupils' eyes. Before they could react, all the 20 or so guards stood upright and stunned. Not only does Sharinon only have 3 abilities, Genjutsu does not have the power of Tsukuyomi, but he can make full use of the ability of the hypnosis eye possessed by Sharinon to maximize Genjutsu, and deprive him by letting the other party see a momentary horror fantasy body freedom. Although this kind of Genjutsu is not strong in Hokage, it is simply an incomprehensible ability for people who have never been in contact with Genjutsu in the pirate world. The strong may be able to break free from Genjutsu by relying on their own willpower, but like these general guards, those who are not strong and will not be strong, want to break free from the Genjutsu cast by Renault. It is simply as difficult as going to the sky. When Renault saw that these people were being controlled by Genjutsu, he immediately ordered them, "Go and open all the doors of the cells immediately." "Yes, my lord." When the 20 or so guards heard Renault's order, they immediately agreed with blank eyes, then picked up a bunch of keys hanging on the wall, walked out of the small house and went to each cell to unlock it. Renault saw that they had gone to unlock the lock, and followed them out of the small house to the open space. Hey, you damned guards, you usually think about us every day, why are you letting us out today? Is it the group of perverted Tianlong people who want to play some tricks? Today the sun came out from the west, these guards let us out, are they stupid? No matter what, I'm finally free. That's right, we're free. Hoo ho 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 ho. The feeling of freedom is as wonderful as ever. 99. The slaves who had just been released from the guard, although they were still confused, didn't know what was going on. But when they actually walked out of the cell, they felt the open space outside, without any restraint, and immediately shouted in excitement. After the guards opened several cells and released a group of slaves, they did not stop, but continued to open other cells. The guards haven't said a word since then. The slave asked the guards why they let them out, and the guards didn't say a word. After the guards finished opening the door of one cell, they continued to open another cell, and they didn't say a word during the whole process, like a group of walking dead. As soon as Renault walked out of the small house and came out into the open space, he saw this group of messy slaves. There is no way to save people at all, so let's find a way to make them all stop. Thinking of Renault here, a mass of green energy immediately emerged from his body, and then the whole person slowly floated up. Around this darkened cell, the green energy glow on Renault's body hung high in the air, making it very eye-catching. When Renault flew into the air, the green energy light on his body attracted the attention of all the slaves, and all the slaves raised their heads to look at Renault in midair. The reason why Renault flew up in the air was to attract their attention. When all the slaves' eyes were drawn to him, Renault said loudly, "Good evening everyone. My name is Afoku. Renault, you can also just call me Renault. I'm here to rescue you, and I'll open a door to the outside later. Don't fight or rob, just line up and go out one by one. If anyone dares to make trouble at this time, I will directly close the door to the outside, do you understand?" Everyone around looked at Renault in midair and listened to Renault's speech quietly. When they knew that Renault was the one who came to save them, and that he could open a door leading to the outside, everyone's faces were exposed. A look of shock and excitement came. "Great, we can finally get out of here. Is he the one God sent to save us? What is a man sent by God? He is our God. Yes, from now on he is our God. No matter what you think, from now on, Afoku Renault is the God in my heart forever. Renault is forever. Renault is forever." 99. When all the slaves came back to their senses from the shock and excitement, they immediately shouted and shouted with excitement. They also regarded Renault as the God in their hearts, and shouted Renault forever. Renault looked at the excited crowd below, raised his hand and pressed it down. When everyone saw his action, they immediately stopped shouting obediently. The group of people on the ground should not be too obedient. The crowd who stopped and shouted on the ground all looked at Renault with anticipation, waiting for Renault to speak, as if they were expecting the speech of their gods. Seeing that the crowd finally subsided, Renault said again, "After I open the door to the outside, I will go and buy you half an hour, you have to leave here within half an hour, and now it's out those who go and help open other cells, and then line up to leave here together." "Yes, Lord God." The crowd who had been looking at Renault with anticipation just now, after hearing Renault's words, agreed and spread out to help open the prison. Renault didn't stop them when he heard what they called him, and now to correct them, it is estimated that no one can listen in. Seeing that the crowd on the ground had dispersed to help, Renault stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand directly to the ground, getting Mariejois, and a ball of golden energy flew out of his hand, and the golden energy quickly flew out. It landed on the ground, and then slowly turned into a golden energy gate. Is this what Lord God said, the door leading to the outside? Sure enough, it is a means only possessed by the gods. 66. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up to save people first, and then leave this ghost place together, otherwise it will not be so easy for us to leave after waiting for the guards outside to react. Everyone, hurry up, let's get out of here before they can react. We can't let the work done by Lord God fall short. Quick, quick, quicker. When the space channel appeared, everyone couldn't help but look over, but they thought of what Renault said just now, just glanced at it, and began to save people again. Chapter 121. It is clear that the space passage has appeared, but none of them chose to walk into the space passage alone, but they all chose to continue to save others. But to say that they listened to Renault's words to save people first because Renault saved them is pure nonsense. Most of them may really be grateful to Renault because Renault saved them, so they are willing to listen to him. But not everyone is grateful. In the face of life and death, nothing else is vulnerable. After all, people are separated from each other. The reason why all of them chose to save people first was because of Renault's previous warning that if anyone dared to make trouble, the space channel would be closed. That's why a small part of the thorns in here don't dare to take the risk, otherwise Renault really closes the space channel, then they won't have a place to cry. However, such people are only a small part. After all, people are either born or bad people, and they are basically related to their own growth environment. There are not only civilians in this group of slaves, but also many pirates. Of course, there are good people and bad people. Renault saw that they did not choose to leave here alone, but chose to continue to save others. He was relieved, and then he turned around and flew towards the periphery. The reason Renault released the space passage ahead of time was to test these people to see if they would disregard the safety of others, give up selfishly to save others, and choose to walk directly into the space passage. If these people go directly into the space passage selfishly, then he will choose to close the space passage and let them fend for themselves here. After all, he didn't want to save a group of scumbags and make the already bad world worse. If these people weren't worth saving, then it's better not to save them. But fortunately, although there are a few mouse excrement in this group of people, most of them still have to go to the rescue. Renault flew to the periphery of the slave cell in no time. The reason why he didn't observe the progress inside was because several strong men were rushing towards the slave cell. He said that if you want to buy them half an hour, then you have to do what you say, and it is not difficult for him, that is, it is just a matter of moving your fingers. In this area where slaves are being held, all the cells are surrounded by a semicircle. He only needs to block the entrance and exit. Unless the guards of the world government fly in, it is impossible for them to enter. In front of him, who can fly freely in the air, wanting to enter the prison cell area from the air can only be described as being as difficult as reaching the sky. Renault flew directly above the entrance and exit, floating quietly in mid-air, waiting for the guards of the world government to come. Hey, search, search! Before Renault had waited here for a long time, several figures were surrounded by people from all around. Among the people who came first, not only people from the world government, but also people from Marine, and they were also acquaintances. Kizaru turned into a beam of light and flew from a distance. As soon as he landed, he saw Renault in mid-air. His pupils instantly contracted to a point, and then he turned around and wanted to run. The fear he felt 4 years ago is still fresh in his memory until now, and he doesn't want to experience it again, so go to hell with missions and everything. Just now Naval Headquarters received an order from the world government, saying that the Holy Land Mariejois was invaded by an enemy, and they asked Marine to send someone to help. And Kizaru, who happened to be in Fleet Admiral's office just now, volunteered to come and help, but if he knew that the enemy was Renault, he probably wouldn't have come here if he was killed, right? Renault didn't care about the other strong guards, but looked at Kizaru, who turned around and wanted to run, and joked with a smile, Kizaru and Marine came very quickly, but you and Marine's new Fleet Admiral, do you have a relationship? What hatred? Otherwise, there are so many strong men in Naval Headquarters, why did you Marine Fleet Admiral let you come here to die? Kizaru, who was about to leave, could only turn around stiffly when he heard Renault's words, showing a smile that was uglier than crying and quibbling, I just passed by here, I didn't mean to stop you, so can you let me go? Kizaru now regrets as much as he wants, and secretly cursed in his heart, I'm so idle, why don't I ask for my life? Seeking flowers. Now that I meet this little devil, it is a question whether I can leave this place alive, what is it called? Although Kizaru thinks he is fast, he is not confident enough to run away in front of Renault. Because the speed of light is very fast, but Renault is a space-capable person. How fast is the speed of space? If Renault catches up and stares at him if he can't escape, he won't have a place to cry, so he doesn't even have the courage to run away, and just wanting to run away was just a subconscious behavior. Seeing Kizaru's cautious look, Renault was a little bit confused, and then asked angrily, Kizaru, you are a dignified Marine Admiral, aren't you afraid of being laughed at when you say this? Hearing Renault's question, Kizuru secretly spit out, "What's the use of Marine Admiral? 4 years ago you were a demon who could kill me in seconds, can't you be seconds after 4 years?" Thinking of Renault here, looking at Renault in midair, he replied with a smile, "I am nothing in front of you, Marine Admiral, so how dare I be presumptuous in front of you?" Although Kizuru thinks that he has grown a lot in the past few years, he also knows that while he is growing, others are also growing, so there is no difference at all between 4 years ago and 4 years later, right? Although Marine has figured out a way to deal with Renault's eyes, that is to close his eyes and fight Renault, but this is only their guess. But what if they, Marine, guess wrong? And even if they guessed right, Renault couldn't touch it, and fighting him only got beat. The battle was destined to be lost from the very beginning, and guessing wrong might lead to another experience of life being worse than death. That's why Kizuru was so afraid of Renault that he didn't dare to do anything with Renault. When Renault heard Kizuru's answer, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, but he didn't embarrass Kizuru anymore, but hurriedly said, "Since you're not here to stop me, then hurry up and get out of here." Chapter 122. The guards who arrived here at the same time as Kizuru didn't say a word during the whole process, all of them stared at Kizuru's show with a stunned expression, and they were all stunned by this show. As Kizuru and Renault talked more and more, they also understood what was going on. It turned out that the two knew each other before, and Kizuru seemed to be afraid of Renault. A few guards gradually recovered, and then they gathered together, staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and their faces were full of shock, which would make a Marine Admiral fear such an existence. What kind of police presence does this have to be? Thinking of the few guards here, I didn't dare to act rashly for a while, and all of them stayed silently aside, like a few small transparents. Several people stayed aside quietly, listening to the conversation between Kizuru and Renault, trying to obtain useful information from it. It wasn't until Renault said to let 23 Kizuru get out of here that they looked at Kizuru, wondering what choice Kizuru would make, whether to stay and fight the enemy with them, or really be a deserter. Hearing that Renault asked him to leave here, Kizuru immediately left with a relieved expression, "Then I won't disturb your yaxing, I wish you a good time." Kizuru just finished talking to Renault, then turned around and said to the guards of the world government, "Everyone, I'll take a step first, I hope you can survive tonight, bye-bye." Call out. After saying goodbye to everyone present, Kizuru turned around without any hesitation, and then turned into a beam of light that shot up into the sky, fast as lightning, and disappeared into the distant horizon in no time. Several guards of the world government, looking at Kizuru who left directly, stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. It is a big crime to flee before the battle. To what extent do they have to be afraid to make Kizuru make such a choice? Choose to come? Renault was also a little surprised when he saw that Kizuru really left directly, and thought to himself, Kizuru wants to run away when he sees him. It seems that the lesson he taught him last time is still very effective. However, this kind of lesson is only useful to Kizuru. If Akainu came today, that guy might not be thinking about running away, but should be thinking about how to get revenge on Renault, right? When Renault saw that Kizuru had left, he turned his eyes to the guards on the ground and asked, "Marine's people have left, so are you going to come up and play with me?" Several guards of the world government heard Renault's question, and one of the leading guards stood up and asked, "Did you steal the treasure of Lord Tianlong tonight?" When Renault heard the leading guard's rhetorical question, he didn't mean to deny it, but admitted it generously, "Yes, the vaults of those Tianlong people were indeed emptied by me, so what do you think?" A few guards in the world government heard Renault's answer, and their expressions instantly turned ugly, although they knew that Renault was very strong. But their strength is not weak, each of them has strength close to Admiral, and several people think that they are not even their opponents with Admiral, so Kizuru's departure did not affect them. Although they were shocked by Renault's strength at first, it was only shock, and it didn't make them feel afraid, so they were not afraid to touch Renault at all. Therefore, the leading guard, hearing Renault's provocative words, immediately said to the few people beside him with an ugly face, "Since it has been confirmed that he stole the treasury, then we don't need to waste words with him, and go directly together. Take him down in one fell swoop." 99. Yes, boss. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 guards stomped on the ground, and they stepped out of the 4 large pits in place, and the 4 disappeared in place in an instant. When they reappeared, they had already appeared in front of Renault. Finger pistol, Tempest kick. The 4 of them were obviously strong physique practitioners who practiced the 6 forms. As soon as they approached Renault, they used the 6 forms of attack, and they all greeted Renault. If they knew they wanted to catch Renault, if they didn't know they thought they wanted to kill Renault directly. Pft, shhhhhh. Renault felt the attack that surrounded him, and directly turned on Cherinon. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and there was a big windmill spinning inside, which looked very sinister. The 4 guards attacked Renault's body, directly through Renault's body, towards their own. Seeing the 4 guards in this scene, they were suddenly shocked and thought that something was wrong, but at this time their attack could no longer be recovered, so they could only watch the attack fall on their own people. Boom, rumble. The 4 guards were attacked by their own people and flew backwards, but fortunately, at the last moment, they covered their bodies with armed color haki, so as not to be injured by their own attack. Clap clack clack. 35. BD, what the hell is going on? 35. Could he be a Fruit 190 capable person from the Nature Department? I used the armed color haki just now, but I still can't touch him, so he definitely can't be a natural ability person. Since he's not a natural ability person, but we can't meet him, what the hell is this BD? 35. The 4 guards who fell back to the ground all gathered together with bewildered expressions, discussing Renault's abilities. The 4 guards discussed it, but did not get any useful results, because it was the first time they met in this situation. Renault noticed that not far away, there were many strong men rushing here, so he just glanced at the 4 people with disdain, and then Renault stopped paying attention to the 4 second-hand people on the ground, but flew directly into the higher sky. When Renault came to an altitude of thousands of meters, he stopped, and then he closed his eyes and spread observation haki around. He began to find the location of the Tianlong people's residence. He planned to give the Tianlong people a big gift. After all, he took so many treasures from the Tianlong people. If he didn't return a big gift, he would probably have an uneasy conscience in the future. Chapter 123. The big gift that Renault wanted to give to the Tianlong people was nothing else, but very cute meteorites. He planned to give one to every Tianlong person, and he could not favor one over the other. After all, he took so many treasures from them and didn't send some precious gifts, he was really sorry. And the meteorite is a gift of just enough weight, no matter the degree of value or size, it is worthy of the treasures of the Tianlong people. If the Tianlong people knew Renault's thoughts, they would probably grit their teeth and ask, not only did we empty our treasury, but we also sent a meteorite to each of our households. Do we have to thank you? They were discussing on the ground how to deal with Renault's 4 guards. Seeing Renault suddenly flying into the higher sky, they thought Renault was going to leave here. Get anxious. Although they don't want to fight Renault in their hearts, if Renault is allowed to run away like this, they won't be able to explain to the world government when they go back. Renault didn't know the thoughts of the 4 guards on the ground, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously, because a strong man of this level is not worth mentioning to him at all, as long as he wants to kill these 4 guards. Renault turned on observation haki, covering the entire holy site Mariejois 190. After he figured out the positions of all the heavenly dragons, he finally slowly opened his eyes, and then opened his arms and used telekinesis to drop meteorites one by one from outer space. Pulled down. Renault kept repeating the action of pulling down, and after a flick of his teeth and claws, Renault finally stopped the strange movement in his hand, and then he floated in place, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enemy, and at the same time waiting for the meteor to hit him. Falling. Looking at Renault's 4 guards on the ground, seeing that Renault hadn't left here, the mood of the 4 of them began to become complicated again. On the one hand, they want Renault to leave, and on the other hand, they don't want Renault to leave. Their hearts are very contradictory now. The 2 sides were just stuck here, and the 4 people on the ground did not dare to act rashly because they had not yet thought of cracking Renault's untouchable abilities. And Renault was waiting for the meteorite to fall, and he didn't care about the 4 second-hand goods on the ground, so neither of the two sides spoke, and neither of them took the lead in attacking each other. As time passed by, there was a sudden sound of footsteps at the entrance and exit of the slave cell, which was originally very peaceful, as if thousands of people were approaching here. After a while, an old man with a long knife in his hand led an army of thousands of people and slowly appeared in front of everyone. Hoo. The old man with a knife had just led an army of thousands of people and approached the entrance and exit of the slave cell, and suddenly there were bursts of harsh air breaking in the sky, as if countless heavy objects were rubbing against the air in the sky. The thousands of people who just rushed over, including the old man, couldn't help but raised their heads and looked into the unusual sky, but they didn't see anything. But found nothing. Seeing the group of people on the ground and the old man leading the way, Renault secretly guessed in his heart, this old man should be one of the 5 elders, and this army of thousands of people doesn't look like Marine. I guess it's the escort guarding the world government, right? Thinking of Renault here, seeing that they were still looking at the sky, he jokingly said, "Old man, you brought a group of people here, did you come here to watch the night scene?" Renault didn't want the world government to discover the meteorite so quickly, because if the meteorite was discovered too early, most of the meteorites might be intercepted by the world government. This is not what he wants to see. There are dozens of meteorites that Renault pulled down just now. Although every family of Tianlong people has a share, there are not many strong people who can intercept meteorites in the Holy Land Mariejois. Therefore, they cannot be allowed to discover meteorites in advance, and they cannot be allowed to make preparations in advance, and there will be no world government that is prepared by then. When the meteorite broke through the clouds, they wanted to intercept the meteorite to save the Tianlong people, but they could only save the nearest Tianlong people, and the Tianlong people in the distance could only resign themselves to fate. The 5 elders with a long knife in their hands heard Renault's words, finally took their eyes away from the eye of the sky, and then looked at Renault and said, "The old man didn't come here to see some night scenes, but to catch you, a daring thief, dare to sneak into the holy place of Mariejois. Are you prepared for no return?" When Renault heard the old man's words, he showed a disdainful expression and said, "Since I dare to come here, of course I am not afraid of being caught by your world government, and if you want to catch me, you must have the ability." 35. I'm afraid that these people from your world government can't even touch me, so how can you catch me? When the old 5 elders heard Renault's words, his face instantly turned ugly, and then he asked with an ugly face, "You must be the one who broke into the Naval Headquarters vault 4 years ago and emptied the Marine vault." The old man 5 elders was still waiting for Renault's answer, and then he said harshly, "Marine can't do anything about you a whole, it doesn't mean that the old man can't do anything to you, you can leave the old man here today." When Renault heard the old man's words, he glanced at the old man a little surprised. He didn't expect the old man to have heard of him. It was probably Marine who told the old man about him. Renault didn't take the old man's harsh words seriously at all. As long as he hides in the Kamui space, no monsters can touch him. What is there to be afraid of? Thinking of Renault here, he looked at the old man on the ground and said sarcastically, "Since you old man has heard about me, you must also know my abilities, so do you know the consequences of angering me?" Renault can force Naval Headquarters, all marine powerhouses to bow their heads, not only relying on the unreachable ability, but also his meteorite ability enough to wipe any island from the world. Now that the meteorite is about to pierce through the clouds, Renault no longer needs to hide and tuck. "Since you old man likes to threaten others so much, then I will let you old man taste what it is like to be threatened." Chapter 124. Of course, the old 5 elders knew about Renault's abilities, and not only did he know it, but also the other 4-5 elders in the world government. The 5 elders knew about this because the vault of Naval Headquarters was emptied, and Fleet Admiral had no choice but to come to the world government for help. When the 5 elders knew that Marine's treasury had been emptied and asked what was going on, Fleet Admiral told the story without reservation, including Renault's abilities. So although the 5 elders have never met Renault, they know a lot about him and his abilities. With the knife, the 5 elders heard Renault's threatening words, and remembered what Marine Fleet Admiral said when he introduced Renault's ability to them. An ominous premonition suddenly appeared in my heart. The 5 elders with the knife seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his face changed greatly, and he asked Renault, "There are countless people here in the Holy Land Mariejois, you are pulling down the meteorite here, do you want to kill everyone here? Kill them all." The old man 5 elders didn't wait for Renault to speak, and he continued to accuse him with an ugly face, "This is the life of countless innocent people, if you really pull down the meteorite, then you demon will be the sinner of the whole world." Hearing the old man's questioning and righteous accusations, Renault secretly spit in his heart. "When you launched the Buster Call a few years ago, you gave orders without opening your eyes, but now you come to accuse yourself. The world government people are so shameless. Isn't the current behavior of the 5 elders a typical example of only allowing the government to set fires, but not allowing the people to light lamps?" Thinking of Renault here, with a sarcastic expression on his face, he looked at the old man on the ground and corrected, "Old man, I think you must have made a mistake, that is, in the eyes of us commoners, the Tianlong people they are not innocent people, in our eyes they are just a bunch of animals, so why do I have to kill animals?" When the old 5 elders heard Renault's words, he immediately pointed at Renault angrily and cursed, You devil, who?" The old man 5 elders scolded, and suddenly he was out of breath. Looking like he was out of breath, he was so angry that he couldn't even speak. Seeing the old man's anger like this, Renault immediately began to joke, "Old man, calm down, if you get angry, I'm not responsible. And what I want to kill is the Tianlong people. A strong person like you can't die at all, so why are you so mad?" Renault threw the meteorite on other people's territory and told him not to get angry. This is to sprinkle salt on other people's wounds. You must know that the meteorite hit the Holy Land Mariejois, and the shock wave formed will definitely cause heavy losses to the world government. This is not just a simple matter of killing a few Tianlong people. The old man 5 elders thought of this just now, and that's why he was so angry that he almost didn't lift his braids in one breath. After the 5 elders recovered, he stopped arguing with Renault, and instead ordered the vigil, "You go and report to the 4 old men immediately, saying that there will be a meteorite pilgrimage site Mariejois falling down soon. Come, let them find a way to stop these falling meteorites." He came out in a hurry just now, and he didn't have it on his body at all, so he could contact the other 4-5 elders' phone bugs, so he had to be notified. "Yes, my lord." When the guard heard the instructions of the old 5 elders, he immediately turned around and ran back. Although he didn't contact the 5 elders' phone bug, he could contact his superiors and let them contact the 5 elders first, and then he rushed over to report the situation in detail. This was the fastest way in front of him. The old man 5 elders looked at the guards who left, and prayed in his heart, "I hope everything is too late." Now the old man thought that Renault just pulled a few meteorites down. If he knew that Renault had pulled dozens of meteorites down, the old man would probably be PD'd to death. And just thinking about intercepting it now, how could it be too late? Renault just noticed that the meteorite was not far from the ground. That's why he said it generously, and now he is thinking about preparing to intercept, he just wants to say something late. Hoo. Sure enough, not long after the guard left, the thick clouds above the sky were smashed by giant meteorites. In the beginning, there were only a few meteorites, and more meteorites pierced through the clouds behind, and the densely packed meteorites smashed down to the pilgrimage site Mariejois like a meteor shower. The crowd who had been paying attention to the sky, when they saw the densely packed meteorites falling through the clouds, everyone showed a shocked expression with fear, widened their eyes and opened their mouths, and stayed in place for a long time without returning to their senses. So, is that a meteor shower? What a drop! Whose meteor shower is so big? Wouldn't that be the meteorite they mentioned just now? This huge level, and this dense number, if it is really a meteorite, we will all be finished. Whether these things are meteorites or not, as long as these ghosts fall, we will be finished. How can there be such a terrifying ability in this world? 35. Are we really going to fight this demon? Won't win, we can never win, how could we win such a demon? 0.4. The guards on the ground who gradually recovered, all looked at the sky with despair on their faces, and then looked at Renault with fear, and said incoherently, "Renault is an invincible demon." When the meteorite fell, it directly smashed through the psychological defense of these people. Except for fear, they did not have any other emotions now, like a group of people who were scared and stupid. The old man 5 elders also came back to his senses. Hearing the chaotic crowd behind him, his already dark complexion instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He turned around and shouted loudly, "Shut up, old man, if you dare to talk nonsense again." Without waiting for the meteorite to fall, this old man will send someone to slaughter you all. Chapter 125. Although the old man of 5 elders was also shocked by the meteorite rain, he did not show it, and forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. After the old man 5 elders scolded the guards behind him, he turned around and looked at Renault in the sky with an ugly face, and said in a commanding tone, "Brat, take back all these meteorites immediately, or the old man will make you regret it. Come to this world, let you know what life is better than death." When Renault heard the old man's words, he didn't take it seriously at all, and said with contempt, "Old man, you don't need to intimidate me, because it doesn't make any sense at all. If I was really afraid of your revenge, I wouldn't have come here at all, and I wouldn't have pulled these meteorites down, so use whatever tricks you have." The 5 elders have been in a high position for too long, and at this time, they still want to intimidate Renault and speak to Renault in a commanding tone. But even if the old man begged Renault in a low voice, Renault would not be able to take back these meteorites. After all, there was no turning back when he opened the bow. He has already offended the world government to death. Even if he takes the meteorite back, the world government will not let him go, so it's the same whether he takes it back or not. Why should he do this self-indulgent thing? The old man 5 elders may have thought of this, so he did not submit to Renault, but directly began to threaten Renault. When the old 5 elders heard Renault's contempt, he knew that there was no room for maneuver, so he stopped talking nonsense and said directly, "Since you are so stubborn, let the old man teach you a lesson today." Clang! 35. After the old man 5 elders finished speaking, he pulled out the long knife in his hand, and then the whole person disappeared without warning. When he reappeared, he was already behind Renault, and he slashed towards Renault's back without saying a word. When Renault appeared behind him, he immediately noticed it, but he didn't make any resistance. Brush, rumbling. The attack of the 5 elders passed directly through Renault's body, and the slash formed by the old man slashed towards the ground, directly slashing a deep ditch of hundreds of meters. The reason why the old man's attack could not touch Renault was because he had been in the Kamui space since the old man appeared. The Renault that other people see now is just a shadow from the Kamui space, so the old man's attack can't touch Renault's body at all. What he just attacked was just a shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The old man 5 elders failed to get a hit, and continued to attack, stepping on the space where the moonwalk stopped 10 meters away from Renault, looking at Renault and thinking to himself, as expected, "It's just like what Kong said, I can't touch it. Marine is helpless." Thinking of the old man here, he said to Renault with a face full of contempt, "Just now, I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be just a tortoise with a shrunken head." This is really disappointing for the old man. When Renault heard the old man's contempt, he didn't take him at all, showing a lazy look and countered, "Old man, you don't need to use aggressive tactics against me, it's not that I can't beat you, I'm just too lazy to fight you." 55. How could Renault not see that the old man wanted to use the aggressive method to let him release the ability of Kamui's space and fight him head to head? But he's not that stupid. Using his own weaknesses to touch the enemy's strengths, Renault secretly complained, "If you have the ability, you can blow up this Kamui space of Lao Tzu. It seems that you little old man is mentally retarded." Thinking of Renault here, before the old man could speak, he pointed not far away and reminded, "Old man, are you sure you really don't care about these meteorites?" The reason Renault pointed to not far away was because the meteorite was already very close to the ground, and it was about to hit the ground of the Holy Land Mariejois, but the old man was still here beeping him. Boom 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 dash. Boom, rumble. Boom, rumble. As soon as Renault's voice fell, the meteorite hit the ground of the Holy Land Mariejois. Although a few were broken into pieces, many still hit the ground directly. The collision between the meteorite and the ground formed huge circular shock waves, which impacted in all directions. Countless houses collapsed one after another, and it was unknown how many people died under the meteorite. The area where the meteorite fell set off a large piece of dust, and the dust was accompanied by billowing smoke. For a time, the entire Holy Land Mariejois was in flames. When the old man of 5 elders saw this scene, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot. He turned to look at Renault, and said viciously with red eyes, "Wait for the old man to deal with these meteorites, and then clean up UBD, you just wash your neck and wait for the old man to come back and take your life." After the 5 elders finished speaking, they fell to the ground. The reason why he didn't deal with the meteorite immediately was that he wanted to deal with Renault first, and then deal with the meteorite. But when he made a move with Renault, he knew that he couldn't help Renault in a short time, so he decided to deal with the meteorite first, and then deal with Renault. However, what the old 5 elders didn't know was that he wasn't unable to help Renault in a short time, but he couldn't help Renault in his entire life. In Renault's eyes, he was just a stronger ant. It can only be said that this old man takes himself too seriously, but he doesn't know that in the eyes of others, he is like an ant, and he can be pinched to death at any time. Renault heard that the old man didn't forget to say harsh words before he left, and cursed in his heart, "I had seen the little old man at his age, but I didn't want to do anything to him. Since he wanted to die so much, let him do it himself." Thinking of Renault here, he directly walked out of Kamui space, floated in the air and began to emit green energy, then he turned on his horse and waved his hand to the ground where the old man was. Instantly a huge green energy palm, quickly towards the ground face patted down gan. Clap! As soon as the old man 5 elders landed on the ground and stood firm, he immediately felt a chill behind him, and heard the sound of breaking air behind him, secretly thinking that it was bad. The old 5 elders didn't even have time to think about it, he turned around, and then he slashed from the bottom to the top, and a huge slash quickly met the falling green palm. Chapter 126. Renault's green energy palm and the slash of the 5 elders were very fast, and they collided quickly when they opened their eyes. Bump! The green energy palm collided with the slash and stalemate for a while, because the 5 elders' slash was Yuengu, who was hurriedly split out. After all, he was no match for the green energy palm, and was shot away after a while. The palm of the green energy was castrated unabated, and it still shot straight at the position of the 5 elders. Not good. Hurry up and escape. You'll die if you stay here. Walk around, get out of here. Stay away from this demon. 35. The guard standing in the same position as the old 5 elders saw the huge palm in the sky that covered the sky, and immediately shouted, and then ran around for his life. The old 5 elders had nothing to do at this time, and it was too late to use the attack again to resist, so he could only escape with the guards. However, their speed can be faster than the palm in front of them, and it is still a huge palm of tens of meters. It is impossible to run out of the coverage of the palm within a few tenths of a second. Boom, rumble! The green energy palm slammed down fiercely, and the moment the palm collided with the ground, a circular air wave was formed, spreading out in all directions, setting off a large piece of dust. As long as it was within the coverage of the palm of the hand, none of them ran away, including the old 5 elders, and only a small number of people who stood far away from the beginning survived. When the dust slowly dissipated, the people outside finally saw the situation inside clearly, only to see that the place was flat just now, and now there was a deep pit in the shape of a palm with a size of several tens of meters. And in the palm-shaped deep pit, there are countless corpses lying all over the place. The corpses in the deep pit can only be described as miserable. With just one blow, the 5 elders are defeated. Not only did the 5 elders lose, but so many people died in one hit. Are we really going to fight this demon? 35. We can't win, give it up. 35. Pat, ding ding, dang dang. The guards who saw this scene all had expressions of despair on their faces twice, and many of the guards trembled when they saw this scene. Some of the guards couldn't even hold their weapons. They didn't care when their weapons fell on the ground. They were still full of despair and empty eyes, like a group of people who were scared. Seeing this scene on the ground, Renault felt very uncomfortable. It was the first time he had killed so many people at such a close range, and he had killed so many people at one time. It can only be said that Renault, as a person who has traveled through the times of peace, has not been completely accustomed to this world of decisive killing, otherwise he would not have such a burden in his heart. Renault just looked at it for a while, then turned around and flew into the slave cell area. He knew that the old man from the 5 elders was only seriously injured and did not die under his attack, but he was not in the mood to care about the old man right now. Let this little old man go. When all the guards on the ground saw Renault leave, no one dared to stop him. They just watched Renault fly farther and farther, and no one dared to speak. It is estimated that these guards not only dare not stop Renault from leaving, they may also wish Renault to leave here quickly. Boom boom boom. 35. Boom, rumble. Currently booming, booming. Although Renault has come to an end here, the meteorites he pulled down, because they were pulled down one by one, did not fall down all at once, but each one took a little time apart and went to the Holy Land one after another. Mariejois smashed down. Now there are countless strong men, standing on the high ground of the Holy Land Mariejois, intercepting the falling meteorites. However, not every powerhouse succeeded. Only a small number of powerhouses succeeded in breaking the meteorite into pieces. After all, the powerhouses were divided into 3, 69 and 99 categories, and not all powerhouses had the strength to break the meteorite. Therefore, most of the meteorites directly hit the house where the Tianlong people lived. It is unknown whether the Tianlong people died or not, but almost none of their houses were spared. Seeking flowers 0. Because the meteorite fragments fell directly with the meteorite, there was no district police at all for the house, and all the smashed slag remained. Renault didn't watch the fireworks he set off, but went straight back to the slave cell area. When Renault returned to the central position, he found that there was only one person left around the space passage he opened, and the others were no longer here. Obviously, those people had left here through the space passage. Renault floated slowly to this man, looked at the dark man in front of him and asked, "Everyone else has already left here, why don't you leave with them?" 0. The black man who was sitting next to the space passage had already stood up when he saw Renault drifting over. He was very tall, and his appearance did not look like a human being, but a person of other races. Hearing Renault's question, the tall black man scratched his head and answered truthfully, "I saw that the Lord was still fighting outside, and I was afraid that the door would be destroyed by the enemy, and that the Lord would have no way out, so I stayed to help. Lord, look at this door." Hearing the big black man's answer, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then said angrily, "The door of this space passage is my ability, if I want to use it, I can open it at any time, it doesn't matter if I look at it or not, so get out of here now." 99. Renault was a little far away and didn't realize it. After getting closer, he felt that this guy was very familiar, so he asked with a puzzled face, "I feel like I've seen you somewhere, what's your name?" When the tall black man heard Renault's question, he immediately answered truthfully, "My name is Fisher Tiger, and I'm a fishman from the Fishman Island." "Where did you meet me, my lord?" When Renault heard the big black man's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and said to himself, "No wonder I think this guy is familiar." It turned out to be the Murloc hero Fisher Tai who had read the original book earlier. Grid. Chapter 127. When Renault read the original book in his previous life, he didn't pay too much attention to these people. His thoughts were all on the protagonist group and the girls. Therefore, he was only familiar with Fisher Tiger, but he couldn't remember who this guy was. It wasn't until Fisher Tiger reported his family name just now that he remembered that there was such a person. Thinking of Renault here, he lost interest in him, did not answer his question, but said directly, "Now the Holy Land Mariejois has become a mess, if you don't leave here, you may be in trouble, so you also get out of here now." Renault said that he is not interested in men, and even more interested in male fish. He is only interested in girls and mermaids. Moreover, he has to attack the queen's daughter-in-law later. How can he waste time with this guy here? So this kind of guy can't stay in the cool. Renault 23 is too lazy to take care of him. If he has time, he might as well think about how to attack the queen's little daughter-in-law. Fisher Tiger obviously saw that Renault didn't want to continue the conversation, so he said goodbye directly. Then sir, I'll go first. I can come to the Fishman Island to find me later. Whether it's going up the mountain or down the Sea of Fire, I won't know. Postponed. 55. When Renault heard Fisher Tiger's words, he waved his hand impatiently and said, I understand, you can go. Fisher Tiger didn't say any more, turned around and walked into the door of the space passage, and disappeared in the space passage after a while. Looking at Fisher Tiger's disappearing back, Renault secretly complained, it's no exaggeration to say that I'm the strongest in the world now. Where do I need help from a little shrimp like him? Should I let him help me pick up girls? Thinking of Renault here, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then he followed into the space passage and left here. Everything was done, and he didn't need to stay here. Sabayatti Archipelago Sea Area. On an uninhabited island not far from the Sabayatti Archipelago, in a clearing above the island, there were rows of disheveled people. In the middle of them, there is a golden energy gate. The gate emits a faint golden light. It looks not only mysterious but also high-end atmosphere. Here is an uninhabited island that Rayleigh was looking for in Sabayatti Archipelago according to Renault's request, and the countless disheveled people around are slaves rescued by Renault from the Holy Land Mariejois. Rayleigh was still a little confused until now. Renault asked him to find an uninhabited island. He thought it was Renault's prepared escape route, but he didn't see Renault's figure, but suddenly a bunch of slaves appeared. Rayleigh's mind is full of doubts now, and the biggest doubt is the golden energy gate. The knife Renault gave him before he left suddenly turned into a gate, which surprised him at first. When he saw the slaves coming out of the gate continuously, in addition to being stunned, he finally wanted to understand what Renault said before he left. Before leaving, Renault said a word, if he is found, this knife may come in handy. It turns out that Renault's knife is not for himself, but for all slaves. Rayleigh really couldn't understand Renault's brain circuit. If he was not found, he would only save the 3 Boya sisters. If it is discovered, it will not stop and save all the slaves directly. Is this a normal person's brain circuit? Seeing that the Golden Gate had not moved for a long time, Rayleigh secretly worried in his heart, all the slaves have come out, why hasn't the little BD come out yet? Could it be an accident? Half an hour has passed since the Golden Energy Gate opened, and all the slaves have come out, but Renault is still missing, and has not come out from the Golden Energy Gate. The reason Rayleigh was so worried was because he had asked these slaves just now why Renault didn't come out with them, and the answer he got was that Renault went to fend off the enemy and would come out in half an hour. It turned out that half an hour had passed, but he didn't see Renault come out, so he started to worry. Just when Rayleigh was considering whether to go in through this gate to check the situation, the Golden Energy Gate suddenly moved again. The Golden Energy Gate lit up with a golden light, and then 2 figures, one big and one small, came out. Rayleigh saw the little Renault come out of the Golden Energy Gate, and his heart was finally put down. Great, Lord God has finally come out. Congratulations to the return of Lord Kaixuan. As soon as Renault walked out of the space passage, the surrounding slaves immediately shouted loudly, "Congratulations on the triumphant return of Lord God." The sound directly broke through the sky, and scattered the clouds in the sky. Seeing that the crowd on the ground was so enthusiastic, Renault could only helplessly float in the air. He didn't dare to go down now, because he was afraid that if he went down, there would be no bones left to be eaten by this group of people. After Renault waited for the crowd's voice to weaken, he looked at the crowd on the ground and warned loudly, "Everyone stay where they are, don't move around at will, and don't shout loudly, lest they attract people from the world government." When everyone on the ground heard Renault's words, they immediately shut their mouths obediently. At this time, they also reacted. This is near the Sabayatti archipelago, which is very close to Marineford and the Holy Land Mariejois. If they kept shouting like before, it might indeed attract people from the world government or marine, so when the crowd heard Renault's reminder, they didn't dare to shout immediately. After Renault had dealt with the group of people, he slowly drifted towards Rayleigh, and after a while, he came to him and asked, "Do you have any way to get this group of people out of here, old man?" 35. When Rayleigh heard Renault's question, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then replied angrily, "There are at least 1,000 slaves in this group, what can I do as a retired old man? If there are dozens of people, he can still do it, but the slaves of thousands of people need at least several large ships to be loaded. He is an old pirate who has retired for several years, where can he get so many big ships in a short period of time? And there is no way for an individual to take out a few large ships in a short period of time. Unless it is a large ship prepared in advance, it is impossible to take out." Chapter 128. Only the major forces in the world, such as Marine, the four emperors and the Revolutionary Army in the future, are the only ones who can take out several large ships in a short period of time. Because only the major forces can use the big ships, and the individual can't use the big ships at all, and naturally can't get them if they don't use them, so in a short period of time, only the major forces can take out several big ships at the same time. When Renault heard Rayleigh's answer, he didn't know what to do for a while. He even robbed others of the boats he was using now, so he couldn't come up with so many big boats in a short period of time. Renault stood there thinking for a while, and then directly suggested to Rayleigh, "Why don't you watch them here first, so that they don't run around, and then I go back to Sabayatti archipelago to find a way?" Rayleigh heard Renault's proposal, and after thinking about it, he did not agree directly, but asked Renault, "Did you think of something?" When Renault heard Rayleigh's question, he didn't want to hide it, and answered truthfully, "I did think of a way, but after returning to Sabayatti archipelago, I didn't know if it would work, so you just watch them here first. Go." 5. 190 Rayleigh heard Renault's answer, and after thinking for a while, agreed, "Then you go early and come back early, don't go too long, there are so many people in this group, my old bones can't hold them down for too long." Seeing that Rayleigh had agreed, Renault immediately assured, "It's not that you don't know my speed, a back and forth is a matter of minutes, so you can rest assured and wait here." After Renault finished speaking, he turned around and waved his hand in front of him. A mass of golden energy flew out of his hand, and then the golden energy slowly turned into a gate. Renault stopped talking nonsense with Rayleigh, walked directly into the golden energy gate, and disappeared inside the golden gate after a while. Rayleigh looked at the gate of golden energy that was slowly dissipating, and secretly guessed in his heart, "I thought that this little BD's ability was the ability to control things, but now it seems that his ability is not that simple." Rayleigh thought that Renault's ability was similar to Golden Lion's ability to float fruit, and it was a control ability. But the golden energy gate that Renault cast just now had nothing to do with control, and it was like a space-like ability, which made him unable to think about riding sister. Although Rayleigh was full of questions, he didn't ask them here, but wanted to find a leisurely opportunity to ask Renault. After all, there are many people here, and it is not appropriate to ask now, so just now he restrained himself and did not ask directly. Sabayatti Archipelago, Mangrove Beach No. 13. On the 13th Mangrove seaside, a medium-sized ship was parked quietly. The ship was parked very secretly, and the surrounding area was almost deserted. It was late at night, so the surrounding area seemed very quiet. In a certain room on the ship, a small knife suddenly appeared, a kind of golden energy without warning, and then slowly turned into a golden energy gate. Not long after the golden energy gate was formed, a young man walked out from it. The young man looked like he was in his early 10 years. The teenager who came out of the gate was Renault. Although Robin also had the coordinates of the space he left behind, he didn't go to the bar, but went straight back to where he put the boat. The reason Renault came back to the ship was because there was a phone bug on the ship, a phone bug that could solve the slaves, and the reason he came here was to get this phone bug. When Renault came out of the gate, he didn't need to look for it at all, because the phone worm was on the table in his room. Renault went directly to the table to pick up the phone bug, and then used the phone bug to dial. Blood purr, purum purr. The phone worm rang a few times and was connected, and then the phone worm turned into a horse-faced look, followed by a voice full of energy and asked, "Moses, Moses, I'm a dragon, sir. What's the matter with me so late?" Renault contacted Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. There is no way that the big forces he knew could come up with several large ships in a short period of time. Only Long was a revolutionary guy, so he could only contact this guy to deal with it. Slave thing. When Renault heard the question from the phone bug, he asked straight to the point, "I'm in Sabayatti archipelago now, and I need a few big ships. Can you find a way to get it for me now?" After listening to Renault's request, Long was silent for a while before answering, "Sir, we have a few large ships. The police said that a few large ships, even dozens of large ships, I can take out. But I'm currently on Drum Island, which is too far from Sabayatti archipelago. It will take a month at the fastest to get there. I wonder if you can wait that long, sir." After several years of development, Long's Revolutionary Army, although the personnel at the bottom are not as good as Marines, and the ships are not as many as Marines' warships, but he can still take out dozens of large ships. When Renault heard the dragon's answer, he immediately flipped out the map of the Grand Line in his mind. He had seen the map of the Grand Line in his previous life, and after he came here, he was blessed with spiritual power. Now he is a living map. Pass. Renault soon found the location of Drum Island. He found that this island was very close to Alabasta, and the next one on Drum Island was Alabasta. And he happens to have space coordinates in Alabasta, so he just needs to send this group of slaves there, and then just throw this group of people to the dragon. Anyway, this guy likes to do this kind of thing, give these people to him handling just fine. Thinking of Renault here, he immediately asked the phone bug, "I don't need you to come to Sabayatti archipelago, you can go to Alabasta. How long will it take you to bring the boat to Alabasta?" When Long heard Renault's question, he answered truthfully, "I'm not far from Alabasta here, if I go at full speed, I can reach Alabasta in a day." After Long explained the situation clearly, he finally couldn't help asking, "Sir, what are you doing with so many ships?" When Renault heard the dragon's question, he didn't want to hide it, and answered directly, "I rescued a group of slaves from the Holy Land Mariejois. The number is too large. I can't handle it myself, so I can only find you. This little brother has countless guys." 99. Dragon's Shock plus Silent. Chapter 129. Long was as shocked as he wanted now, but at the same time he was shocked. He felt speechless for a while. It was shocking that Renault was able to rescue the slaves from the Holy Land Mariejois. He didn't even dare to think about such a thing now. However, Renault said that he rescued a group of slaves from the Holy Land Mariejois, and the number was very large. This sentence directly shocked him and he was speechless. What makes Long feel speechless is that such a shocking thing, coming out of Renault's mouth, is an understatement, and there is a little bit of ridicule about his younger brother. Does this make him not feel speechless? Long didn't think that Renault was lying to him, because he knew that Renault wouldn't joke about this kind of thing, so it must be true. 1900, but the way Renault spoke made him feel speechless. It took a few minutes for the dragon to recover from the shock, and then he asked, "Sabayatti archipelago is not too close to Alabasta. How are you going to send these slaves over, sir?" The dragon did not ask how Renault had rescued the slaves from the perilous holy site of Mariejois. Because according to what he knew about Renault in the past, even if he asked Renault, he wouldn't say it, and even if he asked him, he would just find an excuse to perfunctory him, so he didn't bother to ask. So why should he ask if he knew he couldn't get the result? Hearing Long's question, Renault didn't answer the question, but said directly, "Don't worry about it so much, anyway, I can send these people to Alabasta before dawn. You go directly to Alabasta now, and follow me as soon as possible. Let's meet." When Long heard Renault's words, he secretly thought that this was the case. Even Renault was too lazy to answer such a question, let alone the complicated process of saving people. Long knew that Renault wasn't a secret, so he didn't want to talk about it, but that Renault was just too lazy to talk about it. After all, he has been in contact with Renault so many times. Although he does not dare to say that he understands Renault's character 100%, he still has this confidence if he understands it roughly. After a few more conversations, the two hung up the phone and went to Alabasta separately. After Renault hung up the phone, he didn't go directly back to the uninhabited island, but flew to the ripped-off bar. He promised Robin's little daughter-in-law to go back before dawn, and now it's not far from dawn. So he thought about going back to the bar first. After all, the daughter-in-law is the biggest in the world. How can the affairs of the slaves be more important than the affairs of the daughter-in-law? Rip bar. Although it was already late at night, the lights in the bar were still bright, and it was obvious that the owner of the bar had not rested. Robin and Shaki were sitting on the sofa in the living room. They didn't seem sleepy at all, but they didn't communicate, but sat quietly on the sofa, as if they were waiting for something. Robin had a worried look on his face, while Shaki kept his mouth shut. She had persuaded Robin just now to let her not worry, but it didn't work, that's why the two of them have this look now. The reason Robin is so concerned is because the Sabayatti archipelago is not far from the holy land of Mariejois. So just now the meteorite landed on the holy land Mariejois, and the sound of explosions came from time to time, and they all heard it clearly here. Originally, Robin was very worried about Renault, and when she heard such a big movement, it was strange that she could feel relieved. Just when Shaki didn't know how to persuade Robin, her eyes suddenly flashed a red light, and then she joked to Robin with a smile, "Little girl, your little lover is already on his way back, he will be there soon. Here at the bar, can you rest assured this time?" Robin's head was lowered, but when he heard Shaki's words, he immediately raised his head and asked with joy, "Shaki, is what you said true?" Seeing Robin like this, Shaki suppressed her desire to tease Robin, and then answered truthfully, "Of course it's true, little Renault is only about 100 meters away from here, I'll see him soon, do I need to lie to you?" 5. After getting Shaki's accurate answer, Robin immediately got up from the sofa and rushed to the door of the bar, looking like he couldn't wait to see Renault. Shaki rolled his eyes speechlessly when he saw Robin's anxious look, but he was relieved. Renault had come back, which meant that Rayleigh was fine. The reason why he didn't show up was probably because of other things. Procrastinate. After all, Renault, who rushed into the world government's base camp, is all right. It makes no sense that Rayleigh, who is on an uninhabited island, will have an accident. So his eyesight sensed that the moment Rayleigh came back, he guessed that Rayleigh had nothing to do. Greg. Clap bang. Ouch. Robin just ran to the door of the bar, and before he could open the door to go out, he collided with Renault, who opened the door and walked in. Renault looked at Robin's little daughter-in-law in his arms, lowered his head and jokingly said, "Little daughter-in-law, your way of welcoming you is quite cautious. But I like this way of welcome, you will use this way of welcome in the future, welcome your husband, let me go home." Robin's current posture, she knew that she just bumped into Renault, and what she didn't know thought she was throwing her arms in her arms. Robin was covering his forehead and looked at Renault with tears in his eyes. Hearing this, he immediately gave Renault a blank look, and then angrily defended, "I just accidentally bumped into you, husband, you can't talk nonsense." 99. 0.4. 35. When Renault saw her sullen kawaii model, he went up to take a bite, and then said perfunctorily with a smile on his face, "Yes, yes, what the little daughter-in-law says is right." 35. Hearing this, Robin knew that Renault was perfunctory to her, broke free from Renault's arms angrily, wiped someone's saliva with his hand, then gave Renault a vicious look, and then walked to the sofa and sat down, sitting there alone and sulking. Seeing Robin's puffed-up appearance, Renault followed her and walked over beside her, then took out a few candies, and coaxed Robin like a child, "My tone was not very good, little daughter-in-law. Don't be angry, my husband will feed you cha candy." Chapter 130. Robin saw the candy that Renault handed over, and then heard Renault's coaxing tone of voice. His already puffy face instantly turned into two bun-like cheeks. Unable to bear it, Robin jumped at Renault and shouted, "Aha, death Renault, smelly Renault, I'll fight with you." Robin angrily rushed towards Renault, his whole body hung on Renault's body, and he was scratching at Renault. As for Renault, he has remained calm since then. No matter how hard Robin is scratching, he can't be affected. Even if Renault stood and let Robin attack with all his strength, it would not hurt Renault in the slightest, let alone such a painless tickling. Renault and Robin were playing around on the sofa, as if they didn't see a super large light bulb next to them. Shaki looked at the two flirting on the sofa, rolled his eyes speechlessly and frantically, and interrupted angrily, "You two are enough for the old lady, is this the time to flirt?" 35. Renault flirted with his little daughter-in-law as soon as he came back, and really didn't know what was going on. When Shaki thought of this, he was so angry that he wanted to rush over to slap the two of them and slap the two of them abruptly. When Renault and Robin heard Shaki's words, they immediately stopped and sat on the sofa as if nothing had happened, as if nothing had happened just now. Seeing that the two of them finally stopped, Shaki asked again, "Little Renault, you went to the Holy Land Mariejois tonight, did you rescue the three Boya sisters?" Shaki thought that Rayleigh didn't come back with Renault, and before Renault could answer, he continued to ask, "And since you've already come back, why didn't that guy from Old Ray come back with you?" Hearing the old woman's two consecutive questions, Renault had no choice but to answer one question at a time. "The three sisters have been rescued by me. I rescued not only the three sisters, the slaves on the Holy Land Mariejois, basically I was rescued by me. The reason why the old man Rayleigh didn't come back with me is because he wants to be on the uninhabited island, watching the slaves. And the reason why I went back to Sabayatti archipelago first, in addition to reporting safety to you, I also came back to figure out how to settle these slaves." When Shaki heard Renault's answer, his eyes widened in shock, and he looked at Renault in shock and asked, "You said that you rescued all the slaves from the Holy Land Mariejois, am I right?" 99. Shaki's first thought when she heard the news was that she didn't believe it, but when she thought that Renault shouldn't joke about this kind of thing, she believed the news a little more. Shaki looked at Renault with an expression of disbelief, waiting for Renault's answer. The news was so shocking that she couldn't relax for a while. "You must know that the Holy Land Mariejois is not a place you want to go. It is almost the place with the most powerful people in the entire world. Renault was able to come out of there without any luck. He was very surprised. And Renault actually said that he not only rescued the three Boya sisters, but also rescued thousands of slaves along with them. This news is no longer a surprise, but a proper shock." Seeing the unbelievable expression on the old woman's face, Renault could only helplessly explain again, "You heard right, the slaves on the Holy Land Mariejois are still staying on the uninhabited island." 99. After Renault explained to Shaki, without waiting for her to speak, he went on to ask, "I have already thought of a way to resettle those slaves, and I will go to an uninhabited island soon, do you two want to go together?" 39. Shaki looked at Robin. Robin lowered his head and did not speak, but Shaki directly refused, "We are going to rest soon, the matter between you men, let you men solve it yourself." After Shaki finished speaking, he stood up and dragged Robin to the room at the back of the bar. They had been worried about Renault and Rayleigh tonight, and neither of them had slept. They don't want to worry about this kind of shit anymore, and they might as well go back and take a good night's sleep when they have time. Renault looked at the two who had just returned to the room, so he could only stand up helplessly and walk out of the rip-off bar by himself. Renault knew that the two of them didn't say anything, but how could he not see that they had been worried about him and Rayleigh, and they might have been waiting anxiously until he came back. Otherwise they wouldn't have slept so late, so Renault didn't say anything when he saw them go back to the room. After Renault walked out of the ripping bar, he came to a place 100 meters away from the bar, and then stopped and waved his hand, and a golden energy flew out of his hand quickly, and the golden energy slowed down after a while. Slowly it becomes a gate. Renault saw that the space channel had been formed, so he floated in slowly, and his whole person slowly disappeared into the space channel. Uninhabited island. Everyone on the uninhabited island stared attentively at the golden energy gate that suddenly appeared. They all knew that this was Renault's ability, and the appearance of such a gate meant that Renault was coming back soon. They also learned from Rayleigh just now that Renault left this time to help them find a way to get out of here, so now that they saw Renault coming back, they stared at the golden gate so intently. Whether or not Renault finds a way to let them go is at stake for all of them, so they all want to know the result as soon as possible. Because although they have left the Holy Land Mariejois, they have not left the dangerous area yet. Only by staying away from Naval Headquarters and Holy Land Mariejois are they truly safe. Just when everyone was looking at the Golden Energy Gate, Renault finally floated out slowly and leisurely. Seeing everyone staring at him, Renault looked back and forth, left and right, and immediately understood what they meant. Renault floated directly in midair and shouted to everyone on the ground, "I have found a way to place you all, don't worry everyone." Everyone on the ground channeled this answer, and immediately flushed with excitement, but they thought of Renault's reminder before, and although everyone flushed with excitement, they didn't dare to shout. Chapter 131. Renault saw everyone's face flushed with excitement, but he abruptly held back and didn't make any noise. He didn't talk nonsense anymore, he waved his hand again, and opened a door leading to Alabasta. After Renault opened the gate to Alabasta, he shouted directly to the crowd on the ground, "This is the gate to Alabasta, you go to Alabasta first. There is someone who can not only take you out of the danger you are facing now, you can also take you back to your respective homes, so let's all line up and go first." When everyone on the ground heard Renault's words, they immediately started to line up, and then they walked into the space passage one after another. During the period, no one dared to break the rules, and they all lined up to enter the space passage. Go! Just as they were lining up to enter the space tunnel, Renault came to Rayleigh to explain the situation, told Renault all his plans, and asked Rayleigh to follow him, go to Alabasta. When Rayleigh knew all of Renault's plans, he did not refuse Renault, but directly agreed to go to Alabasta with Renault. What followed was a long wait, minutes passed by, and when everyone walked into the space passage, half an hour had passed. When everyone went through the space tunnel, Renault and Rayleigh walked in together. Half an hour ago, it was an uninhabited island full of people, but now it has become the deserted and uninhabited island of the past, and there is not a single person on the island. Not far from Alabasta port. The slaves who came here from the uninhabited island all lined up neatly in several teams, and everyone looked at Renault and Rayleigh who had just come out of the space passage. As soon as Renault came out, he saw the eyes of the crowd, looked at the sky, and thought that it would take a while for the dragon to come, so he directly said to the crowd, "We need to wait here for someone who can accommodate all of you, so everyone find a place for news, don't leave here too far, it's better to stay where you are and rest." After talking for a long time, Renault finally settled the group, and then he turned around and walked towards Rayleigh, came to Rayleigh and said directly, "Old guy, I'm going to the town in Alabasta, I will come back by myself when the dragon comes over, and they will be handed over to you." After Renault finished speaking, he immediately rose into the sky, opened his eyes and disappeared in front of Rayleigh, not daring him to refuse any chance at all. Rayleigh stared blankly at Renault, who disappeared into the sky, and he didn't react for a while, and the whole person froze in place. When Renault completely disappeared into the sky, Rayleigh gradually came back to his senses, and then his face became ugly in an instant, and he secretly cursed in his heart, "This little BD threw this mess to himself, and he ran to Alabasta to have fun, is this something that humans can do?" Rayleigh has known Renault for so long, and he is familiar with Renault's character. He can't guess Renault's careful thinking. Renault definitely went to the town of Alabasta to live in a hotel and eat a big meal. But he can only be here, and spend this hard night with these slaves, so why did he agree to come together? Thinking of Rayleigh here, I really want to slap myself in the face, what a sin. Half an hour later, the capital of Alabasta. The streets of the capital city of Alabasta, although it is late at night, are barely moving. However, the streets are still brightly lit, showing the prosperity of Alabasta, and it is completely impossible to see that this is the Alabasta that will not even be able to drink water in the future. Just as Rayleigh guessed, Renault went directly to the capital of Alabasta to find a hotel to open a room, and now he is eating delicious food in his room. Renault had just moved his chopsticks and hadn't eaten a few bites, when he suddenly thought that the three Boya sisters were still in his Kamui space, and it was not an option to keep them in the Kamui space, so let's release them while it's convenient. Now he is the only one here, releasing the daughter-in-law of the Empress, just so that you can get acquainted with each other first, and can also lay a solid foundation for the future strategy of the daughter-in-law of the Empress. Seeking flowers 0. Thinking of Renault here, I turned on Cherinon directly, and then the pupils of my eyes instantly turned blood red, and there was a big windmill spinning inside. Renault turned on Sheringhan's Kamui space ability, and a Uzumaki immediately appeared in front of him, followed by 3 figures slowly floating in the Uzumaki. Needless to say, they were the 3 Poya sisters. Now Boa Hancock's 2 younger sisters are not as huge as they will be in the future, but they are just a little taller than the current Boya Hancock. And they are not as fierce as they will be in the future. Now they are just like 2 normal little girls when they were young. But even so, Renault wasn't interested in them, because Renault had seen them growing up, like a woman and a man, and Renault couldn't bear it. As soon as the 3 Boya sisters came out of the Kamui space, they immediately observed the situation around them. They wanted to know if they had left the Holy Land Mariejois now. Seeing the way they looked east and west, Renault understood their thoughts, so before they could ask, he answered directly, "We have left the holy place of Mariejois, and now we are in the capital of Alabasta. It's very safe here, don't worry, come and have something to eat first." 99. When the 3 Boya sisters heard Renault's answer, they all looked at Renault in unison, but the 3 of them still looked confused. Obviously they didn't know where Alabasta was. Seeing their expressions, Renault guessed what they were thinking. Thinking that the 3 sisters were going to see for the first time, it was normal that they didn't know that Alabasta was also 100,000 miles away from Amazon Lily. Thinking of Renault here, looking at the confused 3 Boya sisters, he explained patiently, "Alabasta is located in the middle of the first half of the Grand Line. It will take about a month to go to the Holy Land Mariejois by boat. And if you take a boat from here to your Amazon Lily Kingdom, it will take about half a month. Do you know where it is now?" Chapter 132. The 3 Boya sisters nodded thoughtfully. Although they had never heard of Alabasta, they knew where Alabasta was in the middle of the first half of the Grand Line. Because their Amazon Lily Kingdom is strictly speaking, in the middle and rear of the first half of the Grand Line, but they are not on the route of the Grand Line, but in the calm belt. And when they knew the approximate location of this place, they all looked at Renault with a bewildered expression. They were in that mysterious space, and they just felt that it had passed for a while, but it had only been so much time. How did they appear in that mysterious space? Here? You must know that they were still in the Holy Land Mariejois just now, and the Holy Land Mariejois was located at the end of the first half of the Grand Line. How did they come here across most of the first half of the Grand Line in such a short period of time? Thinking of Boa Hancock here, looking at Renault with a puzzled expression, he asked cautiously, Then you said this is the middle of the first half of the Grand Line, and we were just 23 in the first half of the Grand Line. In the end, how did we get here in such a short time?" When Renault heard Boa Hancock's question, he answered half-truths directly, "I am a space fruit person, and the distance is useless in front of me, because I can open a space channel, which leads directly to where I used to go. Any island I've been to. I just opened a space passage to the uninhabited island on the Holy Land of Mariejois and released all the slaves. And then on the uninhabited island again, a space passage leading to here is opened, so we are here now." Renault didn't mean to hide it. After all, after he made such a fuss tonight, his spatial coordinate ability is now almost known to everyone, so there is no need to continue to hide it. It is better to say it directly and generously. "Come." When the 3 Boya sisters heard Renault's answer, their eyes widened and their mouths opened in shock. What they were shocked by was not Renault's ability, but that Renault dared to release all the slaves. Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the world government? Although the 3 Boya sisters were only sold to the Holy Land Mariejois for a few days, they also learned from the mouths of other people what the Holy Land Mariejois was. That is the power center of the whole world. Offending the Tianlong people there is almost the only way to die, but Renault has released all the slaves of the Tianlong people. How can this not shock them? After a while, Boa Hancock gradually recovered, her face still had a shocked expression, looked at Renault and asked, "Sir, you have released all the slaves, aren't you afraid of them?" Revenge. When Renault heard Boa Hancock question and saw their expressions, he replied indifferently, I just wanted to secretly rescue the three of you tonight. After all, I don't want to be wanted by them. As a result, when I was in the middle of the action, I was accidentally discovered by them. When Renault said this, he spread out his hands and continued helplessly, I just thought that I've already been discovered anyway, and that being wanted by them is a sure thing, so I just keep on going and keep going. All the slaves are released, I can't be better than them, don't think of it, and then it will be like this. 99. Renault's meaning is obvious, he just wants to tell the three boy sisters, my original purpose is to save you, and saving other slaves is just incidental, but I offend Tianlongren for saving you. The reason why Renault said this on purpose was to make the three sisters feel guilty, which would be beneficial for him to attack the daughter-in-law of the Empress in the future. Someone's moral kidnapping is called a consummate master. If you say his first moral kidnapping, no one will believe it, right? Sure enough, after listening to Renault's explanation, the three boy sisters immediately showed guilt expressions, and the three secretly guessed in their hearts, he probably didn't want to offend the Tianlong people, but when he went to save them, he was caught by the people of the world government. I found out, so I had to make such a decision, right? Although Boa Hancock was also very guilty, she still asked with a puzzled face, we didn't know each other before, why did you take such a big risk and go to the Holy Land Mariejois to save us? In fact, Boa Hancock has always wanted to know about this question. She asked it when they first met, but Renault didn't have time to explain it at the time, and just now because he didn't have the opportunity to ask other things, it kept delaying. Only now have the opportunity to ask. When Renault heard Boa Hancock question, he secretly said in his heart, oh my god! Your future daughter-in-law has already got the idea. Thank you for your future husband and I'm waiting for the flowers. Renault said so much nonsense, just waiting for Boa Hancock words. If this little daughter-in-law didn't ask, how could he use his tricks to attack this little daughter-in-law? Thinking of Renault here, he pretended to look at Boa Hancock with a serious face, but he didn't say it right away, but asked with a serious face, I can only tell you about this, because the reason why I traveled thousands of miles to save people in the Holy Land Mariejois this time is just to save you alone. I thought they were your sisters, so I rescued them together. It can be said that they both got your light. When Boya Hancock heard Renault say that he had traveled thousands of miles to the Holy Land Mary 193 Joya, just to save her, he immediately blushed. When Boa Hancock two younger sisters heard this, they rolled their eyes speechlessly. After a long time, it turned out that saving them was just incidental, causing them to be moved here for a long time, and what a trick to return our moving. Boya Hancock's blushing just flashed, and she cleared up after a while, and then changed the subject, since this matter can only be told to me alone, then we will talk about it alone later. Boa Hancock blush that flashed just now did not escape Renault's eyes, because his eyes were always on Boa Hancock body, so he just saw her blushing momentarily. When Renault heard Boa Hancock words, he nodded in agreement and said, just do as you said, and let's have an in-depth discussion later, let's come over for dinner now. The three Boya sisters did not refuse this time, they walked directly to the table and sat down to eat. They did not have a good time in the Holy Land Mariejois, and every day was precarious. Seeing this big table of delicious food just now, they were already eager to move, but there was something important to talk about just now, so they could only bear it. Now that the matter has been talked about, how can they still bear it? Food people. Chapter 133. 1 hour later, inside the hotel. Renault sat alone in his room, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Empress daughter-in-law. They had just finished eating when the three Boya sisters asked Renault to open a room for them. Renault didn't know why at first, but when he opened a room for the three sisters and heard the movement inside, he understood why the three sisters asked him to open a room alone. It turned out that when they were in the Holy Land Mariejois, there was nowhere to wash them, and now they are all dirty. The three sisters who loved beauty and cleanliness, they could hold back without conditions before, but now that they have come out, how can they hold back? As soon as Renault opened the room next to them, they couldn't wait to get in and wash everything. Renault has been waiting for half an hour. He was bored and remembered at this time. He emptied so many vaults tonight, and he has not checked the harvest tonight. Thinking of Renault here, he immediately instructed the system will pull out my personal situation 193, and let me get Hongkong's gains tonight. Okay. Host please wait. Host personal properties panel. Name, Alpha Library Renault. Age, 11. Body, 821000. Strength, 351,000. Speed, 401,000. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, Observation Haki, full level, Armed Haki, 821,000, Swordsmanship, 501,000. Weapon, 1 Supreme Great Knife, 2 Great Fast Knives, 2 Good Fast Knives. Ability, Psychodynamic, 651,000, Space Coordinates, Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, 501,000. Bailey, 530 billion 80 million. System Wall, activated. Owned items, 1 high-level strengthening potion, 27 devil fruits. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open task, 0. Now Renault's physical strength is no longer a weak point, although, D, is still a little worse than a monster like Garb, but it is almost the same as an ordinary Admiral level powerhouse. It's just that this speed and strength are almost meaningless. If he doesn't use his abilities now, his speed and strength are similar to Vice Admiral's. He is a bit serious. Renault wasn't in the mood to look at the rest, he just stared at Bailey's series of numbers, and the corner of his mouth raised a smirk, knowing that he was doing this because he was happy, but if he didn't know, he thought this kid was stupid. Renault stared at Bailey's series of numbers, and after reading it for a long time, he gradually regained his senses. He thought happily, more than 500 billion Baileys, such a large sum of money, should be enough to arm him to the teeth. And cultivate a bunch of little daughters-in-law, right? Ding! Checked that the host has 500 billion Baileys, which meets the system upgrade requirements. Is the host upgraded? Just when Renault was thinking about the good times in the future, the system suddenly popped up a prompt, breaking Renault's good mood. Renault was stunned for a while when he heard the sound of the system, and then he had a dark face and shouted angrily in his heart, "Go as far as the world of the system is, you can go as far as I can, go away." Bar. The 500 billion Bailey that he finally got, this Go system wants him to go back to before liberation once, no matter who it is estimated that he will not agree to it, right? Although Renault also knew in his heart that after the system upgrade was completed, there would definitely be more good things, but the current level of the system was enough, and it would not be the time to upgrade the system. At least he will not consider upgrading until he and her little daughters-in-law have grown up, and the system is no longer helpful to him. Now, there is no need to upgrade at all. Thinking of Renault here, he no longer wanted to upgrade the system, and began to look at other harvests. This time, his harvest was not only Bailey, but also a lot of devil fruits, as well as several good famous knives. Renault wasn't interested in devil fruits. When he saw that there was a supremely sharp knife, his eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately took out the knife. A knife appeared out of thin air in Renault's hand, a samurai sword with a sheath. The size was similar to a normal knife, the handle and the sheath were white, and there were some golden gems and decorations on it, which looked very the high-end atmosphere on the grade. Chong! Renault looked at it for a while and then pulled out the knife. The whole body of the knife was black and purple. Except for the decorations on the outside, it was no different from other black knives. Renault held this knife and couldn't tell the difference from other knives. After all, it was the first time he saw the supreme great knife. He saw that this knife was similar to Kojiki Oden's great knife, and secretly guessed in his heart, it is estimated that this kind of supreme sharp knife is only used to know the difference between it and the big sharp knife. It is not suitable for this place now. Find a time and try it again. Thinking of Renault here, he directly threw this supreme knife back into the system space, intending to try the power of this knife again when he had time. Dong dong dong! Just as Renault was preparing for a lottery to pass the time, the door to his room rang, and he didn't need to guess who he was, so he said loudly, "The door is not locked, just push it open." Greg. As soon as Renault's voice fell, the door of his room was pushed open from the outside, and then Boa Hancock walked in slowly. Seeing that her hair was still wet, Renault took out a towel from the system space and handed it to her, saying, "Dry your hair first to avoid catching a cold." Boa Hancock took the towel with a blushing face, wiped his hair and asked, "It's just the two of us here, you can tell me now, why did you take the risk to save me?" When Renault heard Boa Hancock question, he blushed and said, "Nonsense, I have a friend who is a prophet, and he told me that my future wife is now suffering in the holy land of Mariejois. When I heard the news, I ran all the way to the holy land Mariejois to save you." 99. When Boa Hancock heard Renault's answer, his whole body froze in place, showing a stunned look, looking at Renault in disbelief. Chapter 134. Boa Hancock stared blankly at Renault, still maintaining a stunned expression. After a full minute, she gradually regained her composure. She agreed to talk about the reason for saving people, but why did she talk about her wife going up woolen cloth? Thinking of Boa Hancock here, his face instantly turned red to the back of his ears, and he thought to himself, it turns out that he will be her wife in the future, so he came to save himself from thousands of miles away. Boa Hancock face turned red the more she thought about it, as if she was about to turn into a steam engine. If it wasn't reality, but a character in an anime, smoke would probably have started to rise above her head now. Boa Hancock blushed and lowered her head. It took a few minutes for her to relax, and then she pinched the corner of her clothes and asked shyly, your friend's 197 prophecy will not happen. Can't you? And even if I will be your wife in the future, you don't need to take such a big risk for me." When Renault heard Boa Hancock words, she knew that she had believed more than half of it, and thought to herself, they had never met, but he acted like he was trying his best to save her. Explain, it's easier for her to believe, right? The reason Renault just said that this was a friend's prophecy, not that he knew the future himself, was for her to make up her own mind. Sometimes the most powerful trick is not to trick others into believing, but to let the deceived person make up their own minds, so that they can make others believe what he said without any effort. Boa Hancock now believes what Renault said, she is just wondering if this prediction is accurate, and has never doubted whether what Renault said is true. Seeing that the future daughter-in-law had already taken the bait, Renault immediately stepped up his efforts to continue the strategy. Don't say that my friend's prediction has never been missed, even if his prediction is only 1/10,000th accurate, and you only need 10,000 in the future. One part may be my wife, let alone go to the Holy Land Mariejois, even if it is a sea of swords and flames, I will save you. What Renault said was an outpouring of truth, and he almost believed what he said, let alone this teenage Aunt Liang. When Boa Hancock heard Renault's answer, she was directly moved. She was both moved and shy now. She looked at Renault with tears in her eyes and couldn't say a word. Seeing Boa Hancock like this, Renault opened his arms immediately, the meaning is self-evident. Boa Hancock was waiting for this moment, seeing Renault's action, she immediately rushed into Renault's arms, crying like a slap in the face. What Renault did, and what he said just now, really moved Boa Hancock to the point that she couldn't help herself, and now she wanted to marry Renault right away. Boa Hancock passed through Renault's flickering, and whether she followed Renault or returned to the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she would only have Renault in her heart in the future, right? I have to say, Sumnyo is really shameless. Sister, are you alright? Just as Renault was hugging his sister, there was an anxious shouting from the door of his room. It turned out to be Boa Hancock's two younger sisters. When they heard her cry, they thought something was wrong, so they all ran over to check the situation. As a result, when they saw the two people hugging each other, they stepped into the room with their feet, either putting them down or taking them back, and froze in place. The reason why they did this was because they thought that Renault was bullying their sister just now, so they rushed over in a hurry. But now it seems that their sister is holding Renault instead of Renault bullying their sister, so they are so overwhelmed. Hearing their voices, Boa Hancock hurriedly came out of Renault's arms, and immediately said to the two sisters with a blushing face, I'm fine, you don't have to worry, I just talked about some sad things. 55. After Boa Hancock finished explaining, he turned his head and blushed again, and stammered to Renault, now, it's very late, I'll go back to rest first, and you should be early too. Have a rest. Boa Hancock ran out of Renault's room, dragged his two younger sisters and ran away after a while, and didn't give Renault a chance to react at all. Renault looked at Boa Hancock, who was running away in a panic, shook his head helplessly, and thought to himself, although this queen's little daughter-in-law is not as arrogant as she will be in the future, but she looks shy at every turn, just like the Empress of the future. It's the same hair. Renault originally wanted to draw a lottery, but after so much tossing, he didn't have the heart to go to the lottery now, so he just lay down on the bed, and let's go to sleep after a good night's sleep. The next day, noon. Renault slept directly until noon, and then took the three boy sisters to buy new clothes and went to have a big meal. After finishing all this, Renault took three new-looking girls and slowly walked towards Rayleigh and their location. Now that the three boy sisters have changed into new clothes, and after washing and supplementing their sleep, they can't see the dirty and haggard appearance of the little beggar when they were rescued last night. Renault took the three boy sisters and walked slowly for nearly an hour, and found that they had not gone 1/10 of the distance. If they continued like this, it was estimated that they would not be able to reach Rayleigh's place when it was dark. In the end, Renault could only use telekinesis to drag two, hold one in his arms, and fly directly towards the port. If you want to ask why he is holding one, of course the little daughter-in-law has to hold it, otherwise what should I do if I fall down 0.4? In fact, it's just an excuse made by someone who wants to hug the girls. The mind power is wrapped around them in all directions, just like flying with a boat. How can this fall? Who believes? Boa Hancock saw that her two younger sisters didn't need to hold her, but Renault wanted to hold her. Although she had guessed Renault's intentions, she did not point it out. On the contrary, he was happily nestled in Renault's arms, wondering what the temperature on his face had never dropped. Renault took the three boy sisters to fly with all their strength and arrived near the port within a few minutes. At the same time, he saw the crowd gathered not far from the port. This group of people were the slaves he rescued last night. Chapter 135. On a boulder not far from the crowd, Rayleigh, sitting alone, was the first to spot Renault approaching. The moment Rayleigh saw Renault, his anger rose immediately. He wanted to go up to find Renault to settle the account, but he stopped immediately after seeing the three little girls with Renault. Looking at the three little girls with Renault, Rayleigh secretly guessed in his heart, that should be the three boy sisters of Amazon Lily. Shaki contacted Rayleigh last night and asked him to take care of the three boy sisters, but he had never seen the three boy sisters, so naturally he couldn't recognize which three were the boy three sisters. However, although he couldn't recognize the three boy sisters, he thought that all the slaves Renault rescued were here, and the three boy sisters should be among the slave crowd, so take care of all the little girls. Then he has been observing the young girls, and he has also taken care of these little girls. As a result, it was not until now that he found out that these three sisters have been with Renault all the time. What is this special? Co-authoring last night, he was busy working in vain? Rayleigh thought that last night he was catching fish, cooking food, and taking care of these dozens of little girls as a meticulous one, but he himself was tired like a wong. But the three sisters that Shaki asked him to take care of are no longer in the crowd. What's the special thing called? Rayleigh looked at the four people who were approaching in the sky, then looked at the dozens of little girls in the crowd, and comforted himself in his heart, forget it, I didn't investigate clearly, I can't blame others, what I did last night just do good deeds. In fact, Rayleigh also thought about finding these three sisters, but he thought that they might not even know Shaki. After all, only some old Amazon lilies know Shaki, not to mention his relationship that is separated by thousands of miles. Woolen cloth? So he just gave up the idea, otherwise, to find these three sisters, he would have to trouble himself to explain a lot of things. It is good to explain clearly, but it is trouble to explain clearly. At this time, Renault finally landed in front of Rayleigh. After putting down the three boy sisters, he greeted Rayleigh with a smile, "Old guy, I'll be back." Rayleigh has had a black face since Renault landed, and seeing his hippie smiling face, he complained angrily, "I threw such a big mess to the old man, but I ran out of it myself, you little BD. I really don't know how to respect the old and love the young." When Renault heard Rayleigh's complaint, he still said with a smile, "When I was on the Roger Pirates, I seemed to have said similar things, but now it's just a feng shui turn. Ha ha ha." 35. When Renault said this, he suddenly burst into laughter, and then he said with a sullen face, "I said back then that when you were old, I would burn you to ashes, where is this now?" 5. Back then when he was on the Roger Pirates, these gangsters always joined forces to bully him. Although he couldn't really kill these old guys, he could always bully him back, right? When Rayleigh heard Renault's words, he just rolled his eyes speechlessly, and ignored Renault. Now that he was bickering with Renault, it would only make Renault even more proud, and he had no interest in doing such a thing. Blood, blood. Seeing that Rayleigh was ignoring him, Renault was about to provoke him again in front of Rayleigh when the phone bug in his arms suddenly rang. When Renault heard the phone worm ringing, he knew that it was the dragon who contacted him, so he could only suppress his thoughts first. After all, bullying these old guys came to Japan for a long time, so let's deal with the slaves first. Thinking of Renault here, he took out the phone bug in his arms, and immediately connected to the phone bug. The phone bug in his hand immediately turned into a horse face. No need to guess that this must be the dragon guy, after all, such a long face is really rare. Sure enough, as soon as the phone worm was connected, the dragon's voice came from the phone worm and asked, "Sir, we have arrived near Alabasta, where are you in Alabasta now?" When Renault heard that the dragon had arrived at Alabasta, he immediately replied, "We are near the port now. You can see us by sailing to the right in 20 minutes from the port. You don't need to go to the port, come directly to us." When Long heard Renault's answer, he immediately replied, "I understand, sir, I will go to you right away." 99. Ka sauce. 35. After Long finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly, and then ordered his men to sail to the position Renault said. Seeing that the phone bug had been hung up, Renault put the phone bug away, and then said to Rayleigh, "The people we are waiting for will be here soon, you go and get them all ready." When Rayleigh heard Renault calling him again, he ignored Renault and turned around, leaving only the back of Renault's head to let him slowly understand the meaning. Seeing that the old guy Rayleigh ignored him, Renault immediately showed a wicked smile, and thought to himself, "You are forcing me, old guy, then don't tell me not to talk about martial arts." Thinking of Renault here, he didn't care about Rayleigh anymore, but turned to the three Boya sisters and said, "You three come with me, I have something to tell you." After Renault finished speaking, he directly pulled the three Boya sisters away, without even looking at Rayleigh, and regardless of whether the three Boya sisters agreed or not, he directly pulled them and left here. The three Boya sisters were stunned throughout the whole process, and they were pulled out by Renault for hundreds of meters. "Boa Hancock," asked Renault with a puzzled look, "Danyo Zhao, brother Renault, where are we going?" After the three Boya sisters got acquainted with Renault, they no longer called the Lord Renault, but directly changed their name to brother. The three sisters are all the same, and they are all called brother Renault. Renault felt a little awkward when he heard them called that. After all, he had never been called that before, but when he got used to it, it was delicious. When Renault heard Boa Hancock question, he didn't answer immediately, but after pulling them to a place where the crowd could not see, he turned around and replied, "The purpose of our coming to Alabasta is to send the rescued group to someone who can place them. Now the people who can place them have arrived, and we have nothing to do here, so since we have nothing to do with us, of course we are running away." Chapter 136. When the three Boya sisters heard Renault's answer, they had a big stunned face. Why did they suddenly run away? Boa Hancock took the lead to regain his senses, and then asked with a puzzled look, "Even if we want to go, we can go openly and above board, we don't need to go secretly like now?" When Renault heard Boa Hancock question, he immediately began to add fuel to his reply, "The old guy just now abused me a lot when I was young, and I didn't want to leave with him, so I had to leave secretly. When Boa Hancock heard Renault's answer, he immediately showed a little angry expression, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "That old guy dares to bully brother Renault, it is absolutely unforgivable, I am going to kill that old guy. Kill it." Seeing Boa Hancock turn around, Renault walked back, and immediately pulled her back and persuaded her, hey, don't go, that old guy abused me when he was a child, but he was my lifesaver no matter what. Benefactor, so it's better to kill or something." Renault said that she still looked annoyed when she saw her, so he could only comfort him again, "Although we can't kill this old guy, we can get revenge. We will leave now and let him suffer from here. What do you think of the boat ride back to Sabayatti Archipelago?" 5. Renault comforted Boa Hancock on his lips, but he secretly sighed in his heart, "This future daughter-in-law is not bad, she really dares to go there." When Boa Hancock heard Renault's persuasion, he said reluctantly, "Let's let that old guy go this time. If he dares to bully brother Renault again in the future, I will still kill this old guy." Seeing that Boa Hancock finally stopped, he stopped talking nonsense and waved his hand directly in front of him, and a ball of golden energy flew out of his hand quickly, and then the golden energy slowly turned into a golden energy gate. The three sisters Boya saw the space passage for the first time, and the three sisters looked at this scene with surprise. When Boya Hancock looked at Renault, his eyes flashed with gold stars, and he thought to himself, "How amazing, is this my future husband?" Boa Hancock suddenly blushed as he thought about it, he immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Renault, and instantly turned into an ostrich. Renault saw Boa Hancock blushing suddenly and without warning, and at first felt that this little daughter-in-law was a little inexplicable. But as soon as he thought of this little daughter-in-law's character who likes brain supplementation, he immediately figured out what was going on. It is estimated that this little daughter-in-law is supplementing some unhealthy pictures in her brain. Thinking of Renault here, "I don't care about these things. The most important thing now is to get out of here," so I said directly, "This is the space passage leading to Sabayatti Archipelago. Let's get out of here before the old guy finds out." The three Boya sisters nodded heavily, and then walked directly to the space passage. They had the experience of entering Kamui space once, so this time they were no longer afraid, but walked directly into the space passage without saying a word. After Renault saw the three Boya sisters walk in, he followed them into the space passage, and the four gradually disappeared into the space passage. At this time, Rayleigh, who was hundreds of meters away, suddenly flashed a red light in his eyes, and then he stood up and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already 10 meters away. Rayleigh ran as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he ran out dozens of meters, and a few flashes appeared at the position where the four Renault were just now. Rayleigh looked at the dissipating golden energy, his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of the pot, his breathing gradually became rapid, and then he scolded directly, "You little BD, you don't talk about martial arts." Rayleigh just found out that the breath of Renault and the three Boya sisters had suddenly disappeared, and he felt bad, and hurried over to check. When he saw the golden energy that was slowly dissipating, he still didn't know what was going on. This was the golden energy that only appeared when Renault opened the door to the space. At this time, Renault opened the door to the space, and he and the three Boya sisters suddenly disappeared again. There was no need to guess the purpose, he knew what Renault wanted to do. Renault must have wanted to leave him here all by himself, and then let himself take a boat back to Sabayatti Archipelago. 4 flowers. Seeing that the golden energy had completely disappeared, Rayleigh cursed inwardly with a dark face, he just ignored him, this little BD just left himself here to fend for himself, this little BD is really careful. Sabayatti Archipelago, Rip-Off Bar. The ripping bar was not open for business today, so there was not a single customer inside. Shaki and Robin were sitting on the sofa board, chatting with each other. At this moment, the pendant on Robin's neck suddenly burst out with a mass of golden energy, and then the golden energy quickly turned into a gate. 00. The pendant that Robin wore around her neck was given to her by Renault, with the space coordinates left by Renault on it. After the golden energy gate was formed, the three Boya sisters came out first, followed by Renault. Seeing Renault come out, Robin immediately leaned in with a look of joy and said, "Husband, you're back." When Renault heard Robin calling him by his name, he secretly thought that it was bad. The future daughter-in-law of the Empress has not yet completed the strategy, and now she is called by her. "Don't call me Huang directly." Renault used to just want to take advantage, so he asked Robin to call him husband, but now he just wants to travel back to his childhood and strangle himself to death when he was a child. Thinking of Renault here, I secretly made up my mind that I must find a way to get Robin's daughter-in-law to change her name back. Otherwise, when she picks up a girl in the future, this little daughter-in-law will call her husband by the side, and he will pick up a fart girl. Sure enough, when Boa Hancock heard Robin's name, he was stunned for a while, then immediately stared at Robin with fiery eyes and asked, "What did you just call brother Renault?" "Husband, can you also bark casually?" When Boa Hancock said this, he thought bitterly in his heart, even my future brother Renault's wife has not been called husband, why should she be called husband? Chapter 137. Boa Hancock now only shows a little woman-like character when facing Renault, and when facing outsiders, it is a competitive character, Shaki, who has already begun to show her future queen. When Robin heard Boa Hancock questioning, he was stunned. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't know why the little girl was so hostile to her. Everyone was questioned by Boa Hancock 2 consecutive questions, and they were stunned on the spot, and needles could be heard in the entire bar. Robin was stunned for a full minute, and then gradually came back to her senses. She secretly guessed in her heart, husband has found another sister for himself, right? Robin didn't ask Renault why he came to Sabayatti archipelago, nor who Renault rescued. She always went wherever Renault went, and never asked Renault a word. But when Boa Hancock asked this sentence, she thought about it carefully, and thought about her own experience, and immediately wanted to understand everything. 23 A few years ago, Renault was the same as this time. He went all the way to West Blue to save her. It is estimated that this little girl, like her, is Renault's future wife, so Renault came all the way to save her. Robin, who wanted to understand everything, changed from being silly and sweet in the past, and turned into a mature and stable royal sister. Chow Boya Hancock retorted, "My husband and I have known each other for 4 years, and it can be said that we have grown up together since childhood. Why can't the big childhood sweetheart be called husband?" The reason why Robin has always acted like a silly white sweet is because she has been with Renault all the time. No matter what Renault thinks about everything, there is no role for her at all. Over time, she became accustomed to this way of getting along with Renault, and she never thought about changing it, because she herself enjoyed it, so she always acted like a silly white sweet. But when Robin is facing Renault, she will act like a silly white sweet, but when facing other people, she is a black-bellied and mature royal sister. Robin is very similar to Boya Hancock in this respect. They seem to be born with 2 faces, and they can switch back and forth in front of Renault and others at will. Renault, who had always thought that he had abandoned Robin's young daughter-in-law, looked at Robin with disbelief, and thought to himself, this dark-bellied and mature royal sister fan is still his own abandoned fool. White sweet little daughter-in-law. The character Robin shows now makes Renault feel both familiar and unfamiliar. What he is familiar with is when he was reading the original book, which is the taste now. The stranger is the current Robin, who doesn't look like a fool at all. What kind of trouble is this going to make? Different from Renault's ignorance, the 2 young daughters-in-law are still fighting each other, and the smell of gunpowder between them is full of gunpowder. Boa Hancock heard Robin's rebuttal, although she was not sure about the relationship between Robin and Renault, but she immediately declared her sovereignty. "It doesn't matter how long you know each other, brother Renault said that I will be his wife in the future, so if you want to call your husband, it should be me. I don't allow you to call him brother Renault." Robin didn't look angry when he heard Boa Hancock words, he just rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then said the same, "My husband also told me this, I will also be my husband's wife in the future, so my name is there anything wrong with your husband?" When Boa Hancock heard Robin's words, she was at a loss for words, but she still refused to admit defeat and said, "I said that you are not allowed to bark, or else I'll see how I deal with you." Bara bara. Bara. The two little daughters-in-law were jealous and quarreling, and even had the faint intention of starting a fight. Shaki didn't see Rayleigh come back with Renault just now, and he wanted to ask about Rayleigh's situation. But seeing the two little girls choking, she no longer anxiously asked about Rayleigh's situation. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with her immortal family, so let's watch the show first. So Shaki is now standing aside, showing the appearance of watching a play, watching with relish. Sister, you have something to say? Yes, don't fight. 5. As for Boa Hancock's two younger sisters, they pulled their elder sister with worried expressions and tried their best to persuade Boa Hancock. In the whole bar for a while, some were watching a play, some were persuaded, and some were overwhelmed, and they turned into a pot of porridge. At this time, Renault finally came back to his senses, seeing how the two future daughters-in-law were about to pinch each other. He could only helplessly interrupted, "You two should each say a few words less, one title. There's no need to quarrel, you can call it whatever you like. And who can say what will happen in the future? Maybe you will be my wife in the future, and maybe you will not be my wife in the future, so is it too early to quarrel over a name?" When the two women heard Renault say this, their faces turned a little red. Although they had already recognized Renault in their hearts, the future was still far away, and the characters had not been written yet. What are they arguing about here? Thinking of the two people here, they will not continue to quarrel, but although the 200 people have stopped fighting. But there is still a smell of gunpowder between the two, as if the two were born with different characters. In fact, the most important reason for their truce is that Boa Hancock heard Robin calling him husband Renault, so he was mentally unbalanced and quarreled with Robin. Now Renault said that she could also be called husband, she was already balanced, and naturally there was no need to continue arguing. And Robin was just lying on the gun, passively arguing with Boa Hancock, because she didn't care too much about how many wives Renault had. After all, she knew the existence of Makino and Raiwa, so she had long been used to it. She also knew that Renault would have many wives in the future. If she was angry because of this, then she would have to die of anger? Seeing that they had finally stopped, Renault thought to himself, it seems that we have to be more careful in the future, and try not to let them meet before we have completed the strategy, otherwise the fire in the backyard will not be extinguished. Shaki saw them stop, and his eyes had nothing to watch, so he said with a smile, "Since you guys have finished arguing, let little Renault talk about the rescue this time, and why Rayleigh didn't tell you. Come back together." Chapter 138. Bara. When Renault heard Shaki's question, he just casually said a few words about what happened on the Holy Land Mariejois. After all, he didn't have anything to say there except murder and arson. Renault took the incident at the Holy Land Mariejois, and then went to Rayleigh, and he said nonsense. As for why the old Rayleigh didn't come back with us, it was because he wanted to come back by boat, so the four of us will come back first. Shaki didn't respond when Renault said the Holy Land Mariejois, because she didn't know that Renault was perfunctory to her, but when she heard Rayleigh asking herself to come back by boat, she rolled her eyes in a frantic and speechless manner. It's not that she doesn't know what character Rayleigh is. She is already an old bone, so she will never make such a request. It is estimated that this little guy deliberately threw Rayleigh in Alabasta, right? Shaki guessed that because he had heard Rayleigh say a lot about Renault on the Whitebeard Pirates. So of course I know their relationship pattern, and I also have a certain understanding of Renault's character. Renault 200 is absolutely capable of throwing Rayleigh in Alabasta. Although Shaki had already guessed this, she didn't say it. After all, she knew that this person's way of getting along was like this. This kind of thing can only be regarded as a joke, so she doesn't bother to care about this kind of shit. Shaki no longer asked Renault about Rayleigh, but looked directly at the three Boya sisters and said, "You Emperor of Amazon Lily, you are already on your way here, and it is estimated that you will arrive here tomorrow. Just stay with me." "Really?" When the three Boya sisters heard Shaki's words, they immediately looked happy and asked in unison. When Shaki heard the question of the three Boya sisters, he took a puff of cigarettes before answering, "Of course it's true, they were already rushing here yesterday before you were rescued, but they were a little far away. So it took a little longer. Great! The three boy sisters got Shaki's affirmation, and finally couldn't help cheering. Their faces were all happy. Renault originally wanted to ask Bo, Hancock whether to follow him in the future or go back to Amazon Lily, but seeing that she was so happy now, she didn't say it, and thought to herself, find a suitable one. The opportunity is to ask this future daughter-in-law. Thinking of Renault here, he stood up and said, you guys are talking slowly here, I'll go out and see what's going on in the outside world first. 35. Since they left the Holy Land Mariejois last night, they hadn't paid attention to the outside world, and Shaki, the intelligence monger, slept with Robin until noon due to the fact that he rested too late last night. When Renault came back, they had just woken up for a while, so she didn't know what was going on outside. After Renault finished speaking, he walked outside the bar. He wondered if the world government and Marine would want him this time. When Renault thought that he was making such a fuss last night, the wanted is probably a certainty, right? Seeing that Renault was leaving the bar, Robin immediately stood up and said, husband, let me go with you. Not to be outdone, Boa Hancock stood up and said, husband and me, I'm going too. After such a toss, Boa Hancock immediately changed his name from brother to husband, one at a time, without any sense of disobedience, as if he had called him countless times. Renault glanced at the two young daughters-in-law, thinking that he was just hanging out in the Sabayatti archipelago, and there should be no danger. And you can also take this opportunity to ask Boya Hancock, whether to follow him or go back to Amazon Lily. Why not kill two birds with one stone? Thinking of Renault here, he nodded to the two of them and agreed, then you two, come together. When Boa Hancock and Robin heard Renault's agreement, they immediately followed Renault and walked out of the ripped-off bar. Renault walked around the streets of Sabayatti archipelago with his two daughters-in-law, playing with his daughter-in-law while inquiring about what happened last night at the Holy Land Mariejois. After half an hour. Gaga. 99. Renault, who had been shopping around for nothing, was about to take his two young daughters-in-law to find a place for news. A news bird quacked and flew overhead. Renault noticed the news bird above his head, and immediately a cloud of green energy emerged from his body, and then he stretched out his hand and pulled it down. Plop, plop. Just as the news bird was stunned, its body fell uncontrollably towards Renault. Clap. 35. Quack. The news bird fell directly to the ground, and immediately after standing up, it gestured towards the three of Renault with its wings, while screaming. Renault didn't know what it wanted to say, but he didn't want to know either. He ripped off the news bird, he just wanted a newspaper. Renault squatted down directly, and then threatened the news bird, give me a copy of today's latest newspaper, or I'll bake you. The news bird clearly understood Renault's words, and the whole bird trembled, and immediately took out a newspaper from the bag and handed it to Renault. Plop, plop. After the news bird waited for Renault to take the newspaper, it flew away with a thud. Even Bailey didn't dare to ask Renault for it. It was probably really afraid that the devil Renault would bake it. Puff. Robin burst into laughter when he saw what Renault had done, and said breathlessly, husband, a newspaper is only a few dozen Baileys. As for you to scare a news bird? When Renault heard Robin's question, he just glanced at her, but he didn't pay attention to her, but he thought to himself, this silly white sweet little daughter-in-law is really not at home and doesn't know that firewood, rice, oil and salt are expensive. Why pay for something that can be used for free? Thinking of Renault here, he took care of himself to find a place to sit down, and immediately started to read the newspaper. The two young daughters-in-law saw Renault reading the newspaper, and they joined together. It was fake when they read the newspaper, and it was true that they were fighting in secret. Chapter 139. The most vicious criminal, the demon Renault. Although Renault hadn't read the newspaper carefully, but just by looking at the big red label, he knew it had something to do with him. The content is as follows: the most vicious criminal in history, broke into the Holy Land Mariejois, murdered and set fire, released thousands of slaves, and killed dozens of Tianlong people and countless innocent people related to the world government. There is a reward of 2.5 billion Baileys, and the wanted order will take effect immediately. If you find the demon Renault, you can also get 100 million Baileys by reporting to Marine. After reading the remarks at the back of the newspaper, Renault secretly complained, the first time the reward was 2.5 billion, the world government and Marine really valued themselves. And one piece of information alone is worth 100 million Baileys. Is the world government's 200 afraid that the police won't be able to catch him, so they plan to use this method to get information about him, and then take action against him? Thinking of Renault here, his eyes suddenly lit up. Since his own information is so valuable, if he is short of money in the future, it is not too much for him to sell his own information, right? If the world government and Marine knew of Renault's thoughts, they would probably be blown away by his behavior like the sixth child. Sell your own information when you are short of money. Is this something that humans can do? However, one intelligence and 1 billion bells, the world government should make this decision, because Marine has been in contact with Renault so many times, and he knows how difficult it is to catch Renault. There is almost no possibility for them to catch Renault, so they, Marine, will never do such a stupid thing. Since it is not Marine, then there is only an explanation left by the world government. Contrary to Renault's idea, Hancock and Robin looked at Renault with worried expressions when they saw the content of the newspaper. Seeing their worried expressions, Renault immediately spoke to Comfort, "You don't have to worry about me, since I can walk around their territory and come out safely, it means they can't do anything at all. Me, so this reward is just a decoration." When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's consolation, they finally stopped looking frowning. They didn't know how strong Renault was, but after Renault's metaphor. Although they still don't know how strong Renault is, but they understand one thing, that is, it is very difficult for the world government to catch Renault, so they no longer worry about whether Renault will be caught. Hancock, who wanted to understand, and Robin looked at each other, and both of them secretly made up their minds that they must become stronger in the future, to the point where they can help Renault, and no longer let him fight alone. Renault had just finished comforting his 2 future daughters-in-law when a piece of paper fell from the interlayer of the newspaper. Since Renault just looked at one side of him and didn't turn over the newspaper to look at the other boards, he didn't notice this piece of paper. Renault picked up the paper and looked at the contents, and found that it was his wanted order, and the photo on the wanted order should have been taken last night. Renault was covered in green energy, and his whole body was floating in the air. The sky behind him was a meteorite with fire, like a meteor shower. This photo made people look very shocking. Demon, Afaka Renault, ability unknown, can attack with meteorites, can fly freely in the air, and can travel through space. Haki and normal attacks are ineffective. This person is extremely dangerous. Bounty, 2.5 billion Bailey, life and death. Renault saw that on his wanted notice, the description in the ability column turned out to be unknown, not the space ability he had revealed by himself. Seeing this, Renault secretly guessed in his heart, the various abilities that he has used recently are not like a pure space ability person at all, so they should have guessed that they are not a space ability person at all, right? But Renault didn't take it seriously for them to guess, and he wasn't afraid that the world government and Marine would know about his abilities, because only Camui's space ability. He can be invincible, not to mention that he has so many perverted abilities, so it doesn't matter whether they know it or not. Renault's current thinking is, I'm invincible and you can do whatever you want. After Renault got the information he wanted, he didn't want to stay outside too much, so he directly proposed to the 2 young daughters-in-law, "We've been around almost the same, and the information we want has been obtained. Let's go back now?" When Robin heard Renault's proposal, he was the first to express his position, "I listen to my husband, I will go wherever my husband goes." Seeing that Robin had already made a statement, Hancock said not to be outdone, "My husband, I also heard you." Seeing their tit-for-tat appearance, Renault shook his head helplessly, and then said, "Then let's go back first." After Renault finished speaking, he took the lead and walked back, but he did not go back to the ripping bar, but went back to the hotel he opened here. He was already back, why did he go to the ripping bar? He's been to the world of 2, hey? No, he's been to the world of 3, isn't it delicious? Just when Renault went to the world of 3 people happily, his wanted order also spread to all corners of the world, whether it is the front and rear of the Grand Line, or the seas of the 4 seas, there are shadows of his wanted order. If it doesn't make a sound, it's already a blockbuster. New World Unknown Sea Area. A huge whale boat on the sea level is slowly sailing forward, and the boats gather together in 2s and 3s to brag. In the middle of the ship's splint, there was a very tall figure sitting on a step. Just seeing this figure made people feel a sense of oppression. This ship is the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the one sitting in the middle of the plywood is the great pirate Whitebeard, which can also be said to be one of the emperors of the sea. Because the name of the Emperor of the Sea has now begun to spread in the sea, but this name is not as widely known as it will be in the future, and it is only spread among some New World pirates. Just when Whitebeard was bored drinking wine, he looked at the splint with a look of relief at the lively suns. Marco walked towards him with a wanted notice. Margau came to Whitebeard, handed over a wanted notice, and then said mysteriously, "Dad has another powerful guy in the sea, and we still know this guy." Chapter 140. Gu la 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 la. When Whitebeard heard Margau's words, he laughed out loud, and then took the wanted notice and said, "I want to see who it is, it's worth your mystery." 39. Whitebeard took the wanted notice from Margau, and immediately began to look at it. When he first saw the photo on the wanted notice, he hadn't recognized it yet. After all, when he was a child, Renault was pink and tender and very cute. Although it is not very big now, it has nothing to do with cuteness, and has grown into a handsome and compelling young man. It was not until he noticed the meteorites all over the sky that he recognized Renault. Gu la 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 la. When Whitebeard read the contents of the wanted notice, he began to laugh up to the sky again, and then he laughed and sighed with emotion. "I made a scene in the holy place of Mariejois, killed dozens of Tianlong people, and released thousands of them. Slave, this little BD is really a blockbuster." Whitebeard hasn't heard from Renault in the past few years. He thought that Renault didn't like life on the sea, so he planned to live in Wanakuni all the time. He didn't expect that Renault would do such a big thing quietly. Margau, who was at the side, also followed up. "I said before, with his personality that likes to do things, how can he lead a stable life? Doesn't he just come out to harm people again?" The reason why Margau said this is because when Renault was on the Whitebeard Pirates, he never stopped for a day. Margau didn't believe Renault would lead a stable life if he killed him because of Renault's old-fashioned personality, so he had long predicted that Renault would come out to harm the world sooner or later. So for Renault's riot at the Holy Land Mariejois this time, Margau was not surprised at all except a little shocked. It's just that he didn't expect Renault to do such a big thing. When he saw this wanted notice just now, he was really startled. When Whitebeard heard Margau's words, after being silent for a while, he instructed Margau, "Margau, you speak up immediately, and say that little Renault is the one covered by our Whitebeard Pirates, who would dare to say anything to him. If he does it, he will be my enemy with Whitebeard." Whitebeard did not say that if he shot Renault, he was against the Whitebeard Pirates, but he said that if he shot Renault, he was against Whitebeard, because Renault was not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. There's no reason to protect Renault in the name of the Whitebeard Pirates. So he can only protect Renault in his own name, because he really likes Renault, a little guy who likes to do things. He didn't want to see Renault die before he was fully fledged, and with Roger's relationship, he couldn't sit back and ignore it, so he decided to use his name to protect Renault. Although the reputation of his Whitebeard alone may not buy it, the big forces may not buy it, but it is more than enough to deter some juniors. However, what Whitebeard didn't know was that Renault was already full of wings and didn't need his protection at all, but only Renault himself knew about this kind of thing, and it was normal for Whitebeard to not know. When Margau heard Whitebeard's order, he froze in place and came back to his senses after a while, but he didn't ask any more questions, but said directly, "I'll go and order right away." After Margau finished speaking, he turned and left here, walked directly into the interior of the ship, and was ready to do what Whitebeard ordered, without any hesitation. Whitebeard looked at Margau's back, and thought to himself, world government is not as simple as it seems on the surface, you have to take it easy, little guy. Whitebeard was overjoyed to hear the news just now, and immediately thought of the consequences of Renault's actions, so he suddenly made the decision to protect Renault. Not only the Whitebeard Pirates, people or forces who knew Renault, saw Renault's wanted notice, and almost all reacted the same as Whitebeard, both happy and worried. Those people or forces who don't know Renault, after this newspaper and the wanted list, most of the people in the whole world know of Renault's existence. There is no way that Renault can do such a big thing this time, almost shocked the whole world. They don't want to know Renault. It's only been half a day, and the streets and alleys around the world are discussing Renault, some slander, some praise, and all kinds of comments. However, this does not affect the world's awareness of Renault. Whether it is infamy or fame, Renault's reputation has spread to all corners of the world. 2 days later, Sabayatti Archipelago. 2 days have passed without knowing it, and the Emperor of the Amazon Lily has arrived in the Sabayatti Archipelago yesterday. At this time, a group of people gathered in the rip-off bar, not only Renault and Shaki, but also the Emperor of Amazon Lily who came yesterday. Renault has asked Boa Hancock the past 2 days whether he wants to follow him or go back to Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock agreed to follow Renault without thinking, but the Emperor of Amazon Lily disagreed, because she wanted to train Boa Hancock as her heir. Although Renault is the savior of the 3 Boya sisters, other matters can be discussed, but the Emperor of Amazon Lily is very firm, so this matter has been delayed until now. They have been discussing here for several hours, but they have not come to a conclusion. Renault looked at this woman who didn't appear in the original book, but she was pretty good looking, but she couldn't get enough of it, and his heart was full of anger. If it wasn't for Boa Hancock relationship, he really wanted to directly this woman was killed. Shaki saw their arrogant appearance, afraid that they would really fight, so he could only stand up and be a peacemaker and suggested, since none of you can convince anyone, then listen to little Hancock's opinion first, or let her decide for herself. When the Emperor of Amazon Lily heard Shaki's proposal, he suddenly became anxious. Now Hancock's position is very clear. He was determined to go with Renault. Do you still need to listen to her opinion? The Emperor of Amazon Lily thought of this, and without thinking, he directly refused. Hancock is still young now, her opinion does not mean anything, let her go back to Amazon Lily. 99. Chapter 141. When Renault heard the woman's shameless words, he couldn't bear it any longer, and he said directly, "You don't even know that Hancock was caught, and even if you know that she was caught in the Holy Land Mariejois, you probably don't have the courage to save people, so what's the use of her following you?" When Renault said this, he glanced at her disdainfully, and then said sarcastically, "You can't even guarantee her safety, so what qualifications do you have to decide whether or not she goes?" The Emperor of Amazon Lily heard Renault's sarcasm, although her face was very ugly, but she did not find any reason to refute it. Because as Renault said, even if she knew that Hancock was caught in the Holy Land Mariejois, she would not dare to go to the Holy Land Mariejois to save people. This is an indisputable fact. The reason why she didn't dare to save Hancock was not because she was afraid of death or whatever, but because she had to be responsible for the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom. If she went to the Holy Land Mariejois to save people, she had to be destroyed by the world government. Ready? So she didn't dare and couldn't save people at all, otherwise Amazon Lily would be 100% wiped out by the world government. Seeing that the woman was silent, Renault added, "I'm not like you, even if she was caught in the Holy Land Mariejois, I would dare to go to the Holy Land Mariejois to rescue her. Not only this time, even if the same situation occurs in the future, I still dare to go to the Holy Land Mariejois to save people. I will ask you, do you dare to save people?" The Emperor of Amazon Lily was speechless when asked directly by Renault. She wanted to say aloud that she dared, but she couldn't say it no matter what. Renault didn't want to talk nonsense with this woman, so he said directly to Hancock, "Robin and I will go back to the hotel first, and Robin and I will leave the Sabayatti archipelago at noon. If you want to go with me, go to the hotel before noon. Find me." 99. When Boa Hancock heard Renault's words, he nodded heavily and assured, I will definitely find you husband before noon. Renault didn't say anything, he stood up and took Robin out of the bar, disappearing from everyone's sight after a while. Renault wasn't worried about the Amazon Lily's Emperor's use of strength, his observation Haki had been covering the entire Sabayatti archipelago, and nothing could escape her eyes. As long as Hancock is not willing, no one can force Hancock to stay in front of her. Seeing that Renault was far away, Shaki looked at the Emperor of Amazon Lily and persuaded, actually, it's not bad for little Hancock to follow little Renault, at least by the side of little Renault, little Hancock's safety can be guaranteed. When the Emperor of Amazon Lily heard Shaki's persuasion, he didn't speak or refute. He had been sitting in the same place and kept silent, thinking about whether to force Hancock away directly. Seeing that she was silent, as if she knew what she was thinking, Shaki reminded with a serious face, don't think about taking little Hancock by force, that guy can save Hancock in the Holy Land Mariejois, it's not a fluke, but a bloody way to live. As far as the information I got, there were countless casualties on the Holy Land Mariejois that night, and nearly half of the people in the Heavenly Dragons died. It's not an exaggeration to describe the purgatory on Earth. But don't regret it. When the Emperor of Amazon Lily heard Shaki's reminder, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. She was just thinking about taking Hancock back, but she forgot that she was bargaining with a demon just now. She also knew some of the things Shaki said just now from the newspapers, so of course she knew the horror of Renault. This is an existence that can break into the Holy Land Mariejois single-handedly and come out safely. It can be said that offending Renault's existence is far more terrifying than offending the world government, because the world government may have to weigh the pros and cons if it wants to destroy the Amazon Lily Kingdom. But Renault wants to destroy the Amazon Lily Kingdom, he doesn't think so much at all, if he wants to destroy you, he will destroy you. She was dazzled by the Hancock incident just now, and she didn't think much about it at all. She only knew that she would fight for Hancock with Renault, and now she felt scared after realizing it. Although Renault didn't think about destroying the Amazon Lily Kingdom, he did have the idea of killing this woman just now, so she did walk through the gate of hell just now. Seeking flowers 0. Thinking of the Amazon Lily Emperor here, he directly suppressed the idea of forcibly taking Hancock away, and then looked at Hancock and said, I won't force you to return to the Amazon Lily, but you must be an adult when you become an adult. He must inherit my throne. The Emperor of Amazon Lily saw that Hancock wanted to refuse, and before she could speak, he continued, let you inherit the throne is not to limit your freedom, you don't need to stay in Amazon Lily, you only need to be in Amazon Bailey. Just put a name on the United Kingdom, and you don't need to worry about other things. 5. The reason why the Emperor of Amazon Lily wanted Hancock to go back so much was because of Hancock's talent. As long as Hancock succeeded to the throne, the stability of the Amazon Lily Kingdom could be guaranteed for the next 100 years, but just now she thought of Renault. It's terrifying, you know it's definitely not going to be tough. 0. So she plans to use another method, and wants to use Renault's reputation to ensure the stability of the Amazon Lily Kingdom in the next 100 years. As long as Hancock and Renault are still there, no one will dare to touch the Amazon Lily Kingdom. After listening to the words of the Amazon Lily Emperor, Shaki, the old fox, immediately understood her thoughts, but she did not mean to stop it, because this is the best solution at present, which is not hurtful and can solve all the problems perfectly. Contradiction. She couldn't help but complimented the Emperor of Amazon Lily. She was able to come up with the best of both worlds. She really deserves to be the Emperor of a country. When Boa Hancock heard that her freedom would not be restricted, she didn't think much, nodded and agreed, as long as you let me follow my husband, it doesn't matter if I become an emperor or not. When the Emperor of Amazon Lily heard Hancock's agreement, he breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time showed a smiling expression and joked, Hancock, how many days have you known each other? 35. When Boa Hancock heard this, his face instantly turned red to the back of his ears, he hesitated for a long time, but could not utter a complete sentence. Chapter 142. Mangrove Tree Number 13, the hotel where Renault lives. At this time, in a luxurious room in the hotel. Renault and Robin had almost packed their things, waiting for Boa Hancock to arrive, and then they set off. While the two were waiting, Hancock had already packed up and was rushing over to Renault, accompanied by the people who were ripping off the bar in the morning. Renault, who was chatting with Robin, flashed a red light in his eyes, and then said to Robin, "Hancock and the others are going here, let's get ready and go out." When Robin heard Renault's words, she nodded in agreement, and then she put all the things they had been shopping for in the past few days in front of Renault. The meaning was self-evident. 20 Renault immediately understood what she meant, and with a wave of his hand, he put everything into the system space. They had already packed everything just now, so now they just need to install it in the system space, and then they walk out of the room and leave the hotel. As soon as Renault and Robin walked to the door of the hotel, they happened to bump into Boa Hancock and the others. The Emperor of the Amazon Lily saw Renault and was the first to say, "Mr. Renault, I can let Hancock go with you, but please let her come back to inherit my throne when she is an adult." 35. When Renault heard this woman's request again, his face immediately became ugly, and he thought fiercely in his heart, "This woman is still as annoying as ever, or why don't you just kill this woman secretly?" Amazon Lily saw that Renault's face was ugly, and cold sweat instantly flowed down, and she added in a panic, "I just want her to have a name on Amazon Lily, and I don't mean to restrict her freedom. I don't care where you want to go, don't think too much about it." The Emperor of Amazon Lily just after Shaki's reminder and her own brain remedies, Renault is now in her eyes a big devil who eats people and doesn't spit bones. How dare she provoke Renault? Now as long as Renault frowned, she would break out in a cold sweat. How could she still have the momentum she had when she fought with Renault for Hancock in the morning? Renault was a little puzzled when he saw that the woman was weak, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood the woman's careful thoughts. This woman is probably afraid that after he takes Hancock away, the Amazon Lily will have no successor, so she wants to use her reputation to ensure the stability of Amazon Lily. Renault, who wanted to understand these things, did not point it out, but said directly, "I don't care here, as long as Hancock has no opinion, he can inherit the throne." As far as his relationship with Hancock is concerned, even if there is really something wrong with Amazon Lily, he can't just sit back and watch, so he acquiesced to this woman's careful thoughts. Although Renault was a little unhappy with the woman's actions, the thought of him kidnapping her heir and running away immediately dissipated his unpleasantness. When Boa Hancock heard Renault's words, he understood that Renault was asking for her opinion, so he said directly, "My husband, I have promised them that I will inherit the throne when I am an adult." When Renault heard Hancock's answer, he didn't say any more nonsense, and said directly, "When Hancock becomes an adult, I will take her back to Amazon Lily." 35. After Renault finished speaking, a knife appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then he handed it to the Emperor of Amazon Lily and said, "Take this knife with you, so that I can take Hancock back then." The Emperor of Amazon Lily, although she didn't know the meaning of Renault's words, she still took the knife that Renault handed over. Seeing that the words had been made clear, Renault said goodbye directly, "Since the words have been made clear, let's go first." After Renault finished speaking, without waiting for them to respond, he turned around and walked towards the beach where the boat was released. When Boa Hancock and Robin saw that Renault was about to leave, they hurriedly warned everyone, and then trotted to chase after Renault in front of them. The three of them disappeared from everyone's sight after a while. The Emperor of Amazon Lily and Shaki, as well as Boa Hancock two sisters, watched the three of Renault leave, and then walked towards the bar until the three of Renault disappeared from sight. After a few minutes, Renault took his two daughters-in-law and walked to the place where they put the boat, a hidden place by the sea. A boat was quietly docked there, only a lonely boat, no one around. The reason why Renault dared to put the boat here, not afraid of others stealing things, is because of the sparse population and his observation Haki, which covers the entire Sabayatti archipelago. As long as someone is near here, he can find it immediately, so no one can steal his things at all. Pat, pat, patta. Renault jumped first onto the cleat of the boat, followed by Hancock and Robin, jumping directly onto the boat without needing a ladder at all. Although Hancock's current strength is not strong, but she lives in the Amazon Lily Kingdom, she still has a certain foundation, so jumping on the boat a few meters high, there is no problem at all. Seeing that the two young daughters-in-law had come up, Renault said without looking back, "Hancock, come in with me, I have a present for you." 55. When Boya Hancock heard Renault's words, he asked with a look of joy, "What do you want to give me, husband?" When Renault heard Hancock's question, he replied without looking back, "You'll know when you come in with me." Seeing that Renault was reluctant to say more, Boa Hancock could only trot over and follow Renault into the interior of the ship. Robin looked at the two who left, and muttered sourly, "I have been with this big pig's hoof for 4 years, and he has never given him a 0.4 gift. Now Hancock has a gift as soon as he arrives, this big pig's hoof. Really eccentric." 99. Although Renault is a little far away from Robin, with his strength, he can hear the wind and grass around him clearly. How could he not hear her muttering? Renault, who was walking inside, could only turn around helplessly, and said to Robin, who was not far away, "Robin, come along too, lest someone say behind my back that my husband is biased." When Robin heard Renault's words, she immediately knew what she just said, and Renault must have heard it. Thinking of Robin here, her face instantly turned red to the back of her ear. She was embarrassed and shy now, and she could not wait to find a hole to burrow in. Chapter 143. Robin stood on the spot for a while, and finally, curiosity overcame shyness. He bowed his head and followed Renault and Hancock into the ship together. Renault brought his two young daughters-in-law to the living room inside the ship and sat down. Then he took out a fiery red devil fruit from the system space. This devil fruit is fiery red and has a circle of feather-like patterns on it. The fruit looks very nice. When Boa Hancock saw the fruit that Renault took out, he immediately asked with a look of joy and excitement, "Wow! This fruit is so beautiful, what kind of fruit is this, my husband?" Hearing Hancock's question and seeing her excited look, Renault shook his head helplessly and corrected, "This is not an ordinary fruit, but a devil fruit that can give people special abilities. This devil fruit is me. How about a present for you? Do you like this present?" While Renault was talking to Hancock, he handed the devil fruit in his hand to Hancock. The devil fruit in Renault's hand is the most precious devil fruit in his hand, the animal type Eudemon's fire phoenix form. Among the future daughters-in-law in Renault's mind, Hancock's talent is the best, and it is the most suitable choice for her to eat. So from the beginning, when Renault got this devil fruit, he wanted to give this devil fruit to Hancock. When Renault met Marine's eldest daughter-in-law before, he also thought of giving her this devil fruit, but he changed his mind after obtaining the nature devil fruit. Give the natural one to Marine's little daughter-in-law, while the animal type demon fruit will continue to be left to Hancock. Hancock took over the devil fruit with a look of joy, but then she asked with a puzzled face, "What is a devil fruit, my husband?" When Renault heard Hancock's question, he glanced at her a little surprised. He didn't expect that Hancock didn't know what a devil fruit was. However, when he thought of the Amazon lily, due to its location in the calm belt, it was almost isolated from the world. It was almost difficult for outside news to get in, and it was difficult for inside news to get out, and Hancock was the first this time she went to see, so she didn't know that the devil fruit was normal. Thinking of Renault here, he patiently answered to Hancock, "Devil fruit is the secret treasure in the sea, and the price of a piece is at least 100 million Bailey. As long as you eat this kind of fruit, you will get a special ability to eat the devil. Those who have the fruit will be called the able ones. Robin and I are both capable. Robin's ability is flower, and my ability is a bit complicated. I can't explain it in a short time, I will tell you in detail when I have time. You eat this devil fruit now, try the ability of this devil fruit, and then I will teach you how to develop it." Robin saw that Renault gave Hancock a devil fruit, and immediately lost interest in the gift. She thought that Renault was going to give Hancock some special gift, such as a gift of love. And she has been with Renault for 4 years, and she has never seen Renault give her such a gift, so she was just sour and jealous. Now that Renault is only giving away devil fruits, she is not interested in eating Hancock's vinegar anymore. After all, she had eaten devil fruit before she met Renault, and Renault couldn't eat it even if he wanted to give it to her, so eating this kind of jealousy is really asking for trouble, and there is no need for it at all. After listening to Renault's answer, Boa Hancock nodded thoughtfully, and then discussed with a reluctant expression, "My husband, this devil fruit is so precious, and it is the first gift you gave me, can I keep it and not eat it?" Clap. Ouch. When Renault heard Hancock's words, he gave him a brain break, and then said angrily, "Devil fruits are for eating, not for viewing. If you like it, I will give you one later, hurry up now. Just eat it for me." 99. Boa Hancock was rewarded by Renault, and he looked at Renault with tears in his eyes when he heard Renault's words. Seeing Renault's non-negotiable expression, Hancock could only pouted and said, "I'll just eat it." After saying that, Boa Hancock reluctantly opened the devil fruit, and then started to eat it. She frowned as soon as she took the first bite. Although the fruit was hard to eat, she still swallowed it. "Go down." Seeing that Hancock frowned, Renault wanted to eat it, and he hurriedly stopped him. "Devil fruit is very unpalatable, but you only need to take the first bite, and throw away the rest." 35. Although Hancock also found it unpalatable, when he heard Renault's words, he still said with a reluctant expression, "Husband, this is the first gift you gave me, isn't it a pity to throw it away, dragon?" When Renault heard Hancock's words, he rolled his eyes again speechlessly, and comforted himself secretly, "This is his own little daughter-in-law, you can't be angry. You can't be angry, you must be patient, and you must hold back." Renault comforted himself in his heart, and finally calmed down the feeling of manipulation, and then patiently answered, "The reason why the devil fruit is valuable is because it can give people power, as long as they are eaten by others. After that, it will become like ordinary fruit, so why do you eat this unpalatable ordinary fruit?" 5. When Boa Hancock heard Renault's answer, he rolled his eyes secretly, and thought to himself, "It turns out that my husband doesn't understand what I mean, and what I care about is never the devil fruit and the ability itself, but the gift he gives to him. My own mind, so I thought to keep it as a souvenir. My husband is really a big piece of wood." Thinking of Boa Hancock here, he no longer struggled with Renault about whether to eat or not, but asked directly, "Husband, you can also not let me eat, but I will keep this leftover devil fruit." "Okay." Seeing Renault, Boa Hancock wanted to persuade her, so he didn't give Renault a chance at all. He stood up and changed the subject and said, "Husband, I feel some changes in my body, I'd better go out and try the abilities I have acquired." 5. After Boa Hancock finished speaking, he didn't give Renault a chance to react at all, and turned around and walked out on the splint. Robin watched the whole process without saying a word, seeing that Hancock had already left, while Renault froze in place with a bewildered face, secretly complaining in his heart, "The straight man is in the advanced stage of cancer, he can't be saved and he will die." Chapter 144. 8 years later, New World, Unknown Waters. 10 meters above the sea level, a boat is slowly floating forward, surrounded by a layer of faint green energy. It is this layer of faint green energy that allows the boat to float forward in the air. There are only 3 people on the splint of the boat, 2 women a year, and the faces of all 3 seem to have been kissed by angels. The men are handsome, and the women are beautiful and moving. The man was lying on a reclining chair, squinting in the sun, enjoying the service from 2 beautiful girls. The 2 girls next to him are one responsible for pinching shoulders and beating legs, and the other responsible for feeding various fruit snacks. Any man who sees this kind of fairy life will probably die of envy, right? The 3 people on the ship 23 are none other than Renault and her 2 daughters-in-law, Hancock and Robin. Both of them are grown up now, and the one who came out is called a slender one. When Hancock and Robin were young, although they were also beautiful, but because of their age, they always looked almost mean. Now that they have grown up, the rate of turning heads when they walk on the streets is almost 100%. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are all over the country. Now Renault is also 19 years old. He was a handsome boy when he was a child, and of course he is a handsome boy when he grows up. The 3 of them were walking on the street at the same time, and both men and women couldn't help but turn their heads to take a look, with a 100% turnaround rate. From this, it can be seen that Renault's handsomeness is no less than the beauty of his two little daughters-in-law. They can be said to be talented and beautiful. Renault didn't go back to Windmill after making a riot on the holy site Mariejois 8 years ago, but wandered aimlessly on the sea. First, it took half a year to make a circle in the first half of the Grand Line, and then I went directly to New World, where I have stayed until now. The reason Renault did this was because he wanted to train Hancock and Robin to become strong men. Other little daughters-in-law didn't like to go to sea, so he didn't care if they didn't have the strength. But the little daughter-in-law who goes to sea must have the strength to protect herself, so he has been teaching the two little daughters-in-law to practice for the past few years. The reason why Renault taught them to practice at sea, instead of finding an island to teach them, was to give them some fighting experience, not to have a power but not know how to use it. That's why Renault has been active in New World, because there are so many pirates in New World, it's not too easy to find actual combat training objects. And this also led the three of them to become famous in the New World. After 7 or 8 years of cultivation, and with the help of Renault, Hancock and Robin's strength improved very quickly. Now Robin singled out Vice Admiral without losing the slightest, and Hancock is even more exaggerated. Admiral can go up and wrestle his wrists. However, because Hancock's training time was too short, Shaki couldn't compare to those old guys. He could only rely on the power of the fruit to wrestle with the Admiral-level powerhouse. But if you really want to fight to the death, the probability of Hancock losing is almost 99.9%. Because her Shaki and physical strength are not as good as those of the Admiral-level powerhouses who have practiced for decades, she will be weak after hitting the back. In a short time, she can have Admiral-level strength, but her combat power is not long-lasting, but this situation will not last for long. As long as she cultivates Shaki in the future, becoming an Admiral-level powerhouse is almost a certainty. Renault took his two young daughters-in-law to practice in New World. Due to the frequent need to find companions, countless pirates died in their hands. Now the three of Renault are in the New World. Almost no one knows everyone, and they also have their own titles. Evil Emperor, Alpha Library. Renault. The Empress, Boyahan Cook. Thousand-handed Avalokitesvara, Nicole Robin. The reason why Renault is called the Devil Emperor by the powerhouses in the sea is because he takes two little wives with him wherever he goes, and he does everything according to his own mood, like a devil and like a high emperor, so Renault will get the title of Demon Emperor. The reason why Hancock is still the title of Empress is because she inherited the throne of Amazon Lily. After news came out from Amazon Lily, she got this title. And the reason why Robin got the title of Thousand-handed Avalokitesvara is purely because of her ability, coupled with the feeling that she has always given people. She is quiet and full of wisdom, and gradually she won this title. While feeding Renault with fruit, Hancock asked excitedly, "Husband, are we going to find someone to fight now, or where are we going?" When Renault heard Hancock's question, he slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Hancock who was excited, and then replied, "I have something to go to Dressrosa, and I will know when we will fight or not, but I guess this fight shouldn't be able to fight." It is now C Circle Calendar 1512, 8 years before the start of the plot, and it is also the year when Doflamingo will come to Dressrosa, oust King Rika from the throne, and then sit on the throne of Dressrosa himself. The destination of Renault's trip was Dressrosa, and the person he wanted to save this time was the Rebecca daughter-in-law. And saving Rebecca will definitely be against Doflamingo, but Renault thinks that this guy can bend and stretch, and he probably won't dare to do anything with him, that's why he said that. They haven't really relaxed in recent years, they've been cultivating at a high intensity, they can't continue like this. After all, they need to pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Renault went to Dressrosa this time, and in addition to saving people, he also planned to repair there for a while. When Boa Hancock heard Renault say something was wrong, he immediately forgot about the fight, and then asked curiously, "Husband, what are we going to do in Dressrosa this time?" Although Hancock likes to find someone to fight and practice, but she prefers to be with Renault. At the same time, Renault's affairs are always in the first place. After all, the most important thing is the doctor. When Renault heard Hancock's question, he didn't mean to tell the truth, but closed his eyes and said perfunctorily, "Just think that we are going to Dressrosa this time, it's a vacation." When Boa Hancock heard Renault's perfunctory answer, he immediately pouted a sexy little mouth, but she didn't ask any more questions, because she could see that Renault didn't want to talk about this topic. Chapter 145. Half a month later, the waters near Dressrosa. In the waters near Dressrosa, Renault controlled the ship to float forward in mid-air, and the speed was as fast as lightning. Wherever the ship passed, the sea level was drawn into a straight trench by the strong air waves. It has now been a full half a month since Renault set off for Dressrosa. During the past half month, the wind and the waves have been calm. Except for a few pirate groups, almost no one or island has been encountered. Renault was still bored lying on the reclining chair, enjoying the service from his two daughters-in-law, bored and happy. Ding! Host, you have a new check-in task. For details, please open the taskbar on the host to view. Renault was squinting bored, enjoying a fairy-like life, when the system suddenly popped up to remind him that he had a new punch-in task. When Renault heard the system's prompt, he didn't open the taskbar to check it immediately, but spread observation Haki directly. As expected, there was an island not far away from them. No wonder the system would suddenly trigger the check-in task. Renault observed the island for a while, and secretly guessed in his heart, the island is surrounded by rocks, so that should be the destination of his trip, Dressrosa? When I think of Renault here, I control the boat and fly towards the island. Whether it is Dressrosa or not, let's go and see it first. After finishing all this, Renault had time to check the punch-in task, and directly instructed the system. The system pulls out the taskbar. I am Kong Kong is the kind of punch-in task. Okay. Host, please wait. Pick in task. Please go to Dressrosa and stay on Dressrosa for a full month to complete the check-in task. After watching the punch-in quest, Renault thought to himself, the island not far away is indeed Dressrosa, but I didn't expect Dressrosa to trigger the regional punch-in quest. Is there anything special here? Although Renault guessed that the island not far away was Dressrosa, he did not expect that this time it was a regional check-in quest. He had to know that the regional check-in task had only been triggered once for so long, which made him wonder. Lady writing. Just when Renault was full of doubts and Zhang Er was at a loss, the caring system came out and answered directly. The triggering of the host punch-in task is random, and there is no such thing as a special region. For example, you did not trigger the punch-in task when you came to Dressrosa this time, but the next time you come, it may trigger the punch-in task, so the punch-in task is triggered. The task is full of uncertainty. After listening to the system's answer, Renault nodded thoughtfully, and then he stopped thinking about it, and didn't bother with the system, because their ship had come not far from Dressrosa. Renault came to Dressrosa this time, and didn't want to attract too many people's attention, because he still didn't know whether Doflamingo came to Dressrosa or not. After all, the original only mentioned the coup d'état launched by Doflamingo this year, but didn't say the specific time, so he still hid quietly, and then came to a hero to save the beauty, so that in the future, won't it be safe to attack Rebecca's little daughter-in-law? And if Doflamingo knew that he was here, and that guy didn't dare to come, his loss would be huge. Not only is there no way to be a hero to save the beauty, but also a missed opportunity to corrupt Doflamingo. After all, he has raised pigs for more than 10 years, and now he is very rich, so why not slaughter at this time? Renault let Doflamingo go back then, just because he wanted to treat him as a long-term meal ticket. After all, this guy is not very talented, but he is really good at making money. Thinking of Renault here, he put the boat directly on the sea level, and then said to the two little daughters-in-law, Hancock, Robin, we will arrive at Dressrosa soon, you two will prepare, and then we will land at Dressrosa. Great! It's finally here. We spent half a month in the sea, and I'm getting bored to death. This time, I must have enough fun. Hancock and Robin immediately cheered when they heard Renault's words, and then began to discuss shopping and playing. They have been in the sea for half a month. They have nowhere to play except facing the sea or the sea every day. That's why Hancock likes to fight with someone, because only by finding someone to fight in the ocean can she finds a little fun. Although Robin likes to read books very much, he can read a book for a whole day, but if he hasn't landed on the island for half a month, everyone will get bored, right? The reason why they did not land on the island for half a month is because they have been on their way for the past half month. When Renault decided to come to Dressrosa half a month ago, they were wandering in the depths of the New World, very far from Dressrosa. So Renault bought a permanent Dressrosa pointer directly, and flew here almost in a straight line. They did not fly according to the normal pointer route, so they did not encounter the island during the period, and of course there was no way to land on the island. When Renault heard the discussion between the two little daughters-in-law, he didn't mean to stop them, but just reminded, I don't restrict you from going out to play, but when you go out, dress up and don't let others recognize the two of you. Dragon, 99. The reason Renault said this is because the three of them are in the New World, and almost everyone knows it, so if they don't dress up, it's almost a matter of minutes, to be recognized. Hancock and Robin heard Renault's reminder, although they were very puzzled, but they did not ask more, but directly assured, we know my husband, we will wait until we are dressed up and set off, and we will never let others recognize. Although Hancock and Robin didn't know why Renault let them disguise and set off again, they had already vaguely guessed that it was related to Renault's visit to Dressrosa this time. But Renault didn't say it, and they didn't ask more, because if Renault wanted them to know, he would naturally say it, and now Renault didn't say it, it meant he didn't want them to know. Both of them are very smart people. If you ask Renault at this time, it will only make Renault annoyed. Smart people like them can't do such stupid things. Chapter 146. After Renault reminded them, he no longer cared about the two daughters-in-law, but began to control the boat, and from a distance, circled around the island of Dressrosa, looking for a place to park the boat. Renault did not park the ship at the port, but looked for a place to park the ship in a place without people, so as to prevent the leakage of information more effectively. After all, it is not only their people who are famous now, even Renault and their ship have engraved most of the pirates in their minds, and they will run as far as they can when they encounter this ship. After a while, Renault found a place to park the boat, and then controlled the boat to approach Dressrosa. After 10 minutes, he finally came to a place where there were few people and where the boat could be parked. At the same time that Renault had parked the boat, Hancock and Robin had also finished disguising themselves, and both of them were keeping themselves stern. Fortunately it was winter, and if summer had to be bored and sick. Seeing that the two young daughters-in-law were already dressed up, Renault stood up and said, let's land on Dressrosa. After Renault finished speaking, he took the lead and walked directly to the interior of Dressrosa Island. 203. Go. Go shopping. 99. Hancock and Robin heard Renault's words and saw that Renault had disembarked, and immediately followed Renault's footsteps with joy. Hancock and Robin are as cold as they want to be in front of outsiders, but when confronted by Renault, they not only look naive but also lose their childishness, like two young children. They are obviously older than Renault. Renault initially wanted to train them as royal sisters. As a result, when these two young daughters-in-law faced him, they were completely unable to control them. Renault's royal sister was stillborn in her dream. It also made Renault wonder for a while. As Renault walked in front, he covered the entire island with his sights, looking for traces of Doflamingo, but he couldn't find Doflamingo, and Dressrosa didn't look like he had experienced war. Renault, who used observation haki to find out this information, thought to himself, Doflamingo hasn't come yet, and Dressrosa hasn't had a coup d'état yet, so he probably came early. Renault found that Doflamingo hadn't come yet, so he didn't let it go for the time being, and then he took his two little daughters-in-law and went shopping in the first place of Dressrosa. As long as it was a place to play, they visited almost all of them, and they even went to the bullfighting arena, but Hancock and Robin found the battles boring, so they just went in for a while, just quit the bullfighting arena early. They landed on the island in the morning, and when they got back to the boat, it was already 8 or 9 in the evening. As soon as Hancock and Robin got back on the boat, they said to Renault, "Husband, you spent a day shopping with us today, you must be exhausted?" You sit here for a while, and we will prepare dinner for you. 99. Da. Hancock and Robin had just finished talking, and before Renault could speak, he rushed to the kitchen in a hurry to prepare a big meal for Renault and treat Renault. Renault's already opened mouth could only be closed helplessly, and he secretly complained, "Why do you need 2 people to prepare dinner? Why don't you leave one for your husband to squeeze his shoulders?" Renault just complained in his heart, and didn't say it. Then he walked to the reclining chair to accompany him, and then lay down lazily. Renault, who had nothing to do in his spare time, directly instructed the system. The system will pull out my personal attribute panel and give it to me. Kong. Renault hasn't opened the attribute panel for a long time, not because he doesn't care about his own strength, but because he has no upgrades now. In short, in one sentence, he is invincible in the world. Okay. Host, please wait. Host personal properties panel. Name, Alpha Library Renault. Age, 19. 1000-1000. Strength, 1000. Speed, 1000. Spirit, unlimited. Skill, Observation Haki, 1000. Armed Color Haki, 1000. Swordsmanship, 1000. Weapon, 1 Supreme Great Knife, 2 Great Fast Knives, 2 Good Fast Knives. Ability, Mind Power, 1000. Space Coordinates, Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, 1000. Bailey, 330 billion. System Wall, activated. Items owned, 38 high-level potions, 55 intermediate potions, 58 devil fruits. Drawing function, 100 million Bailey once. Open the task. Please go to Dressrosa and stay on Dressrosa for 1 month to complete the check-in task. Renault used 200 billion to draw a lottery a few years ago to increase all his attributes to the full level. In recent years, he has been adapting to his explosive strength, so he has not purchased other abilities in recent years. Now that his soaring strength has almost gotten used to it, it's time to think about it and buy 1 or 2 new abilities to play with. Thinking of Renault here, he directly instructed the system will open them all to me. Okay. Host, please wait. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, 10 billion, Reincarnation I, 10 billion, Space Fruit without side effects, 10 billion, Time Fruit without side effects, 10 billion, Zanpakuto, low-level body strengthening potion, 100 million. When Renault saw so many abilities that were outrageously powerful, he was dazzled for a while, but in the end, his eyes were still on the Fruit of Time. After Renault selected the items to be purchased, he directly instructed the system pulls out the annotations of the Time Fruit. I want Kong worth buying. The reason Renault wanted to buy Time Fruit was because in the system wall, the system separated the 2 abilities of time and space, not like the time and space abilities of Tianyushi, so he felt that the Time Fruit was not that simple. It is possible that this Time Fruit ability is not the kind of Tianyushi, which can only travel through time and space, but the time ability of battle type, maybe? Chapter 147. Okay. Host, please wait. Time Fruit note, this is a devil fruit from the One Piece world that has been systematically optimized. It has the ability to control the speed of time. The deeper the development, the wider the range of time control. The area you can see can be controlled. After Renault read the annotations of the Time Fruit, he thought to himself, as expected, the Time Fruit's ability is different from the time and space ability of Tianyu. If you have to distinguish it, it is a bias auxiliary ability, that is, the type without combat effectiveness, and the other is the ability that is biased towards combat. The time and space fruit ability of Tianyushi can travel through time and space to the future. I have never seen her used to fight, so I will focus on the auxiliary ability that has no combat power in the 207 period. The Time Fruit that Renault wants to buy can control the time within a certain range, control the time stop, and also speed up the passage of time, so this Time Fruit is an ability that is biased towards the combat type. After Renault figured out the ability of the Time Fruit, he directly instructed the system will buy me the Time Fruit. Okay. Host, please wait. Deducting 10 billion Baileys, buying the fruit of time. Congratulations to the host, the time fruit has been purchased successfully, the time fruit has been put into the system space, and the host can take it out at any time. Renault heard the prompt from the system and took out the fruit of time directly from the system space. A fruit appeared out of thin air in Renault's hand. The pattern and color of this fruit of time looked very unique. The whole fruit is milky white and has round lines. If you don't touch it, you won't be able to tell that it's a fruit, and it's still a very precious devil fruit. Crack! Renault took this devil fruit and looked at it for a while, then took a bite. He was ready to be disgusted. However, after the pulp was imported, the unpalatable taste like feces did not appear, but it felt unexpectedly delicious. Bah! Ha! Renault took a few more bites in disbelief, and the taste was still as delicious as ever. He secretly guessed in his heart, when the system optimized this devil fruit, did the system optimize the taste at the same time? All Renault can think of is this explanation. After all, this devil fruit is a special product of this world, and the system is only optimized. Except for not being afraid of seawater and sea stone, other such as abilities, the system has not been optimized, and it is still the same as the original. Devil fruit ability. Renault went shopping with his 2 young daughters-in-law for a day today, and he was a little hungry, since this devil fruit is not bad. That was just enough to put him on his stomach first, so Renault ate all the devil fruits. After Renault ate the devil fruit, he immediately wanted a lottery draw. After all, the only way for him to obtain attribute points was to do the check-in task. Thinking of Renault here, he directly instructed the system will give me a lottery, let's start with a 50th draw. Okay. Host, please wait. Click 5 billion Baileys, 50 lucky draws. The lottery is in progress, please wait a moment for host. Since Renault won 500 billion Baileys on the Holy Land Mariejois 8 years ago, he no longer regards money as so important, and spending Baileys is an arrogance. After all, with his current strength, it is not too simple to make money. Who would take something that can be easily obtained so seriously? Renault is now able to have freedom of wealth and his strength has grown up, and the only pursuit left is to develop a few daughters-in-law, and then when the plot begins, occasionally go out and pretend to be coercive. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Thank you for your patronage. Ding ding! Another series of thank you for your patronage starts. Renault is already familiar with this, and he can no longer be familiar with it. After all, during the past 8 years, he has drawn countless prizes, and it was not until he filled all his attribute points that he stopped to get familiar with himself. Exploding strength, no longer continue to draw lottery. Congratulations to host for winning the draw, 100 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for winning the draw, 200 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for winning the draw, a devil fruit. Congratulations to the host for drawing, a high-level body strengthening potion. The lottery continued for a few minutes, and after countless beeps sounded, it gradually stopped. When Renault saw that the lottery had been completed, he directly instructed the system will add attribute points to me, and directly add these 300 attribute points to my time fruit ability. 99. In the process of adding attribute points. Congratulations to host, you have successfully added attribute points. After doing all of this, Renault immediately began to study the ability of the fruit of time. He didn't even bother to look at the potions and devil fruits he had obtained by lottery. After all, he now has dozens of devil fruits and dozens of body strengthening potions in the system space, all of which he has won by lottery over the years. It is said that rare things are precious. Since there are so many of them, Renault is of course not interested in them, of course, except for girls. After all, who would dislike too many girls? Hehe. After Renault studied the Fruit of Time ability for a while, he wanted to try the ability of the Fruit of Time. After all, who knows if it is powerful or not? Renault does what he thinks, and uses the Time Fruit ability directly. Using the Time Fruit ability does not require any action, and only needs a thought to activate the Time ability. As soon as Renault used the Time ability, he immediately felt the passage of time within a radius of 100 meters, and he could control the time within this 100 meters at will. Feeling these Renaults, I immediately became interested in playing, which would make time quicker and pause time. Hancock and Robin in the kitchen, just like the people on TV, cook as fast as lightning for a while, and stay as still as if the pause button was pressed, and they themselves didn't even notice it. Abnormal. Hancock and Robin couldn't notice the abnormality, but Renault discovered this scene and said to himself, if he uses this ability in the future, his enemies probably won't even know how they died. Chapter 148. Although the time ability is powerful, but now he can only control the time within a radius of 100 meters, beyond this range he can't control it. However, it is not impossible to expand the range. Every time Renault increases a certain attribute point, the range that he can control will expand a little. When Renault fills up the attribute points, it can be the same as the sentence in the system annotation, and the time can be controlled as far as the eye can see. After Renault played the time ability for a while, he put it away, and the time within a radius of 100 meters immediately returned to its normal state. Husband, come over for dinner. Just as Renault stopped researching his time ability, Hancock's voice came from the kitchen. Right away. When Renault heard Hancock's words, he stopped while studying his abilities, and after responding, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Time flies by. When Renault and his two young daughters-in-law finished eating, it was already 11:30 in the evening, and it was almost midnight. Although it was very late, the three of Renault didn't rest immediately, but came to the plywood to watch the night scene, and by the way, they could digest their food. Renault stood by the railing of the plywood, hugging from side to side and looking at the beauty of the night, when it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Renault looked at Robin on the left and said with a smirk, "Today is Tuesday, Robin's daughter-in-law, so you know, hee." Robin was fascinated by the beautiful scenery. Hearing Renault's cold reminder, he turned his head and glanced at Renault, then rolled his eyes with a blushing face, and then walked to his room without saying a word. The three of them slept together until they were minors, but when Renault became an adult, they started to sleep in separate rooms. After Renault saw that Robin had returned to the room, he looked at Hancock and said, "Hancock is getting late, so you should go back to rest first." Hearing Renault's words, Hancock just glanced at Renault with a half-smile, and then, like Robin, walked to his room without saying a word. Hancock's eyes just now seemed to have said everything, but he seemed to have said nothing and understood everything. When Robin and Hancock went back to their rooms, only Renault was left alone on the plywood. Renault stayed on the plywood alone for a while, then turned around and walked inside the boat, took a few steps to the door of Robin's room, and then pushed the door open and walked in. Time flies by. 2 months later. Dressrosa is a hidden seaside, where a ship is quietly docked. There are only 2 men and 1 woman on the plywood of the ship, and there is no one around. It was Renault's boat that was docked here, and the 3 people on the plywood were Renault and his 2 little daughters-in-law. Renault has been staying in Dressrosa for the past 2 months, not going anywhere, just playing with his 2 little daughters-in-law every day. It is worth mentioning that Doflamingo came to Dressrosa a week ago. For some unknown reason, he did not act immediately, but sent someone to observe the Leaker royal family's every move in secret. What Doflamingo didn't know was that when he sent people to watch the Leaker royal family, his every move was also watched. And the words staring at Doflamingo are exactly Renault, who has been waiting on the sidelines in Dressrosa. After several days of observation, Renault also guessed the purpose of Doflamingo. This guy probably wants to find out the strength of the Leaker royal family before he starts. Renault couldn't understand at first why Doflamingo was so cautious. After all, with his strength, it was not difficult to win the kingdom. But after thinking about it carefully, Renault came to understand the reason. No matter what, Dressrosa is also a member of the world government, and it is also a kingdom located in the New World. The most important thing here is the strong, so he is cautious. It doesn't make sense at all. Renault was lying on the reclining chair, squinting and enjoying the service from the 2 young daughters-in-law, when he suddenly opened his eyes. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Is this guy finally going to do something?" As soon as Renault opened his eyes, Hancock, who was beside him, immediately noticed his abnormality and asked with a puzzled look, "Husband, are you all right?" Although Robin on the other side didn't say a word, he looked at Renault with a puzzled expression just like Hancock. When Renault heard Hancock's question, he shook his head and replied mysteriously, "I'm fine, it's someone else." After Renault finished speaking, he stood up, and then said, "Dressrosa may have a good show tonight, let's go to the kingdom capital first." When Hancock heard Renault's words, he still asked with a puzzled expression, "Husband, why are we going to the capital of Dressrosa?" When Renault heard Hancock's question, he smiled and replied, "Of course I'm going to the theatre." 33. After Renault finished speaking, he took the lead and got off the boat. He walked slowly towards the capital of Dressrosa, thinking to himself, "I have been waiting here for 2 months, waiting for the stars and the moon, and finally waiting for Doflamingo to do something. He can't be absent. After all, he is also one of the actors in tonight's scene, how would the scene go on without him?" Renault wanted to let Doflamingo know tonight, what is the mantis catching the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Hancock and Robin still looked puzzled when they heard Renault's answer, but they saw that Renault had gone far, and they didn't care about their doubts, so they trotted over to chase after Renault in front of them. Renault came to the capital of Dressrosa shortly after with his 2 young daughters-in-law, but they did not approach the king's heights. Because Doflamingo is there, if it goes by now, there is a high possibility of being discovered by them. It's still not enough to scare the snake, so Renault took his 2 young daughters and settled in a place far away from the king's heights, quietly waiting for Doflamingo to do it. End. Chapter 149. Time is rushing, and night has come in a blink of an eye. In a bar far away from Wangji Heights, Renault and his 2 young daughters-in-law were sitting at a round table drinking wine, chatting with each other. At this time, not only the 3 of Renault, but also more than a dozen pirates or bounty hunters were in the bar. When the 3 of Renault came in, they were immediately recognized by them. Although these people were shivering with fear, but no one dared to leave. The reason is that Renault didn't want to leak the news, he just let everyone stay in place as soon as he entered the bar. Anyone who dared to leave half a step would just say die. Therefore, although these people were afraid to die, none of them dared to leave the bar. There is no way Renault's reputation in the New World is not an ordinary fierce. Few of the pirates who meet him will survive. Renault is properly a big devil, so they can't be afraid. There has always been a saying in New World, Demon Emperor Renault has no enemies, because all his enemies are dead. From this sentence, you can hear how powerful Renault's reputation in New World is. Although Renault has only 3 people, it is no exaggeration to say that his prestige is not weaker than the Sea Emperor of New World. It's just the reason why he doesn't hang the pirate flag, so the pirates of New World don't compare him with the Emperor of the Sea. Otherwise, it will not be the 3 emperors of the sea now, but the 4 emperors situation will be formed in advance. Shanks has not yet become the Emperor of the Sea, so now there are only 3 emperors in New World, namely Whitebeard, and Kaido. Aren't they always active in the depths of the New World? Why did you suddenly come to the entrance of New World? God knows why they came here. I suppose they're here to do something. 35. Bara. The 3 of Renault have been active in the deep waters of the New World, because there are more strong people there, which is conducive to the cultivation of Hancock and Robin. Now that Renault suddenly appeared at the entrance of New World, these people in the bar were all curious, so a few courageous people began to discuss in a low voice. When a pirate saw several companions discussing endlessly, cold sweat kept pouring down, and he was scared to death, and whispered, "You don't have to discuss any more, if they listen to you and talk about them, we will be tonight. They must all die here." 99. When several of his companions heard his reminder, the cold sweat instantly flowed down. They were indeed dazzled by curiosity just now. Very reasonable. After all, there are not many people who are talking about the strong in the New World and get killed. If they are heard by Renault, they may not be able to leave this bar tonight. They thought that Renault couldn't hear the whispered discussion, but Renault could hear it clearly, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Renault, who was chatting with his 2 young daughters-in-law, suddenly flashed a red light in his eyes, and thought to himself, is it finally time to start? Thinking of Renault here, he showed a mysterious smile and said to the two young daughters-in-law, "The actors are in place, let's go to the play." Renault had already told them what was about to happen here, so now that they heard Renault's words, they immediately understood what Renault meant, so they all nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two little daughters-in-law had already nodded, Renault stood up and said to the people in the surrounding bar, "Listen to me, all of you, whoever dares to leave this bar before dawn, I will immediately let him go to the King of Hell. Grandpa, drink tea. My observation Haki can cover the entire island, and any trouble on the island can't escape my eyes, so if you want to go out, please measure yourself a few pounds first." When the people in the bar heard that Renault's observation Haki could cover the entire island, their eyes widened in shock, and everyone froze in place. The people in the bar now have an idea in their minds: observation Haki that can cover the entire island, is this observation Haki that people can have? After all, the observation Haki of a normal person is only a few hundred meters, and the stronger one is thousands of meters. The range of the top powerhouse may be larger, but the observation Haki that can cover the entire island is the first time they have heard of this. How can they not be shocked? 4 flowers. None of the people who can be bounty hunters and pirates in New World are simple characters. Everyone has a certain understanding of Haki. After all, in New World without Haki, they cannot live at all. They did not suspect that Renault lied to them, because Renault had no need to lie to them. Moreover, in the concept of these people, the strong do not bother to lie, so they don't even have the thought of doubting, they just believe what Renault said. "Don't worry, Lord Demon Emperor, we will stay here honestly, and we will never leave the bar before dawn." 35.0 Yes, yes, we will never leave before dawn. We won't leave the bar tonight. If anyone dares to leave, we don't need your help, Lord Demon Emperor, we will help you deal with him. After a while, the people in the bar gradually regained their senses, and then began to express their positions, guaranteeing that they would never leave the bar before dawn, and some even promised to help stare at other people. After all, if anyone did leave the bar, it would be all of them, so they did it for their own sake. Hearing their promise, Renault glanced at everyone present blankly, as if he wanted to remember the appearance of these people, then turned around and walked out of the bar. Hancock and Robin immediately followed in Renault's footsteps, and after a while, the three of them walked out of the bar and disappeared from everyone's sight. Bang, bang, bang. When the people in the bar saw that the three of Renault had left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Many people sat on the ground with their buttocks because they couldn't bear the aura of a strong man on Renault's body and his sharp eyes. Unconsciously, the backs of all of them were already wet with sweat. Oh my god! The big devil is finally gone. The Demon Emperor's aura is too terrifying. Chapter 150. Just by virtue of our aura, all of us almost lost the ability to fight, as expected of a Devil Emperor. 99. It's so strong just by virtue of his aura, how strong would he have to be if he really made a move? 35. When everyone in the bar calmed down, they immediately began to sigh. It can only be said that there is no virtuous person under his reputation. He has been active in the depths of the New World for so many years. How can he live until now without a hard power? When everyone in the bar heard this, they nodded in agreement, expressing their agreement with what the man said. Because they all thought that there were only 3 people in Renault's group since then. With such a small number of people, they can still be active in the depths of the New World, the sea area where the strong are like clouds. Besides, they can't think of any other reason. Although Renault has not awakened to Conqueror's Haki yet, he has sailed the Great 23 Sea for so many years, and it is not just as simple as training 2 little daughters-in-law. He is also cultivating himself, and all kinds of actual combat training are no less than Hancock and Robin. After Renault's years of combat training in New World, coupled with his own strength, even if he hasn't awakened Conqueror's Haki, the aura of a strong man on him is very terrifying, so these talents can't bear the aura on him. Capital, King's Heights. At this time, there was a raging fire on the King's Heights. Due to the high position of the King's Heights, people in the entire capital could see the raging fire burning on it. As soon as Renault and his 2 young daughters-in-law walked out of the bar, they saw the raging fire burning on the Wangji Heights. Renault just glanced at the fire in the King's Heights, then directly used his telekinesis, hugged his two little daughters-in-law, slowly floated up, and flew quickly towards the direction of the King's Heights. Robin, who was held on the left by Renault, looked at the raging fire on the Wangji Heights, and the wisdom in his eyes could not be concealed, and then he turned his head and asked Renault, "Husband, did you have 2 years ago? A few months ago, you knew there was going to be a war here." The reason Robin asked this question was because she thought of Renault's ability to predict the future. When Renault went to West Blue to save her more than 10 years ago, how similar was the scene now? It's also about the impending war, and also waiting a long time in advance. If Renault said that he didn't know in advance that the war was going to happen here, Robin would not believe it. When Renault heard Robin's question, he didn't mean to hide it, and directly admitted, "I did know a long time ago that there would be a war in Dressrosa recently, but I didn't know the exact time, so I came here in advance and waited here." Hearing Renault's answer, Robin showed an expression that was as expected, and then secretly guessed in his heart, "My husband will not come here for no reason. After all, there are countless war-torn kingdoms in the world, but my husband is I just came here, and it looks like I will have another sister coming soon." Robin guesses that because she knows Renault very well, and Renault isn't the kind of person who likes to meddle. If he encounters a stranger killed by pirates on the road, Renault may help him, but he will never go all the way to one place to save people. Unless this person is very important to Renault, such as her and Hancock, Renault will go all out to save him. That's why she guessed that there was someone like Renault's future wife here, or she couldn't think of any other possibility. Robin knows that Renault is very good to his own people, so good that she can talk for 3 days and 3 nights, but when facing strangers, no matter who they are, it depends on their mood. When they are in a good mood, everything will be fine. Go to hell every time. When Renault was flying over the flower field, he found that there were 3 people talking below, a little boy and 2 adults, a man and a woman. The moment Renault saw them, he recognized them immediately. Isn't this his future mother-in-law's family? Thinking of Renault here, he landed directly below the flower field. He planned to go down to chat with them first, and then go to the King's Heights to watch the play. Renault was discovered by the Rebecca family before they landed on the ground. After all, they had been looking at the King's Heights just now, and they had been looking up. It would be hard not to notice the 3 Renaults in the air. Rebecca's parents, Scarlett and Cyrus, looked at the 3 Renaults in the air with solemn expressions, and immediately put Rebecca behind them to protect them. They thought that the 3 Renaults were enemies, so they would it's this look. There's no way this can't be blamed on them for thinking too much. After all, someone is attacking Dressrosa's King's Heights, so they can't afford to think too much. Rebecca, who was still young, didn't know what was going on. Seeing the 3 Renaults in the air, she immediately pointed to the sky and asked her parents excitedly, "Mom and Dad, there are trapeze people in the sky, they can fly, do they? Is it an angel?" Scarlett heard Rebecca's words, and quickly pulled her into her arms, covered her mouth and answered, 207 Rebecca, they are not angels, they may be our enemies, you have to be obedient and stop talking nonsense. Okay? When Rebecca heard her mother's answer, she immediately shrank her head in fright, and then answered crisply, "Okay." Rebecca listened to her mother's words and stopped talking nonsense. Although Renault was still a little far from the ground, with his strength, how could he not hear what they were talking about? After all, they didn't lower their voices. If the distance is too far and the voice is lowered, he may not be able to hear it, but at this distance and such a loud voice, he can hear it clearly. So as soon as Renault landed and put down his 2 daughters-in-law, he immediately asked Scarlett with a smirk, "I am a dignified devil emperor who is famous in the New World, when will a few like this come out? Weak enemy, why don't I know it myself?" Cyrus saw Renault's face clearly, and after hearing Renault's words, his face changed dramatically, his face became terrified at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he immediately turned around and yelled at Scarlett, "Scarlett is fast. Get Rebecca out of here, as far away as possible, and never go back to Dressrosa." Chapter 151. Renault's reputation in the New World can be said to be overwhelming. There are almost no people who have lived in the New World for many years who do not know Renault, and Cyrus is no exception. Cyrus knew the horror of Renault, so he did not hesitate to let Scarlet take Rebecca out of here, and told them to never return to Dressrosa. Cyrus obviously regarded Renault as an enemy. The meaning of what he said just now was very obvious. He wanted to stay and buy time for the mother and daughter to escape, let them escape quickly, and let them never go back to Dressrosa. Don't try to avenge him. Because the enemy is so powerful that he can't see the slightest hope, no matter what the reason is to come back, there is only a dead end, so he told the mother and daughter never to come back. Scarlet had obviously heard of Renault's reputation, so she hugged Rebecca with a sad face and was about to flee here. When Renault heard Cyrus' words and saw their expressions, he couldn't guess what the big family was thinking, and he secretly spit out in his heart, together, they took themselves and the two little daughters-in-law as if they were invading the king. Enemy of the Highlands? Thinking of Renault here, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then explained 207 angrily, I'm not your enemy, what are you running for? And if I am really your enemy, do you think you people have the ability to run away from me? Scarlet, who was about to turn around and leave here, heard Renault's words, and immediately froze in place, then turned around and looked at Cyrus, and for a while they couldn't tell whether Renault's words were true or false. Cyrus stared straight at Renault, seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, so he asked dubiously, since you said that you are not our enemy, Lord Demon Emperor, what are you doing here? When Renault heard Cyrus' question, he immediately started talking nonsense, I'm here for a holiday, and when I saw the fire burning in the highlands, I thought about going there and seeing you, and then I'll meet you. When Cyrus heard Renault's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, expressing his belief in what Renault said. The reason why Cyrus believed Renault so easily was because Renault had a great reputation, but there was never any news of him hurting civilians. Every time Renault appeared in the newspaper, he had a conflict with a certain pirate. A certain pirate was killed by Renault. Moreover, there is no need for a strong person like Renault to deceive them at all. In addition, he has heard that the reason why Renault is wanted is because he was wanted for saving slaves, so how could a good person like Renault hurt them? Such civilians? Just now, Cyrus was preconceived, thinking that Renault was their enemy, so he didn't think so much, but now he finally reacted, so it was so easy to believe in Renault. In the eyes of pirates, Renault is a devil, but in the eyes of ordinary people, he is indeed a living Buddha. Not only Cyrus thinks Renault is a good person, but many civilians think Renault is a good person, especially the civilians in the first half of the Grand Line. The reason is of course because Renault rescued several slaves on the Holy Land Mariejois 8 years ago. In those days, the newspaper that Renault saved slaves spread almost all over the world, and countless civilians have read it, so it is not surprising that they have this idea. But if someone asks Renault if he is a good person, Renault will definitely answer no without hesitation. Being a good person is so tiring, whoever likes to do it, Renault is not uncommon. Seeing that they finally believed in him, Renault asked knowingly, you are dragging your family with you, why are you going? When Cyrus heard Renault's question, although he already believed Renault in his heart, he still did not tell the truth, but made up his words, I used to be the guard of King Liku, and now the palace is in trouble, I want to go to Wangji. Help King Liku defend against foreign enemies on the high ground. 9. Although I am no longer the guardian of King Liku, I am also a part of this kingdom, so it is my duty to protect the family and the country. When Renault heard Cyrus' answer, he secretly spit out in his heart, a person who seems to be honest, but here he is talking nonsense in a serious manner. Sure enough, people can't just look at the surface. Thinking of Renault here, I didn't want to continue wrangling with him here, so I said goodbye directly, since you have something to do, and I happen to have something to do, then I won't bother you. After Renault finished speaking, without waiting for them to react, he turned around and said to the two little daughters-in-law behind him, let's go, daughters-in-law. After Renault finished speaking, he put his arms around the waists of the two young daughters-in-law, and then a mass of green energy emerged from his body, which directly rose into the sky, and quickly flew to the horizon. The three of Cyrus just heard Renault's words to leave, and they froze in place with a bewildered expression. At first, they thought Renault was the enemy, but later they confirmed that they were not the enemy, but they all thought that Renault was looking for them, so they came down to find them. But what does it mean to just leave? When the three of Cyrus recovered from their confusion, Renault had disappeared from their sight. Scarlet saw that Renault had gone far, and then asked Cyrus with a puzzled look, "I have heard a lot about Lord Demon Emperor. He should not be a bad person, since he has already said that he is not our enemy. That should be true. Why did you lie to him just now?" 9. When Cyrus heard Scarlet's question, he answered helplessly, "We have only seen the Devil Emperor in the newspapers, and we have no way of verifying what kind of person he is, so there is no way of harming others. The heart of defending people is indispensable." In normal times, Cyrus would not be as cautious as he is now, but now that someone is invading the king's heights, how dare he let go of his vigilance? Scarlet nodded thoughtfully when he heard Cyrus answer. Although she was not as vigilant as Cyrus, a gangster, she was not stupid either. After Cyrus's reminder, she immediately wanted to understand the reason. Cyrus was silent for a while after answering the answer, then looked at his wife and said, "I don't know what's going on the king's heights now, I have to go up. Scarlet, take Rebecca to hide first. If I don't come back by noon tomorrow, take Rebecca out of here." Woo 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 woo. Scarlet couldn't hold back when he heard this, and jumped into Cyrus' arms and cried, and Rebecca, who was beside him, also cried. After Cyrus comforted the mother and daughter for a while, he rushed to the height of the king with a firm face. Chapter 152. King's Heights, 100 meters above the sky. Renault and his two daughters-in-law had already come to the sky above the king's heights, but they did not land immediately, but floated quietly on the king's heights. The king's heights have been taken by Doflamingo, and he is now talking to King Riku in the palace. The reason Renault left in a hurry just now was not only because he didn't want to argue with Cyrus, but the most important reason was that his observation Shaki had just noticed that the king's heights had fallen. That's why he rushed over in a hurry. If he doesn't come again, let alone watching a play, I guess he won't even be able to see a figure? Seeing that Renault had no intention of going down, Hancock asked with a puzzled face, "Husband, why don't we go down?" 27. Renault was observing the following situation with his knowledge, and when he heard Hancock's question, he replied without looking back, "It's not the time for us to appear, so let's watch the play here first." Hearing Renault's answer, Hancock was still at a loss, but she didn't ask any more questions, but stayed quietly aside. The reason why Renault didn't go down immediately is because the people haven't arrived yet. Going down now will ruin his later plans, so he can't go down yet and can only watch the play on it. Renault's plan is also very simple. When Cyrus comes to save people and is caught, he will go down to save people, so that he will become the benefactor of Cyrus and the Liku family. Renault's purpose in doing this is very simple. The biggest obstacle for him to attack Rebecca in the future must be Rebecca's old father Cyrus, and now that Rebecca is still too young, it is better to spend time on her. Take down her parents. As long as he becomes the benefactor of their big family, he can openly attack his little padded jacket in front of Cyrus, the old man. And because of the status of Renault's benefactor, and Renault's incomparably powerful strength, even if he wanted to stop Cyrus, he probably could only dare to be angry and dare not speak. As long as Cyrus and Scarlet are taken down, Rebecca will be him sooner or later, and Jesus will not be able to keep it, Renault said. After half an hour. Time passed quickly, and half an hour passed when he opened his eyes. At this time, Cyrus finally came to the king's heights, but he was already empty and there was no sign of King Liku at all. Just when Cyrus was looking for King Liku on the high ground, he found a few pirates outside a palace, and immediately rushed over to smell inside the palace, but was stopped by a few pirates. While fighting against the pirates, Cyrus observed the situation in the palace, and he finally found King Liku on the ground, as well as the kidnapped Princess Violet. Now Doflamingo is sitting on the throne in the palace, and there are several of his cotters on both sides of the palace. Li Wangku, on the other hand, was lying in the middle of the palace covered in blood, and was trampled under his feet by Doflamingo. Seeing King Liku's tragic state, Cyrus immediately wanted to rush over in anger, but when he was distracted, a few pirates took advantage of him not to notice and put chains on his feet. Ding ding ding! Cyrus was furious like a fierce beast, slashing at the chain frantically, but the chain couldn't stop. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Doflamingo, who was sitting on the throne, saw Cyrus who was furiously chopping the chain, and immediately let out his unique laugh, and then reminded, "This is an iron chain made by sea stone, so don't waste it." Strength. After Doflamingo reminded him, he invited Cyrus again. "Cyrus, I have heard of your deeds, the era of King Liku has passed, come to be my subordinate." When Cyrus heard Doflamingo's invitation, he lowered his head and said nothing with an ugly face. No one knew what he was thinking at this time, probably only he knew. Seeing that Cyrus did not say a word, Doflamingo immediately began to threaten, "If you do not submit to me, I cannot guarantee the safety of your wife and children." 35. Doflamingo's ability to say this proves that he has investigated Cyrus, otherwise it would be impossible to know that Cyrus has a wife and children. After all, very few people knew about Cyrus and Scarlet's marriage, because they were a hidden marriage rather than an open marriage, so very few people knew that Cyrus had a wife and children. Cyrus obviously thought of this, so he secretly made up his mind that he must get rid of these people tonight, otherwise the people he wants to protect will cease to exist. Thinking of Cyrus here, he was ruthless and slashed directly at his feet. This time, he did not cut the chains, but his own feet. Renault, who was looking at the king's heights from a distance of 100 meters, saw that Cyrus was about to chop off his own feet, and secretly complained in his heart, "People don't talk much, this guy has not said a word since then, he was so ruthless that he even slashed himself, he was indeed a ruthless man." Renault thinks it's time for him to appear, after all, this guy is his future husband, he can't really let him cut off his feet, right? Time freeze. 9. When Cyrus was about to slash his foot, Renault directly used his time ability to pause the time within a radius of 100 meters. In an instant, everything around him stopped, as if someone had pressed the pause button. After Renault had done all this, he landed with his two young daughters-in-law, and he had to get to Doflamingo's palace where they were now before time stopped running out. The time for Renault to stop is not permanent. He now stops the time in the 100-meter range, which can only last for 1 minute. The smaller the range, the longer the duration of 0.4. When Renault researched time ability and found this flaw, he wasn't dissatisfied, but he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, the strong fight against every second, and 1 minute of time stop is enough for him to kill the enemy several times, so why is he so dissatisfied? Renault flew with all his strength with his two daughters-in-law, and soon came to the palace in the king's heights. As soon as Renault came in, he saw Cyrus's sword, which was only a bit away from his foot, and he almost cut his foot. "Otherwise, my future father-in-law will only be a unipod in the future." Chapter 153. The reason why Renault was watching the play at a height of 100 meters just now was to make it easier for him to deal with emergencies. If he had been too far away, it would have been too late to stop Cyrus from self-harming. He could only say that he had foresight. After Renault fell to the ground and put the two young daughters-in-law down, he walked to Cyrus' side and took the sword in his hand. Immediately after that, Renault used his telekinesis again and waved his hand in the direction of Doflamingo. A mass of green energy instantly enveloped King Liku and Princess Violet of the kingdom, and dragged them all over, lest the two of them become together later. Although he is not afraid of hostages, it is troublesome. Renault will never do anything that can be solved once, so Renault's work goes straight to the stomach. After Renault had done all this, the time came to just 1 minute, and the time returned to normal as soon as the time stopped. Boom! As soon as the time returned to normal, Cyrus no longer had a sword in his hand, so when he chopped, due to inertia, he made a circle on the spot, and then fell straight to the ground. Cyrus was lying on the ground, raised his hands in front of his eyes, and looked at his hands with a dazed expression. Where is his great sword? It wasn't just Cyrus who was dumbfounded, Doflamingo was also looking at his feet with a dumbfounded expression. Just now, he was clearly stepping on King Riku, but in the blink of an eye, King Riku was gone. What about people? How can the big man say it's gone? All the people in the palace were confused, and even 3 people suddenly appeared in the palace. Hey hey! Renault stood in the corner with his 2 young daughters-in-law, and when he saw that the people in the palace were all confused, he immediately laughed. Renault didn't laugh because of their ignorance, but thought that he could use his time ability to prank people in the future, and thought of a lot of good ideas, so he couldn't help laughing. Renault hadn't thought about this before, but after the operation just now, he found that time ability can not only be used for fighting, but also a good choice for pranking people. For example, when fighting the enemy, use the time ability to stop the time, and chop out 9 kenpeki and 11 knives in a row. It doesn't matter to men, after all, strong men like to fight to the flesh, and often lose their clothes, but what about girls? Just thinking about it, is it irritating? Inside the palace, needles could be heard falling, and even Hancock and Robin were stunned, so Renault's laughter successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the palace. Who is it? Doflamingo stood up in shock when he heard Renault's laughter, and then burst out and asked in the direction where the laughter came from. Seeing Doflamingo jumping up, Renault walked up to him with a smile and said, "Brother Ming, it's been a long time, I miss him so much." When Doflamingo heard Renault's words and saw Renault's face clearly, his eyes widened in shock, and then he cursed inwardly, "Isn't this BD supposed to be in the depths of the New World? Why did he suddenly appear in the New World? Near the entrance?" The cotters of the Donquixote family, no matter who saw Renault, their expressions instantly turned into pork jerky, as ugly as they were. They will never forget Renault, who was only 5 or 6 years old and rubbed them all on the ground more than 10 years ago. In the end, they paid tens of billions of Bailey to save their lives. They don't know why Renault is here, or why Renault is suddenly here. But they all understood one thing, that is, it's not a good thing to meet this guy Renault, that's why their faces are so ugly. Seeing Doflamingo froze in place with a gloomy expression on his face, Renault didn't say a word, so he asked with a smile, "We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, you don't forget my old friend, do you?" Renault didn't wait for Doflamingo to answer, and immediately pretended to be angry and asked, "It's okay if you forget me, but you don't even forget the 10 billion Baileys you owe me, right?" 99. When Doflamingo heard Renault's words, he gradually recovered from his shock, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "I recognize you even if you turn to ashes, how could you not remember your demon emperor Renault? There are 10 billion Baileys that I owe you. I have sent all of them to the Whitebeard Pirates. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask Whitebeard." When Renault heard Doflamingo's answer, he immediately put on a smiling expression and said, "Oh! How could our old friend of more than 10 years not believe in you? If I don't believe in you, who else can I believe? Besides, who are we with whom?" When Doflamingo saw Renault's face that turned his face faster than a book, he felt speechless for a while, and cursed inwardly, "I was still questioning myself there just now, and now I'm doing this with myself again, how can there be such shamelessness in this world, man?" Thinking of Doflamingo here, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then asked angrily, "You BD, what are you doing for Dressrosa?" Cyrus saw that King Riku and Violet were out of Doflamingo's control. Although he didn't know what happened just now, he knew that Renault must have done it. After all, there is only one person who can do this kind of thing here and has nothing to do with the pirates in front of him. Although Cyrus had already guessed that Renault came to the rescue, he still didn't know what Renault wanted to do, so he could only sit on the ground and listen to the two of them chatting, hoping to get something useful to him from the content of their chat. Information. The reason why Renault's ability is still a mystery until now is that no one has seen him take a shot, and it is not that no one has survived from him. But because Renault has too many abilities, people who have seen him shot, or who have survived from his hands, can't tell exactly what abilities he has, so Renault's abilities have remained the same until now. A fan. When Renault heard Doflamingo's question, he showed a smirk and said, "You are so embarrassed to ask me, I want to ask you." 99. Chapter 154. When Doflamingo heard Renault's words, his face was full of confusion. Shouldn't he be the one who should be angry now? After all, it was Renault who suddenly broke in and disrupted the situation, not Doflamingo, so what kind of madness did Renault have? Regardless of Doflamingo's ignorance, Renault continued to ask without a smile, "Now this island is my territory, what do you mean by killing people and setting fires on my territory?" Doflamingo, who used to be very confused, is now even more confused. When will Dressrosa have a master? Dressrosa is a member country of the world government, and the alliance countries are protected by the world government, so no pirates will come to occupy this place, or they will be driven or captured by Marine. However, although the pirates dare not occupy the allied countries, they still dare to go to the allied countries to kill, set fire and plunder. After all, the nature of occupation and plunder are different. Because the occupying allied country must face Marine's artillery fire, as long as the allied country is occupied, Marine will send troops to drive and capture the pirates. But just plundering didn't need to face Marine's artillery fire. Afterwards, he fled to the sea. In the vast sea, Marine had nothing to do except increase the reward. Although the world government and Marine have little influence in the New World, it is more than enough to protect these allied countries from being occupied, so even the 4 emperors in the future did not come to occupy this place. Of course, there are also a lot of Doflamingo's credits, but the most important reason is because of the identity of the franchise country, otherwise, where did Doflamingo play 4 emperors? However, although Marine can guarantee that the allied countries will not be occupied, but in the face of the plundering of pirate guerrilla warfare, there is no way to do so, unless the troops are stationed on these allied countries. But Marine didn't have that many troops, so this caused the situation where Marine came late after the pirates plundered. Just when Doflamingo was bewildered, the 2 young daughters-in-law behind Renault finally recovered from their confusion. Hancock tugged at the corner of Renault's clothes, and asked in a low voice with a puzzled expression, "Why did we suddenly come here?" When Renault heard Hancock's question, he did not answer immediately, but said directly, "When we go back, I will explain to you." Hancock and Robin heard Renault's words, although they were still full of doubts, but they also knew that the situation was wrong, so they did not continue to ask. Cyrus heard Renault say this was his territory. Although he was just as dumb as Doflamingo, he couldn't guess what purpose Renault had, so he didn't say anything to demolish Renault's platform, but watched from the sidelines. Wait and see. Of course, the most important thing is that in his eyes, even if Dressrosa is occupied by Renault, it is much better than being taken away by Doflamingo. At least Renault will not hurt ordinary civilians, nor will he hurt his wife and children, and Doflamingo is not necessarily what. Although Cyrus didn't know Doflamingo and didn't know how he was, but through the means he used tonight, he knew that he was definitely not a good person. It took a full minute for Doflamingo to recover from the confusion, and then he turned a black face and cursed inwardly, "This BD has always been active in the depths of the New World, he has never been to Dressrosa, what is here? When has it become his territory?" Doflamingo has been collecting information on Dressrosa in recent years, so can he not be clear about the situation here? Thinking of Doflamingo here, although he knew that Renault was talking nonsense, he didn't point it out, didn't answer Renault's words, but directly asked, "Dressrosa is an allied country of the world government, and you declared this place to be your own territory, why would you say that? Aren't you afraid that the world government and Marine will pursue it?" When Renault heard Doflamingo's rhetorical question, he asked with a disdainful expression, "You can ask the world government and Marine, my devil Emperor Renault wants this island, do they dare to say no?" How could Renault not have guessed Doflamingo's thoughts? This guy probably wants to use the world government to suppress him and make him retreat in spite of the difficulties. But would Renault be afraid of world government and Marine? Seeking flowers. The answer is, of course, not afraid, but the world government and Marine are afraid of him. After all, the lessons from 8 years ago are not too big, and the Tianlong people were almost killed by Renault. It is no exaggeration to say that the world government and Marine would never dare to provoke Renault easily. Unless they want to experience the tragedy 8 years ago again, or find a way to deal with Renault's strange abilities, otherwise they won't dare to provoke the devil Renault easily. Doflamingo was directly asked by Renault and was speechless. As a former Tianlong person, and now he is still connected with the world government, he naturally knows some inside stories that ordinary people don't know. Although he didn't know the specific circumstances of the year, Renault can still stand here now, and the world government and Marine have never said to hunt down Renault. From this, he can see that Renault is not afraid at all. World government and Marine. 0. Thinking of Doflamingo here, I didn't want to argue with Renault anymore, but asked straight to the point. Dressrosa is very important to me, so I'm bound to win tonight. How much do you want to be straight? Doflamingo knows that he is not Renault's opponent, so he wants to use Bailey to buy the island from Renault. The reason Doflamingo did this was because he thought Renault was just taking advantage of the situation, just as he was asking him to pay Bailey for his life 10 years ago, so he straight up asked Renault how much Bailey he wanted before he was willing to buy Dressrosa. Let it out. But it's a pity that what he thought was just what he thought. Renault didn't just want to take advantage of the fire, he wanted the treasure, he also wanted this island, or that sentence, I'm, as long as I like it, it's all about me. When Renault heard Doflamingo's words, he immediately corrected with a dark face, I'm talking to you now that you murdered and set fire on my territory. What are you talking about here with me? Renault didn't wait for Doflamingo to answer, and then threatened, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, then all of you will stay and be buried with the dead. Chapter 155. When Doflamingo heard Renault's threat, his face was already black, but his face instantly became ashes as the bottom of a pot, and then he asked angrily with a black face, what do you want to do, UBD? 35. He just thought that Renault just wanted to take advantage of the fire, so he wanted to use Bailey to deal with Renault. But with the attitude Renault is showing now, things don't seem to be as simple as he imagined. Doflamingo insisted on Renault that Dressrosa was his territory, which made him very uncomfortable. Although he knew that Renault was talking nonsense, he couldn't refute it, because Renault really had the strength to occupy this place, so he was as aggrieved as he wanted. When Renault heard Doflamingo's words, he knew that he had compromised, so he replied with a smile on his face, it's not difficult for me to ignore this matter, you made my site like this, and the items are 23 and the mental damage fee, these miscellaneous things are added together, I don't want you too much, just give me 180 billion Bailey. When Doflamingo heard Renault's request, his eyes widened in an instant, his eyes almost popped out, and he looked at Renault with a shocked expression. How many? 180 billion Baileys. 39. Why don't you go grab it, UBD? Doflamingo, who gradually recovered from his shock, immediately roared at Renault angrily. Doflamingo's eyes lit up, and he stared at Renault angrily. He has been running the Don Quixote family for more than 10 years. The sum of all Baileys may not be 100 billion. Renault's mouth is 180 billion. How can this not make him angry? Seeing Doflamingo, who was about to explode, and hearing his roar, Renault replied with a smile on his face, the way of robbing treasure is outdated, how can there be such a direct way to do it now? Fortune treasures are quick. When Doflamingo heard Renault's answer, he almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood, and roared furiously in his heart, how can this BD be able to talk about extortion in such a high-sounding manner? Cyrus, Hancock, and Robin, when they heard that Renault and Doflamingo wanted 180 billion bell, all looked at Renault with strange expressions. The three of them had an idea now, is this something that humans can do? Not only the three of them have this kind of thought, almost everyone in the palace has this kind of thought in their hearts. After all, they are not the same as Renault. They have seen countless treasures, and hundreds of billions of Baileys are too many to imagine for them, so they have this idea. It took Doflamingo a few minutes to suppress his anger, and then he asked Renault with a dark face, all the property of our entire Don Quixote family, all of which add up to less than 100 billion, you let me, where are you going to find hundreds of billions of Bailey? Doflamingo just paid off Renault's 10 billion a few years ago. In recent years, although the business has grown bigger and bigger, he does not have much liquidity in his hand, so Renault asked him for 100 billion Bailey all of a sudden. Might as well just kill him. When Renault heard Doflamingo's words, he knew that it was half done, so he still replied with a smile, "It doesn't matter if there are not so many Baileys now, I can let you pay it back slowly. Just like our first cooperation, I will give you 10 years and send me 10 billion Baileys every year. How do you think this method is handled?" After Doflamingo heard Renault's answer, he thought for a while with a gloomy face, and then agreed, "I can give you 10 billion Baileys every year until the 100 billion Baileys are paid off, but you must pay leave Dressrosa to me." Although Doflamingo was 10,000 reluctant in his heart, he could only agree now, otherwise he probably wouldn't be able to get out of this palace tonight. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Renault's expression gradually became dangerous, and he thought to himself, he even dared to bargain with himself, it seems that this guy hasn't learned his lesson from the last time he was in Logue Town. Renault felt that he needed to make Doflamingo feel the sinister society again. Thinking of Renault here, without saying a word, I directly use the time freezing ability. Time freeze. As soon as Renault used his time ability, everything in the entire palace, whether it was people or things, stopped instantly. As soon as Renault froze the time, he disappeared in place in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Doflamingo, and then a long knife appeared out of thin air and slashed directly at Doflamingo's chest. After Renault had done all this, he returned to the original position again, and immediately released the time stop, and the time returned to normal immediately. Whoa! As soon as the time returned to normal, a mass of blood burst out from Doflamingo's chest, followed by a long wound that bleeds continuously. Doflamingo lowered his head in confusion and looked at the wound on his chest. When 210 saw the situation on his chest clearly, a fear suddenly appeared in his heart. Everyone in the palace looked at Doflamingo with bewildered expressions. All of them couldn't understand why Doflamingo was injured suddenly and without warning. Could it be that they had gone to hell? Renault didn't know what everyone was thinking, and even if he knew he wouldn't take it seriously. After he lifted the time stop, he said directly to Doflamingo, "Doflamingo, I keep you because I think you are useful to me, but this is not the capital you can bargain with me, you are not qualified to bargain with me. I give you two choices now, either leave here or die here, choose one for yourself." Doflamingo looked at Renault with a terrified face. He was cut with such a big hole, but he himself could not notice any abnormality. If Renault wanted his life just now, he would have been cold by now, right? Thinking of Doflamingo here, the fear kept coming out in his heart. He wanted to suppress his fear, but he couldn't do it anyway, the whole body was still trembling because of fear. Chapter 156. Dover, young master, are you all right? 35. Several of Doflamingo's cotters finally came to their senses at this time, and then went up to ask anxiously. Doflamingo did not respond to several cotters, but stared at Renault with his eyes fixed, his face ugly and a little bit of fear at the same time. Seeing Doflamingo's ugly face, Renault didn't say a word, didn't say he wanted to leave or stay, and immediately said again with an impatient look, "I don't have time to spend with you here, if you don't do it again within a minute. Make a choice, then let me help you choose." Several cotters of Doflamingo, upon hearing Renault's words, immediately glared at Renault angrily. The cotters all looked like they wanted to swallow Renault alive, and they talked nonsense. "Young master, we have been preparing for so long, we can't give up so easily, let's fight with him." "That's right Dover, are we fighting this BD?" "That's right. I fought with this BD." Several cotters were obviously dazzled by their anger. Seeing that Doflamingo didn't say a word, they made a suggestion. Seeing these cotters dancing so happily, Renault secretly complained, "These crooked melons and jujubes are not very talented, but their tempers are not small." Renault had an urge to kill these people at first when he heard them screaming desperately. But when he thought that it was still useful to keep these people, he suppressed the urge to kill them. The wool comes from the sheep. If the sheep is killed, whose wool will he go to? When Doflamingo heard the proposals of several cotters, he knew that these people had lost their minds, so he ignored the cotters, and now he went to fight with Renault. I guess only a brain-dead person would do such a thing, right? 10 years ago, Renault was able to rub them on the ground. Now, what is the difference between going to death with Renault Thinking of Doflamingo here, he looked at Renault with a gloomy face and said, if you want to occupy Dressrosa, you will have to bear the anger from the world government and marine. I hope that when we meet next time, you will not see your cold body. ##########. Doflamingo burst into laughter as he spoke, and then said to several cotters behind him, let's go. After Doflamingo finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in front, and several cotters immediately followed behind. While walking outside the palace, Doflamingo said without looking back, Demon Emperor Renault, please don't die, if you die, the world will lose a lot of fun. 35. Renault didn't get angry when he heard Doflamingo's words, but said calmly, for the sake of you caring about me so much, even if I really don't want to live, I will kill you first. That day will never come, so rest assured. 35. When Doflamingo heard Renault's words, he almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood, and cursed in his heart, don't forget to pull me with you even if you die, do I have to thank you? Thinking of Doflamingo here, he immediately sped up his steps to leave here. He didn't want to argue with Renault again, lest Renault get angry and hurt himself. Doflamingo walked out of the palace with a few cotters and disappeared from the sight of Renault and others. After Renault and the rest of Doflamingo left, he directly said to King Riku, who was still lying on the ground, if you're not dead, get up and talk. As soon as Renault's voice fell, King Riku, who was still half dead, lying unconscious on the ground, immediately struggled to stand up. Obviously, he had actually woken up from a coma long ago, but he just woke up and didn't know what was going on, so he just lay on the ground and pretended to be in a coma. Ding dong! Seeing that King Riku was unable to stand still when he got up from the ground, Cyrus wanted to help, but was locked in place by the chains on his feet, so he could only give up the idea of helping in the past. After King Riku got up from the ground, his entire body swayed, as if he could fall to the ground anytime, anywhere. Seeing this scene, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then said, you find a place to sit down, and then let's talk. When King Riku heard Renault's words, he didn't say anything to Renault. He directly found a chair and sat down, and then asked Renault with a serious face, Master Demon Emperor, you said that you want to occupy Dressrosa, are you serious or not? Are you kidding me? When Renault heard King Riku's question, he replied with a straight face, it is meaningless to discuss whether it is a joke now, because no matter whether what I said just now is a joke or not, others will think it is here from now on. It's my place. When King Riku heard Renault's answer, he immediately frowned. Of course he understood what Renault meant. Renault was the top powerhouse in the New World, and his prestige was no weaker than that of the Emperor of the Sea. So as long as what Renault said today gets out, whether it's a joke or not, others will take it seriously and think that Renault is going to occupy this place. Just like the Emperor of the Sea competing for territory, but Renault is not competing with the pirates, but with the world government, because this is an allied country of the world government. The reason why King Riku was frowning was because his kingdom was an allied country, not an ordinary independent kingdom. He was now caught between the world government and Renault, in a dilemma. Now there are only two choices in front of him, either quit the alliance and support Renault to occupy here, or continue to be his alliance and refuse Renault to occupy here. There are pros and cons to both options. Withdrawing from the joining Congress will offend the world government, and will no longer receive Marine's asylum, but will receive Renault's asylum. If you don't quit the alliance, you can continue to be protected by Marine, but you will offend Renault, the top powerhouse in the New World. The current Dressrosa is just like reselection of camp. Renault and world government can choose one, either side of world government or Renault side. King Riku hesitated for a while, then looked at Renault and asked, if you occupy this place, Lord Demon Emperor, will it bring a war to Dressrosa? Chapter 157. In fact, King Riku prefers to let Renault occupy this place. After all, if Renault didn't save them tonight, I don't know if they would still be alive now, and he is not someone who doesn't know how to be grateful, so if he can only choose one, of course I want to choose Renault to occupy this place. It's just that he was worried that if Renault occupied this place, it would bring a war to Dressrosa, which was the last thing he wanted to see, so he had been hesitant and difficult to make up his mind. The reason why King Liku was so worried was because King Dressrosa was still a member of the world government when Renault announced the occupation of this place. And Renault directly announced the occupation of King Dressrosa. Isn't that just hitting the world government and marine in the face? The world government and marine will definitely not allow others to trample their dignity, so they will definitely send troops to King Dressrosa to ask Renault for an explanation, and then a war is inevitable. This is what King Liku has always been worried about. Of course, this is just his own thoughts. The truth is, does the world government dare to come to Renault's trouble? The answer, of course, is that they didn't dare to come. Renault killed so many Tianlong people back then, but it didn't matter in the end. There wasn't even a single person to hunt down Renault. Now there's only one King Dressrosa. Do the world government and marine dare to tear up Renault's face? Renault doesn't trouble them now, they are all secretly glad. How dare they take the initiative to trouble Renault? When Renault heard King Liku's question, after thinking about it carefully, he understood what he was worrying about, so he directly assured, "You don't have to worry about the world government and marine, they dare not come to trouble me, after all, I am with them. The grievances are not a day or two. Back then, I turned the Holy Land Mariejois upside down, and the Tianlong people were killed and injured countless times, and they didn't dare to come to me for trouble. Now I just rob them of an alliance country. Do you think the world government and marine will be for an alliance country, and come to trouble me?" When King Liku heard Renault's answer, he was stunned by the shocked flax. But he always thought it was Renault who went to the New World, so the world government and marine couldn't catch Renault. But now Renault told him that the world government and marine never dared to provoke him, and they had never sent anyone to hunt him down. How could this not shock him? You must know that you can't catch it, and you don't dare to catch it. These are two concepts. The amount of information in this is a bit large. King Liku couldn't figure out why the world government and marine didn't dare to arrest Renault. Is it because they were afraid that Renault would fail? King Liku was taken aback by his own guess, and after tangled for a while, he still asked Renault with a puzzled look, "Lord Devil Emperor, world government and marine, why don't they dare to arrest you?" King Liku also knew that he shouldn't ask this kind of question, because it was someone else's personal privacy, but for the sake of King Dressrosa, he had to ask it clearly. After all, he was the king of King Dressrosa, he had to be right. Your own people are responsible. After hearing King Liku's question, Renault thought for a while before answering half-truths. "You can understand that they can't do anything about me, but I can make them pay a heavy price, so they are afraid of my revenge. Don't dare to send someone to arrest me." When King Liku heard Renault's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and secretly guessed in his heart, the world government should not be afraid of him, but of his strange abilities, right? The reason why King Liku guessed like this was because he had read the ability introduction on Renault's wanted order. He hadn't thought about it just now, and now after Renault said this, he immediately remembered Renault's strange ability, traveling through space, being able to fly, meteorites, unable to attack, and possessing so many strange abilities and skills. No wonder the world government and marine dare not come to arrest them. After all, it's good to catch it. If you can't catch it, Renault's revenge will be called, and the meteorite rain will come down. It is estimated that no force can withstand it, right? King Liku is the king of a kingdom, and his way of thinking is different from that of normal people. He thinks from the perspective of a king, so he immediately guessed the truth that the world government did not dare to arrest Renault. Thinking of King Liku here, knowing that the world government and marine would not come to trouble, he no longer bothered about the world government and marine, but asked again, "The world government and marine have been resolved, but the pirates of New World, how to solve it?" 4 flowers. If Dressrosa withdraws from the alliance, she will no longer be protected by marine. Will you stay to protect Dressrosa? If ordinary pirates come to make trouble, we can handle it ourselves. If big pirates come, Dressrosa won't be able to handle it. When Renault heard King Liku's words, he also felt that what he said made sense. After all, Dressrosa's national strength can handle some ordinary pirates. If they encounter some powerful pirates, they simply can't handle it. Today, Doflamingo is a living pirate. Example of 0. Although he can solve all the troubles by staying, it is impossible for him to stay here forever. After all, there are so many little girls who have lost their way and are still waiting for him to save them. How could he stay here? Thinking of Renault here, he directly took out a pocket knife, threw it at King Liku, and then said, "Although I can't stay here forever, you can call me if you have something, and I can use my space ability to arrive in an instant. Here, the knife has my phone bug number on it. 95. This is the only way Renault can think of at present, and it is also the best way, leaving a space coordinate, a phone number, and there is no district police here with him, and he can appear here immediately after a phone call." King Liku caught the knife that Renault threw, and when he heard Renault's answer, he felt relieved, then stood up and thanked Renault gratefully. "Thank you very much, Lord Demon Emperor, for saving your life tonight. The grace is that you saved our entire Dressrosa. On behalf of the people of the kingdom, I thank you. From now on, our Dressrosa must be the leader of the Demon Emperor." While thanking Renault, King Liku was also showing his loyalty to Renault. He wanted to thank Renault just now, but when he got up, he was pulled by Renault to talk about the present, so he didn't have a chance to thank him. Chapter 158. After King Liku experienced what happened tonight, he did not resist Renault occupying this place, because he understood a truth: far away can't quench the thirst of the near, and relying on the protection of the distant marine, it is better to find a strong backer nearby. Without Renault's help tonight, I guess the daylilies would be cold by the time Marine arrives? So not only did he not resist Renault's occupation of this place, but he was also very happy to be occupied by Renault. As long as Renault was still there for a day, he would not have to worry about the same thing happening again tonight. And with Renault's reputation in the New World, as long as he declares that this is his territory, it is estimated that few pirates dare to come here to make trouble, which is more than 100 times stronger than Marine's deterrent. King Liku was hesitant at first because of the world government. As long as the world government was resolved, Renault's occupation of this place would be of great benefit to Dressrosa. Seeing that King Liku couldn't stand still, Renault insisted on standing up to salute him, so he said angrily, "You can't stand still, thank you or something. If you have this time, you might as well think about how Dressrosa will develop in the future. Anyway, I only guarantee the safety of this place. I have no interest or time to manage it." 99. If Renault wasn't for Rebecca's little daughter-in-law, he wouldn't care about Dressrosa, and of course he wouldn't occupy this place. The reason Renault wants to occupy this place is to prevent people like Doflamingo from appearing again, and Dressrosa has no ability to fight against this existence, so his little daughter-in-law, Rebecca, can't even guarantee her personal safety. After all, the history of Dressrosa has been changed by him, and what will happen here in the future, he can't predict at all. So he can only occupy Dressrosa and isolate all dangers. His prestige can deter most pirates. Don't worry about the pirates who are not afraid of him, after all, there are still space coordinates ready. Renault's consideration for the complete question of this future daughter-in-law is a comprehensive one, which is really painstaking. When King Liku heard Renault's words, he immediately assured, "Don't worry, Lord Demon Emperor, I will be able to manage Dressrosa well, and I will never disappoint your expectations." When Renault heard the old guy's answer, he secretly complained, "I'm not interested in your kingdom, I'm only interested in treasures and girls, so instead of guaranteeing these useless things here, it's better to put you directly what about the granddaughter, or the treasure for me?" Thinking of Renault here, he showed a lack of interest, and said casually, "Okay, let's do it first, I will solve the security problem of Dressrosa, and the management of the kingdom will be left to you." King Liku thought that Renault was interested in Dressrosa, so he occupied this place, but in fact Renault had no interest in Dressrosa at all, and occupying this place was just incidental. What he was interested in was Rebecca, the granddaughter of King Liku. If King Liku knew Renault's ultimate goal, he didn't know how he would feel. It is still unknown whether he would support Renault in occupying this place. Of course, it doesn't matter if Liku Wangji supports it or not. After all, if Renault wants to occupy this place, no one can stop it, and no one dares to stop it. Now neither the world government nor the pirates of the New World dare to provoke Renault easily. After all, they have dealt with Renault more or less. They know that Renault is terrifying, they can't hide, so what? Will you take the initiative to trouble Renault? After that, Renault chatted with King Liku for a while, and when he saw that the conversation was almost done, he said goodbye directly. The discussion is over, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. When King Liku heard that Renault was about to leave, he said, Lord Demon Emperor, you have helped us so much tonight, please let us treat us well, or we will feel bad about it. When Renault heard King Liku's words, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then directly refused, it's getting late now, so please don't have any hospitality. Renault said this, but in his heart he secretly complained, you don't want to sleep in the middle of the night, it doesn't mean that I don't want to sleep either. Instead of wrangling with this lousy old man here, he might as well go back and hug his fragrant little daughter-in-law. Thinking of Renault here, without waiting for King Liku to speak again, he turned around and said to the two young daughters-in-law, tonight's business is over, let's go back first. After Renault finished speaking, he took the lead and walked outside the palace. Hancock and Robin didn't say a word, and followed Renault. King Liku saw Renault leave directly, showing a lingering appearance, but until Renault disappeared from his sight, he did not find an excuse to keep Renault, and could only watch Renault leave. Cyrus, who didn't say a word, saw King Liku's tangled expression, and reminded him, I met Lord Demon Emperor before I came here, and he said that they were here for vacation. Since they are here for vacation, then he shouldn't leave here so soon. As long as Lord Demon Emperor is still here, then we don't have to worry about not having the opportunity to entertain and thank Lord Demon Emperor for his life-saving grace. When King Liku heard Cyrus' reminder, he immediately showed an expression like waking up from a dream and said, Cyrus, what you said is also reasonable, so let's invite again tomorrow. 35. When King Riku said this, he looked at the chain on Cyrus' feet and asked, can you break free from this chain, Cyrus? Now the whole kingdom is in a mess, I need you to appease the chaotic people. Just now Doflamingo used his ability to control King Liku and killed a lot of people in Dressrosa's capital. Now all the civilians in the entire kingdom are in danger. And King Liku is now seriously injured and can't stand still, and he has no ability to deal with these things, so he wants Cyrus to appease the civilians in the kingdom first, so as to avoid an irreversible situation. When Cyrus heard King Riku's question and saw his injuries, he immediately understood why King Riku didn't go by himself, but sent him to appease the commoners. Chapter 159. Although Cyrus also wanted to help, he couldn't break free of the iron chain at all, so he could only reply helplessly, this iron chain is made by sea stone, I can't break free at all. When King Liku heard Cyrus' answer, he resisted the pain and stood up. Just wait here, 9. Cyrus did not refuse to hear this, because this is the best solution at present. If he can't open the chain, let alone to appease the commoners, he can't even leave this palace. When Doflamingo and Renault left one after another, they didn't think about it. Now that Doflamingo and Renault have left, they only think about the chain. It's because they didn't remember it themselves, so they can only blame themselves, not others. Somewhere over Dressrosa, Renault took his two daughters-in-law, and after leaving the Wangji Heights, he directly flew towards the boat that they placed on the seashore with his arms around the two daughters-in-law's waist. Seeing that Hancock had left the King's Heights a long way, he turned his head to look at Renault and asked, Husband, can you tell me what happened just now? Just now they were still in the air 1 second, and the next second they appeared in the palace of the King's Heights. It was the first time she had encountered such a bizarre thing, and she had no idea what was going on. She had also asked Renault just now, but due to the wrong occasion, Renault did not answer their questions. Now that he had left the King's Heights, Hancock couldn't help but ask again. Robin also looked at Renault curiously, obviously she also wanted to know what happened just now. When Renault heard Hancock's question, he didn't mean to hide it, and replied directly and generously, my ability can stop time within a certain range. The reason why you suddenly appeared in the palace just now is because I used the time ability to pause time, and then I took you to the palace, so you suddenly appeared there, Kdi. When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's answer, their eyes widened in shock. Although they knew that Renault's abilities were outrageous, they didn't expect Renault's abilities to be outrageous to this extent. Renault was able to travel through space, fly freely, and pull down meteorites, which is outrageous, and now he can pause time. It's just outrageous to open the door to outrageous home. Hancock and Robin were thinking about catching up with Renault's strength before, hoping to help Renault in the future, but now they have given up on this idea. The gap is not big, they can work hard, but they can't see a drop of hope. Why should they find it boring? Hancock and Robin secretly decided at the same time that they could continue their cultivation in the future, but to catch up with Renault's strength, such an unrealistic dream, forget it. Hancock gradually recovered from the shock, and then asked curiously, "Husband, after you use your ability to pause the time, what is the surrounding like?" Hearing Hancock's surroundings, Renault thought about the time-suspended scene, and then replied, "Actually, it's no different from normal, it's just that within the range where I use my ability to stop time, everything will stop, including people." Hearing Renault's words, Robin showed an extremely shocked expression and said, "If your husband uses this ability, wouldn't the enemy within the ability range only be slaughtered by the husband?" When Renault heard Robin's words, he just smiled and didn't mean to explain, because the situation was similar to what Robin said. Although there was a 1-minute time limit, this limit had little effect, so he didn't need to explain to Robin. Renault then took the 2 little daughters-in-law and flew to the beach while chatting with the 2 little daughters-in-law. Renault, who was flying slowly and leisurely, suddenly flashed a red light in his eyes, and then he looked to the ground and found 2 people, one big and one small, on their way. After Renault saw the 2 people on the ground clearly, he thought to himself, "There is no one around here, why are these mother and daughter here?" The 2 people on the ground at this time were Scarlett and Renault's future sexy daughter-in-law Rebecca. Now it's not far from Renault's boat, so there is no one around, only the mother and daughter are on the ground. Hancock and Robin also found the 2 mothers and daughters on the ground at this time, and then looked at Renault at the same time. When they saw that Renault was thinking about a problem, they didn't make a sound to disturb Renault. Renault thought about it for a while and still couldn't figure it out. Why are these 2 mothers and daughters here? So he simply stopped thinking about it, and suggested to the 2 young daughters-in-law on the side, "The direction of their progress is that we let go the seaside of the boat, let's go down and ask them why they are here." 35. Hancock and Robin heard Renault's proposal, and nodded in agreement at the same time. In fact, they were also curious about what the mother and daughter were doing here, so they agreed to Renault's proposal without thinking. Seeing that the 2 young daughters-in-law had agreed, Renault immediately landed on the ground, looking like he couldn't wait. In fact, Renault's real purpose was not to go down and ask them why they were here, but to get in touch with Rebecca and ask them why they were here. It was just an excuse. After all, Rebecca is the goal of his coming here, and now this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, if you don't get in touch with it, it is simply unbearable. The height of the Renault and Rebecca flying was not high, only about 20 meters above the ground, so while Renault found their mother and daughter, Scarlett and Rebecca also found the 3 Renault in mid-air. After all, the noise generated when flying is not small, so it is normal for the mother and daughter to find the 3 Renault in the air. Scarlett saw the 3 of Renault falling towards her, and secretly guessed in his heart, they should have gone to the King's Heights to watch the fun, and now that they have returned, does that mean that the King's Heights is this thing over? Thinking of Scarlett here, she took Rebecca and stood there and waited for Renault to land. She wanted to ask Renault about the current situation on the King's Heights. Chapter 160. The reason why Scarlett didn't run away like the first time she met Renault was because after the previous conversation, she knew that Renault had no ill will towards them, so she dared to stop. Otherwise, don't ask Renault about the situation of the King's Heights. It is estimated that the moment she sees Renault, she will just run away. After all, she is now taking Rebecca to avoid the enemy, like a frightened bird, flying away with a little stimulation. It is impossible to stop at all, and it is even more impossible to ask Renault about the situation of King's Heights. After a while, Renault landed in front of Scarlett with his 2 young daughters-in-law, and then asked with a puzzled look, why are you here when you have nothing to do? There's no one around here. You 210 came here, aren't you afraid of accidents? Hancock and Robin looked at each other, their eyes full of doubts. They found that Renault seemed to be very interested in the mother and daughter. Renault had never cared so much about strangers before. Is it a woman? Both Hancock and Robin were taken aback by the idea. Scarlett is a married woman, so they must have thought too much. Renault didn't know the thoughts of these two little daughters-in-law. If he knew, he might have to give them a family law when he went back later. One step to the family method of the stomach, I will ask if you are afraid. When Scarlett heard Renault's question, he didn't answer the question, but asked anxiously, Lord Demon Emperor, have you just returned from the King's Heights? What's wrong with the King's Heights now? Seeing that Scarlett was in such a hurry, Renault replied directly and truthfully, the battle on the King's Heights is over. Your father and husband are all right, but the capital of Dressrosa is in chaos now, so they should be busy for a while. When Scarlett heard Renault's answer, he breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, listening to what he said just now, he should already know her identity, but how did he know? Scarlett knew that his father and Cyrus would not reveal his identity to Renault for no reason. After all, Cyrus had deliberately concealed his identity from Renault before. So Cyrus couldn't take the initiative to say it. Maybe something happened on the King's Heights that she didn't know, and that's what caused Renault to know her identity. Seeing her changing face, Renault thought about what he said just now, and immediately guessed what she was thinking, and then answered directly, no one has told me your identity, but I have been from the very beginning. Knowing who you are, Princess Scarlett of Dressrosa, am I right? 99. Scarlett's eyes widened in shock when he heard Renault's words, and he opened his eyes but couldn't say a word. When Scarlett recovered from the shock, he began to be afraid again. Since Renault always knew her identity, wasn't the identity that Cyrus made up before lying to Renault? If Renault was angry because Cyrus lied to him, wouldn't their mother and daughter be more fortunate? Scarlett was confident at first that Renault had no ill will towards them, but now she no longer had the confidence she had at the beginning, and even had an idea of turning around and running. Seeing Scarlett turning pale with fright, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then asked angrily, Hey, can you not have so much drama in your heart? I'm not so stingy yet. If I really want to do something to you, do you think you can still live to this day? When Scarlett heard Renault's words, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then he was dubious and asked cautiously, Master Demon Emperor, are you really not angry because we lied to you? Seeing her cautious look, Renault rolled his eyes frantically again, and then said angrily, if I was really angry because of this, I wouldn't have saved your father and husband just now, believe it or not. It's up to you. When Scarlett heard Renault's answer, he immediately asked with a surprised expression, Lord Devil, is it because you saved them that my father and husband are okay? What Renault was waiting for was her words, and when he heard Scarlett's question, he answered truthfully, the pirate who invaded Dressrosa just now is a pirate with some strength. If I hadn't acted, now the king of this kingdom, it is estimated that it has been alien. Renault is now focused on making these people owe others favors and become their saviors, so that in the future when he attacks Rebecca's little daughter-in-law, there will be no obstacles. These people know. Just now Renault was deliberately guiding Scarlett, and when it was almost time, he deliberately revealed a bit of news. When Scarlett asked, he would take advantage of the situation to say it, so that others would not think that he said it deliberately. After all, it was Scarlett who asked himself, so what was it about him? Scarlett was surprised and happy when he heard Renault's answer, and then thanked Renault with a grateful face, Master Demon Emperor, thank you very much for saving my father and husband, and I thank you for saving them. Kindness. Seeing this familiar scene, Renault waved his hand and said, saving your father and husband is just a little effort, let's talk about why you came here in the middle of the night. When Scarlett heard Renault's question, he answered truthfully, the reason why we came here is to avoid the enemy, and since the crisis in the kingdom has now been resolved, we have to go back. When Renault heard Scarlett's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and then reminded, the kingdom capital is in chaos now, it may be dangerous for the two of you to go back now, so you should follow me for the time being. I have your father's phone bug here, you call him to report safety, and then let him pick you up after he has calmed down the chaos in the kingdom's capital. 35. When Scarlet heard Renault's proposal, she also felt that Renault's words made sense, so she hesitated for a while, then nodded in agreement. Then I will trouble the Lord Demon Emperor. Chapter 161. A phone bug appeared out of nowhere in Renault's hand, and he handed it to Scarlet and said, "Don't be polite to me, this is a phone bug to contact your father, please report him to be safe first." When Scarlet heard Renault's words, he was no longer polite. He took the phone and started calling, looking impatient. Although Renault said that her father and husband were all right, she never felt relieved that she had not seen or heard with her own eyes. So now that she has the opportunity to contact her father, she certainly can't wait to get in touch with her father. Just as Scarlet was on the phone, Renault took 2 steps forward and squatted down, looked at Rebecca in front of him, and greeted with a smile, "Hello. Rebecca, how are you?" Seeing Renault approaching, Rebecca immediately hid in Scarlet, hugging Scarlet's leg, showing a small head to peek at Renault, looking curious and afraid to go forward. Seeing Rebecca's fear of life, Renault shook his head helplessly, and thought to himself, "It seems that it is much more difficult to defeat this little daughter-in-law than the previous little daughters-in-law." None of the little daughters-in-law that Renault had attacked before were afraid of life, so it was very easy to talk to each other, and it was naturally not difficult to attack. After all, as long as he can catch up, with his 3-inch tongue, isn't it easy to attack these little daughters-in-law? But now Rebecca can't even talk to him, and she hides when she sees him. The strategy can't be imagined. The task of tackling the little daughter-in-law is a long way to go. The strategy has not yet succeeded, and we still need to continue to work hard. Seeing that Rebecca had been hiding behind Scarlet, Renault could only give up the idea of talking to him. Anyway, he didn't leave this place so soon. There will be time in the future. Minutes and seconds passed, and Scarlet's call with King Liku didn't last long, and he hung up just a few minutes later. After Scarlet hung up the phone, he came to Renault, handed the phone bug to Renault and said, "Lord Demon Emperor, please let me thank you again, thank you for saving my father and husband. I have reported peace to my father. He asked me to follow you temporarily, and my father asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." Renault just nodded when he heard Scarlet's words, and then said, "This is not the place to talk, let's go back to the boat first." 39. After Renault finished speaking, he took the lead. Hancock and Robin's 2 young daughters-in-law, as well as Scarlet's mother and daughter, quickly followed in Renault's footsteps, and a group of several people walked slowly towards the beach. 3 days later, the seaside. Time flies, and before you know it, another 3 days have passed. On a deserted seaside on Dressrosa Island, a medium-sized ship is quietly docked here. There were 3 women on the boat chatting together, while on the other side was a teenager and a little girl, playing together, and the little girl's cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time. It was Renault's boat that was parked here, and the men and women on the boat were Renault and his 2 young daughters-in-law, as well as Scarlet and Rebecca. Scarlet and Rebecca have been on the boat for 3 days. Because King Liku was seriously injured and Cyrus was busy with Dressrosa, the 2 of them have been unable to escape, so they have not come to pick them up until now. The mother and daughter go back. And after 3 days of getting along with Renault, he finally succeeded in the strategy of Rebecca, the future daughter-in-law, but he was secretly doing it all the time. Except for Robin, no one on the boat noticed his little actions. Now the 3 women on the boat, except Robin, vaguely guessed Renault's purpose. Everyone else thought that Renault just likes children, so they get together with Rebecca every day. Although Robin had guessed that Renault had an idea for Rebecca, she didn't say it, but pretended she didn't know anything. In fact, it is normal for Robin to guess Renault's purpose. After all, she has been with Renault for the longest time, and of course she is the person who knows Renault best. She had seen Renault with a girl more than once, so how could she not see such a familiar scene now? Although Hancock also followed Renault for 8 years, Renault didn't go outside to mess around during these 8 years, so she couldn't see that Renault's careful thoughts were normal. Renault is now lying on the reclining chair, and Rebecca is holding Renault's hand, trying to pull Renault up from the reclining chair, and while pulling, he said, "Brother Renault, get up, you promised me to bring you today. I'm flying, get up quickly." 99. Rebecca couldn't pull Renault no matter how hard she tried, and she was so tired that she was sweating and panting. Seeing that Renault refused to get up, Rebecca immediately changed her way, leaned over and said coquettishly, "Brother Renault, get up quickly." 35. Seeing Rebecca's coquettish appearance, Renault could only sit up helplessly and said, "Okay, okay, I'll take you for a flight right away, but today is the last time." When Rebecca was unfamiliar with Renault before, she didn't even dare to get close to Renault, but now she wants to stick to Renault every day, making Renault a little bit overwhelmed. When Rebecca heard that Renault finally agreed, she immediately promised with a smile on her face, "I promise today is the last time." 2 days ago, Renault took her to fly in the sky in order to attack Rebecca, and let her experience the feeling of flying. After 3 days of hard work, Renault finally succeeded in conquering Rebecca, but it has been out of control since then. Rebecca let Renault fly in the sky more than a dozen times a day, and if she doesn't agree, she will make all kinds of soft and hard bubbles until Renault agrees to take her to fly. Remarkable. Renault stood up from the reclining chair, picked up Rebecca in a princess hug, and then reminded, "Is Rebecca ready? We're going to take off." "Brother Renault, I'm ready." 9. God, rush the duck. 35. Rebecca was held in Renault's arms, restless at all, dancing and shouting happily. Renault stopped talking nonsense and used telekinesis directly. A mass of green energy immediately appeared from his body, and then he slowly floated up. "Wow! Brother Renault, the sea is so beautiful. Wow! Brother Renault, the mother below is so small." 35. Renault took Rebecca with a lifeless face, spinning in circles above the sea level, while Rebecca was dancing happily, curious about everything, and screaming. Chapter 162. Renault, who was playing with Rebecca in the sky, suddenly flashed a red light in his eyes, then he glanced in the direction of the island, and secretly complained in his heart, "He is coming here now to finally understand the affairs of Dressrosa. Are you done? It's just the civilians in the Inn Kingdom, but it took 3 days, their speed is really slow enough." Renault found that Cyrus was rushing here, and guessed that he had already dealt with the affairs in Dressrosa. Renault thought at first they would take a day or so to deal with these things, but they didn't think they'd dealt with it until now. The reason why Cyrus took so long to deal with these matters was because he was not King Liku. He was a nameless person. If not for the cooperation of the kingdom's guards, it would have taken longer. If King Liku was not injured, if he came forward to deal with it, it is estimated that this matter could be dealt with within a day. After all, the commoners in Dressrosa still recognize him as a king, and he is nothing compared to Cyrus, the unnamed consort. After Renault complained in his heart for a while, he reminded Rebecca in his arms, "Little Rebecca, do you remember what I said to you these days?" Rebecca was shrinking in Renault's arms, dancing with excitement. Hearing Renault's reminder, she replied directly without thinking, Rebecca remembers what Brother Renault said, Rebecca will be in the future Brother Renault's wife, so Rebecca can't get too close to other boys. When Rebecca grows up, Brother Renault will come and marry Rebecca. 35. He also said that this is a secret between Brother Renault and Rebecca, and he can't tell anyone, not even his father and mother. "This is a secret between us," Rebecca promises never to tell anyone. "Brother Renault, don't worry." 35. When Renault heard Rebecca's answer and assurance, an ant's smile appeared on his face, and he thought secretly, this little daughter-in-law really didn't hurt in vain. If Rebecca's parents knew that Renault was cheating on their precious daughter, they would probably come to Renault directly, right? Next, Renault and Rebecca played in the sky for a while, and when he realized that Cyrus had come to the vicinity, Renault slowly descended toward the ship. As soon as Renault and Rebecca landed, Scarlet came over and blamed Rebecca. "Rebecca, you can't be so willful all the time, you can't keep pestering Lord Demon Emperor to play with you, you know." When Rebecca heard her mother's rebuke, she just grimaced mischievously, and then went straight to Hancock and Robin to play, ignoring Scarlet at all. Rebecca wasn't like this before, but since she came to Renault's boat, she suddenly became lively and active. Of course, Renault's credit is indispensable. Renault had seen this little daughter-in-law so afraid of life before, so he could only try every possible way to turn her personality around. After a few days of hard work, the effect was very obvious. Not only is Rebecca not afraid of life now, but she has become eccentric and lively. Stand up. Seeing Rebecca like this, Scarlet shook his head helplessly, and then said apologetically to Renault, "I'm so sorry, Lord Demon Emperor, Rebecca has caused you trouble these days." 35. When Renault heard Scarlet's words, he waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, and then reminded, "Cyrus is on his way here now, he should be here to pick you up, you go and get ready to go back with him." 99. Scarlet's eyes lit up instantly when he heard Renault's reminder, and then he asked with a look of surprise, "Cyrus is already on his way here, Lord Demon Emperor, are you telling the truth?" Hearing Scarlet's questioning, Renault didn't answer but nodded, then ignored her, turned around and walked towards his reclining chair. Just now, he was enjoying the sun with salted fish, and was interrupted by Rebecca, the future daughter-in-law. Now that Rebecca has successfully attacked, he has no interest in whether Cyrus comes or not. He might as well continue to salt fish and bask in the sun when he has time. After Scarlet got Renault's reply, she just wanted to thank Renault, but when she came back to her senses, seeing that Renault was far away, she could only give up, and then she couldn't wait to go back to pack her things. 4 flowers 0. 10 minutes later. Cyrus took a few guards and finally came to the seaside where Renault put the boat, and then he let a few guards wait below, and he directly boarded Renault's boat. At this time, Scarlet and Rebecca had been waiting on the plywood for a long time. The moment they saw Cyrus, they immediately rushed over with joy, and chatted with Cyrus about what happened in the past few days. After chatting with his wife and children, Cyrus came to Renault and thanked him gratefully, "Master Demon Emperor, thank you for taking care of Scarlet and Rebecca these days." 0. Now that the affairs in the kingdom have been settled, in order to thank you for your help, King Liku has set up a banquet and is waiting for you to come over now. Please give us a chance to express our gratitude. Originally, King Liku wanted to invite Renault over 3 days ago, but he was seriously injured because he had to deal with the affairs in the kingdom, so he had no time to invite Renault to the palace until now. When Renault heard Cyrus' words, he refused without thinking, "I'm going to leave here soon, thank you banquets or something." Seeing that Cyrus still wanted to insist, Renault didn't give him a chance to speak, and rushed to the people, "I'm going to see soon, you should also take your wife and children out of here." Renault originally wanted to leave when he finished attacking Rebecca, but since the kingdom was still unstable, he was not at ease to put Rebecca back, so he had waited until now. Seeing that Renault's attitude was so firm, Cyrus could only swallow his words, then took Scarlet and Rebecca off the boat and left for the capital of the kingdom. After Rebecca stepped down, she turned her head reluctantly and shouted at Renault, "Brother Renault, you must not forget the promise with Rebecca." Seeing Rebecca's reluctant expression, Renault smiled and assured, "Don't worry. I'll never forget it." Chapter 163. After Rebecca got a clear answer from Renault, she happily followed her parents back to the capital of Dressrosa. After a while, their family of 3 disappeared from the sight of Renault and others. Seeing that they had gone far, Renault turned around and proposed to the 2 young daughters-in-law, "The matter here has been dealt with, let's get out of here too." 35. When Robin heard Renault's proposal, he immediately asked curiously, "Where are we going next, husband?" Hancock also looked at Renault with a curious look on his face. In recent years, Renault has been taking them around, although nominally they want to go to sea to practice. But they have also traveled to many places and seen a lot of new things, and they both liked this kind of travel on the go. Hearing Robin's question, Renault touched his chin and thought for a while before answering, "Recently, you have put aside your practice beforehand. I need to go back to East Blue to do some errands, so we need to go back to East Blue first and wait. After finishing the work, I will take you to New World to practice." Hearing Renault's answer, Robin nodded thoughtfully, and then asked again, "Husband, shall we directly use our space power to return to Windmill Town, or drive a boat back to East Blue? When Renault heard Robin's question, he fell into deep thought for a while. He had never thought about this question before, so when Robin asked, he didn't know how to answer for a while. Renault flipped the map of Pirate World in his head again. He wanted to first study the distance between New World and East Blue, and then decide whether to go back by boat or directly use his space ability to return to Windmill Town. Turning over the map in his head, Renault thought to himself, East Blue is on the left side of the first half of the Grand Line, and there is only a calm belt in the middle. If it is in the first half of the Grand Line, go directly across the calm belt to East Blue, not far. But if you go from New World to East Blue, you are not only separated by a calm belt, but also separated by a tall red soil continent, and the distance is still very far. If he wanted to sail from New World to East Blue, even if he flew with the ship, he wouldn't be able to reach East Blue without a month or two. After studying the Pirate World map, Renault immediately decided to go back to Windmill Town. After all, he was in a bit of a hurry right now. The future daughter-in-law that he was going to save this time was not a normal stray girl, but a life-threatening one. Little daughter-in-law. Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Robin and replied, I have to do something in a hurry when I go back to East Blue this time, and I don't have time to sail back slowly, so I can only use my space ability to go directly back to Windmill Town. When Robin heard Renault's answer, she nodded thoughtfully. She didn't ask Renault what was going on, but asked directly, when will we leave, sir? After hearing Robin's question, Renault thought for a while and replied, if you guys go and pack up first, I'll pack up the boat later, and then we'll go straight back to East Blue Windmill. 39. Okay, let's go pack up right now. Robin and Hancock heard Renault's answer, agreed and went back to their rooms to pack their things. And Renault was waiting quietly on the plywood. He didn't need to pack his things. After all, he didn't have a fixed room on the boat. As for where he slept, he made up his own mind, hee. Time passed by, and Robin and Hancock packed their things in no time. After all, they didn't need to pack too many things, they only needed to pack up their daily necessities. Because Renault had told them just now that they wouldn't be in Windmill for too long, so they didn't need to pack much. Renault also has spatial coordinates in East Blue Log Town, but he wanted to see the little daughter-in-law and Ace there, so he decided to go to Windmill Town first. But he won't stay there for too long, after all, another little daughter-in-law is still waiting for him to rescue. After Hancock and Robin packed up, they went to the plywood and said to Renault, husband, we've all packed up. After the two of them finished speaking, they put their things in front of Renault. The meaning is very obvious. They both know that Renault can put things away, so they want Renault to put away their things. The reason Renault asked the two young daughters-in-law to pack up was because they might have to stay there for a day or two when they got to Windmill. Pack everything now, and when they get to Windmill Town, they will just take out the packed things. Instead of going to Windmill Town, they will go to the beach to release the boat to pack things, which will not only be troublesome also wasting time. Seeing their actions, Renault immediately understood what they meant. Without saying a word, he waved his hand, put away everything on the ground, and then said, you go to the shore first, I will put the boat away. When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's words, they immediately got off the boat and came to the shore, and then they looked at Renault curiously, and they also wanted to know how Renault put the boat away. After all, Renault had only put away small things before, and now they want to put away such a big boat. It is only natural for them to be curious. After Renault waited for the two young daughters-in-law to disembark, he waved his hand again, and the boat that was parked on the sea level disappeared instantly without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Looking at Hancock and Robin on the shore, they were stunned. They thought that Renault would have to do some manipulations to put the boat up, at least it would be a little more difficult than when he usually put away small things. 213. As a result, they were just like the usual collection of small things, and they were done with a single wave of their hand, which greatly disappointed them. Hancock and Robin, whose curiosity was not satisfied, both pouted and looked at Renault, who was floating in mid-air, with puzzled expressions. Renault didn't know what the two little daughters-in-law were thinking. After he put away the boat, he slowly drifted to the shore and landed in front of the two little daughters-in-law. As soon as Renault landed from mid-air, he saw the two little daughters-in-law pouting and puzzled, so Renault asked with a puzzled look, "What's the matter with your little expressions?" When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's question, they rolled their eyes and replied in unison, "What can we do, let's go." 35. When Renault heard the answers of the two young daughters-in-law, although he felt a little inexplicable, he did not continue to ask. Renault turned around and waved his hand directly, a ball of golden energy flew out of his hand, and then slowly turned into a golden gate. "Go in." Renault said something to the two young daughters-in-law, and then walked into the space passage first. Hancock and Robin followed Renault's footsteps and walked into the space passage without saying a word. Chapter 164. Morning after 5 days, Windmill Town Bar. Behind the bar in Windmill Town, this is a small courtyard where only Makino usually lives. At this time, on a bed in a room, a teenager was lying on it and sleeping soundly. A girl beside her supported her chin with one hand, and held a strand of hair in the other hand, fiddling with the teenager's face. The boy on the bed was Renault, who had returned to Windmill Town 5 days ago, and next to him was Makino, another young daughter-in-law of Renault. Since Renault returned to Windmill Town 5 days ago, he has often been with Makino during the day, like a young couple who have reunited after a long absence. Renault was sleeping in a daze, feeling the abnormality on his face. He slowly opened his eyes, and saw a face close at hand, and then said helplessly, "It's still so early, just let me sleep for a while." 35. Makino raised his mouth when he heard Renault's words, and said with a displeased expression, "Husband, you said yesterday that you would go shopping with me this morning, so you can't talk about it." Makino's place 213 called Renault up so early because Renault told her last night that he was going to see this afternoon, and she didn't want to miss a minute and a second with Renault, so she tossed Renault so early. When Renault heard Makino's words, he could only sit up helplessly, then he supported the bed with one hand on his waist and the other, and slowly got up. "Goose." Makino immediately covered her mouth and snickered when she saw Renault's current appearance. Although she was snickering, her laughter was not small at all, and she laughed out loud. Renault has been helping the three little daughters-in-law till the fields these days, helping the other get jealous, and helping the other get jealous again, so he can only soak in the rain and dew, running back and forth in the fields of the three little daughters-in-law, causing him to almost tired in the fields. Hearing Makino's laughter, Renault turned around and glanced at her, seeing that she was full of energy and not at all unusual, then lowered his head to look at his trembling feet, and sighed inwardly, "There is no farming. Bad fields only have exhausted cows, this is indeed true." Thinking of Renault here, evil, Qi, glared at Makino fiercely, and then ignored this little daughter-in-law who was going to heaven, packed herself up and walked out of the room. Makino was already fully dressed, and seeing that Renault had gone out, he immediately followed Renault's footsteps and walked out of the room to the courtyard. Seeing Makino walking out, Renault asked directly, "Where are we going to go shopping?" After hearing Renault's question, Makino thought for a while, and then replied, "I want to go shopping in the capital of Goa Kingdom, after all, I haven't been there for a long time." Although Windmill Town has always been calm due to Garp, the Goa Kingdom is not peaceful at all, and the nobles simply don't regard ordinary civilians as human beings, so people in Windmill Town are afraid to go there, and Makino is no exception. The reason why Makino dared to go there today is because she is not afraid of Renault. Although she does not know how powerful Renault is, it should be no problem to protect her safety, right? What Makino doesn't know is that Renault is more than powerful. There are only a handful of people who dare to provoke him in the ocean. That's because others don't know his true strength. If the forces in the ocean know Renault's true strength, it is estimated that one dares there is no way to provoke him. But this can't blame Makino. Although she has always been paying attention to the newspapers about Renault, she knows that Renault is very powerful, but she has no specific concept of how powerful it is. Makino has never been out of East Blue, she may not know the distribution of forces on the sea, so the police expect her to have so much knowledge, and it is not bad to know that Renault is very powerful. When Renault heard Makino's answer, he nodded in agreement and said, "Then let's go to the capital of Goa Kingdom for a walk." After Renault finished speaking, he took the first 2 steps, took Makino's hand and went out, heading straight for the capital of the Goa Kingdom. After Renault walked out of Windmill town, he flew over with Makino in his arms and arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Asia after a while. Then the 2 of them went shopping. Although it was still morning, the streets were full of people coming and going. Time flies. A few hours later, Renault was still taking Makino shopping, but they had already bought what they should have bought, and had enough to play, and they were now walking out of the city, preparing to return to Windmill town. "Stop! You 2 little bastards, stop me!" Just as Renault and Makino were walking out of the city, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind them, accompanied by a slow scolding. When Renault and Makino heard the movement behind them, they both stopped and turned around. Looking at the crowd behind them, they found a middle-aged man chasing 2 little boys. After Makino saw the 2 little boys, his eyes widened instantly, and then he said to Renault anxiously, "Husband, those are Ace and Luffy, they are being chased by bad guys, you go and help them, okay?" When Renault heard Makino's request, he didn't mean to make a move, but directly refused. "Those 2 little bastards are not as weak as you think, if they make a real move, the middle-aged man will be in their hands. If you don't have one move, why do you need me to rescue me?" When Makino heard Renault's words, he was immediately confused, and then he asked with a puzzled look, "Since they are so powerful, why are they running?" When Renault heard Makino's question, he answered her with a speechless expression, "I guess the reason why they want to run should be because of cannibalism." 35. Makino was dumbfounded when he heard Renault's answer, and then asked blankly, "Are they going to eat the king's meal?" When Renault heard Makino's question and saw the chef's uniform on the middle-aged man's body, he replied speechlessly, "It's not like you don't know the characters of those 2 little bastards. For them, it should be a commonplace thing, right?" Although Renault saw them very little in the past 2 days, he was someone who had read the original book, so how could he not know their characters? Although Ace is much brighter than the original because of his mother's existence, his mischievous character has not changed at all. Chapter 165. Makino was directly asked by Renault and was speechless. When she thought about the characters of Ace and Luffy, she knew that what Renault said was the truth, so she stopped talking about asking Renault to save people, but quietly watched the people who were running away. Ace and Luffy. Ace, Luffy and Sabo are still 3 brothers like the original book, and because Ace has always lived in Windmill Town, he and Luffy knew each other much earlier than the original book, but it was the time he knew Sabo relatively late. Because Ace went to the Garbage Mountain much later than the original book. After he met Luffy, he went to the Garbage Mountain to practice together, and then he met Sabo on the Garbage Mountain. It's already see Circle Calendar 1512. Ace is 12 years old, Luffy is 9 years old, Shanks has been to Windmill Town 213, Sabo has been taken away by the dragon, so now the 3 brothers will become 2 brothers. Let's. Luffy, run faster. If you get caught, I don't care about you. 359. Who wants you to care? Search. Ace and Luffy noisily ran past Renault and Makino. I don't know if it was because of the quarrel or because of other reasons. They didn't find Renault and Makino on the side of the road. Makino saw them running over and was about to open her mouth to stop them, but before she could speak, Ace and Luffy had already slid into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. Makino was still observing the crowd, trying to find out the 2 brothers, but after looking around, she still didn't find Ace and Luffy, and in the end she could only give up the idea of finding them a lesson with a puzzled face. Seeing Makino's little expression, Renault, who knew her character well, how could he not know her careful thoughts? Maybe he wanted to teach others a lesson? Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Makino who was still looking around and asked, "Are you looking for those 2 little bastards?" Makino heard Renault's question, turned his head to look at Renault, and asked with a look of surprise, "Husband, do you know where they are?" When Renault heard Makino's question, he nodded and replied, "I do know where they are. Let's not go back to Windmill Town, let's teach these two little bastards a lesson. After Makino heard Renault's answer, he immediately nodded wildly with joy, expressing his approval of Renault's decision. Renault didn't talk nonsense anymore, he walked out of the city with Makino, and he came out of the city after a while, and then Renault took Makino to the sky, catching up in the direction Ace and Luffy were escaping. A few minutes later, Uncertainty Terminal. Ace and Luffy are running with all their strength, jumping up and down like two little monkeys. Although they are not very old, their running speed is really fast. After Ace and Luffy ran out of the city, the middle-aged man was no longer chasing them, but their running speed did not slow down, and they were still running with all their strength, as if they were in a hurry. And 100 meters above them, Renault and Makino were floating in mid-air, slowly following behind them. Although Renault had already caught up with the two of them, he was not in a hurry to descend, but wanted to wait for a sparsely populated place to descend. Minutes and seconds passed, and a few minutes passed after opening his eyes. Renault saw that there was no one around on the ground, so he brought Makino down to the ground. The reason why Renault deliberately avoided ordinary people and didn't want others to see him flying was actually for the good of Makino and Ace. After all, he is now a famous demon emperor in New World. If others found him here, it would be hard not to attract other people's attention, and he and Roger were inextricably linked. If there was a commotion, the Ace mother and son might be exposed. Due to the remoteness of this place, not many newspapers and wanted notices have been circulated here, so as long as they are not interested, there are few people who can recognize Renault. So he's fine when he walks on the street, but he can't cause a commotion, otherwise he will be recognized by someone who cares in minutes. Although Renault is not afraid of anyone, Makino and Ace have always lived here, not by his side all the time, so he has to think about their safety. Renault and Makino fell on the only way for Ace and Luffy to pass by in a short while, about 10 meters away from them, quietly waiting for the two brothers to throw themselves into the net. Due to the fact that there are big trees around, blocking their sight, they didn't find Renault and Makino in front, still running straight ahead. Renault looked at the two brothers who were getting closer, and waved his hand directly using his telekinesis. A green energy shot out of his hand, and quickly rushed towards the two brothers, directly encasing them. Renault controlled the telekinesis to make them float in mid-air. No matter how they ran, they were all walking on the spot, and then slowly walked towards the two brothers with Makino. "Oh, how did I fly? Ace, what's going on?" Luffy still doesn't know what's going on, yelling at Ace, while still kicking in the air, but no matter how much he kicks, he stays where he is. Ace heard Luffy's question, spread out his hands, and replied helplessly, "This is Brother Renault's ability, we can't break free, you'd better save your energy." Ace didn't kick like Luffy, because he knew that this was Renault's ability, and he also guessed that Renault should be nearby, so he just gave up resistance and waited obediently for Renault to come. It's not that Ace doesn't want to resist, but it is useless to resist, because he has experienced this situation only once. No matter how much he resists, it is futile, so he is too lazy to resist now. When Luffy heard Ace's answer, he no longer kicked his legs indiscriminately, but studied the green energy wrapped around them curiously. Luffy is so nervous that he doesn't know what to be afraid of, so for novel things, his first reaction is not fear but curiosity. If you want to make him feel afraid of men, it is estimated that only Garp can make him have an instinctive fear. Renault walked up to the two brothers after a while, looked at the two brothers who were in a state of trouble, and asked with a smile, "You two skin monkeys look like you are in trouble, are you doing something bad again?" Chapter 166. Renault's words successfully caught the eyes of the two brothers, and before Ace could speak, Luffy's face instantly changed, and he asked with an angry expression, "Is it you that BD who hung us up? If you have the ability to put me down, I want to duel you a hole. What's the ability to sneak attack from behind?" When Ace heard Luffy's words, he directly covered his face with his hands, and secretly complained in his heart, "My stupid Adaudu, you dare to provoke this existence that even I dare not provoke, you are in the toilet. Lamp, court death." Ace now just wants to ask Luffy one thing, how much do you have in your heart? Ace is not as ignorant as Luffy, Renault had told him a lot about his father before, which aroused his curiosity. So in recent years, in order to know his father better, he has been collecting information about his father Roger. As the well-known One Piece, even though Windmill Town is very remote, it is not difficult to collect information on One Piece Roger. So he knew something about Renault and the situation at sea, plus he had been with Renault for so long. Luffy didn't know the horror of Renault, could he still not know? As far as he has learned in the past few years, when his father Roger died, if others knew of their existence, their mother and son could be said to be the public enemy of the people. And Renault, who was only 6 or 7 years old at the time, was able to quietly protect their mother and son. Now that more than 10 years have passed, Ace doesn't have to guess to know that Renault is probably too terrifying to describe. Ace has a very clear understanding of things like bounties due to collecting intelligence for many years. He has read Renault's wanted notices and newspapers before, so he knows very well how terrifying Renault is. Hearing Luffy's provocative words, Renault asked with a half-smiling expression on his face, "Are you sure you want to fight me one-on-one?" When Luffy heard Renault's question, he replied stubbornly without thinking, "That's right. I want to duel you, UBD. Quickly put me down." Hearing Luffy's answer, Renault resisted the urge to laugh, waved to Ace on the other side, put him down, and then said to Ace, "You stinky boy, go to accept the criticism first, I will accompany this boy first, have fun, I'll take care of you later." 99. When Ace heard Renault's words, he glanced at Luffy and then at Renault, and secretly apologized in his heart, "My stupid Adaudu, it's not because I'm a brother who doesn't want to help you. It's because the enemy is too powerful. There is no way." Thinking of Ace here, Luffy left Luffy alone to face Renault, and he ran to Makino, ready to receive education from Makino. After Renault sent Ace away, he looked at Luffy, who was glaring at him angrily, and asked, "Hey, boy, have you eaten devil fruit?" Luffy was a little confused when he heard Renault's sudden question, but he came back to his senses in an instant, and without thinking, he said triumphantly, "I'm the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit, my fist is as fast as a pistol, and it can definitely hit you all over the place." When Renault heard Luffy's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and then he secretly thought to himself, since he has already eaten the rubber fruit, it should be more resistant to beating, right? The reason Renault asked this question was because Luffy was still too young, and he was afraid of beating Luffy out, so he asked first, lest he really betray him later. Thinking of Renault here, he directly waved at Luffy, put him down from the air, and then said with a look of disdain, "Since your fists are so powerful, let me see and see." 95. When Renault said this, without waiting for Luffy to speak, he said with a mocking expression, "Since you are still so young, I will let you have one hand, but I said in advance that you can't cry if you lose." Oh noes! When Luffy heard Renault's ridicule, he was immediately blown away, and then he asked loudly with an angry face, "Damn BD, who are you talking about crying? Rubber pistol." Luffy, who was ridiculed by Renault, used his ability to throw his hand back. When the rubber arm stretched to a certain distance, he used the elasticity of the rubber to pull the arm back, and then followed the inertia and punched hard. He slammed hard in Renault's direction. Hey! 39. Luffy's fist may be fast in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of a powerhouse like Renault, the speed is the same as that of a turtle. Renault looked at the fist that was getting closer, just stretched out a hand, his index finger was stuck on his thumb, and he made a head-shattering motion, and then the whole person disappeared in place. When Renault appeared again, he had already appeared in front of Luffy, the distance between the two was less than half a meter, and Renault's hand had reached Luffy's forehead, followed by a head with a little hacky collapse. Pat! Ouch! Renault's head collapsed, and in an instant Luffy squatted on the ground with his forehead covered, crying in pain, tears in his eyes swirl, as if it could fall at any time. Seeing Luffy's expression of about to cry, Renault immediately mocked with disdain, "Boy, you are indeed very powerful, but it's not that you are powerful, but that you cry." When Luffy heard Renault's taunting, he immediately stopped the tears that were about to fall, and then he shouted angrily, "But, very good, evil. UBD, who do you say cries a lot?" 55. It's not over yet. I still have more powerful moves, this time I will definitely beat you all over the place to find your teeth. Rubber balloons. Luffy roared angrily, and then took a deep breath. After a while, the whole person turned into a round balloon. However, Luffy, who turned into a balloon, did not attack, but was busy. Standing in a mess, he could not stand still, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind at any time. When Renault saw Luffy's show, he secretly complained in his heart with a black face, "It's really not easy for his brain to grow up, handsome." Now Luffy can't use Haki, so naturally he can't be like the fourth gear in the future, so he is filling his body with gas now, which is completely brain-dead behavior. Chapter 167. After Luffy filled his body with air, he spun around in circles, and his face flushed with suffocation in order to prevent the air from leaking out of his mouth. Ah! Damn it, I can't stand it. Whoa dash! Luffy, who really couldn't hold his breath, could only let the air in his body leak out of his mouth, and the whole person flew out directly and quickly like a leaking balloon. Ah, Ace, help, dash! Luffy, who was blown to the sky by the air in his body, screamed repeatedly in mid-air, and still didn't forget to ask Ace for help in mid-air, which shows how much Luffy relies on Ace. Ace heard Luffy's cry for help in mid-air, just cast a helpless look, and then lowered his head to continue his education. Renault watched this scene with a dark expression on his face, and pouted secretly in his heart. Not only is he mentally disabled, but he can be so dead. Unknown, right? Thinking of Renault here, he could only helplessly stretch out his hand and use his telekinesis to pull Luffy in mid-air, followed by an explosive beating. Blah 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 blah. Whoops, whoops. After Renault pulled Luffy over, one after another, the brains collapsed on Luffy's head, while Luffy was holding the seats and screaming in pain. Time flies, a few minutes later. After a few minutes of beating by Renault, Luffy swelled up countless bags on the top of his head. Although Luffy was beaten horribly, he still looked unconvinced, glaring at Renault angrily, and muttering in his mouth, "Damn! This BD's fingers are the same as Grandpa's fists. Everyone hurts so much." 99. Renault saw Luffy, who was full of buns, so he held back his laughter so that he wouldn't laugh. After finishing his mood, he smiled and asked Luffy, "Hurry up, kid, don't you want to settle with me? Pick? What are you doing crouching on the ground now?" When Luffy heard Renault's words, although he was still angry, he was a little scared in his anger. He shrank his neck and said, "If I get up, you have to bounce my head again, so I won't get up." When Renault heard Luffy's rude words, he just glanced at him disdainfully, then ignored the iron-headed boy, turned around and walked in the direction of Makino and Ace. Luffy, who was squatting on the ground, looked at Renault, who left directly, and Ace, who was not far away. He did not choose to leave, but stood up and followed Renault. The reason why Ace ignored Luffy just now was not because their brotherhood was not deep enough, nor because Ace was ruthless, but because he knew that Renault would not do anything to Luffy, so he chose to leave without hesitation. Although Luffy knew that Ace and Renault knew each other, he didn't know their relationship. He thought that Renault would be bad for Ace, so he chose to stay and advance and retreat with Ace. Renault noticed Luffy coming behind him, just glanced at him and ignored him, and walked directly to Makino's side. Renault looked at Makino, who was still chattering about educating Ace, and reminded aloud, "It's getting late now, my daughter-in-law, let's educate this stinky boy while we walk." Makino, who was originally educating Ace, heard Renault's reminder and thought that Renault was going to see today, so he nodded and agreed, "Then listen to your husband, we will educate as we go." After Makino finished speaking, he looked at Ace and warned, "You don't want to run today, but you dare to run to eat the king's meal, isn't it good?" Ace lowered his head and looked like he was wrong, and didn't dare to say a word back, but Renault and Makino, who knew his character well, knew that this kid was just pretending, and turning his head around, there were still plenty of misfortunes that he should have caused. Seeing that Makino had agreed, Renault put his arms around her waist, and then used telekinesis to float up, then waved at Ace and Luffy, dragged them up, and soared into the sky. "Wow! Ace, we are flying!" "Luffy, shut up for me!" "Ace, what's the matter?" Luffy and Ace, who were dragged up by Renault, Luffy shouted excitedly, but Ace showed a look of fear. 4 flowers 0. The punishment of the devil just now was just an appetizer. The real terrifying punishment has only just begun. Prepare for the cruel punishment. Ah! What's the punishment? After Renault flew to a high position in the sky, he directly took back the telekinetic power on Luffy and Ace and let them land freely once. Ah, Ace, we're going to fall. 35. Before Ace could answer Luffy, their bodies fell to the ground uncontrollably, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Luffy, shut up for me. Ace, are we dying? You won't die, but if you don't die, your skin will peel off. 39. Ah, help! When Ace and Luffy were about to touch the ground, Renault used telekinesis to pull them up again, and when they reached a certain height, he threw them down directly, letting them experience what is called air bungee jumping. Makino saw Renault's operation, and heard the screams of Luffy and Ace, and asked Renault with an unbearable expression, "Husband, they are only 2 children, will this frighten them?" When Renault heard Makino's question, he thought for a while before answering, "You should know about Ace's practice with me before, so this level is just commonplace for him. As for Luffy being played like this by his grandfather since he was a child, there is no problem. These 2 little bastards are not as fragile as you think, so you can rest assured." After hearing Renault's answer, Makino nodded thoughtfully, and as she no longer cared about it, she let Renault toss Ace and Luffy. Renault just pulled it up and dropped it down again and again, making the 2 brothers horrific. When they returned to Windmill Town, Renault let them go. When the 2 brothers landed, they were already dizzy and staring at the stars. If they hadn't had a lot of such experiences, it is estimated that they might have passed out of coma with foaming at the mouth. Chapter 168. Makino looked at the 2 brothers who were slumped on the ground, and asked with concern, "Ace, Luffy, are you all right?" Ace and Luffy didn't seem to be able to hear her question, they still slumped on the ground with their faces full of horror, and they didn't recover for a long time. Seeing the state of the 2, Makino turned around and glared at Renault and asked, "Husband, what's going on with them? Didn't you say they'll be fine?" Hearing Makino's question, Renault rolled his eyes speechlessly, and then patiently answered, "They just haven't recovered, and it'll be fine when they recover. What can I do with me?" Makino finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Renault's answer, but still looked at Ace and Luffy with a worried expression. Time passed minute by minute, and several minutes passed before the 2 troubled brothers and sisters recovered. However, when the 2 saw Renault, they still had a look of fear on their faces. It is estimated that Renault will become their nightmare for a long time in the future. Ace and Luffy looked at Renault, not only with fear, but also full of anger, but now they dare not speak out. Even Luffy, the iron-headed boy, dare not continue in front of Renault, continue to be arrogant. Seeing the anger in their eyes, Renault asked with a smile, "Dare to stare at me like this? Don't you have enough fun just now? Do you still want to experience the air bungee jumping you just wrapped around?" Ace and Luffy shuddered when they heard Renault's words, then they shrank their necks and lowered their heads, daring not to look into Renault's eyes again. Renault saw the 2 brothers who confessed, and continued, "If you have nothing to do, get up quickly, there is still a long way to go home, we have to walk back." After Renault finished speaking, he took Makino and walked in front. They landed outside Windmill Town, not inside Windmill Town, so they had to walk for a while to get home. When Ace and Luffy heard Renault's words, they both got up from the ground reluctantly, and followed behind Renault. Although the 2 of them were reluctant to follow Renault back, when they thought of the punishment just now, they thought of running away, and they were immediately smothered by themselves. This demon is still here, so they should be honest for the time being. 10 minutes later. Renault took everyone back to the small house. Although Luffy didn't live here, he didn't dare to leave without Renault's words, so he kept following him here. "Husband, little Renault, are you back?" As soon as Renault and the others came back, Rouge, Hancock and Robin, who were sitting outside the small house, immediately greeted them. Facing the inquiries of several people, Renault just nodded his head, and then said to Hancock and Robin, "Have you 2 packed your things?" When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's question, they nodded and replied, "Husband, we are all ready, and we can go any time now." When Renault heard the answers of the two young daughters-in-law, he nodded to indicate that he already knew, and then Renault said goodbye to everyone. Bara bara. Bara bara. After Renault gave everyone a heartfelt warning, he left here with Hancock and Robin, two young daughters-in-law. Except for Luffy, all present showed a reluctant expression, watching the three of Renault slowly walk away. Every time Renault went to sea for several years, although he often used his space ability to come back to see them, he was not here most of the time, so Renault was of course reluctant to leave them. Windmill town, a sparsely populated seaside. Renault brought his two young daughters-in-law to the beach. After observing the surroundings and making sure that no one was around, he directly used his ability to float above the sea level. Then, with a wave of his hand, a medium-sized ship appeared out of thin air. Renault directly controlled the boat in mid-air, and didn't put the boat down. Then he waved to the two little daughters-in-law on the shore and pulled them onto the boat with telekinesis. Having done all this, Renault directly controlled the boat to leave Windmill town and shot the eagle directly into the depths of the sea. When the ship flew out a distance, Robin looked at Renault and asked, "Where are we going this time, husband?" 39. Renault, who was lying on the railing thinking about things, heard Robin's question and thought about it, and felt that there was no need to hide it. After all, they had been with him all the time, and they knew it was a matter of time. Rather than being discovered by them soon, it would be better to say it now. "Come out." Thinking of Renault here, he answered directly, "I'm going to a place called Shimatsuki village to save a person." Hearing Renault's answer, Robin asked again, "Is the person saving a man or a woman?" In fact, when Robin heard that Renault was going to save people, she could guess without Renault's answer. However, this was the first time Renault was willing to answer this kind of question. Before, he always tried to perfunctory or directly change the subject. Now that she actually answered her question directly, out of curiosity, she couldn't help but ask it out. Hancock, who was next to Robin, heard what Robin asked Renault, and immediately pricked up her ears. She was also very curious about Renault's answer. When Renault heard Robin's question, he turned his head and glanced at her, and thought to himself, with the intelligence of this little daughter-in-law, he might have guessed the purpose of his trip to save people, but now he is asking clearly, this is to cause trouble how? After thinking about it, Renault, who still couldn't figure it out, simply stopped thinking about it, and answered truthfully, "I am going to save a female swordsman, she is in a kendo in Shimatsuki village, do you have anything else to ask?" When Robin and Hancock heard Renault's answer, they immediately raised their mouths together, then gave Renault a vicious look, and said in unison, "Husband, you are a big radish." Hancock and Robin stopped talking to Renault. The two looked like two sisters, and walked inside the boat hand in hand, throwing Renault alone on the plywood. Renault looked at the two young daughters-in-law who were leaving, stunned in place, and thought to himself, "I have never seen them mind before, why is there such a big reaction this time?" Chapter 169. 2 days later, the sea near Shimatsuki village. 10 meters above the boundless sea, a medium-sized ship was floating in mid-air, flying at extreme speed. Because the ship was flying too fast, the sea level below was pulled up by the ship flying over, creating a long trench. There are 3 men, 2 women, and 3 people on the plywood of the boat. A certain man is still lying flat as always, and there are 2 little daughters-in-law waiting on the side, so don't be too happy. The 3 of them were Renault and his 2 daughters-in-law, Hancock and Robin, who went to sea 2 days ago. Since Renault didn't mention the location of Shimatsuki village when he read the original book, he didn't know exactly where it was. Renault could only take his 2 young daughters-in-law and first went to a manned island to inquire about the location of Shimatsuki village, so he wasted 2 days. Renault, who was lying on the reclining chair and squinting, suddenly opened his eyes slowly, and a red light flashed in his eyes. As soon as Renault opened his eyes, Hancock, who was pinching his shoulders, immediately noticed his abnormality. He stopped the 217 movement in his hand and asked, "Husband, are we going to reach our destination?" 35. Hancock has followed Renault on the sea for 8 years. Of course, he knows how terrifying Renault's observation haki is. Every time he encounters an island, Renault can find it a few kilometers away. Now the surrounding sea is calm and the waves are calm, and Renault is a salted fish. There are only two possibilities that can attract Renault's attention. There are enemies or islands within a radius of 1000 meters. And East Blue has no enemies that can attract Renault's attention, so there is only one possibility left, so Hancock sees Renault's abnormal moment, and immediately guesses that they may be about to reach their destination. Hearing Hancock's question, Renault raised his head and glanced at her, then answered truthfully, "There is an island a few kilometers in front of us, which should be the destination of our trip." Hearing Renault's answer, Hancock nodded thoughtfully, and then asked again, "How long are we going to stay here, husband?" When Renault heard Hancock's question, he thought about it seriously, and replied a little uncertainly, "I can't be sure how long the will be, but I will only know after I have contact with that female swordsman." Renault didn't know the exact time of Kuina's death, because when the original book mentioned it, it was just a brush stroke. A total of 2 sentences were introduced. Kuina died shortly after defeating Zoro for the 2001st time. The cause of death was a fall from the stairs while holding a whetstone, and nothing else was mentioned. Maybe it's because of the plot kill, it's not clear at all, so it's just a brush stroke. The sudden death of Kuina in the original novel is full of doubts. After all, a person who has practiced swordsmanship since he was a child cannot control his body like fire, at least he can control it freely, right? When she fell down the stairs, she could completely adjust the part of her body where she landed to avoid the risk of her head hitting the ground, so it would not make sense to fall down the stairs and fall directly to her death. It is estimated that in order to allow Zoro to grow up, he used the legendary forbidden technique, Friend's Sacrifice to the Sky, and the mana is boundless. Closer to home. When Hancock saw Renault, she didn't know how long she would stay, so she didn't continue to ask questions, but began to squeeze Renault's shoulder again. While Renault was talking to Hancock, their boat had come to the island not far away, and the island could be seen not far from the boat. When the boat was only a few hundred meters away from the island, Renault directly controlled the boat to land on the sea level, and then controlled the boat to slowly sail towards the island. After finishing all this, Renault stood up directly from the reclining chair, and then said to the 2 young daughters-in-law, "Now you go to prepare, and then we will log on to this island." When Robin heard Renault's words, he didn't prepare immediately, but asked with a puzzled look, "Husband, are we not staying on the ship for a while, but entering the interior of the island to live?" When Renault heard Robin's question, he did not answer her question, but instead asked with a smile, "Why don't we live on land, do you like living on a boat?" Hearing Renault's rhetorical question, Robin waved his hand and hurriedly explained, "It's the same wherever I live, but when we came out, we seldom went to live inside the island, we basically lived on the boat. Why are we going inside the island this time?" Live. Renault just wanted to tease Robin, and after hearing Robin's explanation, he answered patiently, "The reason why we didn't live inside the island before was because the islands we passed by were only temporary stays, and the average stay time was not long. Over 3 days. So it's completely unnecessary to live inside the island, but this time it may take a long time, and we don't need to hide our identities, so I decided to live inside the island." Of course, there is another most important reason that Renault didn't say, that is, his time ability is limited, and Kuina died unexpectedly. He was afraid that the distance would be too far to save people, so he decided to live inside the island. Although his telekinetic power can also be controlled remotely, he is afraid that he will not be able to save people in time. Only within his time and ability can he be completely relieved. After all, this is his future daughter-in-law, so he should not be too cautious. Hearing Renault's answer, Robin nodded thoughtfully, and then pulled Hancock to pack up without saying a word. Renault, on the other hand, stayed on the plywood and controlled the ship, sailing slowly on the sea level, approaching the port in a straight line. When Renault pulled the boat into port, Hancock and Robin had just finished packing and got out of the boat. Seeing that they were all packed, Renault docked the boat here at the port, and then turned around to discuss with the 2, "It's getting late, let's go to a hotel and stay at a hotel, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Go." 99. When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's words, they agreed without thinking, "Husband, you can make up your own mind, we will all listen to you." 35. Seeing that the two young daughters-in-law had no opinion, Renault took Hancock and Luo off the boat and walked towards a fisherman not far away. He planned to ask about the situation here first, and then go to the interior of the island to find a hotel. Chapter 170. The time is now around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. There are a lot of fishermen gathered here in the port. Each fishing boat has more or less fish on it. They should have just returned from fishing. Since Renault is not a pirate, and his boat does not have a pirate flag, these fishermen just glanced at it at first, and then started busy with the business at hand, not interested in Renault's boat at all. Because although they are relatively remote, there are still many merchant ships passing by every day, so as long as it is not a pirate ship, they will not be afraid, and of course they will not pay too much attention. Renault originally wanted to go to Yumen to find out about the situation, but when he was halfway there, a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Renault stopped in place, turned his head to look inside the island 217, and thought to himself, "I was thinking of going to inquire about her situation just now, but now I don't need to be so troublesome." Renault's sense of sight noticed that on the other side of the island, two people were dueling at this time, and he didn't need to guess who they were. The reason Renault wanted to go to Yumen just now was to make sure that Kuina was still alive, because not only did he not know the exact time of Kuina's death, but he also didn't know the year in which she died. Now that Renault knew that Kuina was still alive, there was no need to ask the fisherman for information about Kuina. Renault's observation haki is like a projector, it may take a while to find a person in a crowd, so he decided to ask directly instead of using observation haki to find it slowly. But when the person is in a sparsely populated area, it's not easy to find this person. Renault didn't hold out hope just now, just habitually used observation haki to sweep the whole island, and just happened to find Kuina and Zoro on the other side of the island, just like someone gave a pillow when he fell asleep. Seeing Renault stop where he was, Hancock asked with a puzzled look, "Husband, why didn't you leave?" When Renault heard Hancock's question, he instantly came back to his senses, and then replied, "The information I want has been obtained, so there is no need to inquire, let's go directly to the hotel." Renault wanted to hurry up and find the hotel, and then go to the other side of the island to see the two who were dueling at this time, but he didn't know if it would be too late. Hearing Renault's answer, Hancock nodded thoughtfully, and then urged, "Then let's go find it quickly." 39. Now that the sky is getting dark, they must find the hotel quickly, otherwise it will be difficult to find after dark. When Renault heard Hancock's words, he stopped talking nonsense and walked directly towards the interior of the island with his two little daughters-in-law. After half an hour, it only took Renault 10 minutes to find a hotel not far from the Ashiin dojo, and after settling down his two young daughters-in-law, he headed straight for the other side of the island. It only took a few minutes for Renault to arrive at the location they had decided on, but their decision was over. Kuina was the only one left, and Zoro was nowhere to be seen. Renault was still floating in the air when he came over. Seeing the helpless Kuina on the ground with his hands on his knees, he secretly guessed in his heart, "This strong girl looks so helpless now, probably because of his father's words," and Zoro's growth rate was hit. Kojiro has always told Kuina that it is impossible for a woman to become the world's #1 swordsman, but Kuina has always disagreed with this sentence. So she has been cultivating desperately since she was a child, just to get his father's approval, but it didn't work out. However, her father's words did not really praise Kuina. The one who really praised Kuina was Zoro. Since Zoro came to Ashiin dojo, she can feel that Zoro is getting stronger every day, and is catching up with her little by little. Recently, she feels more and more pressure on Zoro, so she is so lost now. This gave her a sense of frustration, but also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She asked herself every day, are women really inferior to men? When she came up with this idea, she was no longer as confident as before. Although she didn't show it in front of people, she couldn't help crying secretly and unwillingly when no one was there. After observing for a while in mid-air, Renault slowly descended towards Kuina and landed in front of Kuina after a while. Renault looked at Kuina in a state of despair, and didn't even notice him approaching, so he leaned over and asked knowingly, "Little girl, what makes you so sad?" Kuina was startled when she heard Renault's voice, jumped up from the ground in an instant, and then looked at Renault with a wary face and asked, "Who are you? How come you are here?" When Renault heard Kuina's question, he still replied with a smiling expression, "I am your sweetheart." Hearing Renault's shameless answer, Kuina's face flushed slightly, and then she said with contempt, "Bah! What a sweetheart, I wouldn't have a shameless sweetheart like you. If you don't say it, I don't want to know." After Kuina finished speaking, she didn't want to talk to Renault anymore. She turned around and walked towards the interior of the island, ready to go back to the Ashiin dojo. It's getting late now. If she doesn't go back, her father will be worried. Although she doesn't deal with her father, she doesn't want her father to worry about her. She has no relationship with her father. 0.4. When Renault saw that Kuina was about to leave, he immediately floated in midair like a ghost, chasing after him slowly. Renault floated behind Kuina, and said casually, "I know a way to make a woman's physical fitness match or even surpass that of a man. Are you sure you want to leave?" The biggest reason why Koshiro said that Kuina will never become the world's #1 swordsman is because of physical fitness and strength. In fact, Koshiro is right. After all, women's innate conditions in this regard are much weaker than men's. With the same talent and the same effort, the result is obvious without guessing. Chapter 171. However, there are no absolutes in the world, and of course there are no exceptions, such as geeks like Ant, or eating animal-type devil fruits that increase physical fitness and strength. There is no way for a freak like Ant to replicate, and if ordinary women want to catch up with men in this regard, there is only one way to do it: with animal-type devil fruits. As long as you eat a devil fruit of the animal system, you can make up for the shortcomings of women, so as to achieve the effect of catching up with men. This woman can stand on the same starting line as a man. Koshiro said that a woman will never become the world's #1 swordsman. He can be right or wrong. In general, his words are correct, but isn't there a special case? This is the so-called knowledge changes fate. Koshiro can't solve the flaws of women, that's because his knowledge is not broad enough, and Renault has a way to solve this problem, because his knowledge is broad enough. However, it is also possible that Koshiro knew this method. The reason why he did not use this method for Kuina may be the so-called samurai spirit. He felt that relying on external force cannot be called a swordsman. Kuina, who was walking back, froze in place when she heard Renault's words, then turned around and looked at Renault excitedly and asked, "Is what you said just now true? You really have a solution? Are women physically defective?" 35. Seeing that Kuina was so excited, Renault asked with a very nervous look, "Do you think it is necessary for me to lie to you?" Hearing Renault's rhetorical question, Kuina immediately showed a happy expression. Kuina just wanted to ask Renault what he could do. Just saw Renault floating in the air with her feet untouched, her happy expression still hanging on her face, but the moment she saw this scene, her expression slowly changed from joy to panic, and after a while her face full of fear. Kuina widened her eyes and opened her mouth wide, pointed at Renault with a look of horror, and stammered, I have ghosts." Kuina looked at Renault with a face full of fear. She wanted to run away from here, but her feet seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds. It was difficult to lift them, let alone escape. She could only freeze and tremble. When Renault heard Kuina's words and saw her fearful little expression, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and said angrily, "I really have long hair and short knowledge, I'm just a person who can fly, how can I do it? What the hell?" Hearing Renault's explanation, Kuina still had a look of disbelief, and said tremblingly, You can't lie to me, how can people fly?" When Renault heard Kuina's words and saw her face full of disbelief, he could only spread his hands and said helplessly, "The world is full of wonders, flying is not necessarily a ghost, it may also be a person with special abilities, such as talk about someone who can fly like me." When Renault said this, he paused for a while, then said with a smile, "If you don't believe me, you can come and touch it, I'm still hot." After hearing Renault's statement, Kuina finally stopped being as frightened as before, but asked dubiously, "Is everything you said true?" When Renault heard Kuina's question, he nodded and replied with a smile, "Really, more real than pearls." Seeing that Renault really didn't look like a liar, Kuina finally believed Renault's words, and then remembered what Renault said just now, so she asked again, "Do you really have a way to solve a woman's physical flaws?" Hearing Kuina's question, Renault nodded and replied, "I do have a solution, which can make your physical fitness and strength rival that of men, and even surpass men." 99. When Kuina heard Renault's answer, her eyes lit up instantly, and then she asked excitedly, "What's the solution?" When Renault heard Kuina's questioning, he didn't immediately come up with a solution. Instead, he asked with a smile, "I don't know you either, so why should I tell you?" When Kuina heard this, her whole body froze in place. She didn't expect Renault to come out this time, and she asked her directly. It took a full minute for Kuina to come back to her senses, and then she asked with a puzzled face, "Then how do you want to tell me?" Renault pretended to think for a while before answering, "Actually, it's not impossible to tell you, but you have to promise me a condition." Kuina heard Renault's answer, and before Renault finished speaking, she immediately agreed, "As long as I can get rid of the flaws in my body, no matter what the conditions are, I will respond to you." Seeing that Kuina agreed so easily, Renault asked with a wicked smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of the danger and let you do something you don't want to do?" When Kuina heard Renault's question, she was at a loss for words, and then she asked cautiously, What conditions are you talking about?" Seeing that Kuina was so nervous, Renault did not continue to tease her, but replied directly, "My condition is very simple, that is, you must join my force when you grow up. As long as you agree to this condition, not only do I tell you how to remove flaws in a woman's body, but I can also find things for you to remove flaws." Hearing Renault's answer, Kuina breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time agreed directly, "If I just join your faction, then I can agree to this condition, I can say it now." Zhao. Kuina just heard Renault ask this question, she thought Renault would make some difficult conditions for her. Unexpectedly, Renault just let her join his power. She is not disgusted to join Renault's power, after all, Renault is cultivating her now, and it is reasonable to join Renault when she grows up. Seeing that Kuina agreed so readily, Renault asked with a smile on his face, "Aren't you curious about my power? What kind of power is it?" You must know that his power is not an ordinary power, and it cannot even be called a power. It should be called a harem. After all, his power is composed of little daughters-in-law. Now that Kuina has agreed to join his forces, what is the difference between agreeing to join his harem and be his daughter-in-law? Chapter 172. When Kuina heard Renault's question, she was confused again, but she regained her senses in an instant, and then asked cautiously, Then what does your power do?" After she finished speaking, Kuina looked at Renault with anticipation. She decided to join Renault's forces as long as it wasn't too embarrassing for her. When Renault heard Kuina's question, he still replied with a smile, "Besides me, my wife is the only one left in my power. Since you want to join my power, you have to be mentally prepared." Kuina, who was full of anticipation, suddenly froze when she heard Renault's answer. Her whole body froze in place, looking at Renault with a bewildered face, opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Kuina just thought that Renault wanted her to join his force because he saw her talent, wanted to subdue her, and then, traveled the sea together. But she never imagined that Renault didn't see her talent, but her. There is only one sentence left in Kuina's mind now, and that is, "I treat you as a brother, but you want to fall in love with me?" Seeing Kuina's face changing constantly, Renault just watched silently. He was confident enough to take Kuina, so he wasn't in a hurry, just watched with a smile. Time passed by minute, and after a few minutes, Kuina gradually regained his strength, then blushed and discussed with Renault embarrassedly, that your power is mine. Can't join, can you change a condition?" When Renault heard Kuina's words, he pretended to be angry and asked, "You don't want to join my force, is it because there are people you like, so you don't want to join my force?" Hearing Renault's questioning, Kuina's face instantly became flustered, and then he quickly explained, No, I don't have anyone I like, I just feel it is too sudden, I. Renault was instantly happy when he heard that Kuina didn't like anyone. He was worried when he came here. Kuina might like Zoro, so it would be difficult for him to attack. Judging from the current situation, his worries are completely unnecessary. Seeing the incoherent Kuina, Renault interrupted her immediately and said, You don't have to worry about answering me, I will be living here recently, you can go back and think about it and give me an answer. Seeing Kuina's current situation, Renault knew that there would be no results today, so it would be better for her to go back and think clearly, and it would not be too late to talk when she calmed down. Now Kuina's speech is incoherent, and her head is probably in a mess. Continuing the conversation is just a waste of time, and there will be no results at all. Hearing Renault's words, Kuina didn't want to give up, and asked again cautiously, Can't you really change a condition? 99. When Renault heard Kuina's question, he glanced at her from top to bottom, left and right, and then replied with a smile, It's not impossible to change the condition, since you don't want to join my power, then just be my daughter-in-law. When Kuina heard half of it, her face was full of anticipation, but when she heard the next words, her face darkened instantly, and black lines crawled all over her forehead in a short while. Kuina took a few deep breaths before gradually regaining her strength, and then she asked with a black line, If you join your force, you will be your wife in the future, and if you don't join your force, you will be your daughter-in-law now. Is there any difference between these two conditions? Seeing Kuina's frantic look, Renault replied with a smile, One is the present and the other is the future, of course these two conditions are different, if you choose to be my daughter-in-law now, then it's almost 100% my daughter-in-law. If you choose to join my force in the future, you won't necessarily become my wife, after all, the future is full of unknowns, maybe I'll be stubborn before you grow up? When Kuina heard Renault's answer, her eyes lit up instantly. She felt that what Renault said was very reasonable. After all, who can say clearly about the future? Ask for her flowers. If she didn't grow up in Renault's pigtails, then she didn't need to join Renault's forces, and of course she didn't need to be Renault's wife. Kuina thought of this with a fluke, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. Although she already had the answer in her heart, she did not agree immediately, but looked at Renault and said, Is it okay for me to think about it first? Seeing Kuina's little expression, Renault knew she was hooked, so he readily agreed, You can think about it for as long as you want. Anyway, I live nearby recently. Come to me after you think about it. After getting Renault's reply, Kuina said goodbye directly to Renault, Then I'll go back first, I haven't gone back so late, my father should be in a hurry. Renault didn't hold back when he heard Kuina's warning, but said directly, Then go back first. After saying goodbye, Kuina turned around and left, walked into the woods not far away, and disappeared into the woods after a while. Renault watched Kuina leave. He didn't look back until Kuina disappeared from his sight. At the same time, he thought secretly, Future daughter-in-law, I don't mean to lie to you, your future husband, it's just your future husband, I have so many billions that I can't die. Hey. He has so many heaven-defying abilities, unless he doesn't want to live anymore and kills himself, otherwise no one can kill him. Thinking of Renault here, he floated up with a happy face, and prepared to go back to the hotel to play the landlord game with the two little daughters-in-law. Ding! Host, you have a new check-in task. For details, please open the taskbar on the host to view. Renault had just floated up to prepare to go back to the hotel, when the system suddenly popped up to indicate that there was a new punch-in task. When Renault heard the system prompt, he stopped in mid-air, and secretly guessed in his heart, I have only been in contact with Kuina today, so the punch-in task that was suddenly triggered should be related to him, right? Thinking of Renault here, he directly instructed the system pulls out the taskbar and gives it to me Kong. Chapter 173. Pick-in task, please host Koshiro, the owner of Asahine Dojo, stay in front of him for a minute to complete the character check-in task. Renault immediately lost interest when he saw that it was just a character check-in quest, because the character check-in quest did not produce good things, and generally only some attribute points were given. Only the power and address check in quests would produce some heaven-defying abilities and items. Instead of worrying about this lost attribute point, he might as well go back and fight the landlord with the little wives. So after Renault finished watching the punch-in quest, he ignored the quest and flew directly towards the hotel, intending to go to the Ashiin dojo when he had time, and complete the character punch-in quest by the way. 3 days later, the seaside. At this time, there are 3 deck chairs on the beach by the sea, one of them is lying on a young boy, and 2 beauties are waiting beside them, one is feeding various fruits, one is pinching shoulders and beating legs, 2 the beauties are very busy. The 3 of them are Renault and his 2 young daughters-in-law. Since there are only a few villages on this island, and there are no kingdoms and other forces, this place is very backward, and there is almost no place to play. It was really boring for the 3 of Renault to stay in such a place, so they could only come to the beach to bask in the sun and pass the time. Not far from the 3 of them, there are also 2 teenage children, a man and a woman, who are humming a duel. In their eyes, it is a duel, but in the eyes of the 3 Renault, they are playing at home. After all, the 3 of them have been in the New World for 8 years, and they have experienced countless battles with real swords and real guns. Now let's look at their wooden sword duel, isn't it just a family game? At this time, it was Zoro and Kuina who were dueling. The reason why they were here is because Kuina had been running here for 3 days, and Zoro could not find anyone in his Ashiin dojo to learn from, so he could only go with Kuina. Come here. The reason why Kuina comes here so often is that she wants to get information from Renault. Although she has already decided to join Renault's forces, she still wants to fight for it. After all, it is not her character to not fight for it. What Kuina is doing now is more of an explanation for herself in the future. She works hard now, and she won't regret it in the future. After all, she has worked hard to win, but it doesn't work, she can have what can be done. Although Kuina tried every means to get information from Renault for the past 3 days, Renault was indifferent to her various routines, so until now she has not gotten the information she wanted. Clap! Kuina kicked the 2 swords out of Zoro's hand with one sword, and then threw the swords across his neck, and it was clear they had won. Kuina maintained the posture of drawing out the sword and said to Zoro with a ruthless face, "You lost the 2001st match again." After Kuina finished speaking, she put away the wooden sword and walked in the direction of Renault without looking back. Zoro was stunned in place by himself, and he didn't even notice that Kuina left him, like a walking corpse. The reason why Zoro is like this is not incomprehensible. After all, over 2,000 competitions in the past few years have ended in his defeat, and any individual will be hit. But Zoro is worthy of being one of the protagonists in the future. If he were an ordinary person, let alone more than 2,000 defeats, it would be enough to lose a few times, right? And it is very rare to be able to do like Zoro, fail again and stand up again and again. Time passed by minute, and after a full minute, Zoro gradually regained his strength, then clenched his fists and said to himself, "Damn it! Even after preparing for so long, it still failed." Zoro stayed where he was and chatted for a while, then regained his strength, and then left here without looking back. He wanted to go back to continue his practice, and then challenge Kuina. Zoro's rude operation has been going on for several years. No matter how many times he fails, he can quickly cheer up, and then he practiced for a few days. After practicing, he challenged Kuina. The 2 of them are also very interesting. One is troubled by not being able to catch up with the opponent, and the other is troubled by the fact that the opponent is growing too fast. The world is really amazing. Just when the duel between Kuina and Zoro stopped, Renault, who was lying on the reclining chair and basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes slowly and secretly guessed in his heart, now the duel between the 2 of them has come to the 2001st. If the accident happened to Kuina, it should be these few days, right? Just when Renault was thinking about Kuina, Kuina had already walked up to Renault and the 3 of them. When Kuina came here, she didn't talk to Renault for the first time, but looked at Hancock and said hello to Robin, "Sister Hancock, Sister Robin, good afternoon, can I chat with Brother Renault here?" Hearing Kuina's words, Hancock asked with a smile on his face, it's been 3 days since Kuina, haven't you given up yet? As soon as Hancock finished speaking, Robin on the other side also persuaded, Kuina, if you want to talk from your husband, it is impossible to succeed at all, so I advise you to save it. These days, Renault, Hancock and Robin are basically playing on this beach, and Kuina runs here every 3 days. They are all familiar with each other. Hancock and Robin also know why Kuina is here. They also knew the purpose of Renault's coming here, but they were just jealous at first, but they didn't make trouble with Renault. It is estimated that they also know Renault's character, and it is impossible for them to be the only daughters-in-law, so they should have been prepared in private. When Kuina heard Hancock and Robin's words, she also said helplessly, I just don't want to leave regrets for my future self. I have to try it no matter if it works or not. After all, there are no absolutes in the world. Maybe I will succeed in a while. After getting along with Renault for the past few days, Kuina doesn't know how strict Renault's mouth is. The reason why she has not agreed to this date can be said to be her last stubbornness. Chapter 174. When Hancock and Robin heard Kuina's answer, they just shook their heads and stopped talking. After all, they had already said what they had to say, so how to decide is Kuina's own business. And this matter doesn't have much to do with them, and they have no reason to continue to interfere too much, so let everything take its course. Renault also heard Kuina's words just now, so he said with a look of disdain, I have said more than once in the past few days that there is no free lunch in the world, either join my force or don't bother me. Kuina, who was about to speak, froze in place when she heard Renault's words. When she came here 2 days ago, although Renault didn't give a good face, he could still say a few words. But she didn't expect Renault's attitude to be so firm today, so she felt that there was no room left for her. After Kuina stood there for a while, she could only agree with a face full of helplessness, I promise to join your force in the future, okay? She originally wanted to fight for it today, but she agreed to Renault if 217 couldn't do it, but looking at the current situation, if she didn't agree again, and if she wanted to agree in the future, Renault probably wouldn't want her, right? Kuina was clearly aware of Renault's dissatisfaction, so she simply agreed instead of procrastinating like before. If Renault was really upset and lost this opportunity, she would have nowhere to cry. What? After all, becoming the world's #1 swordsman has been her dream since childhood. If it wasn't because Renault's conditions made her too embarrassed, she wouldn't have been able to delay until now. Did you promise before? When Renault heard that Kuina had agreed, he complained happily in his heart, Sample, you still want to fight with me, you are still a little tender. Thinking of Renault here, he immediately showed a smile and said, this is what you said, I don't mean to force you. Hearing Renault's words, Kuina rolled her eyes speechlessly, and then replied in a sullen voice, yes, yes. Everything is of my own accord, you, have never forced me, so now I can tell me about that. When Renault heard Kuina's words, of course he knew what she was talking about, so he stopped talking nonsense and replied directly, there is a special kind of fruit in the world called devil fruit. Devil fruit is divided into 3 categories, natural, superhuman type, animal type, among which the animal type devil fruit, eating it can increase people's physical fitness and strength, and at the same time gain a special ability. However, this devil fruit has a flaw, that is, whoever eats the devil fruit will be abandoned by the sea and become a landlubber. However, this defect does not have such a big impact on the real powerhouses. Most of the world's top powerhouses are fruit ability users, and I am also a fruit power user. Barabara, Barabara. Renault Barabara said a lot, and finished all the details of the devil fruit in one breath, including all the defects and the like, all of which were clearly explained. Kuina listened to Renault's explanation quietly throughout the whole process. Although she didn't say a word, her complexion was constantly changing. Sometimes her eyes widened in shock, and sometimes she thought about the pros and cons with a serious face. It's like changing your face in Sichuan opera. Renault had finished speaking for a minute, and she was still immersed in the magic of devil fruits, unable to extricate herself. When Renault, Hancock and Robin saw her like this, they didn't bother her, but waited quietly for her to recover. After all, something like devil fruit was unheard of to her. It was the first time she heard this kind of magical thing, and they couldn't extricate themselves for a while and they all understood. Time passed by minute, and after a few minutes, Kuina gradually regained his senses, and then said with an embarrassed expression, "Other people cultivate by themselves, but I have to rely on external forces, that's right. Are others being unfair?" When Renault heard Kuina's words, of course he understood what she meant. This little girl was probably influenced by her father, so she felt that relying on external forces was an invincible behavior, right? Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Kuina with disdain and asked, "Do you think it's fair to compare men with women? Where does so much fairness come from in the world? In terms of physical fitness and strength, women and men are destined to be unfair from birth. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you are here to talk about fairness with me?" Kuina was speechless when asked by Renault. Zhang wanted to refute a few words, but she couldn't think of any reason to refute, and in the end she could only helplessly turn into an ostrich, lowered her head and said nothing. Renault's futile thought of Wanakuni is as unpleasant as it is unpleasant. There are a lot of injustices in the world. Some people are born standing on the highest peak of power, while others are born with food that cannot be eaten. A beggar who is not warm enough to wear, where is the real fairness? Seeing that she didn't say a word, Renault continued, "The world's #1 swordsman is just a title. The world's #1 swordsman of the previous generation was a capable person. Do you think he is also invincible? There is no such thing as victory in the ocean. As long as you can defeat the person who holds this title, you can obtain this title." After listening to Renault's words, Kuina nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "Brother Renault, who is the world's #1 swordsman of the previous generation?" After Kuina asked, she looked at Renault with anticipation. Not only Kuina was looking forward to it, but Hancock and Robin also looked at Renault with anticipation. It was obvious that they also wanted to know who this person was. When Renault heard Kuina's question, he just said impatiently and perfunctorily, "That's a big pirate from the older generation, and you don't even know it, so you should think about your own business." The world's #1 swordsman of the previous generation that Renault just mentioned was the Golden Lion Shaki, the top powerhouse of the older generation, one of the 3 legendary pirates of the previous generation. But this is just his guess. He doesn't know if it is the old guy, so in order to avoid embarrassment in the future, he can only perfunctory. Chapter 175. There were many top powerhouses in the previous generation, but there were few top powerhouses in swordsmanship. Among the 3 legendary pirates, Roger and Shaki had the strongest swordsmanship. Although Whitebeard can also use swordsmanship, his strength is his ability and his monster-like physique, and he is not famous for his swordsmanship, so he can be excluded directly. And although Rayleigh on Roger's ship is also a master of swordsmanship, his swordsmanship is not so outstanding. Rayleigh gives the impression that he is an all-around powerhouse. Shaki's body and swordsmanship is good at everything, but everything has not reached its peak, so Rayleigh can also be excluded. Marine's previous generation did not have a very prominent swordsman, so the world's #1 swordsman in the previous generation should be Roger or Shaki, just a personal guess. Seeing Renault, the 3 girls were reluctant to say more. Although they were all disappointed, they did not continue to ask questions. Because they all knew Renault's character, as long as it was something he didn't want to say, no matter how much he asked him, he wouldn't say it, so they didn't continue to ask. Seeing that Kuina was still indecisive, Renault knew that she was having trouble making up her mind, so he said directly, "If you have trouble making up your mind, go back and think about it. I will stay here for a few days, you have enough time to figure it out." 35. Kuina has been taught by Koshiro since she was a child, and Koshiro is a Wanakuni person. It can be imagined how futile her thinking is. What he said today can be said to have ruined the worldview that Kuina had established since childhood, and it was understandable that Kuina could not accept it for a while. Hearing Renault's words, Kuina still looked hesitant and asked hesitantly, "Brother Renault, what should I do?" When Renault heard Kuina's question, he shook his head and replied, "I can only give you some advice. As for what decision to make, you can only make your own decisions. Tell me the answer, I'll stay here for a few more days, you still have a few days to think about it. Hearing Renault's answer, Kuina hesitated for a while, then said goodbye, Brother Renault, I'll go back first. Sister Hancock, Sister Robin, I'm going back first. Go back, X3. After saying goodbye to the three of Renault, Kuina walked back reluctantly and disappeared into the woods not far away after a while. As soon as Kuina left here, Hancock looked at Renault and asked, Husband, what decision do you think Kuina will make? When Renault heard Hancock's question, he answered directly without thinking, actually, she has already made a decision in her heart, but because of her feudal ideology, it was difficult for her to accept it for a while, and within 2 days she will come to me and wait. 35. Hearing Renault's answer, Hancock nodded thoughtfully, and then asked with a look of surprise, Can we get out of here soon? They have been roaming the sea for the past few years, and now Hancock is a bit unaccustomed to it when she is free. She still likes the days when she is on the sea. As soon as she heard that she might leave after 2 days, she was immediately excited. Want to jump up? Not only Hancock had this idea, but even Robin looked at Renault expectantly, obviously she didn't like this idle day either. Seeing the appearance of the 2 young daughters-in-law, Renault certainly knew what they were thinking, so he poured cold water and said, We do leave here soon, but we still have to go to a place in East Blue, and we probably won't go there anytime soon. New world, so put away all your little thoughts. When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's answer, their mouths immediately pouted, revealing a sullen look. Seeing the unhappy expressions of the 2 young daughters-in-law, Renault could only promise helplessly, The place we are going to go to in a few days is not far from here, and it doesn't take too much time to go there. I promise to put it there within a month. After the matter is settled, I will take you to the new world, okay? Oi! Ba, ah! When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's reassurance, they immediately cheered, and then they hugged Renault's head and nod, and they didn't let Renault go until they rolled their eyes. Flowers 0. While wiping the saliva from his face, Renault rolled his eyes and muttered, Can you guys stop nibbling at people? When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's complaints, they showed smiling faces, and answered in unison, No. 99. When Renault heard the answers from the 2 little daughters-in-law, he rolled his eyes speechlessly and frantically, and thought secretly in his heart, Now let you rest for a while and see how I clean up you at night. 1 step to the stomach's house fa, let's see if you can stand it. Renault ignored these 2 unscrupulous little daughters-in-law, raised his head to look at the sky, and found that it was only around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, so he thought to himself, I seem to have a character clock in task that I haven't done, anyway, now it's still early, so let's go meet that mysterious man for a while. 0. Thinking of Renault here, I stood up directly from the reclining chair and walked in the direction where Kuina left. Seeing that Renault was leaving, Hancock and Robin quickly trotted to keep up, and caught up with Renault in no time. Hancock thought Renault was losing their anger, so he left without saying a word, so he asked directly, Husband, are you losing our anger? Robin on the other side didn't care about 3721, just after catching up with Renault, he directly admitted his mistake and said, Husband, we know we are wrong, so don't be mad at us, okay? Seeing the nervous expressions on their faces, Renault said with a bit of laughter, I just remembered that I have something to do, how can I be so stingy, my husband? 35. When Hancock and Robin heard Renault's answer, they breathed a sigh of relief and secretly spit in their hearts, You are more than stingy, you are just stingy at home, okay? Renault didn't know what the 2 little daughters-in-law were thinking, and after he explained, he said again, I have something to go to Kuina's father Kojiro, you can go with me, or you can go back to the hotel first. Hancock and Robin heard Renault's words, and without thinking, they said in unison, We're going with you. 99. Chapter 176. Hancock's and Robin's answers were very consistent, and they said it in unison, as if Renault wouldn't take them for fear that it would be too late. When Renault heard the answers of the 2 little daughters-in-law, he glanced at them, and thought happily, these 2 little daughters-in-law are getting more and more clingy, it seems that his development plan is very successful. Thinking of Renault here, he showed a half-smiley expression and said, "Then you two, come together." After Renault finished speaking, he turned around and walked in the lead in the direction of his hind dojo. Hancock and Robin felt a bit inexplicable when they saw Renault's half-smile expression. They looked at each other and found the doubt in each other's eyes. The two who couldn't figure it out could only give up. Seeing that Renault was already far away, they quickly trotted to catch up with him, and they caught up with Renault in front of them after a while, then followed behind Renault, heading towards the Ashind dojo together. A few minutes later, the door of the Heart dojo. Ha ha ha. Renault brought his two daughters-in-law and came to the door of Ashind dojo 23 after a while. The three of them stood at the door, and they could hear a humming sound coming from the Ashind dojo. It sounded like the sound of a group of children cultivating is normal. At this time, in the Ashind dojo, Koshiro was standing in front of a yard, and on the flat ground in the yard, there were 7 or 8-year-old children practicing swordsmanship neatly. Koshiro, who was watching the child cultivating, suddenly raised his head to look at the door, and then with a serious face, he instructed Kuina, who had just returned, "There are guests outside Kuina's door, you go and take them away. Please come to the living room." Hearing Koshiro's words and seeing his serious look, Kuina immediately froze in place. However, she quickly realized that the guests her father said should be Renault and the others. After all, the only people who can make her father take this seriously are probably the only people with mysterious origins like Renault. Koshiro gave people the impression that he had always been very kind, and it was the first time Kuina saw him like this, so he didn't react for a while. "I know my father." The moment Kuina came back to his senses, she responded and walked towards the door. Koshiro looked at the back of Kuina's departure, and secretly guessed in his heart, why did the Demon Emperor of the New World appear here? Renault has been wandering around the neighborhood with his 2 young daughters-in-law for the past few days. Koshiro is not blind, so how could he not find them? It's just that Renault never came here, and he didn't know the purpose of Renault's coming here, so he just thought he didn't know. Others may not know Renault, but how could someone like him who always pay attention to the situation in the sea not know Renault? Koshiro stood there and thought about it for a while, but still couldn't figure out why Renault was here, so he simply stopped thinking about it, and turned around and walked inside, thinking about it here with the others, and still thinking about it. "Why don't you ask Renault in person later?" After Koshiro sat down in the living room for a while, Kuina walked in slowly with the 3 of Renault. When Koshiro saw the 3 of Renault walk in, he immediately stood up and warmly welcomed him. "Master Demon Emperor, I am the owner of the Ashind dojo, and I welcome you on behalf of everyone in the Ashind dojo. Everyone, you can be here as you like, don't be polite to me." Seeing what her father had done, Kuina asked with a bewildered expression, "Father, do you know brother Renault, 35? As soon as Koshiro arranged the 3 of Renault to sit down, he heard Kuina's question, so he glanced at Renault first, and seeing that Renault did not mean to stop him, he replied to Kuina, "Master Demon Emperor is a top-level powerhouse that is famous in the sea. 1. There are very few strong men in the whole world who can be compared with him. I have had the privilege of seeing reports about Lord Demon Emperor in the newspapers." Seeing that Kuina was still puzzled, Koshiro knew that she didn't understand, so he said in another way, "The world's #1 swordsman represents the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and Lord Demon Emperor represents the pinnacle of strength. The world's most powerful beings, who can be compared with the Demon Emperor, can count on one hand. So as long as you have a little understanding of the situation in the sea, there are almost no people who don't know Lord Demon Emperor." 35. Hearing Koshiro's answer, Kuina was stunned and froze in place. She thought that Renault might be very powerful, but she didn't expect Renault to be so powerful. When Renault heard the conversation between the father and daughter, he kept rolling his eyes, and secretly spit out in his heart, "When I watched anime in my previous life, why didn't I realize that this squinting is so flattering?" After a little careful consideration, Renault guessed why Koshiro wanted to flatter him. When he didn't know why he came here, it was really beneficial for him to open up the situation in this way. After all, he didn't want to slap the smiley face. Thinking of Renault here, the whole person is speechless, and he secretly complains in his heart, it is a thief to grow old and not die, this is indeed true. Koshiro is exactly what Renault thought, he doesn't know what purpose Renault is here for, but he knows that no matter what, he can't stop Renault, so he wants to use this method to see if there is any room for negotiation. What Koshiro didn't know, however, was that Renault did come here for a purpose, but it wasn't the bad one in his heart, but to save his precious daughter, and by the way, fooled his precious daughter into a little daughter-in-law. If Koshiro knew Renault's purpose, I don't know how he would feel. Would he treat Renault as a benefactor? Or would he treat Renault as an enemy who stole his home? Only God knows this kind of thing. It took a full minute for Kuina to gradually recover from the shock, and then she asked with a still shocked expression, "Father, according to what you said, wouldn't brother Renault be the #1 swordsman in the world? Is how still great?" Hearing Kuina's question, Koshiro explained helplessly, "The world's #1 swordsman is not only powerful in swordsmanship, but also a top-level powerhouse. It is estimated that who is more powerful can only be known if he has fought." 35. Chapter 177. Under normal circumstances, what Koshiro said is correct. After all, if the world's #1 swordsman does not have 2 brushes, how can it be possible to sit firmly on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman? Of course, if Koshiro had known Renault's true strength, he probably wouldn't have said that, right? You must know that with Renault's current strength and so many heaven-defying abilities, even if he is an enemy of the whole world, there is no way for others to take him, let alone one-on-one with him. Isn't that how much you get? Hearing her father's answer, Kuina nodded thoughtfully. He now had a clear understanding of Renault's strength. Kuina glanced at Renault secretly, and when he saw Renault looking at him, he immediately retracted his gaze, and at the same time secretly sighed in his heart. It turns out that brother Renault and the world's #1 swordsman are strong men of the same level of police. Renault knew that he couldn't let this father and daughter continue, or else he was going to get embarrassed and cancer. It's true that this squinting is true. Is it really good to flatter so blatantly? However, before Renault could speak to stop him, Koshiro took the lead to look at Renault and change the subject and asked, "Master Demon 223, I don't know why you are here this time, what's the matter?" Koshiro didn't wait for Renault to answer, and continued, "If it's useful to me, you can speak up, and I won't refuse if you can help." When Renault heard Koshiro's words, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The purpose of his coming here was to soak his daughter. Should he ask Kuina's old father to help him soak his daughter? Cough, cough. Renault coughed tactically, and then he stifled his smile, and then started talking nonsense. "I'm just passing by here, and I'll be leaving in 2 days, you don't need to be so nervous." Koshiro finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Renault's answer. Since Renault said he was passing by, he should really just pass by, because there is no need for a strong man like Renault to lie to him. After all, if Renault really wants to do something, he can't stop it by himself, so if Renault lied to him, it would be completely unnecessary. And the most important point is that a high-level policeman like Renault doesn't bother to deceive people at all, so when Renault said that he was just passing by, Koshiro would immediately believe what Renault said. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in successfully. Rewards are being distributed to host. Renault didn't forget the purpose of coming here. As soon as he came in, he instructed the system to start clocking in, and now just 1 minute has passed. Although the character punch-in task is very fast, it still takes 1 minute to wait, so the punch-in task has not been successful until now. Congratulations to host for obtaining 200 attribute points. Renault heard the system's prompt tone and the system's rewards, and he secretly thought that it was the case. There is no good thing about character punching, just a dry 200 attribute points, but it is better than nothing. Thinking of Renault here, he directly instructed the system will add attribute points to me, the time fruit ability will add 100, and the reincarnation eye will add 100. The Eye of Reincarnation was the ability that Renault could reward when he checked in at Dressrosa. Not only did he get the Eye of Reincarnation, but he also got 200 attribute points. Since I skipped the 2 months I checked in at Dressrosa, I didn't mention it. In the process of adding attribute points. Congratulations to host, you have successfully added attribute points. Renault heard that adding attribute points had been completed, so he stopped taking care of the system and pulled his consciousness out of the system. And when Renault was communicating with the system, Koshiro didn't dare to disturb him when he saw that he was absent-minded, so he could only sit there quietly and wait for him to come back to his senses. As soon as Renault came back to his senses, he saw everyone in the hall staring at him, and immediately explained embarrassingly, "Then what? Just thought of something, so I was a little lost. For a while. It's okay, no problem." Before Renault could finish explaining, Koshiro quickly said that he was fine. Although it was a bit rude to lose his mind during the communication, how could he dare to blame Renault? If Renault is upset because of such a trivial matter, and when something unexpected happens, he will have nowhere to cry. Renault was only embarrassed for a while, and after explaining it, he then asked Koshiro, the pavilion owner, "I see that Kuina's swordsmanship talent is good, so I want to take him out to sea, what do you think?" Renault had never thought about taking Kuina out to sea before, and the reason why he asked this now was just a temporary idea. But he knew there was little hope. After all, Kuina was still young, so it was unlikely that Koshiro would let him take him away. Although Renault knew there was little hope, he thought that since he was here, if he didn't ask, he would feel a little sorry for himself, so he asked directly. Sure enough, when Koshiro heard Renault's question, his face froze for a moment, then he regained his senses and politely declined, "Thank you very much for the kindness of Lord Demon Emperor, but the little girl is still young and is not in a hurry to go out to sea, so she may have to live up to it." The kindness of the adults. 39. Koshiro started fidgeting after refusing, and looked at Renault nervously, as if he was afraid that Renault would suddenly explode and kill him. The client, Kuina, heard Renault and his father's words, excited and disappointed for a while, and the expression on his face was very complicated. Seeing Koshiro's refusal so bluntly, Renault immediately felt unhappy and secretly spit in his heart. This little daughter-in-law with parents is really difficult, and it is so difficult to even take it to sea. She is still the kind of little daughter-in-law who cares nothing. Thinking of Renault here, seeing Koshiro's follow-up, he just waved his hand and said very generously, "I just asked casually, it doesn't matter if you don't agree, don't worry about what I will do to you." Hearing Renault's words, Koshiro breathed a sigh of relief. His mood was up and down today. If his heart wasn't strong enough, he would probably have been lying down now. Seeing that the matter was almost finished, Renault stood up and said goodbye. "I'm here just to ask, since we've finished asking, then we'll leave first." Although Koshiro wanted Renault to leave quickly, he insisted, "It's already evening, Lord Demon Emperor, why don't you stay and have dinner before leaving?" Chapter 178. Renault didn't stop when he heard Koshiro's retention, and said without looking back, "I have something to do later, so I'll forget about eating." Seeing that Renault was leaving, Hancock and Robin immediately stood up and followed Renault to the outside. Seeing that Renault didn't want to stay, Koshiro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart, the Demon Emperor really deserves his reputation, this feeling of oppression is really terrifying. Fortunately, Renault had no ill will towards them, otherwise they would have been more fortunate today. Thinking of Koshiro here, he instructed Kuina who was beside him, "Kuina, go and send Lord Demon Emperor." "I know my father." 9. After hearing her father's 2, 3 order, Kuina trotted to catch up with the three of Renault in front. As soon as Renault walked to the door, he heard footsteps behind him, so he turned to look behind him, found that it was Kuina and asked, "How did you come out, Kuina?" Kuina took a few steps to the front of Renault and the three of them. Hearing Renault's question, he rolled his eyes and said, "My father asked me to come out to see you off, so I'll come out." When Renault heard Kuina's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and then said directly, "We are going back to the hotel now, so you don't have to send it, go back." After hearing Renault's words, Kuina hesitated for a while, then lowered her head and whispered, "Brother Renault, can you tell me in advance when you are leaving?" Renault heard Kuina's request. Although he was a little unclear, he still agreed, "Okay, when I leave, I must tell you in advance, can I go back now? Goodbye, brother Renault. And bye sister Hancock and sister Robin. After Kuina said goodbye to Renault, Hancock, and Robin, she walked back happily. Robin looked at the back of Kuina's departure and nodded thoughtfully. She had already guessed Kuina's purpose, but she didn't say it, but pretended to know nothing. Renault didn't think much about it. He saw that Kuina had gone back. He turned around and left here with his 2 young daughters-in-law, and walked towards the hotel. 2 days later, seaside beach. Time passed quickly, and 2 days passed before I knew it. Renault, like the previous days, brought his 2 young daughters-in-law to the beach to lie on the beach and bask in the sun. Kuina didn't know what she was doing these 2 days, and rarely came here to find Renault. Instead, she stayed in the Ashiin dojo, spending all day with her old father. Renault was lying on the reclining chair board, looking at the cloudless sky, and thought to himself, it's been 2 days, why hasn't the story of Kuina taking the whetstone yet? Is it because his arrival has affected the historical trend here, thus changing the plot? Renault has been thinking about this issue for the past 2 days, but he can't figure it out, because he doesn't interfere too much with things here, so it makes no sense to change the plot. He also thought of a hero to save the beauty, so that Kuina's favor with him would go up a notch. If there was no such plot, how could he make Kuina favor him? Just when Renault was thinking wildly, a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then he said to himself with a look of surprise, climbing stairs. Whetstone? I'm coming. Renault stood up after talking to himself, and then disappeared directly in place. When he reappeared, he was already in the woods behind him, and then disappeared again. After repeating this several times, he disappeared in the inside a jungle. When Renault completely disappeared, Hancock and Robin reacted. They looked at each other and saw doubts in each other's eyes, so they didn't say a word and chased in the direction Renault left. Ashiin dojo. At this time, in a small house inside the Ashiin dojo, Kuina was standing on a ladder, with her hands above her head, as if she was trying to grab something above her head. Oops! Kuina, who was on tiptoe, suddenly stepped on the air, and fell straight down from the ladder with a scream, and there was a whetstone on top of her head, which was falling down with her. The whetstone is less than half a meter long and wide, and it is not too big or too small, but it is certain that if it is hit in the key, it can be directly prepared for dinner. Time freeze. Just as Kuina was about to fall to the ground and the whetstone on top of her head was about to hit her, a very loud voice suddenly sounded, and then the surroundings suddenly stopped. Whether it was a falling person or thing, all stopped in place, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Boo! Ha! Ha! A figure came from far to near, and a few flashes appeared beside Kuina. The person who came was not someone else who discovered the situation here, and rushed over to save people with all his strength. Renault walked to Kuina's side, took down the whetstone suspended on her head, looked at the whetstone in his hand, and secretly guessed in his heart, is that how she was killed by the whetstone in the original book? According to the position where the whetstone fell just now, if he hadn't shot, Kuina would have been hit in the head, and suffered very serious injuries, and the possibility of death was very high. But what made him stumped was that the whetstone was less than half a meter away from her. As long as he stretched out his hand and pushed it gently, he could change the position where the whetstone fell, so as to achieve the possibility of self-help. But why did the original Kuina die? Thinking of Renault here, he looked at Kuina, who was suspended in mid-air. Seeing her panicked face, he immediately figured out the key. When Kuina fell, she was probably afraid of the 6 gods, so she didn't think about it, right? Renault hadn't thought of this before, because he was thinking about it from his own perspective. He had experienced great winds and waves, and he could already be calm in the face of trouble, but Kuina is only a teenager now, how could he do it? As steady as a mountain like him? Renault also saw Kuina's panicked appearance, and then he figured out all the causes and consequences, and finally understood why she died here in the original book. It's not that Kuina doesn't have the ability to save herself, but she's not calm enough in the face of trouble, so she forgot to save herself when she was in a panic. Chapter 179. Renault, who wanted to understand the cause and effect, threw the whetstone aside, took 2 steps forward, and took Kuina into his arms in a princess hug, and immediately released his time ability. Clang! When the time ability was released, the whetstone that was thrown aside by Renault fell directly on the ground. Ah! Kuina, who didn't know the reason, thought she was still falling to the ground, closed her eyes and fluttered her teeth and claws in Renault's arms, making a scream that was so frightened that she trembled. Renault looked at Kuina, who was wriggling in his arms, and asked, a little dumbfounded, "How long are you going to stay in my arms?" Kuina suddenly heard Renault's voice and opened her eyes in confusion. When she met Renault's half-smiley eyes, she thought she was wrong, so she blinked her eyes. Everyone just froze there. Ah! It took a while for Kuina to react. Seeing Renault so close to him, she screamed in surprise, then she covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at Renault, who was so close. Although Kuina had covered her face, Renault could still see the blush that flashed across her face. When Renault saw her face covering prank, he immediately asked again, dumbfounded, "You don't want to rely on me all the time, do you?" When Kuina heard Renault's words, she realized that she was now in Renault's arms, so she got down from Renault's body in a panic, and then quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother Renault, I'm not on purpose." When Renault heard Kuina's apology, he immediately joked with a smile, "You don't need to apologize to me, after all, you will be my wife in the future, what does it matter if I let you hug me in advance?" When Kuina heard Renault's words, her face was already red, but it instantly turned red to the back of her ears. She lowered her head and retorted in a low voice, I'm not sure whether I will be brother Renault's wife in the future." When Renault heard Kuina's whispered rebuttal, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, and said in his heart, cooperating with this future daughter-in-law, she is still imagining that after he burps, she will be free in the future. Renault knew that she was just a dead duck, so he didn't take it to heart. He still said with a smile on his face, "Your future husband, I am the top powerhouse in the world, and the people who can kill me have not been born yet." 35. So you are destined to be my wife in the future, wait for my daydream, you should do it less. Hearing Renault's very domineering words, Kuina gave him a speechless look, and then thought of the weird thing just now, so she asked with a puzzled face, "Brother Renault, why are you here? And I fell off the ladder just now, but when I came back to my senses, I was in your arms. What the hell is going on?" When Renault heard Kuina's question, he answered half-truth, "The reason why I am here is of course because I sensed that you are in danger, so I came all the way to save you." 5. And the reason why you can't notice that I save you is because my speed is so fast that you can't see it with the naked eye, so it's normal that you don't notice it. Hearing Renault's answer, Kuina immediately widened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Brother Renault can't see the speed with the naked eye, how fast is it?" When Renault heard Kuina's question, he thought about it seriously and replied, "I came from the sea just now, and it took less than a minute." 39. Hearing Renault's answer, Kuina immediately became a little fangirl, showing a pair of kawaii star eyes, and said with admiration, "Wow! Brother Renault, you are amazing." Kuina was startled and did not wait for Renault to speak, she then asked admiringly, "Brother Renault, you are so powerful, can you teach me too?" Seeing Kuina's appearance, Renault replied with a bit of tears and laughter, "Of course there is no problem in teaching you, but not now but in the future." Hearing Renault's answer, Kuina asked with a puzzled face, "Why can't brother Renault teach me now?" Hearing Kuina's question, Renault answered patiently, "Because I'm leaving here tomorrow, I don't have the opportunity to teach you now, so I can only teach you in the future." Hearing Renault's answer, Kuina did not feel lost, but said with great certainty, "Brother Renault, don't worry, I will definitely think of a way to give you a chance to teach me, and that day will not be too far away." 35. Renault didn't think much about hearing this, just smiled and encouraged, "Then you have to work hard." When Kuina heard Renault's words, she did not explain too much, but said very seriously, "Brother Renault, don't worry, I will definitely work hard and promise not to disappoint you." Renault heard Kuina's assurance, and just wanted to say something in response, when he noticed that 3 people were approaching here, 2 far and 1 near, a total of 3 people. No need to guess, he knew who the 3 were coming. So Renault, who didn't want to be troublesome, said goodbye to Kuina directly. I'll go back first if Kuina has nothing else to do. When Kuina heard that Renault was leaving, although she wanted to keep it, she couldn't find an excuse, so she could only say in despair, "Goodbye, brother Renault." 35. Call out. Renault just nodded when he heard Kuina's words, and then disappeared in place in an instant. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in the mid-air tens of meters away, followed by several flashes, each time he appeared. In a flash, he scurried out dozens of meters away, and disappeared without a trace after a while. The reason Renault left in such a hurry was that he didn't want to argue with that squinting person. If he didn't leave, he would have to face that squinting sycophant later. Renault, who has already experienced it once, expressed that he does not want to experience it again. Although it is really cool to be flattered, it is also really embarrassing to be embarrassed. Kuina looked at the back of Renault's departure, full of admiration and a little envy, and said to herself, "Brother Renault's speed is just as he said, so fast that you can't see it with the naked eye. Are you all right, Kuina?" Not long after Renault left, Koshiro rushed in from outside in a hurry, and asked anxiously as soon as he came in. Chapter 180. Seeing that her father was so flustered, Kuina felt warm for no reason, and then comforted him. "Father, I'm fine, brother Renault saved me just now, and I wasn't hurt, so don't worry." Although their father and daughter often have frictions because of their different ideas, but the father and daughter care about each other in their hearts. The typical father and daughter are too knife-mouthed, tofu-hearted, hard-mouthed, and soft-hearted. Hearing Kuina's answer, Koshiro breathed a sigh of relief and nodded thoughtfully. He also sensed Kuina's danger just now, so he rushed over in such a hurry. Koshiro hadn't noticed that Renault was nearby, but Renault was able to save Kuina one step ahead of him, which made him feel that Renault's strength was so fast that it was appalling. After being silent for a while, Koshiro said to Kuina with a serious look, "Next time you have the opportunity to see Lord Demon Emperor, you must thank them, after all, this is a life-saving grace." Hearing her father's instructions, Kuina nodded earnestly and assured, "I will thank brother Renault next time I see you again, father, don't worry." After Koshiro confirmed again and again, seeing that Kuina was really all right, he left here with confidence. And Kuina looked at the back of her father leaving, with a reluctant expression on her face, but after a while she put away this reluctance, and then her eyes revealed a touch of unshakable faith, as if what important decision has been made? And Renault, who had just come from Kuina, had already joined his two young daughters-in-law who were chasing him. They saw that it was getting late, so they did not go to the beach to bask in the sun again, but chose to go back to the hotel. The next morning, the port. Although it is only about 6 in the morning, a group of fishermen who are ready to go out to sea has gathered in the port, which is very lively. And Renault's boat docked quietly at the port, a little distance from the fishing boats, and there was no one on board at this time. It didn't take long for the port to quiet down, because only the fishermen would come here in the morning, and basically no one else would come, so when these fishermen went out to fish, the port immediately quieted down. Just after the port was quiet for a while, a sneaky figure quietly came to Renault's boat, looked left and right to confirm that there was no one around, and then quietly climbed onto Renault's boat. The person who sneaked onto the boat just now did not do any damage on the boat, nor did he steal anything on the boat, but quickly found a place to hide, as if for fear of being discovered. Time passed quickly, half-truths and half-truths passed, and now the time has come to about 10 o'clock, the number of people near the port is slowly increasing. Some are waiting for the merchant ships to pass by to take the boat to sea, and some are waiting merchant ships passing by buy goods, and there are all kinds of people. Just when the port was very lively, 3 young men, 1 man, 2 women, slowly walked out from the interior of the island. The 3 people who were walking towards the port at this time were Renault and his 2 young daughters-in-law. They were going to sea today, so Renault was pulled up by the 2 young daughters-in-law in the early morning. Renault obviously hadn't woken up yet, squinting and floating in the air without touching his feet, letting the 2 little daughters-in-law lead him towards the port. When Hancock and Robin saw Renault's current appearance, there was nothing to do but helplessness. Because of Renault's salty and lazy personality, they had a deep understanding of it in recent years. In other aspects, Renault can handle everything, but only in the aspect of daily life. They have been both daughters-in-law and mothers in recent years. While they have to take care of themselves, they also have to take care of Renault, a young child, and they were only 10 years old a few years ago, and the hard work involved can be imagined. But Hancock and Robin did not have any complaints, because Renault rescued them from dire straits. They were too late to be grateful. How could they complain? And Renault is younger than the two of them, so they treat Renault as a lover and treat him like a younger brother. Hancock and Robin pulled Renault all the way toward their ship, and soon came to the ship docked in the harbor. 4 Flowers 0. As soon as Hancock approached their boat, a red light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and then he quietly reminded Renault, "Husband, there is someone on our boat." When Renault heard Hancock's reminder, he lost sleep in an instant, and then swept over with a look of knowledge. When he knew who was on the boat, he thought strangely, why is this little girl on the boat? Renault pondered it carefully, and thought about her strange behavior these days, and immediately understood her thoughts, so he said to the 2 young daughters-in-law, "Since she chooses to get on the boat secretly, it means that she is willing to talk to her. Let's go, so don't worry about her, let's get out of here if you have anything." 35. Hancock and Robin obviously knew who was on the boat, and after hearing Renault's answer, they nodded in agreement, and then started to pretend to be deaf and dumb. After Renault boarded the boat with his 2 daughters-in-law, he turned his head and glanced at the jungle above the island. There was a small black spot in the jungle. If you looked at it with a telescope, you would find that it was a person. To the port. Renault looked at the man for a while, and when he saw that he didn't move, he thought to himself, "Since you didn't stop her from sneaking onto the boat, then I'll take your precious daughter away, don't blame me in the future." Just now after Hancock's reminder, Renault turned on the observation Shaki, not only found the person hiding on the boat, but also found the person in the jungle looking at the port. Needless to say, the person hiding on the boat knows who it is. That's right, Kuina, the little daughter-in-law that Renault has been raiding for the past few days, and Kuina's father Koshiro is in the jungle. Kuina thought she was doing it flawlessly, but when she secretly left the Ashiin dojo in the morning, she was discovered by her father. However, although Koshiro had already discovered it long ago, after some ideological struggle, he did not stop Kuina, but chose to respect Kuina's decision. Since Kuina chose to leave with Renault, what reason does his incompetent father have to stop her from leaving? Chapter 181. In the morning, when Koshiro found out that Kuina was going to leave secretly, he didn't think about writing sister at first. But when he thought that Kuina had been ignored by him for more than 10 years, while Renault regarded her as a treasure, he immediately figured out the key, and also understood why Kuina had to leave. Although Koshiro realized with hindsight that his actions over the years were indeed ill-considered, but now it was too late to regret, so he did not stop Kuina from leaving. And Kuina, as he had guessed, chose to go overseas with Renault because he had not been recognized by him for many years, in order to grow to the point where he recognized him. Of course, the reason why Kuina is leaving is not only for this reason, but there is also a lot of Renault's credit. Renault's 23 ships are here. Renault took his eyes back from the dense forest, and after confirming that Koshiro really wouldn't come out to stop him, he controlled the ship with telekinesis, turned the bow of the ship and slowly left the port, sailing towards the depths of the sea. Koshiro stood on a big tree in the jungle and watched the boat leave the port. When the boat disappeared into the depths of the sea, he withdrew his gaze and jumped off the big tree, slowly walking back to his Ashiin dojo. When the ship sailed for a certain distance, Renault directly controlled the ship to soar into the sky, and then proceeded to the next destination. After finishing all this, Renault came to the reclining chair on the plywood, lay down happily, and then said to Hancock, "Hancock, go and bring her out." When Hancock heard Renault's words, he immediately understood who Renault was talking about, so he nodded, turned around and walked towards the inside of the ship without saying a word, ready to take out Kuina who was hiding inside. "Come." Not long after Hancock entered, he found Kuina who was hiding inside, and took her out directly. Kuina kept her head down, looking extremely reluctant, and a little flustered, holding the corners of her clothes with both hands uneasily, and walked out slowly behind Hancock. Hancock walked to Renault's side, and then said with a blank face, "Husband, I brought her out." When Renault heard Hancock's words, he turned his head and glanced at Kuina, and asked with a smile, "When did you decide to leave with me?" Hearing Renault's question, Kuina didn't mean to hide it, and replied directly and truthfully, "When Brother Renault, you went to his Hein dojo, I thought about leaving with Brother Renault, but I was still hesitating at that time, until yesterday I just made up my mind to go to sea with Brother Renault." When Renault heard Kuina's answer, he nodded thoughtfully, and thought to himself, "It seems that yesterday's hero saved the beauty, it still has so little effect." After answering Renault's question, Kuina asked with a puzzled expression, "Brother Renault, when did you find me hiding on the boat?" When Renault heard Kuina's question, he instantly came back to his senses, and then replied with a half-smile, "When we got close to the boat, we already found you hiding on the boat. And not only did we find you hiding on the boat, but your father has already found out, but he did not come out to stop, but hid in the dark to watch your every move." 35. Hearing Renault's answer, Kuina froze in place. She didn't even think about how Renault found her. Instead, her mind is full of why her father didn't keep her. Is she so weightless in her father's heart? Humans are such strange creatures. On the one hand they leave secretly, on the other hand they want to keep their relatives. Kuina thought her father didn't care about her, so when she heard this, she looked lost, lowered her head without saying a word, and kept thinking wildly. Seeing Kuina's loss, Renault no longer smiled, but comforted with a serious face, "It's not that your father doesn't care about you, but he is an old man who is not good at expressing himself, so there are so many between your father and daughter. Misunderstanding. The reason why he didn't come out to stop him just now should be that he already realized his own mistakes and felt that he was an incompetent father, so he didn't have the face to keep him, but let you leave by default." When Kuina heard Renault's consolation, her face was no longer disappointed, but she asked excitedly, "Brother Renault, is what you said true?" Renault heard Kuina's question, although these were just his guesses, but he replied with a very positive answer, "Of course it is true, when did I lie to you? There is no father in the world who doesn't love his daughter, it's just that some people are not good at expressing themselves. Your father is such an old antique. Renault lived in Wonokuni for so long, more than 10 years ago, and he doesn't know much about the feudal ideology and some old stubbornness there. And Koshiro is a person from Wonokuni, so his personality and way of doing things are of course the same as those from Wonokuni." Gu 227. Ina heard Renault's affirmative answer, and her sense of loss was swept away, and then she said firmly, "Brother Renault, I understand what you mean, it's not that my father doesn't care about me, but that he says everything. In my heart, when I see my father in the future, I won't make the relationship as stiff as before, and I will definitely get along with my father." Kuina said this not only to Renault, but also to herself. It was an oath she made to herself. After all, she missed her father so much just now, and now that she understands her father's intentions, her heart is full of guilt. When Renault heard Kuina's words, he knew she had figured it out. The reason why he said so much was because he didn't want Kuina to leave regrets in the future. After all, Kuina will be her little daughter-in-law in the future. He doesn't think about her, who thinks about her? Thinking of Renault here, and seeing the guilty look on her face, he changed the subject and said, "Since you've already gone to sea with me, you can treat this place as your own from now on, and now let Hancock show you the acquaintance. Our ship, drop by and pick a room to stay." 99. When Kuina heard Renault's words, she stopped thinking about it, but responded, "I know Brother Renault." Chapter 182. After Kuina finished talking to Renault, she turned around and said politely to Hancock, "Sister Hancock, please trouble you." Seeing Kuina being so polite, Hancock smiled kindly and said, "No trouble, come with me." 9. After Hancock finished speaking, he took the lead and took Kuina to visit their ship. And Kuina is like a curious baby, and when she sees something new, she always pulls Hancock and asks it for a long time. Renault saw that Kuina was no longer entangled in what happened just now, and the guilt on his face had disappeared, so he stopped paying attention to this curious baby, but squinted and basked in the sun on the splint. Seeing that Renault and Kuina had finished talking, Robin walked slowly behind Renault, put his hand on Renault's shoulder, squeezed Renault's shoulder and asked, "Husband, where are we going next?" Renault had only told them to go to one place before, but he didn't say exactly where to go, so Robin only asked this question. Renault didn't open his eyes when he heard Robin's question, and replied lazily, "We will go to Coco West Village next, and we will go back to New World after the matter there is settled." When Robin heard Renault's answer, 227 nodded thoughtfully. She had already got the answer she wanted, and then she did not continue to ask, but quietly squeezed Renault's shoulder. Robin has been with Renault for so many years. She knows almost everything about Renault's character and way of doing things. She can guess what Renault is going to do without asking her, so Robin usually only asks where he is going, but never asks where he was going. Well. One day later, near Coco West Village. In the air 10 meters above the sea level, a small and medium-sized boat was advancing very fast. Due to the high speed, when the boat passed through the air, a long trench was drawn on the sea surface by the wind. There were only 4 people on this boat, and at this time, all 4 of them were lounging on the deck chairs basking in the sun. They were the Renault 4 who had left Shimatsuki village a day ago. After a day's flight, they were now not far from Kokoyashi village. Renault, who was lying on the reclining chair and basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, after rushing all day, is it finally here? It's Nami that Renault is trying to save this time, but he's not sure if Aaron has come to East Blue like the original. Because of the chain reaction caused by the fact that he released the slaves in advance, many of the plots about the Fishmen Island have been changed by him, so he does not know what the current situation in Coco West Village is. Tiger formed a Sun Pirate group like the original, but unlike the original, although he was captured by Marine, he did not die, but was locked and impelled down. When Jinbei became Shishibukai 2 years ago, because of Jinbei's Shishibukai status, Tiger and the rest of the Sun Pirates were released, but Tiger did not reform the Sun Pirates, but disappeared from the public eyes. And Jinbei formed the new Sun Pirates. He is the captain of the Sun Pirates and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The reason why Tiger's Sun Pirates were caught by Marine was that Renault also had a certain responsibility. Marine didn't dare to catch Renault, the main culprit who saved the slaves, and Marine had to give an explanation to the Tianlong people. So the Sun Pirates, who were mostly slaves, became the target of Marine's attack. Obviously, Marine took them as scapegoats. Renault only knew that most of the Sun Pirates were caught, and that Jinbei became Shishibukai 2 years ago. Because at that time he was in the depths of the New World, and he could only learn these intelligences from the newspapers when he had been in the big events of the newspapers. And where the Sun Pirates are going, and how many people stay on the new Sun Pirates, he doesn't know anything about these things. No, if Renault went to inquire on purpose, he would definitely be able to inquire about this information, but he didn't care about these people, so he didn't bother to inquire, because these people didn't have much influence on him. Perhaps the one who had the greatest influence on him was Aaron. If he hadn't come to East Blue, it might have taken a lot of effort for him to conquer Nami. If Aaron came to East Blue, he might have had an easier time conquering Nami, but that's all. Just when Renault was wondering if Aaron was coming to East Blue, a small black spot appeared not far away from them, and as time went by, the small black spot got bigger and bigger. Seeing that the island was not far away, Renault stopped thinking about Aaron, stood up and reminded his daughter-in-law, "We are going to Kokoyashi village soon, you all get ready." The 3 young daughters-in-law who were lying on the reclining chairs basking in the sun heard Renault's reminder and immediately stood up from the reclining chairs and went to the railing to look at the small black spot not far away. Looking at the little black spot not far away, Kuina asked Renault excitedly, "Brother Renault, is the Coco West village we are going to? That island looks so small, such a small island, is it really inhabited?" Because Kuina is going to see for the first time, no matter what she sees, she feels novel. As long as she sees something she doesn't know, she immediately turns into a curious baby, pulling other people on the boat to ask questions. There's not a single bit of it at all. The abusive Zoro in the original book is so mature, just a curious baby who hasn't grown up. Of course, it is also possible that when she was in Shimatsuki village, due to the pressure, she had to mature. Now that she doesn't have those pressures here, she has released her nature. Maybe her current appearance is her true face. Seeing Kuina's excited look, Renault shook his head helplessly, and then explained patiently, there is indeed the destination of our trip, Coco West Village. As for the reason why the island is so small, it is because we are too far away, so it looks very small from the past. However, although the island is not big, it is not small. You will understand how to get back when you get closer. It's up. After hearing Renault's explanation, Kuina immediately stopped and responded, I know brother Renault. Renault didn't care about her after explaining, but controlled the boat to approach the island. When he came to a few hundred meters from the island, he immediately controlled the boat to land on the sea level, and then controlled the boat to move towards the island. Sail forward in the direction of the island port. Chapter 183. Time passed by minute, and a few minutes passed after opening his eyes. Renault took control of the ship and finally came to the port of Coco West Village, only a few dozen meters away from the port. At this time, there was not a single human being on the port, but there were quite a few long and odd-shaped murlocs staring at the approaching ship. At this time, the 4 Renaults on the boat had already discovered the group of mermaids on the port, but seeing the mermaids staring at them, they did not stop the ship, but still approached the port. Renault looked at the murlocs on the port not far away, and thought to himself, I didn't expect that the plot had been changed beyond recognition by himself, and Aaron, the murloc, was still the same as the original, coming to East Blue to make a fortune. Although Renault seems to have changed a lot of plots in 227, these plots have little impact on the follow-up, because if he didn't release the slaves back then, it wouldn't take long for Tiger to release them. Although it seems that Renault is the main culprit now, Marine and the world government have nothing to do with him. They can only pick soft persimmons, and the Sun Pirates, a pirate group formed by most of the slaves, has become Marine and the world government. Object of revenge. So this led to the development of the plot, and returned to the original track. Tiger was caught by the Sun Pirates and split. The only difference was that Tiger did not die like the original. Hancock and Robin didn't react when they saw the murlocs above the port, because they had both seen many murlocs, so they were not surprised. Of course, they were not surprised or frightened. But when Kuina saw the murloc for the first time, before the boat docked, he was so frightened that he hid behind Renault, holding Renault's clothes tightly with both hands, looking very nervous. Kuina hid behind Renault, only showing a small head, pointed at the murlocs above the port, and asked Renault nervously, Brother Renault, those people are so strange, who are they? Renault, who was looking for a place to stop the boat, replied without looking back when he heard Kuina's question, the people above the port are not real humans, but murlocs living at the bottom of the sea. When Kuina heard Renault's answer, she was very nervous at first, but now she became even more nervous, and asked again with a nervous expression, Brother Renault, since they are not human, they won't eat people, right? Hearing Kuina's question, Renault turned to look at her and saw that she was really nervous, so he thought about it and comforted, they are no different from us except that they are ugly, and the food they eat is no different from us. Just like us, so don't be afraid of these murlocs. Hearing Renault's comfort, Kuina, although not as frightened at first, still nervously grabbed the corner of Renault's clothes, hiding behind Renault with only a small head exposed, observing the murlocs above the port. Although Kuina usually behaves very strong, but no matter how strong a person is, the first time she sees a race other than the human race, she will inevitably be nervous. After all, she is still a little girl in her teens. Renault saw that Kuina was no longer afraid, but he still looked nervous, and he did not continue to comfort him, because he knew that comfort was useless, and he could only overcome it slowly by herself. While they were discussing the murlocs, Renault had found a vacancy in the port, and then Renault controlled the ship with telekinesis and slowly approached the vacancy. Da. Renault had just docked the ship in the vacant seat of the port, and the dozen or so Murlocs above the port immediately rushed over to their ship. I didn't expect to receive a protection fee, and there will be additional surprises. This ship doesn't have a pirate flag, and it doesn't look like a merchant ship. Is it a private ship going to sea? It doesn't matter what kind of ship he is, can't he just grab it and it's over? That's right, it doesn't matter what kind of ship he is, if you grab it, you will earn it. 55. Before Renault got off the boat, their boat was already surrounded, and more than a dozen Murlocs stood in a row, forming a semicircular encirclement, surrounding Renault's boat. After the Murlocs surrounded the boat, one of the leading Murlocs came out and shouted, "The people on the boat are sensible and get down, as long as you are obedient, we will only need the treasure not to hurt anyone, if you dare to escape, Lao Tzu asked you to live but not die." Hearing these Murlocs' big words, Renault walked directly to the railing, looked under the boat, and asked with a smile on his face, "Are you sure that I can't live or die?" "That's right. If you don't want to die." Demon Emperor. The Murloc leader originally wanted to threaten, but the moment he saw Renault on the boat, he immediately screamed in horror. People from all over the world don't read newspapers, don't pay attention to things on the sea, and may not know Renault, but these Murlocs are all from the Grand Line, so how could they not know Renault? And because Renault saved a lot of Murloc slaves, his name is well known on the Fishmen Island, so the Murlocs were recognized as soon as Renault showed his face. When all the fishmen above the port saw Renault, they all showed a ghostly expression and looked at Renault on the boat with horror. "Demon, how did the Demon Emperor appear here? Damn it! We talked to him like that, and if he got angry, wouldn't we be dead? Would you like, let's run away." When the fish people above the port gradually recovered from their fear, they immediately began to discuss with fear, and they had no idea of fighting Renault at all, and they were discussing any topic of escape. Seeing their trembling appearance, Renault was not interested in playing with them, and directly said to the two young daughters-in-law on the side, "Robin and the others will be handed over to you, Hancock, please protect Kuina, I must first one step to the interior of the island to do something. 99. We know my husband." Hancock and Robin immediately responded in unison when they heard Renault's order. Hearing that Renault was going to enter the island alone, Kuina was indifferent from Robin and Hancock, but said with a worried expression, "Brother Renault, be careful yourself." 35. When Renault heard Kuina's words and saw her worried look, he replied with a bit of tears and laughter, "You should be worried that it's not me, but the Murlocs inside the island. After all, I'm not a demon emperor for nothing." Chapter 184. When Kuina heard Renault's answer, her face flushed slightly. At this time, she also reacted. Renault is the top powerhouse in the world, how can anyone hurt him? Although she didn't know how strong Renault was, there are hundreds of millions of people in the world, and there are very few who can become the top powerhouses on that ladder, and Renault is one of the few top powerhouses. Imagine how powerful it is. After Renault finished speaking, he ignored Kuina and used his telekinesis directly. A mass of green energy emerged from his body, and immediately shot up into the sky, shooting straight towards the interior of the island, disappearing in the distance in a few flashes. Seeing that Renault had left, Robin took his eyes back, then looked at the dozen or so Murlocs under the boat, and said with a smile on his face, "I don't want to do it now, why don't you kill yourself?" Robin said that he didn't want to do anything, but suddenly he used his ability. Before a dozen Murlocs could react, he directly used his ability to create arms on them, grabbing their heads and twisting them. 30 round flowers locking throat. Click, click, click. Bang, 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 bang. The moment Robin's voice fell, there was a sound of bones breaking from the port, and the Murlocs above the port also fell to the ground one by one. More than a dozen Murlocs fell one after another, and after a while, their bodies lay on the ground above the port. All of this happened in an instant, and it was only a few seconds from the start of Robin's ability to use it to the end, and more than a dozen Murlocs had all died before they could react. The first time Kuina saw so many dead people, she immediately turned pale with fright, and turned away to dare not look at these dead Murlocs. Seeing Kuina's pale face, Hancock did not go to comfort, but directly reminded, "Kuina, since you choose to go to sea with us, you must be prepared to face the dead every day. After all, the crisis at sea heavy, pirates often fight to the death when they meet. Although we are not pirates, my husband and I both have bounties, and in the eyes of others, we are no different from pirates. So in the sea, apart from merchant ships and people we know, whether we encounter marines or pirates, they are all our enemies. As long as we encounter it, you will die or I will die. Hearing Hancock's reminder, Kuina nodded thoughtfully, and then said firmly, Sister Hancock, don't worry, I will definitely adapt to this kind of life as soon as possible, and I will not give you or brother Renault and Sister Robin for trouble. 99. When Hancock heard Kuina's assurance, he knew that Kuina had understood what she meant, so she stopped talking, but looked at Robin and asked, Robin, do we want to find your husband? Although Hancock is stronger than Robin, but usually when only the two of them are around, Robin is often the one who decides. Hancock has developed a habit of not thinking things through because of her years with Renault and Robin. Because both Renault and Robin's IQs are outrageously high, as long as she uses her mind, she can't talk at all, so she slowly developed this habit. When it comes to making decisions, ask Renault when Renault is there, ask Robin when Renault isn't, and it's been that way for years. Robin, who had just dealt with the Murlocs, heard Hancock's question and thought about it seriously before answering, Husband didn't let us follow just now, that's probably because he didn't want us to go with us, so we're here. Wait for him to come back. Dealing with these Murlocs is not too simple for Renault. Just waving his hands can make these Murlocs die several times. But Renault didn't do this just now, and chose to let her deal with these Murlocs. From this, it could be seen that Renault didn't want them to go with them to Cocoa West Village. Robin thought of this, that's why she said that. She actually wanted to go with Renault, but Renault didn't want them to follow, so she had no choice. Hearing Robin's answer, Hancock nodded thoughtfully, and then echoed, then let's wait here for your husband to come back. After Hancock and Robin reached an agreement, they did not lie down and bask in the sun again, but went to the kitchen very tacitly. They planned to prepare a big meal for Renault, and they could eat directly when Renault came back. It can be seen from the actions of these two little daughters-in-law that the cultivation of a certain person is still very successful. These two little daughters-in-law are full of someone, and they are thinking about someone everywhere. This kind of little daughter-in-law is probably outside, can't find it even with a lantern on. Cocoa West Village, Nami's doorstep. At this time, Na was in front of May's house, and a large group of villagers and dozens of Murlocs gathered. In the middle of the crowd stood a woman covered in blood, who was being pointed at her head with a gun by a tall Murloc. The woman covered in blood in the crowd was Nami's foster mother, Belmere, and the Murloc standing opposite Belmere, pointing a gun at her head, was the Murloc Aaron who came to East Blue from the Grand Line. The villagers who gathered around saw Aaron pointing a gun at Belmere's head, all of them dared not to speak out. All the villagers' eyes were full of anger, but none of them dared to stand up. The dragon was about to leave just now, but Belmere took the initiative to admit that her bailee was not enough. The bailee she just paid was a high protection fee for Nami and Nyaki, to Zhao, instead of her own share of the protection fee. Belmere does this because if she doesn't admit it, it means she also denies that Nami and Nakajao are her daughters. As a mother, Belmere certainly couldn't do such a thing, so even if she knew that she might die, she had to stand up and admit it. Belmere is not afraid of the gun on her head, there is only unshakable faith on her face, and there is no trace of fear in her face. Belmere's face did not show any fear, but he also said goodbye with a smile, No Kijao, Nami, I love you all. The dragon put one hand in his trouser pocket and pointed a gun at Belmere's head in the other, and said with disdain, Die for your boring love. 9. Chapter 185. Time freeze. 9. Just when the dragon finished speaking and was about to shoot, a voice came from the distant horizon. Immediately after that, in the nearby space-time within a few hundred meters, it was as if the pause button had been pressed, and everyone or things remained motionless from the previous second. When the surrounding time stopped, a figure as fast as lightning shot straight from the distant horizon, and after a while, it came to the sky above the crowd, and then landed towards the crowd on the ground. It was none other than Renault. The reason why he came over in such a hurry just now was not just because he didn't want his daughters-in-law to follow him, but because he noticed that the situation here was very tense, so he didn't have time to explain, and only followed the two. A little daughter-in-law explained a few words and rushed here in a hurry. It's true that he doesn't want the little daughters-in-law to follow him. After all, he will definitely attack Nami later, and it is inconvenient to bring the little daughters-in-law with him. But this is not the most important reason. He rushed over to save Belmere. If he brought his daughter-in-law with him, it might take a lot of time. If he didn't have time to save people, it might not be so easy for him to attack Nami. That's why he rushed over by himself, and it turned out that his decision was the right one. If he had been slower just now, Belmere might have died. Renault walked between Belmere and the dragon, snatched the gun from the dragon's hand, and thought to himself, fortunately, he didn't stop at the port just now, but rushed over with all his strength. If the port is delayed for a while longer, this woman will probably be gone, right? After Renault had done all of this, he immediately released his time ability. The moment Renault released his time ability, the time within a radius of several hundred meters immediately returned to its normal state. Go to hell! The evil dragon still didn't know what was going on, so he was about to shoot when he shouted, but at this time his hand was empty, let alone a gun, not even a single thread of wool. Realizing that the dragon had no gun in his hand, he immediately said to himself with a confused expression, "Ale! Where's Lao Tzu's gun?" Renault, who was beside the evil dragon, saw his confused look, raised the gun in his hand at the evil dragon, and asked with a smile, "Hey! Are you looking for this?" Hearing Renault's voice, the dragon turned his head and glanced at Renault with a puzzled face, then his pupils instantly dilated, pointed at Renault with a look of horror, and stammered, You are such an existence, how come here?" When Renault heard the dragon's words, he still said with a smile on his face, "I heard that there are murlocs here who are enslaving humans, so I came to take a look and see who has such courage." That's the Demon Emperor of the New World. Why is he here? Yet, shouldn't he be in the New World? Thinking about these things is useless now, let's think about how to live in the hands of the Devil Emperor. The Demon Emperor already knows what we're doing here, do you think it's possible for us to survive today? The dozens of murlocs brought by the evil dragon recognized Renault the moment they saw him. There is no way they don't want to know Renault. After all, there are many slaves rescued by Renault from the Holy Land Mariejois in the crowd. They have all met Renault. Plus Renault's wanted list is on the Grand Line, and it's flying all over the place, so it wouldn't be normal if they didn't recognize it. It was precisely because they recognized Renault that these murlocs looked ashes now. They knew the horror of Renault, so they never thought of doing anything with Renault. They were all thinking about how to survive, but after some discussion, they found that survival was an extravagant hope, so now everyone is looking ashes. When the dragon heard Renault's words, the panic on his face became more and more intense, and then he turned his head and shouted directly at the fish crowd, "Everyone, run away, the farther you can escape, the better, I will hold him for you, if you can run away one is one, run away." The evil dragon knew that they could make a fortune in East Blue, but in front of a strong man like Renault, he was a younger brother, the kind of younger brother who was not even qualified to resist. 4 Flowers 0. One of the villagers in Kokoyaksi village looked at this scene with a dazed expression. How could the murlocs who were invincible in front of them just now look like this in front of this young man? When Renault heard the dragon's words, he turned his head and glanced at the dozens of murlocs, and then said casually, "If you can run, the monk can't run away from the temple. Kill Fishman Island." The murlocs who had just turned around and prepared to escape, heard Renault's words, so the murlocs froze in place, probably scolding in their hearts, "FK. Young man, you don't talk about martial arts." They knew that Renault wasn't joking, because Renault had the power to kill the Fishmen Island. Although these fishmen are not very good, they all have a sense of belonging to the Fishmen Island, and they all think that the Fishmen Island will be able to become brilliant one day. So when they heard that Renault was going to destroy the Fishmen Island, they didn't even dare to run, for fear that Renault would really destroy the Fishmen Island. When the dragon heard Renault's words, he could no longer ignore his fear, and asked with an ugly face, "What do you want, Demon Emperor?" When Renault heard the dragon's question, he didn't answer it immediately, but looked at the dozens of Murlocs and asked, "You Murlocs must have all been members of the Sun Pirates before, right? And most of the Murlocs of the Sun Pirates are composed of slaves who ran away from the Holy Land Mariejois, right?" Seeing that they didn't refute, Renault then asked with an ugly face, "When I rescued you from the Holy Land Mariejois, did I ask you to come here to harm the human race?" So the Murlocs bowed their heads in shame when they heard Renault's questioning, and did not dare to refute a word. Renault has read the original book, of course he knows the careful thinking of these Murlocs. They are bought and sold like commodities in the Grand Line, and because there are not many strong people in the human race in East Blue, they dare to make a fortune here and put their dissatisfaction with the human race. All vented on these weak civilians. All, in a word, bully the soft and fear the hard. Chapter 186. They also dare to make a fortune in East Blue. If they are asked to face Marine or the world government, they probably won't even dare to give a shit. Hearing Renault's questioning, the evil dragon retorted with an ugly face, "Unlike other Murlocs, I am not the Murloc saved by you, you have no kindness to me, so I don't need you to do anything." 35. When Renault heard the dragon's rebuttal, he said with a face full of disdain, "I really have no reason to care about you when you do other things, and I don't have time to care about you, but you, a Murloc, dare to go to the land to make a fortune, I think ask, who gave you the guts?" When the dragon heard Renault's words, he asked with an ugly face, "You humans have hurt us so badly, is it wrong for me to take revenge?" Ha ha! Hearing the dragon's questioning, Renault couldn't help laughing out loud, and then said with a look of disdain, "It's the Tianlong and the world government who harmed your Murlocs, they can't represent the whole human race, you can do it if you can. To find them. A group of people who bully the soft and fear the hard, don't complain if you don't have the skills, come here to harm the weak human race, it will not let your Murlocs go to glory, it will only make you go to extinction faster." Renault knew that they didn't dare to provoke the world government, because they all understood a truth. If they dared to provoke the world government, even if the Fishman Island was under 10,000 meters under the sea, the world government would only have to kill them in minutes. Just a matter. That's why they came to East Blue to make a fortune, and put all their hatred against the world government on these unarmed civilians, so as to achieve the effect of venting their anger. It's a bunch of bully guys. Renault's words were like a sharp knife, disguising the dragon's cowardice and slashing to pieces. He stared blankly at Renault, opened his mouth but couldn't say a word of rebuttal. When he first came to East Blue, he didn't think much about it, he just wanted to escape from a place where their Murlocs were bought and sold like commodities. But when he found that the people in East Blue were weak, he vented all his dissatisfaction with the world government on the commoners here. He also created a lie that the Murlocs are noble races, deceiving these commoners and deceiving himself at the same time, and also imitating the Tianlong people to keep the human beings here as slaves. It can be said that he has the disease of the Tianlong people, but not dragon's life. After Renault cast doubt on the dragon, he turned around to look at the crowd of Murlocs, and said, "I was able to rescue you from the Holy Land Mariejois, and I could send you all back, since you are so ignorant. Anyway, then I'll send you all back." When the dragon heard Renault's words, unlike the stunned Murlocs, the time came back to his senses, and then he shouted viciously, "Since you won't give us a way to live, then you should die first." Shark on darts. The dragon roared and charged directly at Renault, immediately behind Renault, and then stabbed Renault with his sharp nose. When Renault heard the dragon's words and noticed the movement behind him, he staggered one position without turning his head, then stretched out his hand to grab the dragon's nose, and slammed it into the ground in front of him. Boom, rumble. 99. Wow! The ground in front of Renault was smashed into a big hole in an instant. Cobwebs on the ground spread out around the ground, causing a large amount of dust to be raised. No one outside could see what was inside. When the dust slowly dissipated, the dragon was already covered in blood, and lay dying in the big pit. The blood in his mouth was as if he didn't want money, and he spit out blood. "Aaron, are you alright? BD. We fought you, 9. That's why the Murlocs reacted at this time. After seeing the tragic state of the dragon, they seemed to be dazzled by their anger. They forgot their fear of Renault, and all rushed towards Renault with a loud roar. Renault looked at the dozens of Murlocs rushing towards him, and said to Belmire, who was only 2 or 3 meters away from him, "This beautiful lady, can I trouble you to step back?" "Ah? Oh. I'm leaving right now." Belmire had been distracted just now, until she heard Renault calling her. She then reacted, stammered, and left the place. They are regarded as invincible Murlocs here, but in Renault's mouth and hands, they are so vulnerable. Belmire had not recovered from the conversation between Renault and the dragon just now, when she saw Renault beat the dragon to the ground with one move, which caused her to be in a daze since Renault came here. In status. Not only is she alone, but the villagers in Kokoyaksi village are just like her. They have always been in a state of confusion. What Renault said and did deeply shocked their young hearts. Don't be fooled. As soon as Renault pulled Belmire away, dozens of Murlocs just rushed in front of him. He didn't use his abilities, but rushed directly into the crowd, covering Haki with both hands and punching a child. Renault's speed was as fast as lightning, jumping left and right in the crowd, so fast that he could only see after images. Boom 230, bang, bang, bang. Ah-ah-h. Boom, rumble. The villagers who watched this scene blankly could only see after images in the crowd, and Murlocs flying out one by one. Renault rushed into the group of mermaids, and the operation was as fierce as a tiger. After a while, he was the only one who could stand on the battlefield. And dozens of Murlocs were knocked out by him. Some were lying on the ground, some were smashed directly on the wall and could not be buckled. Anyway, no one could stand up. Clap clap. Renault, who had all the Murlocs on the ground, clapped his hands very stinky, and put on a pose he thought was handsome. The Murlocs boast that their innate strength is 10 times stronger than that of the human race every day, but they really move their hands. That's all it is. 99. The water pressure in the deep sea is very terrifying, and because the Murlocs have lived in the 10,000-meter deep sea for many years, their congenital conditions are indeed stronger than those of the human race. However, the human race's learning ability is stronger than them, that is, the cultivation talent is stronger than them, so most of the top powerhouses are human races, not Murlocs or other races. Chapter 187. Although there are many powerful races in other races in the pirate world, there are also many races with special abilities. However, they rarely produce top powerhouses. It is not that their innate conditions are not strong enough, but their learning ability is not as strong as that of the human race, which is why there are so few top powerhouses. The strongest known from other races, the New World's few human races with giant bloodline, are considered to be the top powerhouses. For example, Ant and Whitebeard. Kaido doesn't know if they count. Anyway, there are only a few, and the strongest of other races are only at the level of deputy emperors, such as the two strong of the Fur tribe. Of course, it may also be the reason for the huge number of human races, but it is undeniable that 80% of the top powerhouses in the sea are human races, and the remaining 20% are other races. After doing all of this, Renault saw that the villagers of Kokoyashi village were stunned in place, and said speechlessly, "Why are you still stunned? Are you waiting for them to recover, and then come to harm you?" 5. Hurry up and take revenge and complain, whether you want to kill it directly or hand it over to Marine, you decide for yourself. 230 Belmire is worthy of being a Marine. He immediately reacted when he heard Renault's words, and without thanking Renault, he shouted directly to the villagers, "Everyone come here to help, first tie up these Murlocs, as for what to do with them, we will discuss later. Quick, quick, folks, all come to help and tie up these Murlocs." 35. When the villagers of Kokoyashi village heard Belmire's words, they gradually recovered from their extreme shock, and then they swarmed up and rushed towards the Murlocs scattered around. All the villagers have a clear division of labor. Those who are looking for ropes are looking for ropes, and those who tie people are tying people. They are very busy. No one cares about Shock anymore, and no one cares about Renault. They just have an idea in their hearts, tie up these Murlocs first, and it's not too late to say anything later. Seeing that these villagers were all busy, Renault immediately showed a scheming expression, and thought to himself, these annoying villagers have finally left, Nami daughter-in-law, I'm coming. Thinking of Renault here, he walked directly towards little Nami. The reason why he deliberately said this just now was to divert the attention of these villagers and let them focus on other things. Because little Nami had been guarded by them just now, he had no chance to get close to little Nami at all, let alone attack this future little daughter-in-law. Now these annoying villagers are going to tie up the murlocs, and only little Nami and her sister Nyakajeo are left in place. There are no villagers watching, and he can finally attack Nami's little daughter-in-law with peace of mind. Nami saw Renault coming, and kept staring at Renault, as if he was not afraid of life at all. On the other hand, Nyakajeo is the exact opposite of Nami. Seeing Renault walking towards them, she looks very nervous. She knows she is her sister, but if she doesn't, she thinks she is her sister. Renault walked up to the two sisters after a while, and when he saw that they were all squatting on the ground, he also squatted down, showing a look that he thought was very kind, and said hello, hello, two little sisters, how are you? When little Nami heard Renault greet them, she immediately thanked them, big brother, you are also good, thank you for saving our mother. 35. Although Nyakajeo was very nervous, she had already thanked Nami when she saw that she was not far behind, so she also thanked Renault, hello, big brother, thank you very much for saving our mother just now. 95. Seeing these two sisters being so kawaii, Renault couldn't help stretching out his sinister hands, pinching their baby fat cheeks, and then complimented with a smile, oh! Why are you so cute? When the two sisters heard Renault's praise, award and felt Renault's intimacy, whether it was the bold Nami or the shy Nyakajeo, they both turned their heads shyly, not to let someone's salty pig hand continued to do evil on their cheeks. Renault was really enjoying it, but seeing them shy away, he could only withdraw his evil hands, and then he smiled and deliberately asked, I not only saved your village, but also your mother, I have helped you so much, how are you prepared to thank me? When Nami and Nyakajeo heard Renault's words, they both showed a big confused face, and then Nami, who was a little bolder, asked back with a confused look, big brother, haven't we thanked you already? When Renault heard Nami's words, he pretended to be unhappy and said, I've helped you so much, so it's not enough to say thank you, at least there is a thank you gift, right? When Nami and Nyakajeo heard Renault's words, they finally understood what Renault wanted to do. Co-authoring was trying to seek benefits from them. The two sisters are now about 10 years old, and they are still very smart, so it can be said that they already understand about the things they should understand. The reason why they didn't think about it just now was because they didn't react for a while. Now, when Renault mentioned it, they reacted immediately. But just because they understood what Renault meant, the two sisters were stunned, not to mention that they were still young, and the family couldn't open the pot. Where did they come to thank Renault? Nami came back to his senses first, then looked at Renault nervously, and said hesitantly, big brother. I'm sorry, I don't have anything to thank you for. After Nami finished speaking, as if he was afraid that Renault would be unhappy, he then assured, although I don't have a thank you gift now, I promise that I will make up for it in the future. Big brother, can you give me some time? Seeing that little Nami was so nervous, Renault's face was expressionless, but he thought secretly in his heart, is this future little daughter-in-law too rude? Seeing her not afraid of life just now, Renault thought how courageous this future daughter-in-law is. So he tentatively teased the future daughter-in-law, and the result really answered the old saying, handsome for only 3 seconds. Seeing that Nami was so nervous, Renault didn't want to tease her anymore, otherwise he would leave a bad impression on her, and he would really want to cry without tears. Thinking of Renault here, he stretched out his hand and squeezed Nami's cheek again, and then he said, I was just joking with you, you don't have to take it too seriously. Chapter 188. Sisters Nami and Nyakajeo were relieved almost at the same time when they heard that Renault was only joking. While the two sisters breathed a sigh of relief, they also felt fortunate in their hearts. Fortunately, Renault was just joking, otherwise they really didn't know what to do today. After all, with the current state of their family, they simply couldn't come up with a decent thing as a thank you gift. Although Nami already believed Renault's words, she couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, do you really want to thank you?" When Renault heard Nami's question, he replied with an unhappy expression on purpose, "I said no, I don't want it. Do I have to lie to you two little girls?" Sisters Nami and Nyakujo heard Renault's answer, and 230 rolled their eyes frantically. Is there any difference between teasing them and lying to them just now? Although the two sisters complained about Renault in their hearts, they didn't say it. After all, Renault had already said not to thank him. Now they had better not stimulate Renault, or if Renault repented because of their words, they would have nowhere to cry. Seeing that the two sisters were just looking at him with those big watery eyes, but neither of them made any noise, Renault thought they didn't believe it, so he reassured him again, "Don't worry, I didn't lie to you, I just had a chat with you. Just kidding." As soon as Renault finished his promise, the two sisters came back to their senses in an instant, and then answered in unison, "MMMM. Big brother, we believe in you." When Renault heard the two sisters' answers, he nodded with satisfaction, then changed the subject, and asked knowingly, "What are the names of your two sisters, and who is the older sister?" "Who is the younger sister?" 35. "I'm my sister, my name is Nyakujo. My sister is Nami." When Nyakujo and Nami sisters heard Renault's question, they answered directly without thinking much. When Renault heard the two sisters' answers, he pretended to be thoughtful, and then he looked at Nyakujo and said, "You are sister Nyakujo, right? When I came here just now, your mother asked me to give you a message. She asked you to go look for her. She said she wanted to find you for something." When Nyakujo heard Renault's words, he asked suspiciously, "Why is my mother looking for me?" When Renault heard Nyakujo's question, he said nonsense without thinking, "I don't know why she is looking for you, go and ask her yourself." When Nyakujo heard Renault's answer, although she was still dubious, she stood up and walked towards Belmere not far away. As soon as Nyakujo left, Nami asked Renault directly, "Big brother, you deliberately left my sister apart, do you have anything to tell me alone?" 35. When Renault heard Nami's question, he looked at her a little bit unexpectedly. He really did deliberately make Nyakujo, and then created a chance to be alone with his future daughter-in-law. But he didn't expect Nami to be able to see it, as expected of a little thief cat in the future, his eyesight is quite good. Thinking of Renault here, he did not directly answer Nami's words, but instead asked with an unfathomable expression, "I am not related to the people in your village, but I came all the way to save you, do you know why this is?" 35. Seeing Renault's expression and hearing Renault's question, Nami asked blankly, "Big brother, why is this?" That's what Renault was waiting for. As soon as Nami asked, he immediately replied with a serious face, "Because my future wife is here, I came here from a long way to save people." Hearing Renault's answer, Nami froze in place, looking at Renault with a dazed expression, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Even if she is a fool now, she understands what Renault means, and she is a very smart person, how can she not understand what Renault means? Just now Renault deliberately took everyone away and left her alone, so who else could Renault's wife be if she wasn't? Seeing that Nami was stunned, her face was changing constantly, Renault knew that she had guessed the meaning of her words, so he asked with a smile on his face, "Now you know why I came here to save people?" 35. Nami heard Renault's voice again, and then gradually recovered, and then asked with a puzzled face, "Big brother, how do you know your future wife is here?" Nami didn't ask Renault who his wife was, because Renault's actions just now, you don't need to ask her to know the result. So she directly asked her doubts, how did Renault know that his wife was here, which made her wonder. When Renault heard Nami's question, he secretly complained in his heart, why doesn't this little daughter-in-law play cards according to the routine in the future? The reason why Renault said so much nonsense just now was that he wanted the future daughter-in-law to ask who his wife was, and then he could say what he had prepared in advance, "My future wife is you." As a result, the future daughter-in-law didn't mention his wife, but asked him how he knew his wife was here, which made him feel very puzzled. Thinking of Renault here, he didn't answer the question immediately, but instead asked with a puzzled face, "Why don't you ask who my future wife is?" Hearing Renault's rhetorical question, Nami rolled his eyes and replied angrily, "You have been keeping other people consciously or unintentionally, leaving me alone with you. The answer is so obvious. Do you need to ask?" Hearing Nami's answer, Renault 0.4 touched his nose in embarrassment. He didn't expect that Nami could see his small movements just now. It seemed that he was still muttering how smart this future daughter-in-law is. Thinking of Renault here, in order to avoid further embarrassment, he directly changed the subject and said, "The reason why I know that my future wife is here is because a fortune teller told me that my future wife is here, and she said that my wife was in trouble recently, and asked me to come here to save people, and then I ran all the way here to save people." If Renault's other young daughters-in-law heard this, they would definitely feel very familiar, because Renault also said the same thing to them. Can they not be familiar with it? Chapter 189. After listening to Renault's words, Nami pouted and said with a look of disbelief, "Big brother, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore, and I don't think 3-year-olds would believe this kind of thing, right?" Although Nami is still young and has not seen the world, she is not a fool, she still has basic common sense, so she doesn't believe what Renault said. Of course, this is just her personal opinion, and it doesn't represent Renault. If she knew Renault's origin, and knew that Renault knew what happened in the future, she probably wouldn't think so. When Renault heard Nami's words and saw her disbelief, he thought to himself, "The future daughter-in-law is too smart, how can I break it if I can't fool you?" Online wait. Urgent. Thinking of Renault here, he glanced at Nami, and then answered slowly, "I have never been here before, nor have I seen anyone in your village, but I knew this place before I came here to save you. Case. And before I came here, I knew the existence of your family of 3, I not only know your existence, but also your origins and names." When Nami heard Renault's answer, he still retorted with a look of disbelief, "Big brother, you lied again. If you knew our names, why did you ask us just now?" When Renault heard Nami's rebuttal, he was immediately puzzled, and secretly complained in his heart, "Is it too difficult for the future daughter-in-law to fool her?" It's not that Renault has never met a smart little daughter-in-law before, but for those little daughters-in-law before, it was easy and pleasant for him to fool around, but why is it so hard to fool now? Renault felt this way because he had never met a girl with a rebellious personality like Nami before. Whether it's Robin or Hancock's little daughter-in-law, they all have the character of a good wife and a good mother. Naturally, they won't break the casserole and ask to the end like Nami. Even if they know that Renault's words are full of loopholes, they will not point it out. Instead, he pretended to be confused. Renault complained a few words in his heart, and then said with a puzzled face, "I just didn't want too many people to know about this, so when your sister was here, I asked this on purpose. It doesn't mean that I don't know your name and origin." In order to convince Nami of his words, Renault thought for a while and then continued, "Both of you sisters are orphans adopted by Belmere, and your adoptive mother Belmere was a marine before, am I right?" Hearing Renault's words, Nami looked at Renault suspiciously and asked, "Big brother, have you investigated our family?" When Renault heard Nami's question, he rolled his eyes and asked angrily, "Do you think it is necessary for me to investigate you?" Hearing Renault's rhetorical question, Nami asked with a dubious expression, "Am I really your wife in the future?" Nami had already believed it a little bit, and now hearing Renault's rhetorical question, he almost believed more than half of it. The reason why she still asked this question was not that she didn't believe Renault's words, but that it was difficult for her to accept it for a while. After all, their family has nothing but their mother and daughter. It can be said that they have nothing to do with their family. Renault is going to investigate what their family plans to do? It was because of Nami's thought that he had to believe Renault's words, because Renault really had no reason to investigate their home. When Renault heard Nami's question, he guessed that she should have believed his words, so he replied with a smile, "I will be your husband in the future." Hearing Renault's answer and seeing his smiling face, Nami thought to himself, could he really be his wife in the future? Nami suddenly blushed as he thought about it, and after a while, it flushed to the back of his ears, and then he lowered his head in a panic and didn't dare to look at Renault, and he didn't dare to think further, and instantly turned into an ostrich. Although Nami lowered her head quickly, the blush on her face did not escape Renault's eyes. The moment Renault saw Nami's face blushing, he immediately felt a little baffled, and secretly complained in his heart, just now he looked familiar, but now he is suddenly shy, what kind of trouble is this going to make? The reason why Nami blushed suddenly was because he thought of the scene with Renault in the future, so he suddenly blushed. Of course he, a straight man, doesn't understand the careful thinking of girls, so he has an inexplicable feeling. Although Renault doesn't know what medicine Nami sells in the gourd, but after the conversation just now, he knows that Nami has believed his words, so he is no longer anxious to find a topic, but looks at the shy Nami with a smile on his face. Time passed by minute, and it took several minutes before Nami raised her head again. Although her face was not as red as before, she was still a little flushed. If she didn't look carefully, others might not see it. Come out. Of course, Nami's face couldn't escape Renault's eyes. After all, he had the blessing of 2-eye abilities. Sharingan's reincarnation eyes were no joke. No matter how small changes he saw, he couldn't escape his eyes. As soon as Nami raised her head, she saw Renault staring at her with a smile on her face, and she immediately thought that her blushing should have been discovered just now, otherwise Renault couldn't have been talking about this expression. Thinking of Nami here, he immediately said angrily, "Big brother, you are not allowed to laugh at me, otherwise, or I will ignore you." "Okay." Seeing Nami's anger, Renault still said with a smile, "Okay, I'm not smiling anymore." Although Renault said he didn't smile, the smile on his face never stopped, and he was still smiling. Seeing that Renault was still like this, Nami immediately became angry, but she could only pouted and sullen, and had nothing to do with Renault. Seeing Nami, who was pouting and sulking, Renault immediately stretched out his sinful hand and squeezed her cheek. Before she could lose her temper, he changed the subject and said, "Okay, you first don't be angry, let's talk about our affairs first." When Nami heard Renault's words, he still asked angrily, "What do we have to talk about?" Chapter 190. As if he could not see Nami's anger, Renault still replied with a smile on his face, "Since we are married in the future, and I already know your name and origin, then you don't want to know my name and origin." Nami, who was sulking at first, couldn't care less about being sullen when he heard this, and immediately nodded excitedly and said, "Brother, tell me quickly, I also want to know your name and origin." Nami just heard the dragon call the Demon Emperor Renault, but the Demon Emperor knew it was not his real name, but rather a title of a person. So when she heard Renault's words just now, she immediately got up and looked at Renault, waiting for Renault's self-introduction. When Renault heard Nami's words and saw her staring eyes, he didn't talk nonsense, but introduced himself directly, "My real name is Alfaku. Renault, but everyone likes to call me Devil Emperor. If you read newspapers often, you should have seen newspapers about me. I was born in the New World, which is very far from here, and it would take months to arrive by boat." After listening to Renault's introduction, Nami looked at Renault and asked with a look of surprise, "Big brother, since you are so far away from here, how did you come here? Did you already know about this place a few months ago, and then rushed here a few months in advance?" The reason why Nami is so surprised is because the dragon has only been here for a month or two, and today is the first time he has come to their village to collect protection fees, and if Renault went here a few months ago, it means that he had known what was going to happen here months ago. Nami had some doubts in his heart just now, and now the doubts disappeared after hearing Renault's words. After all, even before the dragon came here, Renault already knew what happened here today, so there is only one explanation: what Renault said to her just now is true, otherwise there is no explanation at all. Renault didn't know what Nami was thinking, and when he heard the question she asked, he didn't want to hide it, and answered directly, "I did know what was going to happen here today a long time ago, but I didn't know it a few months ago. Just go here. Instead of going here for half a month, because I have a special method, I can get here in a short time, which is several times faster than ordinary boats. It doesn't take as long as a few months, but very quickly. To be here." Nami heard Renault's answer. Nodding thoughtfully, although it was a little different from what she thought, it was basically the same as what she thought. Renault really knew what was going to happen here today, so he came here in advance to save people. Seeing Nami, Renault was just a little surprised, and had no other expression. He secretly guessed in his heart, judging from the expression on her present, she must have never heard of her own reputation, or else it would be impossible to be so calm. After all, as long as his reputation is known, no matter who hears his reputation, it is impossible to be so calm. It is estimated that even the Sea Emperor of the New World and Marine Admiral will show some different expressions when they hear his reputation. Renault's guess was not wrong. Nami had never paid attention to the situation at sea, and seldom read newspapers. After all, it was difficult for their family to eat enough, so how could they have spare money to buy newspapers to read? In addition, the newspapers about Renault are generally spread on the Grand Line. There are very few newspapers about him that have spread to the world, so it is normal that Nami has not heard of it. Of course, older people, whether in the Grand Line or in the world, have heard about him more or less. After all, what he did in the Holy Land Mariejois can be said to have caused a sensation in the whole world. In that year, newspapers and wanted notices about him were sent to almost every corner of the world, so few people didn't know him. It's just that he hasn't done much in recent years, so there aren't that many newspapers about him, and they haven't been distributed to all corners of the world like they did back then. Therefore, the younger generation of the world, there are very few people who know him, let alone Nami, who is young and does not pay attention to the changes in the situation of the sea, so it is strange to know his existence. 4 flowers. Just when Renault and Nami didn't say a word and were thinking about things, the villagers almost tied up the murlocs, and now there are only a few finishing touches left. And Belmire, who was free, saw that the matter was almost settled, and brought Nyakajeo towards Renault. Just now, she had been looking towards Renault intentionally or unintentionally. Although Renault saved the people in their village, she didn't know the purpose of Renault's coming here, so she really worried that Nami was alone with Renault, so she kept watching the situation on Renault's side. Renault saw Belmire and Nyakajeo approaching, and when they approached, without waiting for them to speak, he asked first, "What are you going to do with these murlocs?" 99. 0. The reason why Renault was the first to ask questions was because he didn't want them to ask him about Nyakajeo's deception just now. After all, he just made Nyaki high on the pretext that Belmire was looking for her, and Belmire had never said this at all. If they asked them first, he would not be able to explain it. So Renault gave them no chance to ask, so that he wouldn't have to bother explaining it. Belmire didn't know what Renault was thinking. Just now she really wanted to ask Nyakajeo about her, but when she heard Renault asked about the murlocs, she forgot about it and thought about it. Said, "I want to hand them over to Marine, do you have any other views, Lord Demon Emperor?" When Renault heard Belmire call him Lord Demon Emperor, he thought to himself, it seems that this woman must have known or heard of him, or else she would have called her the title of Demon Emperor without coming up. Renault was not surprised that Belmire had heard of his reputation, since the woman had been a serious marine. Although she is only a marine from all over the world, she is a marine anyway, so it is normal to have read his newspaper or wanted notice. Thinking of Renault here, he replied without thinking, "Since I leave them to you to deal with, then it is up to you to decide whether they live or die, and you can deal with them as you like." 39.